Lu Changge traverses the Lingwu continent and is reincarnated as a silly roe deer. Binding to the healing system. Healing requires healing points, which can enhance cultivation, bloodlines, and evolve talents and abilities. The higher the luck of the healing target, the more healing points are gained. Then, he meets the Son of Fate, a beautiful and strong tragic figure. And then, well, it's really fragrant. Nangong Yu is the heir of the Jinshi Wangfu of the Eastern Wilderness Empire, possessing innate imperial bones, born with a celestial phenomenon. He became a spirit master at 5 and a spirit sect at 8, shocking the Eastern Wilderness. At 10, his family was annihilated, his imperial bones were extracted, and he fell to the northern barbarians, scavenging with dogs and fighting for his life against the heavens. Then, he meets a silly roe deer and awakens the demon slaughter battle body. The more severe the injuries, the stronger the recovery becomes, growing stronger with each battle. Lu Changge. Little Nanzi, shall we go fight? Nangong Yu. I want to take a break. A healing hit to the soul. Nangong Yu. Let's go, I want to fight 10. Everyone, don't come over. Chapter 1. It's great to be a divine beast. Lingwu continent, northern barbarians. Back mountain of the Chien sect. A young deer, no to be precise. A silly roe deer is lying sprawled in the bushes, chewing on a tuft of tender grass, staring blankly at the sky through the branches. Damn it, why did I have to be reincarnated as a silly roe deer instead of anything else? The whole clan is made up of deer, why did it have to be him who became a silly roe deer? Moreover, he was expelled from the group 3 days ago. If it weren't for a boy saving him, he might have ended up as a pile of something somewhere. Lu Changge wants to cry, but has no tears, wishing he could enjoy the blessings of the current world. Bang! Huh? What was that noise? Lu Changge scrambled up, swallowed the tender grass in his mouth, and was about to go out to check. Just 2 steps out, he suddenly froze in place. As everyone knows, silly roe deer species have spent their entire lives striving to avoid the endangered list. Now, is he unable to escape it too? Beep! A sound rang out, and Lu Changge shivered, immediately standing upright on all 4s, even more solemn than when he became a young pioneer in his past life. It's coming. It's finally coming. It was worth the 3 days of waiting. Detected that you have understood your nature. Healing system activated. Healing can earn healing points, which can enhance cultivation and evolve talents. Reward talent ability. Heavenly eye spirit vision insight into luck. Name, Lu Changge. Race, roe deer. Cultivation, not yet ranked. Talent abilities. Heavenly eye spirit vision yellow grade. Healing technique yellow grade. Jump not yet ranked. Skill. Moonlight Cleansing Sutra, not yet ranked. Healing points, 0. Considering the host's racial nature, for the host's safety, enhancing agility talent once. A sudden warm current instantly flowed through his body and then sank into his limbs. He saw the jump in the talent section directly change to Moonlight Step, upgrading from not yet ranked to yellow grade. Although he didn't know what the yellow grade was, it probably wasn't too bad. His race also upgraded to Spirit, R.O.E. Lu Changge was completely stunned. There were just too many things to complain about. He quickly scanned the panel in his mind and reorganized his thoughts. So, now, as a silly roe deer, he was going to take the divine beast route. Healing others would make him stronger. It seems this continent is destined to tremble under the hooves of a silly roe deer. Well, it's okay, just so-so. Sigh, just treating illnesses and being a divine beast in this otherworldly continent, getting by like this, that if one ignores the corners of his mouth that were almost reaching his ears, there's indeed a bit of credibility to that statement. Boom. Bang. Huh. The noise isn't over yet? Let's take a peek. Lu Changge stealthily moved toward the source of the sound. Damn it. A wild boar is battling a leopard. Perhaps due to having some cultivation, Lu Changge, hiding behind a tree, wasn't noticed by the 2 beasts that were in a fierce battle. He saw the wild boar charge, sending the caught off guard leopard flying. Its 2 sharp tusks, 30 centimeters long, nearly pierced through the leopard. Lu Changge observed carefully and didn't miss the rings above the heads of the 2 beasts, each emitting white light, but the white light above the wild boar's head had already been tainted black. Calculating, this wild boar has a dark aura, seems it's about to die. However, encountering me, Lu, could be your fortune, proving your life is not meant to end. Who told me I had already vowed to become a divine beast? Healing technique. Immediately, a green light shot from his antlers, directly entering the wild boar's body. The wild boar, which was just hanging on, now rolled over and stood up, no more sore waist or legs, breathing vigorously. Leopard. Beep, you have healed a non-ranked. 1-star luck beast, healing points 3. Awesome. The healing technique is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that it shot out from the antlers, or if it were a different color than green, that would be even better. Men are always particularly sensitive to the color on their heads. Even if he became a silly roe deer, it's no exception. At this moment, the wild boar stood up, full of vigor, using its hind legs to paw at the ground, preparing for another charge. Meanwhile, the leopard, in poor condition, started to retreat. This wild boar seemed a bit ominous. The wind tightened, pulling back. Before it could act, a green light directly entered its body, and the gentle energy instantly healed all its fatigue, making it feel energetic again. The urge to retreat vanished, and the leopard stared fixedly at the charging wild boar. Come on, fated rival. Let's determine who is superior and who lives or dies. Beep. You have healed a non-ranked 5-star luck beast, healing points 10. And Changge paid no more attention to the commotion behind him, brushing off his clothes and disappearing into the shadows. Being a divine beast is great, but do good deeds without asking about the future. Size system, you're a bit weak. With 13 healing points, I can't improve anything. Changge looked at the panel where cultivation, talents, and skills were all gray and directly complained. Seeing the full moon about to rise, Changge hurriedly walked toward the mountain gorge. The boy who saved him appeared there every night, treating him like a tree hole. Before this, Changge was so confused after his reincarnation that he had no time to care about this lifesaver. He was originally the heir of the Jinshi Wangfu of the Eastern Wilderness Empire, possessing innate imperial bones, born with a celestial phenomenon, a spirit master at 5, and a spirit sect at 8, shocking the entire Eastern Wilderness. But good times didn't last long at 10. His family was exterminated, his imperial bones were extracted, and he fell to the northern barbarians, scavenging with dogs and fighting. For his life against the heavens, he exhausted all efforts to enter the Changge sect, but it seemed he wasn't doing too well either. Every time Changge saw him in the past few days, he had numerous wounds on his body. Let me save you, young man. As Changge ran, he found it increasingly hard to stop. This moonlight talent is too awesome. His steps were light, and every step felt as if he was walking on the moon, exhilarating. Almost there. Why is it so bright ahead? Changge cautiously slowed his pace, approaching step by step. This was just the outskirts of the back mountain of the Changge sect. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Sigh, this damned curiosity of mine. Changge gritted his teeth, suddenly leaping and lightly landing behind a tree by the cold pool at the mountain gorge. Great, he made no sound at all. He poked his head out, sneaking a look toward the bright spot. Wow, system, come out and see the immortal. Without hesitation, Changge directly appeared using the moonlight step, circling around the glowing source, curiously examining it. Xiao Bai, why are you staring at me like this today? Nangong Yu smiled faintly upon seeing Changge, who had previously looked as cold as ice. Little White was a nickname he gave because of the little deer's pure white fur. He then noticed that Changge's pure white fur shone with a silver glow under the moonlight. Moreover, the places they passed left behind faint traces reminiscent of moonlight. It seems Little White has encountered a fortuitous event today. Congratulations. After saying this, he couldn't help but think of his own situation and shook his head with a wry smile. I'm looking at a celestial being. Yo-yo, he instinctively blurted out, and Changge immediately shut his mouth. To be honest, the thing he found hardest to accept was the silly roe deer's call. It was really not dignified at all. Before him stood a young man with exquisite features and distinct contours, with a tall and upright figure. Even though his face was pale and injured, and his starry eyes seemed somewhat dim, it did not detract from his appearance. Instead, it added a touch of melancholic charm. Changge just wanted to say, the most important thing is that halo of fortune behind his head. It's blinding me. Chapter 2. The Savior of the Beautiful, Strong, and Tragic. To be honest, the young man was the most fortunate person he had ever seen. Well, although so far he had only met this one young man. But that is not important. What matters is that the young man's fortune was genuinely bright. Even if it was still covered with a layer of dust, it illuminated the mountain stream as bright as day. Such fortune, combined with the young man's experiences, was a complete, beautiful, strong, tragic. He was either the protagonist or the villain, no doubt about it. Hey, tragic, that's my specialty. I declare. This fish pond is now contracted by Changge. When Nangong Yu saw Changge staring at him without blinking, he couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to carry a kind of clear foolishness. Seeing the bruise on the young man's face, he found it utterly displeasing. What a joke. I'm a healing. How can there be an injured person beside me? Isn't this slapping my face? Without saying a word, A green light shot from his antlers, and Nangong Yu instinctively wanted to dodge, but forcibly held it back. The healing spell directly shot into the young man's body, and a green aura enveloped him entirely. As the injuries on the young man's face gradually faded and disappeared, Changge was about to say a few words of satisfaction. But just as he opened his mouth, he seemed to remember something. His expression froze, and then he nodded in satisfaction. Ding! You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune. Human race, healing points 100. Changge looked at the system prompt in surprise. This was 100 points. Could it be that the stronger the fortune, the more healing points gained after healing? Thinking of today's wild boar and golden leopard, both were non-rank beasts. The wild boar with 1-star fortune only had 3 points, while the 5-star fortune golden leopard had 5 points. It should not only be the fortune, strength, and the severity of the injury should also have an impact. He could feel that 9-star fortune was already the peak of fortune on this continent. Wait a minute. How did it become healing this time? Wasn't it always healing before? Changge looked at the system prompt, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that it wasn't healed yet? After the green light shot from Xiao Bai entered his body, Nangong Yu immediately sensed the changes in his body. The green light transformed into a warm current that circulated around his body and then slowly flowed along his meridians, miraculously healing the hidden injury caused by the excavation of his imperial bone, which had prevented him from cultivating until now. Although slow, the progress was indeed real. After confirming, Nangong Yu opened his eyes in disbelief. Over the years, he had thought of many methods, whether it was medical skills, elixirs, or restorative techniques. He had tried them all. But without exception, they all failed. He had thought that revenge in this life was hopeless and could only linger on. But unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. The little deer he accidentally saved in the back mountain, which was driven away by its clan, brought him such a surprise. Nangong Yu looked at the little deer beside him with eyes full of hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Changge took a few steps back nervously. What did the young man want? Just because he had a bit of green on his head, was that too much? Seeing that Xiao Bai seemed a bit frightened by him, Nangong Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and softly said, Xiao Bai, can you still cast that green light just now? He paused, then continued with a serious expression. That green light can actually heal the hidden injury left by the excavation of my imperial bone, which relates to whether I can cultivate again and avenge my family. It's very important to me. After saying that, he looked at the little white deer with nervous yet hopeful eyes. Changge understood the young man's situation and the importance of the matter. Without saying a word, he sent another healing spell over. Nangong Yu stepped forward excitedly to meet the green light. Ding! You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 100. Changge watched as the green light enveloped the young man again, tilted his head in thought. The injury from the excavation of the imperial bone should be quite severe. So let us cast a few more. Ding! You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 100. Ding! You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune, human race. Healing points 100. Changge panted heavily, sprawled on the rock like a deer pancake, having used up his healing points in a continuous 9-shot barrage. He no longer stared at the young man engulfed in green light. He had done his best. If it couldn't be healed today, he would come back after recovery. If it didn't work today, there was always tomorrow. If tomorrow didn't work, there was the day after tomorrow and the day after that. He would heal him across 3 lifetimes. Oops, Changge bit down on his front hoof. Oh no, he almost laughed out loud. Anyway, even if it wasn't for the healing points, he had to heal the young man for the sake of his life-saving grace. Let me see what to upgrade first. Healing points, 1,013 points. Rubbing his hooves, Changge looked at the panel with shining eyes. The talent and supernatural ability column still showed no response. But the cultivation column was lit, indicating that he could upgrade. However, the technique column was flickering, making him anxious. Let us give it a try? Changge focused his thoughts and clicked on the technique option, only to see the technique column remain still, and a system prompt appeared. Upgrading technique requires the cooperation and deduction of other techniques. Conditions insufficient, cannot upgrade. No wonder it was flickering. Then let us upgrade the cultivation. His thoughts fell on the cultivation column. Upgrade. Healing points 100. Changge immediately felt a power that seemed to arise from nothing, washing over his entire body from his antlers to his tail, then circulating within him. Hiss, is this what it feels like to have cultivation? Terrifying. Changge sighed, wanting to shout out loud. It was a lonely upgrade, and he had no strength to bind a chicken. Cultivation, Spirit Awareness Level 1. Healing points, 913 points. If there was a change, it wasn't without one, at least compared to before. He could feel the flow of spiritual energy in his surroundings and thus operate techniques for absorption, which was a significant improvement. Looking at the panel, he saw that the cultivation column was still lit, while the talent and supernatural ability column had lost its brilliance. Was the threshold for talent and supernatural abilities 1,000? That high? Lu Changge supported his forehead with his front hoof. Then he decided to pile all points into cultivation. Self-preservation was most important. He remembered the young man advising him not to go deeper. This was just the outermost part of the back mountain, and going further would encounter ferocious beasts with cultivation, or even demon races. Healing points 900. Cultivation, Spirit Awareness Level 4. Healing points, 13 points. Lu Changge went all in, reaching Spirit Awareness Level 4. And at the same time, his healing points were gone. This wouldn't do. He had to go again. Lu Changge's gaze turned to the young man still enveloped in green light for healing. Chapter 3, Spirit Awareness Level 9. Keep going. Continuous green light shot from Lu Changge's antlers. 1 shot, 2 shots ding. You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 100. Ding. You have healed a non-rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 100. At this moment, Nangong Yu felt that warm energy was coming from all directions, wrapping around him, as if he was floating in amniotic fluid, cleansing and healing everything inside him. Just a little more, he was so close to a complete recovery. Nangong Yu clenched his fists tightly, his long fingers turning slightly pale. Just then, another wave of warm energy rushed into his body, instantly repairing the hidden injuries. While a large amount of energy gathered and flowed within him, it entered his blood, circulating wildly, and after a while, it seemed to diminish slightly. Suddenly, bang. Nangong Yu's brain felt a loud explosion, and the blood in his body seemed to burst open, with black magic patterns emerging and spreading throughout his body, blood, bones, meridians, flesh. As time passed, the magic patterns emerged from within and appeared on his skin, finally slowly converging at his brow, forming a black mark resembling a lotus flower. Was this the awakening of his bloodline? Nangong Yu noticed his change and quickly stepped to the edge of the pond, looking down. He saw that the lotus mark on his forehead was exactly the same as the demon slaughter battle body recorded by his ancestors. In disbelief, Nangong Yu reached out his right hand to touch the mark on his forehead, again and again, confirming that it was real, not an illusion. The internal dark injuries had healed, and he had awakened the demon slaughter battle body that had not been awakened in his family for thousands of years. As the name suggests, the demon slaughter battle body fought like a madman. The heavier the injury, the stronger the recovery, becoming more powerful with each battle. Nangong Yu slapped himself hard. Ha ha ha, it's not a dream. It's real, it's real. I can take revenge now. I can avenge you. Father, mother, grandfather, second uncle. As Nangong Yu laughed, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Lu Changge watched joyfully as the healing points increased, not caring that his spiritual power was once again depleted. Suddenly, seeing the boy run to the pond's edge, laughing and crying while mumbling to himself, he listened closely and quickly understood. He looked at the boy by the pond with some heartache. Lu Changge slowly approached the boy, initially wanting to give him a comforting pat on the shoulder. But after glancing at the height difference, he silently lowered his hoof and gently bumped him with his head. Hey, let go of me, you little brat. Your snot is on my fur. Lu Changge struggled slightly, but seeing the boy hugging him too tightly in his emotional turmoil, he simply relaxed. It was then that he noticed the system prompt on the panel. Ding. You have healed with no rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 100. He quickly scanned through. There were a total of 31 records. The first 30 were no different from before, but the last one gave him a big surprise. Ding. You have healed with no rank, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 2,000. Wow, a critical hit. Lu Changge's eyes lit up at the 2,000 healing points. Critical hits were certainly non-existent. There was only one possibility, which was that the boy had completely healed. No wonder the boy was both crying and laughing. Spend. Only what is spent is truly yours. Lu Changge couldn't contain himself. Although the talent and divine ability column was lit up, it was temporarily sufficient. Raising his cultivation was urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe. As the healing points decreased, his cultivation began to skyrocket. Spirit Understanding Level 5. Spirit Understanding Level 6. Spirit Understanding Level 9. Healing points, 1513. Awesome. It seems that cultivation isn't as difficult as it seems. Lu Changge's eyes sparkled. At this moment, the cultivation and talent columns dimmed, seemingly unable to be spent anymore. He might as well save the healing points for now. Feeling a warmth on his cheeks, he said, Sorry, little white, I got too excited. And thank you. Nangong Yu solemnly bowed. No need to thank me. Hey. As soon as he spoke, Lu Changge immediately shut up. This damn habit. Nangong Yu sat down and turned to Lu Changge, whispering, Now that I have not only healed my injuries but also awakened the demon slaughter battle body, I can finally cultivate again. However, I cannot practice the family's techniques anymore. Lest the enemy senses that I am not dead yet, that would be troublesome. So, I still have to stay in this Jian sect, but I no longer have to feel as repressed as before. As he spoke, a fierce look crossed his eyes, looking at the spiritual energy circulating around Lu Changge. Nangong Yu reminded him, "You must be close to advancing to the Spirit Master realm. Within 20 kilometers of the back mountain, there should be no worries. But beyond 20 kilometers, there are plenty of Spirit Masters, Spirit Sect members, and even fierce beasts and demon beasts at the Spirit King level. Little White, it's better not to go. Beyond 500 kilometers, one would have left the range of the Qian sect's back mountain. That was the territory of the misty forest spanning 100,000 miles, which was perpetually shrouded in mist, filled with countless fierce beasts and demon beasts, extremely dangerous, serving as a natural barrier for the northern barbarians and eastern wilderness." Upon hearing this, Lu Changge nodded. Forgive him for his lack of experience. The little deer had no useful memories and learned all the information about this continent from the boy's narration. As the heir of a top family in the eastern wilderness and with previous cultivation in the spirit sect, his perspective was certainly not something a little roe deer born in a small back mountain could compare to. It was truly frustrating not being able to communicate. Seeing the little deer nod, Nangong Yu felt a slight relief in his heart. He initially wanted to keep Lu Changge by his side, as the continent was not lacking in contracted spirit beasts for spiritual cultivators. But thinking of his current awkward situation in the Qian sect, he had to give up. Forget it, the monthly exam is coming soon. This time, I will definitely enter the inner sect, and then I can bring Brother Deer along. Nangong Yu thought to himself. It wasn't that he wanted to contract Lu Changge. The forest was too dangerous, not to mention the fierce beasts and demon beasts that existed. If he encountered human spiritual cultivators, with Little White's silly and curious nature, he would definitely be captured, and then his life would be in danger. The debt of gratitude Little White owed him was far more than just healing his injuries. There are only 7 days until the monthly exam. I need to cultivate quickly. With this in mind, Nangong Yu said goodbye to Little White and began to cultivate using the beginner-level yellow-grade technique of the Qian sect. Lu Changge saw the boy enter a meditative state and used the little bit of spiritual power he had just recovered to cast a healing spell again. The boy's handsome sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly, but showed no further reaction. The system did not provide a prompt for healing points either, so Lu Changge, feeling bored, bent down, resting his chin on his forelegs, and fell into deep thought. Without injuries, there would be no healing points. He couldn't hope for the boy to get hurt every day. Could he? Glancing at the boy who was cultivating, Lu Changge shook his head. No, I'm not that kind of beast. Forget it, I want to think about it. Cultivate, become stronger. He activated his non-ranked Moonlight Cleansing Sutra, and a faint moonlight was drawn in, absorbed into his body. Chapter 4, Testing the Fist. The next day, the starry sky gradually thinned. Nangong Yu woke up from his cultivation. After a night of practice, although it was a yellow-grade technique, it had allowed him to directly rise to Spirit Understanding Level 5. Perhaps it was due to his previous deep accumulation, or because his body healed, his top-grade fire spiritual root restored, or because of the demon slaughter battle body. In the Spirit Martial continent, Spirit Understanding is just the starting point. There are still Spirit Masters, Spirit Sect members, and above them are Spirit Kings, Spirit Emperors, and Spirit Lords. Above them is the legendary Spirit Saint. Earlier, he had heard his father mention that the Eastern Wilderness Empire and the 3 great holy places of the Northern Barbarians all had Spirit Saints. He didn't know if it was true. Nangong Yu shook his head and stopped thinking deeply. He was only at the Spirit Understanding realm, far from enough. Hey, Lu Changge replied lazily, still lying there motionless. Nangong Yu shrugged helplessly and said, then I'm leaving. After speaking, he turned to head towards the Qian sect, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him. The left side of the back mountain is the forbidden area of the Qian sect, where the sect master resides. You absolutely mustn't go there. Seeing Lu Changge nod, he finally felt at ease and left. It wasn't until the sunlight illuminated the cold pond that Lu Changge slowly woke up. Today, he planned to go into the forest to see if there were any little cuties that needed healing. Shaking himself, he lightly stepped toward the depths of the back mountain. Now that he had reached Spirit Understanding Level 9, he no longer had to be as anxious as before. Regarding the forbidden area of the Qian sect that the boy mentioned, he was curious, but who was Lu Changge? He was known for being obedient. If he wasn't supposed to go, then he wouldn't go. Who knew what kind of cultivation level that sect master had? After running 20 kilometers, Lu Changge slowed down. Just as the boy said, there really wasn't much danger. All he encountered were non-ranked wild beasts. With his Spirit Understanding Level 9 cultivation, he was practically invincible. His perspective and vision had broadened, and he had become a bit arrogant. He didn't care about a few healing points. Just then, Lu Changge's right ear twitched, and he turned his head to look toward the front right. There was some movement. Without hesitation, he quickly approached. Wow, I'm really fated with the wild boar. Lu Changge smiled gently at the 4-meter-long wild boar rubbing against a tree. No, to be precise, it was a fierce beast. Cultivators in the spiritual realm often serve them up on a platter, feasting heartily. The second level of spirit awareness, 1 star of fortune, Changge muttered to herself. Then gracefully approached the ferocious beast, pig ergo, and lightly kicked the bewildered pig away. What, still injured? Let this auspicious beast save you. Healing spell. Ding. You have healed the second level of spirit awareness, 1 star of fortune, ferocious beast, healing points 2. Sigh. I shouldn't have had any expectations. Healing spell. Fortunately. Pig ergo wasn't that stubborn and knew that the roe deer in front of him was not to be messed with. Grunting a few times before turning and running away, Changge looked at the system panel, lost in thought. Why didn't the last 2 healing spells grant healing points? Is it because the one I injured doesn't count? No, that's not right. The first spell did grant healing points. I need to study this further. Changge continued to look for the next victim. Brother Nangong, over here. At this moment, a small figure in the back row quietly called out. Nangong Yu glanced at him and quickly walked over, just as he stood still. The steward above had already begun assigning tasks. Zhang Deming, clean the discipline hall. Li Qing, weed the herb garden. Nangong Yu, Wei Ming, you two go clean the merit hall. Wei Ming was the thin man beside him. The two entered the sect together. But due to various reasons, Nangong Yu was targeted by the outer sect disciples, and the other miscellaneous workers avoided him like the plague. Only Wei Ming continued as usual. Just as they were about to respond, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. Wait. The voice arrived before the person did. The newcomer, with an ordinary appearance and dressed in the blue robe representing the outer sect disciples, scanned the miscellaneous disciples in the courtyard, seemingly enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. After his gaze swept over the steward, it slightly retracted, and he coughed lightly, saying, Steward Joe, I'm here to select a sparring partner. No way. Nangong Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he said flatly. The killing intent in his eyes flashed, and quickly returned to calm, expressionless as he stepped forward. Steward Joe glanced at Nangong Yu and said, The miscellaneous workers here are far below your cultivation level. Sparring would not be of much use. Why not spar with each other? The outer sect disciple laughed and said lightly, Choosing a sparring partner is the right of us outer sect disciples. Besides, you know the reason why I'm looking for this person every time, Steward Joe. So are you sure you want to stop me? Steward Joe looked at the outer sect disciple, then at Nangong Yu, and sighed slightly, no longer speaking. The other miscellaneous workers exchanged glances and whispered. I heard Nangong Yu offended an inner sect disciple for some reason, so the outer sect disciples have been looking for him to spar every day? What sparring? It's just going to get beaten up. What realm are we miscellaneous disciples at? I heard it's because the senior sister praised his looks in front of everyone, which displeased Wang Jun. Shoo. The outer sect disciple glanced disdainfully at Nangong Yu and said lightly, Kid, come with me. After saying that, he turned and walked ahead. After a few dozen steps, he turned around, only to see that Nangong Yu had not moved, and he became furious. Kid, are you trying to spar here? Seeing Nangong Yu looking at him expressionlessly, he immediately became enraged. Then I'll fulfill your wish. He then pushed off with his right foot, charging over with a heavy punch aimed at Nangong Yu's handsome face. But when meeting Nangong Yu's cool gaze, his heart tightened. Nangong Yu released the outer sect disciple whose face was flushed red, turned to Steward Joe, and cupped his hands. Steward Joe, today I want to challenge an outer sect disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the miscellaneous disciples erupted in discussion. We miscellaneous disciples only have one chance a year. It's only March. Yeah, if it doesn't work out, we have to wait until next year. And the next half of the year won't be easy. I heard those who fail the challenge basically don't survive to the second year. Although succeeding means becoming an outer sect disciple, the risk is too great. Who says it isn't? Moreover, the lowest cultivation level of outer sect disciples is the 4th level of spirit awareness. Steward Joe ignored the murmurs of the miscellaneous workers. Looking at Nangong Yu with a complex expression, this young man seemed to be taking a gamble. Even if he didn't challenge, there would be outer sect disciples looking for him to spar regularly. It was better to take a chance, even if succeeding wouldn't change his situation much. It was still better than being tortured to death on this miscellaneous peak. Moreover, he didn't believe Nangong Yu could succeed. After all, in the spirit cultivation world, without strength, everything was in vain. Thus, Steward Joe spoke heavily. Have you really thought this through? Yes. Nangong Yu nodded firmly. Chapter 5. The first day, thinking of him. Steward Joe sighed slightly. Then come with me. After saying that, he looked at the outer sect disciple from before and said indifferently, Do you want to be his challenge target, or does he choose himself? Upon hearing this, the outer sect disciple felt somewhat embarrassed, snorted with a flushed face, as if he dares to choose me. A group of people marched towards the small arena of the martial arts stage. Brother Nangong, you're too impulsive. There's only one chance a year. Wei Ming, anxious, followed beside Nangong Yu and sighed heavily. Realizing that the matter was settled, and saying more would be futile. Knowing that so many people in the sect admire her. She still praised you in front of everyone. I think the senior sister is doing it on purpose. Shut up. Nangong Yu immediately reprimanded, shook his head at him, and continued forward in silence. Wei Ming quickly caught up. Before long, they arrived at the small arena, where the outer sect disciples had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the group of miscellaneous workers, the outer sect disciples scoffed, clearly dismissive. This bunch of useless trash thinks they can challenge us. I really don't know what they're thinking. What else can they think? Just to show off. I heard it's the miscellaneous worker that senior brotherly dislikes challenging. It's the one you spar with every day. Yeah. Chi brother, you might be the one challenged later. After all, you've sparred with him the most times, haha. As everyone arrived, the outer sect elder Jiang Sun spoke. Miscellaneous disciple Nangong Yu, do you have a target you want to challenge? If not, I'll randomly choose for you. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted among the outer sect disciples, especially those next to Qi Ling, who laughed uncontrollably. Haha. Chi brother, I guessed it was you. How about it? Have you developed feelings? Humph. I think this kid is looking for death. There's no saying in the challenge that you can't be ruthless. Let us see if I don't cripple him. Qi Ling's face stiffened, and he angrily walked up to the arena, looking at Nangong Yu as if he were looking at a dead person. Coldly, he said, Kid, come up and die. Nangong Yu's gaze remained as cold as winter, not speaking harsh threats, stepping up to the arena one step at a time, stopping 10 meters in front of Qi Ling. Outer sect elder Jiang Sun wasted no words and directly said, Begin. Kid, I see you don't know how to write the word death. Qi Ling said maliciously with a sneer. Nangong Yu's expression remained indifferent as he said, Oh? Just based on your flimsy 5th level of spirit awareness? Looking for death. Qi Ling charged up with a grimace, throwing a punch that came crashing down, the wind arriving before the punch. Nangong Yu slightly sidestepped to avoid it, quickly raising his leg, delivering a kick to Qi Ling's chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. Qi Ling held his chest, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staring in disbelief at Nangong Yu, the punching bag he had always targeted. Nangong Yu followed up with a quick step, his fists hammering down like a storm on Qi Ling's entire body, especially focusing on his face and head. I admit defeat. However, Nangong Yu didn't give him a chance to concede and gave him a full body massage for free before his eyes flashed with killing intent. His fingers coming together like a blade, swiftly cutting down Qi Ling's right arm. He then slowly stopped and stood to the side, waiting for Elder Jiang Sun to announce the result. The entire arena fell silent, only Qi Ling's scream reverberating throughout, creating an eerie atmosphere. After a long time, Elder Jiang Sun looked at Nangong Yu in surprise and announced, Nangong Yu has successfully challenged, and from now on, he will be an outer sect disciple. Later, he can go and collect his outer sect token, robe, and benefits. Thank you, Elder. Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had more time to cultivate. After being promoted to the outer sect, the sect only required him to take monthly exams and complete quarterly training tasks. The rest of the time could be arranged as he pleased. After Elder Jiang Sun finished speaking, he had already left, and everyone present was left with their mouths agape. The servant disciples were more excited and motivated. With a successful precedent, they felt more hopeful and inspired. If he could succeed, maybe they could too. Nangong Yu did not step down from the stage. Instead, he scanned the outer sect disciples who had challenged him with a cold gaze, saying in an icy tone, I've just become an outer sect disciple and am somewhat nervous. I hope you seniors can come forward and guide me. Seeing everyone looking at each other and no one stepping up, Nangong Yu feigned arrogance and casually said, Oh, if no one dares to come up, it's fine for all of you to come at once. This guy is too arrogant. Everyone, let's go together and beat him. Let's go together. Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly, and he did not dare to be careless. However, isn't the demon slaughter battle body meant to grow in battle and adversity? Lu Changge was hiding behind a tree embraced by 6 people, gasping for breath. This eagle had exceptional eyesight. It had only just seen him heal its nearly dead opponent and had chased him for most of the day. Lu Changge was sure that this eagle was at the Spirit Master realm or about to break through to it, because that nearly dead giant snake was at the peak of the Spirit Scholar realm. Ding! You healed a Spirit Scholar at the 9th level, 3-star fortune, fierce beast, healing points 40. For these 40 healing points, he had been chased for so long. He checked his panel, 79 healing points, the result of his efforts for most of the day. Healing points, 1592. Lu Changge felt like crying without tears. He finally understood how precious the boy's 9-star fortune was. He missed the boy on the first day he arrived. He summarized that overall, he was still too weak. If his cultivation were sufficient now, healing points would be easy to obtain. Thinking of this, Lu Changge could barely contain himself. He wondered if the boy had been injured today. Today, he fully understood that the lower the fortune, the fewer times one could obtain healing points after healing on the same day. For example, The one-star fortune wild boar he encountered today could only provide healing points once a day. Afterward, while it could still be healed, no healing points would be given. Lu Changge referred to this type of healing that could yield healing points as effective healing. While pondering, he arrived at the cold pool. And seeing that it was not yet fully dark, he found a secluded corner to rest. He did not know how long it had been. Is it dawn? Lu Changge used his front hooves to shield his eyes from the glaring light, then suddenly jolted awake. What dawn? That was my dazzling boy arriving. Chapter 6. Breaking through the Spirit Scholar Realm. Completely awake, Lu Changge walked lightly as if stepping on the moon and greeted the boy, whether injured or not. He would cast a healing spell first. A flash of green light appeared. Ding. You healed a spirit perception at the 6th level, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 600. Oh, so he was really injured? Little White, thank you. I'm late today, I'm sorry. It was Nangong Yu, who had just fought with the outer sect disciples for an entire afternoon. Although he had the vision and experience of the spirit sect realm, he was still only at the 5th level of spirit perception, and with so many outer sect disciples, it was inevitable that he had sustained heavy injuries. Before he finished speaking, a warm current flowed through his body, instantly sweeping away his fatigue, and his cultivation level rose again, reaching the 7th level of spirit perception. Nangong Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Father was right, the demon slaughter battle body truly deserves to be the #1 battle body in the continent. Staring blankly at the boy who was leveling up in front of him, Lu Changge was at a loss for words. He had reached the 6th level during healing, and now he was at the 7th level. Who was the one truly cheating? Looking at the 600 healing points he had just gained, both his cultivation and innate abilities lit up. Nice, this feels great. Staying by the boy's side, how quickly he could grow. After expressing his thoughts, Lu Changge decided to break through first. He felt extremely insecure with the strength of the spirit perception at the 9th level. Enhancement. Healing points 2000. Cultivation. Spirit Scholar at the 1st level. Healing points 198. A brilliant light instantly enveloped his entire body. His size changed, becoming larger and more elegantly shaped. About 2 meters long, his white fur began to shimmer with a faint spiritual light, resembling smooth and delicate satin. The antlers on his head gradually grew like coral. About 50 centimeters long, beautifully shaped with wavy patterns, graceful yet deadly. The originally short tail now extended to half a meter, hanging like a white tassel, looking quite stunning. Nangong Yu watched the changes in Lu Changge with undisguised shock in his eyes. Such a miraculous growth speed. Even as the heir of the Western King's mansion in Dongwang Town, he had never seen before. Little White, you broke through too quickly, right? Spirit beasts and demon clans, although once they grow up, they can easily overpower humans of the same realm. Their cultivation speed is notoriously slow on the spirit martial continent, often taking decades or even hundreds of years. Could it be that Little White had awakened some ancient bloodline or reverted to an ancestral trait? Nangong Yu pondered, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, quietly waiting for Lu Changge to finish his breakthrough. Moments later, Lu Changge completed his breakthrough and actually awakened another innate ability. Illusion, yellow level. A flash of insight crossed his mind. This ability could create multiple illusions of himself to confuse enemies, causing interference and attacks. Awesome. He finally had an attack type innate ability. He had heard the boy say that whether spirit beasts or demon clans, only those with royal bloodlines above could be born with innate abilities, and even having 1 or 2 would be considered astonishing talent, receiving focused training as a genius. To awaken another innate ability, one needed a blessed land and opportunities, which was extremely rare. Of course, on the spirit martial continent. Innate abilities were also graded from strong to weak, divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. He currently had 4, and although they were the weakest yellow level, they could be upgraded. When the time came, all his abilities would become heaven level. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Thinking of this, Lu Changge cast a slightly proud glance at the boy. Boy, you might level up very quickly, but I will always be 1 step ahead of you. Ha. Who? Wait. Little White, were you just talking? Nangong Yu's face changed in surprise. Then he looked at Lu Changge with joy. Lu Changge was still a bit confused. What was going on? At this moment, he realized that he actually possessed spiritual perception, and the thought he just had was inadvertently transmitted to the boy's mind. Telepathy? Lu Changge's expression was ecstatic. No matter if it was telepathy or not, he could finally communicate. These days, he had almost suffocated from the lack of communication. But what should he say? Boy, come with me? Lu Changge shook his head. That was too straightforward. The boy was his precious treasure for reaching the peak, and he couldn't make a bad first impression. Nangong Yu looked at Little White in confusion, wondering what was going on. One moment nodding, the next shaking his head. Little White, you were just speaking to me, right? Cough, cough, it's me. Also, I don't call myself Little White. My name is Lu Changge. You can call me Brother Lu. Lu Changge said with a thick face. It wasn't until Lu Change's clear voice echoed in his mind that Nangong Yu confirmed that Little White could indeed communicate with him. Nangong Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Ever since his uncles had risked their lives to rescue him from Dongwang, he had been wandering in the North East for 6 years, suffering greatly. He could trust no one. Only that day when he encountered the deformed fawn that had been expelled from its group. Both were alone and facing the possibility of life and death at any moment, with no place to belong in this vast continent. Therefore, he did not hesitate to save this little deer that was about to die in the tiger's mouth. Only in front of the little deer could he let his guard down, rambling about the past, and that little deer would only listen quietly. Now that they could communicate spiritually, how could this not surprise him immensely? Good Little White, have you awakened your bloodline? Not to mention the strong healing abilities. Your cultivation has improved so quickly, and you already have spiritual consciousness at the Spirit Master realm. This, Nangong Yu exclaimed. As for what the little deer said about calling him Big Brother, he claimed he didn't hear it. When he first encountered it, it had only been born for a few months. Although it was quite big now, it really was only a few months old. Lu Changge felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for the fact that you were his lifesaver, he would have kicked you. Feeling annoyed, he pretended to be confused and said, I don't know. Isn't cultivation supposed to increase automatically? Nangong Yu was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say, seeing the boy at a loss for words. Lu Changge felt quite pleased and asked, You haven't told me your name yet? My name is Nangong Yu. I'm 16 years old, and I'm currently an outer disciple of the Qian sect. Nangong Yu replied quite formally, with a serious expression. Lu Changge found it quite amusing and felt sympathy. He was still just a child, albeit a knowledgeable child with a troubled fate, not wanting to spoil the mood. He also adopted a serious tone and conveyed with spiritual awareness. My name is Lu Changge, the long song that echoes through the heavens, and I am currently a wandering cultivator. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Nangong Yu's handsome face, though a fleeting look of regret flashed in his eyes. By the way, you've reached the 7th level of spiritual awareness. How come you're injured today? Lu Changge asked out of curiosity, seeking to cover up his overly dramatic introduction. Nangong Yu did not hide anything and calmly recounted his experiences from today, then continued. It was thanks to Little White's healing abilities. Otherwise, even with my magic slaughter battle body, it would take me several days to recover. Lu Changge nodded thoughtfully and suddenly said, So, your magic slaughter battle body is a combat physique that grows stronger with each battle. As long as you don't die, the faster you recover, the stronger you become? Yes. The growth of the magic slaughter battle body is accompanied by endless bloodshed, cleansing away the superficial, allowing one to reach the dazzling peak, Nangong Yu said. His eyes filled with longing. In the spirit martial continent, who wouldn't want to become a world-shocking powerhouse, shining above the heavens? With family vendettas left unavenged and the peak yet to be reached, he still had a long way to go, but one day, he would surely shine like a thunderbolt across this continent. Got it. Don't worry, with me around, you can fight freely. As long as you don't die, you'll definitely be healed, Lu Changge said, looking at the boy's fiery eyes. This desire for strength undoubtedly made his own blood boil. His system combined with the boy's battle body was simply a perfect match, with the boy getting stronger without injuries and him healing and adding points. It would be hard not to grow strong. A win-win. Thinking of this, Lu Changge couldn't wait any longer. Could outer disciples not stay in the sect all day? Yes. Lu Changge stomped his front hoof down excitedly and said, Starting tomorrow, you will go with me to train on the back mountain. Fight, grow stronger. Great. Then tell me more about the spirit martial continent. Nangong Yu looked at Lu Changge, who had suddenly turned into a blank slate, and couldn't help but laugh as he began to explain. The spirit martial continent was vast beyond measure, spanning billions of miles. Even the holy level powerhouses, who had spent their lives exploring, had found results. According to historical records, there were once imperial level powerhouses even more dazzling than holy level ones who reached the edges of the continent, where the endless dark sea lay, vast and boundless. So intimidating that even imperial level powerhouses dared not approach. The eastern wilderness was ruled by an imperial power, and there was only one empire, but for nearly 1,000 years. The aristocratic families had fragmented it, and ancient hidden families had emerged, leaving the imperial rule with only a name. At this point, Nangong Yu's gaze turned deep, and he sighed before continuing. After the ancient imperial wars, the western region became the territory of the demon clan, ruled by 10 demon saints, filled with forests and mountains. Rumored to have abundant resources. The southern wilderness is more chaotic, with many swamps and deserts, a harsh environment, rich in resources but difficult to mine. Small nations and numerous tribes, fighting and warfare are a daily occurrence. What about our northern wilds now? Lu Changge hurriedly asked, feeling anxious in the current darkness. Nangong Yu smiled slightly and continued. The northern wilds we are in have many mountains, glaciers, and plateaus, with a plethora of sects, making it a blessed land for spiritual cultivation. Above are the 3 great holy sects shining brightly, uninterested in worldly affairs, while the 8 major upper sects shine brilliantly in the middle, managing this vast northern wilds. There are countless second-rate and third-rate sects, making it a flourishing era for spiritual cultivation. What level is the Chi-Yin sect you are currently in? Lu Changge suddenly asked. He swore he was just purely curious and meant no other harm. Nangong Yu paused, his handsome face blushing slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, the Chi-Yin sect. Well, it has not been established for 100 years and is still developing. After saying that, his expression became serious. My enemies are still lurking in the shadows, and I don't know who they are. Larger sects are not necessarily ideal places for cultivation. Before I have the strength to protect myself, I can only cultivate in secret. And when I have the ability to defend myself, I will definitely investigate clearly. At this point, the boy's eyes were filled with a fierce, killing intent. Lu Changge raised his front hoof and patted Nangong Yu's arm, saying boldly, "Don't worry, Big Brother will accompany you for revenge. When the time comes, we'll annihilate his entire clan, dig up his ancestors' graves, and scatter his ashes." Great. The boy's dark eyes warmed, and he chuckled softly. In the morning, the rising glow of dawn fell on the person and deer by the cold pond in the back mountain, shrouded in morning mist, resembling a fairyland. Meh. A deer call shattered the tranquility. Little South, don't sleep anymore. Get up to fight and grow stronger. Little White, my surname is Nangong, not Nan. Nangong Yu reluctantly opened his eyes and corrected him. Little White really had no common sense. It seemed he had to teach him slowly. Okay, Little South, got it. Little South, hurry up. If you dawdle, it'll be dark soon. Lu Changge urged. Nangong Yu glanced at the sun that had yet to fully rise, shook his head, and followed after Lu Changge. The speed of the person and deer was quite fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered 20 kilometers, entering the relatively dangerous inner forest. The magic slaughter battle body needed battle, not a death wish, so their target was only the spirit master realm. It wasn't too hard to find. In no time, they found some movement, an immature diamond ape, standing a height of 10 feet, with a body of bronze skin and iron bones. Although it had yet to break through to the spirit master realm, its movements were already fierce and intimidating, and it also had decent fortune. Lu Changge nodded in satisfaction and cheerfully said, Little South, go for it. That's a battle race diamond ape, and it's about to break through to the spirit master realm. Are you sure? Nangong Yu pointed at the diamond ape, which was twice his size, then pointed at himself. Hesitating, Lu Changge kicked Nangong Yu out with a hoof, encouraging him. You need to have the belief of being invincible at the same level. Go for it. As expected of a battle race, the diamond ape immediately turned around upon hearing the noise, its eyes bursting with intimidating brilliance. And it swiped a paw at the charging Nangong Yu with a whistling momentum. Before Nangong Yu could get close, he saw that massive paw coming at him like a dustpan, the wind from the swipe cutting his face with pain. He couldn't resist, so he forcefully stopped his movement, took a big step to the left, and threw a punch at the ape's leg with all his might. Roar! The diamond ape howled in pain as its left arm swept over like lightning. Nangong Yu hurriedly raised his foot to collide with it, using the force to roll in the air for several circles before landing, his right leg trembling incessantly. What immense strength! The diamond ape, as a battle race, was indeed formidable. Its combat experience was comparable to that of humans, and it did not give Nangong Yu a chance to catch his breath. With a heavy stomp, it leaped into the air, its arm coming down like an iron whip. Although Nangong Yu reacted quickly, his legs were not powerful enough, and he was a beat slow, crossing his arms to forcibly take the hit. A crackling sound echoed through the forest as Nangong Yu was sent flying, crashing into a massive tree before falling to the ground, coughing up blood, clearly injured. At that moment, a green light pierced into his body. Ding! You have healed to the 7th level of spirit recognition, 9-star luck, human race, healing points 650. Lu Changge hid behind a tree and smiled subtly, concealing his strength and fame. Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His injuries healed instantly under Lu Changge's powerful healing abilities. With no more worries, it was time to fight. A fierce battle intent erupted from Nangong Yu, and the true essence of the demon slaughter battle body was fully revealed as he charged towards the diamond ape, clashing fists and feet, fully entering berserker mode, exchanging injury for injury. The diamond ape, known for its physical strength, was not intimidated by this fighting style. Nangong Yu's punches merely caused it pain, provoking a more furious counterattack from the diamond ape, filling the scene with the sound of thunderous punches and swirling dust. Ding! You have healed to the 7th level of spirit recognition, 9-star luck, human race, healing points 658. Chapter 8, Diamond Ape. If it weren't for Lu Changge occasionally providing healing to Nangong Yu, he would have long since been turned into a meat patty under the diamond ape's iron fists. Nangong Yu shifted from exchanging injuries to now dodging its attacks, still as a virgin, moving like a startled rabbit, agilely navigating around the diamond ape, delivering powerful strikes whenever the opportunity arose. The battle between the man and the ape lasted for several hours. Nangong Yu's 7th-level spirit recognition cultivation had stabilized, gaining the upper hand with Lu Changge's healing support, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. This won't do. I need to increase the intensity. Lu Changge tapped his chin with his forehoofs, thinking maliciously. With that, a green light shot towards the diamond ape, which, exhausted and battered, instantly felt as if bathed in divine light. The threshold to the Spirit Master realm that was just within reach shattered, and it broke through to the Spirit Master realm. Its terrifying blood energy surged, and its hands, like fans, pounded its chest, producing a thunderous roar. Ding! You have healed to the 9th level of spirit recognition. 5-star luck, ancient fierce beast, healing points 60. Nangong Yu reacted quickly, retreating far away, then turning to look in Lu Changge's direction. Was the healing spell misfired? What to do now? It will be even harder to fight. Lu Changge felt a bit awkward as well. His intention was to help the diamond ape recover its injuries and stamina, but who knew it would directly break through instead? This is quite embarrassing. The young diamond ape had an intellect comparable to that of a 5-year-old child, and at this moment, it did not rush to attack, but instead focused its attention on Lu Changge. It noticed that during the previous battle, green light would occasionally enter the human's body from this direction, and each time the green light entered, the human would become invigorated. Now, it felt that this green light had such powerful healing abilities that allowed it to recover its strength and promote its advancement. Seeing that it had been exposed, Lu Changge no longer hid. He stepped out gracefully, with each step revealing moonlight beneath his feet. His pure white fur shone with brilliance, and his antlers, resembling coral, seemed to have starlight cascading down, truly extraordinary. The diamond ape widened its mouth, forgetting to pound its chest, staring blankly at the appearing divine deer. It had no memory of such an ancient variant in its heritage. Seeing the diamond ape's reaction, Lu Changge felt ecstatic. He gave himself full marks for this entrance. Just as he was secretly pleased, the diamond ape let out a thunderous roar, not as if to intimidate, but more like a summons. Not good. We need to leave. Lu Changge's expression changed, and he exerted all his strength to step forward to Nangong Yu's side, lifting his antlers and turning to flee. Before they had run 1,000 meters, they saw the sky above the forest crack open like a nebula, and a giant hand covered in hair, like a steel needle, reached out from the gap, blocking out the sun as it slowly reached for Lu Changge and Nangong Yu. Though it appeared slow, it was incredibly fast, creating a sense of contradiction. In the blink of an eye, the forest returned to its former tranquility, except for the two who had vanished. After a bout of dizziness, the deer and the man slowly regained consciousness. They looked around in horror at their surroundings, finding themselves enveloped in a sea of clouds, with the crowns of ancient trees breaking through the mist below, revealing that they were on a mountainside. The stone platform here was quite large, roughly 1,000 meters in diameter, with a massive cave deep within it. The man and deer were at the edge of the platform, with mist swirling below. And further away, the fog obscured their vision. Only the sounds of beasts howling and birds singing could be heard, creating a surreal scene. Just then, the world fell silent, followed by a tremor of the earth, as if a giant was walking through the heavens and earth, each step causing the trees to shake and rocks to tumble. As the sound of a mountain flood approached, a terrifying aura emanated from afar, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, and it turned out to be a fierce ape. Its size towering like a mountain peak, with howling winds and swirling fog accompanying its movements, truly fearsome. Little White, it's coming toward us, Nangong Yu said, staring at the intimidating beast in front of him, his voice trembling. Lu Changge was already stunned by the overwhelming ferocity of the giant ape. He had long known that this continent was magnificent and extraordinary, that cultivators could move mountains and fill seas, but hearing about it and witnessing it were two different matters. What the hell is this? Just watch the changes, little Nangong. Lu Changge remained calm, adopting a Buddhist mindset. In the face of such a creature, there was no need to overthink it. If they could live, they would, and if not, then they would die. There was nothing more to say. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant ape approached, its nostrils flared, blowing winds like a storm, causing turbulent air currents. The man and deer pulled back slightly toward the stone platform, then steadied themselves. They could feel that the giant ape was indeed coming for them. Sure enough, after approaching the stone platform, the giant ape first scrutinized Nangong Yu before turning its gaze toward Lu Changge. Bang, bang, bang. The hearts of the man and deer raced violently, their muscles tensing involuntarily, their hair standing on end. It was easy for Lu Changge to say, but standing opposite, he realized the kind of fierce creature he was facing. Is this the terrifying might of an ancient fierce beast? Nangong Yu murmured to himself. Suddenly, the giant ape's form rapidly shrank and appeared before the man and deer. Even after shrinking hundreds of times, it still stood 10 zhang tall. Was it a change in size, or the true form of the laws of heaven and earth? Just as they anxiously stared at the giant ape, a small diamond ape leaped out from behind the giant ape, pointing at the man and deer and saying something to the giant ape. It can't be reporting us, right? Lu Changge's expression changed, muttering in Nangong Yu's mind. Nangong Yu cast a glance at Lu Changge, looking completely dejected, and sat down cross-legged, exhausted, ready for destruction. Whatever happened, happened. Little Nangong, you should struggle a bit. Maybe the giant ape will notice your talent and want you to take care of this little diamond ape. Before Lu Changge could finish speaking, he saw the giant ape staring directly at him, causing him to jump in shock, his tail almost standing up. This is truly a miraculous mutation. Little deer, use your green light. The giant ape surprisingly spoke human language, its voice like thunder, causing Lu Changge's ears to ring. Recovering from his shock at the giant ape's ability to speak, Lu Changge realized from its words that it was interested in his healing skills. Healing skills were only at the yellow level now. If the giant ape looked down on them, wouldn't that mean certain death? Lu Changge pondered inwardly. No. Since there was a chance to survive, he couldn't let it slip away. He had to increase his bargaining chips. After healing Nangong Yu in the morning, his total healing points had reached 3310. Upgrading the healing skill was completely sufficient. Healing skill upgrade. Healing points 2000. Healing skill, mysterious level. After the upgrade was completed, Lu Changge's antlers became even more translucent, as if spiritual energy was surging forth, appearing even more extraordinary. Feeling a healing technique that was dozens of times stronger than the yellow-level healing spell, it was not just a slight enhancement. If I were to treat Nangong Yu's hidden injuries at this moment, I believe a few casts would be enough for him to recover completely. A little stronger is still a gain. Lu Changge waved his deer antlers, releasing a beam of emerald light that fell onto the giant ape. Still fearing it wasn't enough, he cast 3 more. Then he retreated to Nangong Yu's side, closely watching the giant ape who was experiencing the effects with closed eyes. Chapter 9. Ancient Beasts. Ding. You have healed a rank 9, 6-star luck, Ancient Beast, healing points 4000. Ding. You have healed a rank 9, 6-star luck, Ancient Beast, healing points 4500. Lu Changge was stunned by the panel notifications, his mouth agape, unsure how to react. There was the joy of receiving a massive amount of healing points, as well as the shock from the giant ape's formidable cultivation. 2 thoughts continuously flashed through his mind. 8,500 healing points. Rank 9. 8,500 healing points. Rank 9. This was 8,500 healing points, more than he gained from healing the young man, who had a 9-star luck. That was a rank 9 beast, and if it advanced further, it would become a saint-level powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the spirit martial continent. One can imagine how shocked Lu Changge was at this moment. At this moment, the giant ape suddenly opened its large eyes, its lantern-like pupils shooting out 2-meter beams of crimson light, terrifying. Then, it glared at Lu Changge with a piercing gaze and said, "My son was born prematurely and is innately deficient. Your talent and abilities will greatly aid him." Just as Lu Changge was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the giant ape continue, "From now on, you shall stay here to cultivate. And just treat my son daily. Whatever resources you need, feel free to tell me." Lu Changge wanted to shout to the heavens. His life was saved. But what he needed was healing points. After casting 3 spells on the giant ape, only the first 2 yielded healing points, meaning the third was wasted, indicating the giant ape was only slightly injured and had already healed with just 2 casts. As an ancient beast on the verge of breaking through to saint level, there probably weren't many beings capable of injuring it. Otherwise, staying by the giant ape's side wouldn't be bad. Oh, Nangong, you could stay here too. Wouldn't that be perfect? A training partner, and his cultivation would rise steadily? Thoughts flowed through his mind. In the outside world, only a moment had passed. Lu Changge glanced at Nangong Yu and communicated with the giant ape mentally. "Thank you, senior. It is my duty to treat your son. As for the resources, please just provide some that can be used by humans." After pointing to Nangong Yu, he continued, "I hope you allow him to stay here as well, so he can serve as your son's training partner." Lu Changge understood that as a rank 9 ancient beast, it wouldn't be hard for the giant ape to find spirit beasts or monsters with healing abilities. Since the little golden ape hadn't healed yet, it could only mean that ordinary healing techniques were useless to it. This was the confidence behind his request. After all, a mere human child likely wouldn't be a burden to the giant ape. "Sure. What resources do you need? I will have my son take you." The giant ape finished speaking and patted the little golden ape's head, instructed a few things, and its figure vanished like a bubble. Lu Changge let out a heavy sigh of relief and glanced at the panel. He had made a fortune. Healing points, 9,810, close to 10,000 healing points. How should he spend them? What a delightful dilemma. Seeing the giant ape disappear, Nangong Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Xiao Bai, what did you just say to the giant ape? What resources? Hey, follow me. Before Lu Changge could respond, a childlike voice echoed in their minds. A deer and a human turned to see the little golden ape blinking its eyes and waving its hand. Nangong Yu suddenly remembered that during the previous battle, the little golden ape had already broken through to the spirit master realm. Once it broke through, it possessed spiritual awareness. It was indeed an ancient beast, a unique being of heaven and earth. Right, and Xiao Bai, able to rival ancient beasts, the potential of its mutation was truly terrifying. The human and deer exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and followed the little golden ape towards the massive cave. As they got closer, Lu Changge's heart was filled with astonishment. This was no natural cave. It was clearly dug out by someone's hands, with distinct finger imprints. No, it wasn't human hands. It was that giant ape. The human and deer exchanged glances, suppressing their shock, and hurried after the little golden ape, both curious about what was inside. The mountain was shrouded in mist, and they had no idea how vast it truly was. Only after delving nearly 1,000 meters in did they see a broad space, presumably where the giant ape rested daily. Just as they speculated about the grandeur of the mountain, the little golden ape called out again. Upon focusing their gaze, they saw it standing between two small mounds, hands on its hips, looking proud. My mother said, you can take whatever you want. As soon as the little golden ape finished speaking, two figures, one blue and one white, appeared next to it at lightning speed, with exclamations and deer calls ringing in their ears. Snow jade bone ginseng, fire spirit leaf, and snake scale fruit. Xiao Nanzi, come look over here. There are so many weapons and armor. The human and deer stood before the two mounds, their eyes shining with astonishment. These are just trivial items. The real treasures are with my mother. The little golden ape boasted proudly, clearly very satisfied with their reactions. Little golden ape, can we use all of this freely? Nangong Yu asked in disbelief, although he used to have everything delivered to him directly as the heir of the king of the West. Seeing it all firsthand still left him unable to remain calm. It was too spectacular, too shocking. Lu Changge also looked at the little golden ape uncertainly. Though he didn't recognize these items and wasn't sure if they would be useful to him, they looked very appealing and he wanted to collect them. The only regret was that there were no spirit stones. He had heard Xiao Nanzi mention that outside, spirit stones were needed. The little golden ape pouted, a look of disdain on its face. If you want to use them, just go ahead. My mother agreed, but just to be clear, my mother said, the little deer must treat me, and the little human must fight with me. Nangong Yu's mouth twitched. He felt a heavy responsibility. He needed to take this opportunity to teach some common sense. What does it mean to be a little human? And Xiao Bai also needed to know that it was surnamed Nangong, not just Nan. With that, the two mounds lost their allure to him. After all, as long as he had enough healing points, he could perform a miraculous transformation, believe it or not. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the young man still in the pile of spiritual herbs and decided to hold back. It wouldn't hurt to wait a moment. His own needs didn't mean the young man didn't have any. He still had a great vendetta to settle. Then you all hurry up and pick. And after that, go fight. The little golden ape nodded in satisfaction, found a comfortable spot, and fell asleep, clearly exhausted from the day. At that moment, a delighted voice from Nangong Yu rang out. Xiao Bai, look what I found. Chapter 10, Bloodline Enhancement. Nangong Yu dashed over, excitedly holding a herb. Look, it's golden essence grass. After saying this, seeing Lu Changge's confused expression, Nangong Yu immediately realized that Xiao Bai didn't know what golden essence grass was. So he promptly explained, golden essence grass is a precious herb that grows deep in the misty forest, and its purpose is to purify bloodlines. Then he added with a hint of regret, unfortunately, I can't refine pills. Otherwise, if I could make a golden essence pill, its effects would be maximized. But it's okay, just eating it directly is also fine. Here, eat it quickly. Nangong Yu sighed, and then became excited again, holding the golden essence grass to Lu Changge's mouth. Lu Changge looked at the eager young man in front of him and said softly, didn't you just awaken your bloodline battle body? Why don't you eat it yourself? You need it more than I do, right? Once the demon slaughter battle body of our Nangong family awakens, as long as we keep fighting, the bloodline power can also be developed, just a bit slower. Nangong Yu chuckled awkwardly, and then said seriously, but you are different. You are considered to be a mutation, a good kind of ancestral variation. At this time, if you further refine your bloodline, the effect will definitely be better. Moreover, spirit beasts grow much slower than humans. Didn't you say you wanted to help me take revenge and reach the peak of this continent together? What will happen if I leave you behind? At this point, the boy smiled slightly and brought the golden essence grass closer to Lu Changge's mouth. After a long time of understanding, Lu Changge figured that there probably aren't any silly deer species on this continent. So refining bloodlines? Ancestral return? Return to what? A giraffe? Oh, it seems that thing doesn't even exist. He took a deep look at the boy in front of him, sighed, and opened his mouth to swallow the golden essence grass. Cough, cough. The golden essence grass melted in his mouth, and Lu Changge's eyes widened in anger, almost thinking he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. His entire body felt as if it were about to be melted, and an astonishing burst of blood energy erupted from within, creating a whirlwind in the cave, which was instantly suppressed by a peaceful aura. The commotion was quite large, waking the sleeping little golden bear, who turned to look at Lu Changge. A hint of understanding flashing in its eyes. It no longer slept and watched with great interest. Lu Changge's body directly grew to 3 meters, and 2 bulges appeared behind the antlers on his head. Around him, clusters of pure white clouds gathered, slowly lifting his deer body. Strands of white light radiated from the antlers, surrounding him with a halo of white mixed with gold, illuminating every corner of the cave. Nangong Yu felt that. At this moment, the unease in his heart about being stranded in the north was expelled, and all his worries vanished. As if he were lying in his mother's arms, Lu Changge seemed to have arrived at a mysterious and ancient land, where clouds and mist swirled, and an aura of immortality permeated the air. There were continuous emerald green mountains, and streams gurgled between them. There were boundless lakes with waters as green as jade. There was an unpredictable sea of clouds, sometimes turbulent, sometimes dancing like a light veil. This place resembled a paradise that all living beings longed for, where troubles and sorrows vanished at this moment, and time seemed to stand still. Lu Changge opened his eyes, his pupils still faintly reflecting the remnants of that sacred land. He stepped on the clouds, walking down from the air as if walking on flat ground, coming next to the stunned Nangong Yu. He placed his forelegs on the boy's shoulder and transmitted a voice. Little Nanzi, did you see that? I can fly now, ha ha ha. Nangong Yu's body stiffened, and he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the praise he was about to say, feeling somewhat defeated. Yes, I saw it. After saying that, he continued to dive into the materials, searching. The little golden bear cast a disinterested glance at Lu Changge, thinking it was all flashy and couldn't fight. So it turned around and went back to sleep. Hey, what are you all reacting like this for? Lu Changge rolled his eyes and ignored the two, using his spiritual sense to check. He initially thought that having a system would be of no use to him, but unexpectedly, it led to such a change. He was becoming more and more like a divine beast. Awesome. Name, Lu Changge. Race, Spirit Deer. Cultivation, Spirit Master Level 3. Talent abilities, Heavenly Eye Spirit Vision, Yellow level. Healing Technique, Mystic level. Cloud and Moon Step, Yellow level. Illusion, Yellow level. Auspicious Light Halo, Yellow level. Skill, Moonlight Cleansing Sutra, not ranked. Healing points, 0. After reading the panel, Lu Changge sucked in a breath of cold air. Where are my 9,800 healing points? System, come out. Did you swallow them? Lu Changge felt like crying without tears. He had planned to improve his cultivation further and also had several talent abilities to devour the golden beast. Now it's all gone. Fortunately, after the bloodline enhancement, his cultivation also increased by 2 levels, which seems to be the effect of the bloodline upgrade. Moreover, he felt that his several talent abilities had undergone some changes, and he even gained an additional talent ability. It's just a pity that it wasn't the attacking ability he wanted. The Heavenly Eye Spirit Vision, besides being able to see fortune, had increased his mental communication ability, which seemed somewhat useless for him, who already had spiritual awareness. He could only wait to see if there would be any other changes after the talent abilities upgraded later. He didn't feel any changes with the healing technique. The Cloud and Moon Step, as the name suggests, had undergone a significant transformation, just like before. He could step on clouds in the air without being affected by gravity, walking in the void, with clouds enveloping him and moonlight trailing behind, greatly enhancing his speed and agility. Of course, if he didn't want to be so eye-catching, he could control both the clouds and moonlight. This was Lu Changge's favorite ability. After all, being handsome was a lifelong matter. In the future, the sky would also be his domain. The illusion ability had strengthened the capacity for creating phantoms, and it seemed to allow for more quantity and greater aggressiveness, but he had never used it before. He needed to find time to try it out. Lu Changge glanced at Nangong Yu and the little golden bear, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The latter suddenly rubbed its arms, muttering a few words before falling back into a deep sleep. Finally, there was the newly awakened talent, Cloud Light Halo. From the feeling, it seemed to play a role in dispelling cold and calming people's hearts, and it also provided light. Bah, this talent ability still needed to be tested and developed later. It would be great if there were a manual or something. Lu Changge sighed, looking at Nangong Yu, who was busy with materials. He tilted his head and thought that he didn't know him well, so it was better not to go over and cause trouble. Listening to the little golden bear's snores, Lu Changge felt his eyelids growing heavier and, without any difficulty, lay down and fell asleep. Nangong Yu picked 2 space rings from the pile of equipment and packed all the materials that he and Changge could use. Later, he came to the nearby pile of equipment. Although there were many, upon closer inspection, most were damaged, and there weren't many usable ones left. Hey, there's actually a technique? Nangong Yu quickly pulled out a technique that was only partially exposed, his eyes shining. He was in desperate need of techniques. He couldn't dare to practice the family techniques. And in combat, he could only use some basic martial arts, which made it impossible for him to fully unleash his combat power. Spirit-devouring moon technique. Is this a Monster Clan technique? Nangong Yu's face showed disappointment, but he soon became happy again. He wondered if Xiaobai could use it. Xiaobai was a mutated spirit beast and probably didn't have inherited memories, so it definitely didn't have any cultivation techniques now. Chapter 11. Techniques. Upon waking up, Changge felt completely refreshed, a long-lost sense of ease and comfort. Little Nancy, have you picked out what you need? He turned to Nangong Yu, who was sitting nearby practicing and directly used his mental communication ability. Nangong Yu slowly stopped practicing and looked at Changge with surprise. This didn't seem like the ability of spiritual transmission, but after the bloodline enhancement, it was only normal to have some new abilities. Therefore, he didn't ask further and picked up the 2 techniques he had on hand, sitting down next to Changge. He flipped through and said, Xiaobai, these are the 2 Monster Clan techniques I just found. See if you can cultivate them. I think this one, Spirit-devouring moon technique, might be more suitable for you. Techniques? Monster Clan techniques? Let me take a look. A hint of surprise flashed in Changge's eyes as he hurriedly leaned over. Nangong Yu smiled lightly and said helplessly, why are you in such a hurry? Can you read? I'll read it for you first. You now have spiritual awareness. So reading is very simple. Alright. Changge looked at the characters on the technique. They looked like Oracle Bone script, and he really wasn't very good at it. He then heard Nangong Yu's deep and resonant voice slowly begin. As the moonlight rises, the shadows of monsters emerge, the spiritual veins surge. The power to devour the moon, the night falls, and the monster spirits awaken. As Nangong Yu elaborated on the cultivation method, Changge noticed that his panel's cultivation method section also displayed Yaoling Shi Yuju, Xian grade upper tier. He had no concept of Xian grade cultivation methods. But with his strength as a network fighting sage, it wasn't hard to guess that it couldn't be that good. He had thought, just from the name, that it was an impressive technique. Little Nancy, I can recognize the words of this technique. What about the Baibo Chao Shiju? Changge pointed to another book. Nangong Yu clearly understood his words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized the 5 characters of Baibo Chao Shiju, which had obviously appeared in the previous technique. He patiently read, Baibo Chao Shiju again. Cultivation methods. Yu Hua Shi Sui Jing, not graded. Yao Ling Shi Yuju, Xian grade upper tier. Baibo Chao Shiju, D grade lower tier. Little Nancy, cultivation methods should be graded, right? Changge asked, not understanding. Nangong Yu immediately transformed into an educational textbook and said, on the Lingwu continent, cultivation methods are divided into 5 grades from low to high. Huang grade, Xian grade, D grade, Tian grade, and each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Techniques are similarly classified by their power. Take the sects of Bei, for example. Second and third-rate sects usually have at least a D grade lower tier technique as their core. If a fortunate sect has a D grade middle tier technique, it can attract many spirit cultivators to join. I heard that the 8 major sects all have Tian grade techniques, but whether they are lower or middle tier is unknown. Tian grade upper tier techniques are also known as emperor grade techniques, rumored to allow direct cultivation to the saint realm and beyond. As for the 3 great sacred places, what techniques do they practice? Why not say? Changge was intrigued, and seeing Nangong Yu stop, he urged with curiosity. Nangong Yu paused. Uncertainly said, I heard my grandfather mention that the 3 great sacred places of Bei practice emperor techniques, but they seem to be incomplete. Though I don't know if that's true or not. However, even if they are incomplete emperor techniques, they are far superior to Tian grade middle tier techniques. So it's completely reasonable to classify Tian grade upper tier techniques separately. Changge nodded in partial understanding. And if that was the case, these 2 techniques were acceptable? Nangong Yu was taken aback by his accidental outburst and said unkindly, well, of course, they are acceptable. You should know that the core technique of the Qiyin sect is also just Xian grade upper tier, and they hide it like it's something special. At this point, Nangong Yu felt a bit speechless, more for the Qiyin sect than for Changge. The fact that Xian grade upper tier and D grade lower tier techniques were considered acceptable in his mouth showed how grand his heart was. What cultivation methods did you find? Tell me about them. Changge asked curiously. It was partly curiosity and partly to see if the system could deduce human cultivation methods. Nangong Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled, shaking the cultivation methods he had picked in front of Changge, happily saying, here there are more human cultivation methods. I picked one fire attribute D grade lower tier technique and one D grade lower tier technique. On the Lingwu continent, every cultivation method contains its battle techniques. Even Huang grade techniques have their own moves, and most cultivation methods have attribute distinctions. A cultivation method is not suitable for everyone. For example, I have an excellent fire spirit root, and if I were to learn a technique of a different attribute, I might not succeed at best, or at worst, ruin my spirit root. But techniques are different. Anyone can practice them, depending on their comprehension. And this book, Qi Yin Piyun Chang, is a technique. Seeing Lu Changge's neck stretch long, he helplessly said, I'll read it all to you. Just consider it as you learn to read. By the way, this technique and the spear technique are from the same person, a once very famous loose cultivator in Bai, possessing supreme level cultivation. He was truly unparalleled, but then mysteriously disappeared. Seemingly taken by a giant ape. Nangong Yu shook his head, saying no more, then read through Qi Yin Fun Shi Gong and Qi Yin Piyun Chang, seemingly gaining insight and closing his eyes to enter a state of comprehension. Lu Changge, is this the world of geniuses? At this moment, he could only take a deep breath and shout, this kid is terrifying. Lu Changge quietly moved further away, afraid of disturbing the young man's cultivation. So what if he was dull-witted? I have a system, right system? Looking at the 3 cultivation methods in the panel, Lu Changge fell into contemplation. The human cultivation methods couldn't be recorded, and he had no idea how to deduce the demon clan's methods. Was it fusion, or? First, accumulate some healing points. Then attempt. With this idea, Lu Changge couldn't hold back anymore. Since Nangong Yu was still in comprehension, there was still a little gold nugget. Healing techniques flowed towards the sleeping little gold nugget as if they were free. Ding. You treated a spirit master of the first level, 6-star fortune, ancient fierce beast. Healing points 70. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, until no healing points were generated. 6-star fortune could only refresh 20 times a day. Healing points, 1,400. The little gold nugget's fortune actually rose to 6 stars? Wasn't fortune supposed to be constant? Lu Changge pondered. It seems that despite the little Nanzi's family being destroyed, wandering in Bai, and even having his imperial bone dug out, his fortune hadn't diminished. It was merely covered in dust. How powerful must his fortune be? Forget it. No need to think about it. Let's try deducing the cultivation method. Lu Changge confirmed the deduction in the cultivation method panel, and in an instant, it felt as if he was pulled into the heavens, with a round silver moon slowly enlarging in his eyes, a vast amount of moonlight pouring out, entering his body with his breath. In the blink of an eye, a surging tide of power rushed towards the earth, vast and boundless, like a tsunami. However, just then, the deduction abruptly stopped. There weren't enough healing points. Healing points, 0. Cultivation method, deducing. Lu Changge couldn't help but laugh and cry. It could be done like this? There was no other way. It seemed he could only wait for little Nanzi and the little gold nugget to wake up. Chapter 12, Battle. The next day, sunlight poured down like thousands of golden rays, casting a hazy mist that was quite beautiful. However, Lu Changge had no time to appreciate this lovely scene. Little Nanzi, is your spear coming out too slowly? Little gold nugget, use some strength. Don't worry about little Nanzi getting hurt with my divine level healing. As long as he doesn't die, hit him hard. Little Nanzi, go head to head. Early in the morning, on the large stone platform halfway up the mountain, only Lu Changge's shouting and the booming sounds of clashes echoed. Lu Changge stood in the air, stepping on pure white clouds, a scene of auspicious beasts. Yet it was completely ruined by his occasional gestures. In the arena, Nangong Yu wielded a long spear, moving both hands, forcing the little gold nugget back. He leaped like a rabbit, the spear tip piercing through the air toward the thigh. But unfortunately, the little gold nugget was experienced. He saw through it at a glance. Leaping up with force, and then, like 1,000 pounds pressing down, he stomped down fiercely. The sound of the spear dancing buzzed in the air, and the little gold nugget's ears twitched, his eyes shining like blades, striking out like lightning, accurately grabbing the spear shaft, yanking it towards him with brute force. His right fist arriving like thunder, unstoppable. Nangong Yu completely did not expect the little gold nugget to suddenly grab the spear. With a pull, he staggered. And seeing the giant fist coming, he had to brace himself. A cracking sound echoed, and he was sent flying several dozen meters, while the little gold nugget excitedly pounded his chest. Well done, little gold nugget, you get a point. Lu Changge's voice rang out in real time. Suddenly, a figure shot out like thunder from the dust, the right leg straightened, sweeping across the air. This strike was as fast as lightning. The little gold nugget, caught up in excitement, reacted too slowly and was swept in the face, his over 3-meter-tall body crashing to the ground. Nice, little Nanzi gets another point. The little gold nugget rubbed his face, got up from the ground, and gave Lu Changge the middle finger. This was the ultimate move that accidentally slipped from Lu Changge's mouth when he was boasting. When the little gold nugget first heard of this move, he was astounded. Realizing there were such terrifying moves in the world, clearly, there was no fluctuation of power, yet it made people feel as if they were going mad. Thus, the little gold nugget learned it. Changge silently lowered his head to glance at his hooves, wishing he could give himself a good shake for his itchy mouth. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Perhaps it was the presence of the giant ape's aura. But this stone platform on the mountainside felt like a paradise. After all, there were auspicious beasts frequently appearing here. At this moment, the stone platform was filled with continuous roaring sounds and faint flashes of fire. Little Nancy has made rapid progress recently. Changge gnawed on a spirit fruit, occasionally muttering a few words. It was truly hard work. After 7 days of intense training and fierce battles, both Nangong Yu and Little Golden King had made rapid advancements. Nangong Yu's demonic killing battle body had taken initial form, and every day, aside from life and death battles, his cultivation grew rapidly. On the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Master realm, this speed could not be described as slow, especially since he had only recovered from his injuries for less than half a month. Moreover, with exceptional talent and astonishing comprehension, he smoothly practiced the Crimson Flame Burning World technique, and even his battle technique, Crimson Flame Breaking Cloud Spear, had reached initial mastery. It is known that every Earth-level technique in this world, whether it be a method or a skill, is exceedingly difficult to comprehend, yet Nangong Yu excelled in this aspect. Little Golden King also broke through to the second level after so many days of battles, and under Changge's daily healing, he received innate replenishment, which must have had considerable benefits, most evidently making his physical body even more robust. Changge looked at the status panel, revealing a mischievous smile. His gains were undoubtedly the greatest. His cultivation had risen another level, and all his innate abilities had been upgraded to the mysterious level, with power vastly increased compared to before. Especially his heavenly eye spiritual sight seemed to have the ability to distinguish between friends and foes. Furthermore, the technique had been fully deduced, costing him a full 30,000 healing points. But compared to the technique he obtained, 30,000 healing points were negligible. This technique granted Changge the ability to manipulate moonlight and water flow, and he awakened a powerful move, but with his current cultivation, he was not yet able to execute it. According to his calculations, he could barely use it upon reaching the Spirit Master realm. During the deduction, Changge witnessed various miraculous ways of using moonlight and water manipulation abilities, all of which seemed like astonishing killing moves to him. But they were completely trivial in front of this move. Whoever told him this was a heavenly level technique, he would believe without a doubt. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and Changge reacted swiftly, unleashing the power of moonlight from within his body, instantly forming a protective shield around him. Boom! The moonlight shield trembled slightly, divine light swirling, blocking this terrifying attack completely. How bold! Do you two dare to ambush me? Changge turned to look at Nangong Yu, who was holding a spear, and Little Golden King, who was cracking his knuckles, and said with displeasure. Nangong Yu raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Little Bai watches us fight every day. You also need to gain some practical experience." Hey, is that a bit of jealousy? If that's the case, come at me, both of you. Changge chuckled. After watching for so many days, he was also a bit itchy to try out his new developed techniques. Saying this, the three of them, one person, one deer, and one ape, stood in a triangular formation, exchanging glances, each releasing their aura, and three invisible forces collided with a thunderous crash, forming a storm in the center, like a tornado. A smile flashed in Changge's eyes as the tidal wave of water intent surged from within him, instantly transforming the central storm tornado into a water tornado, grandly sweeping towards Nangong Yu. Following that, a silvery moon rose behind the deer, emitting a chilling light. A massive blade of moonlight shot towards the leaping Little Golden King faster than lightning. Nangong Yu gazed at the dazzling water tornado, his expression serious. With a sudden thrust of his spear into the ground, streams of crimson fire surged like waves on the sea towards the water tornado. Without pausing, his slender fingers traced along the spear, as if it were imbued with spirit, and the spear was immediately ignited by heavenly fire. The spear tip condensing a terrifying fire beam as thick as an arm. Break the clouds. The massive water tornado halted, and in an instant, it was shattered by the powerful fire beam, dissipating into spiritual energy. On the other side, Little Golden King's right hand clenched into a fist, the surface shimmering with a golden halo, resembling a layer of scales, seemingly containing immense power and defense, showing no fear against the sharp moon blade, crashing into it. The tip of the moonlight blade shattered violently, silver light scattered, and the blade suddenly exploded, causing Little Golden King to be knocked back several meters by the impact. Ha! Come again. Changge was excited. Who wouldn't want the ability to turn the tide with a flip of their hand? The one person and one ape fell silent, gathering spiritual energy, and charged forward in an instant. Chapter 13, The Ancient Contract. Nangong Yu wielded his spear, performing strikes infused with blazing firelight. Little Golden King radiated golden light all around, his eyes fierce, as he swung his fists with continuous booming sounds, containing immense power. Nice move. Tidal wave. Changge slightly raised his hooves, then stomped down suddenly. A phantom of the sea surface appeared, and the tidal spiritual energy surged into massive waves, forming a gigantic tidal wave, crashing forward with overwhelming force. The one person and one ape reacted swiftly, the ape leaping into the air with ferocious momentum, smashing down towards Changge. Huh, you fell for it. Change's hooves stomped down again, the tidal waves resembling a celestial cage drawn from all directions. Like a mountain torrent rolling back, crashing down on the two, the surging tides came wave after wave, each more powerful than the last, as if intending to grind them into powder. The one person and one ape had no strength to resist, lying on their backs like dead fish, gasping for breath. Little Golden King's powerful body had only broken a few ribs, while Nangong Yu was in a much worse state, his whole body akin to a pile of noodles. Bones shattered. After all, he was still just a rookie who hadn't broken through to the Spirit Master realm yet. Nangong Yu turned his head with effort, looking at the little white deer standing in the air on a cloud, exclaiming, I didn't expect Little Bai to be so formidable in battle. Little Golden King grinned and nodded in agreement. Of course, from now on, you can call me Big Brother. I'll look out for you. Changge flashed over to their side, enveloping them with healing green light. The spiritual energy fluctuations on the one person and one ape were exceptionally evident. Ding. You have healed a Spirit Master of the 9th layer, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 800. Ding. You have healed a Spirit Master of the 2nd layer, 6-star fortune, ancient fierce beast, healing points 75. This must be a breakthrough. With that thought, he immediately supplemented them with another burst of green light. Suddenly, the spiritual energy on Nangong Yu's body rapidly contracted and then exploded, finally stepping into the Spirit Master realm. Little Golden King also made a small advancement, reaching the 3rd layer of Spirit Master. Not afraid of getting hurt, fighting is exhilarating. Little Golden King, over 3 meters tall, showed his clumsy side, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. My son, come here, let me take a look. Mother. Little Golden King rolled over and dashed into the giant ape's arms like a small cannon, only being put down after the giant ape had a good play with him. The giant ape gazed deeply at Changge and Nangong Yu without saying a word, and the scene suddenly fell into silence. Mother, Brother Bai and Little Nanzi are both my good friends. Little Golden King, not understanding the situation, quickly acted cute, afraid the giant ape might take action against the one person and one deer. The human boy possesses a battle body. As long as he doesn't fall, he will surely stand at the peak of this continent in the future. With this extraordinary little deer by his side, it won't be easy for him to fall. However, this little deer does not have a contract with the human boy, and its divine powers can heal my son's innate deficiencies. My strength has become insufficient to suppress this. I'm afraid. The giant ape pondered and then said, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, and there will surely be a great battle then. I cannot take care of my son. I want my son to follow you. What do you think, Mother? Little Golden King seemed to understand something and tightly held onto the giant ape's massive palm. The giant ape allowed Little Golden King to cling to him, its eyes fixed on the one person and one deer's reactions. It had not left for days, observing their interactions. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad for Little Golden King to follow them. Changge and Nangong Yu exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. After a long while, Nangong Yu said solemnly, the boy's current strength is weak, and he has not yet avenged his great grudge. The enemies in the dark are powerful, and I fear I cannot protect the little diamond. The giant ape listened quietly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At least this human boy was honest enough. He then said, that is no problem. My diamond ape clan has never shied away from battle. We have always grown through fighting. Changge quietly watched from the side, inwardly exclaiming, still claiming he's not the child of destiny? Isn't the opportunity right here? One must know that this is the ancient ferocious beast, the diamond ape. Once it grows, it will be invincible among the same rank, whether against humans or demons. With such a powerful ally, avenging a grudge would be a piece of cake. Nangong Yu then said, in that case, I will protect you with my life. The giant ape nodded in satisfaction, then sent the little diamond to Nangong Yu's side and stood up. With both hands, golden light surged, transforming into threads of divine brilliance that wove together in the air, forming a 5-pointed star formation. The moment the formation was completed, an ancient and desolate aura rushed forward. Changge's eyes lit up. Here it comes, I knew it. The contract for Little Diamond is taking off. Wait, why am I also caught in this? Before he could react, The entire five-pointed formation split into 3 streaks of light, bursting out from the body of a person, a deer, and an ape. Changge looked bewildered, feeling a bit wronged. What are you doing, brother ape? The giant ape slowly began to explain. I have formed an ancient contract for you. This contract does not have a hierarchy. It allows for mutual understanding and communication regardless of distance. You can summon each other once a day through the contract channel, but only for half an hour. Every 10 days, you can use the contract channel to visit each other's location. Moreover, it does not impose any restrictions on you. After a slight pause, he continued. If you no longer need it, you can break it upon reaching the respect level, provided everyone agrees. Changge then felt somewhat relieved. It's good to have an extra healing point extraction pack by my side. The giant ape waved his hand again, and 5 streaks of light appeared in the air. A broken stone tablet, a long spear, and 3 ape hairs. The stone tablet flew towards Changge, while the spear and the 3 ape hairs flew towards Nangong Yu. This stone tablet is a rubbing of my clan's ancestral tablet. Unfortunately, it has been passed down in a broken state. You are quite extraordinary, so perhaps you can gain some insights from it. After saying this, he looked at Nangong Yu and said, if you encounter danger, these 3 hairs can unleash a peak royal level strike each. You are the most experienced, so I leave them to your care and use. This long spear is a royal weapon, with decent power. I have sealed it, and as your strength increases, it will gradually unlock. Changge controlled the spatial ring handed over by Little Diamond with his spiritual power. After recognizing the master, he stored the stone tablet and then hung it on his antlers. Immediately afterward, he felt a spinning sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the back mountain of the Chi sect. Hearing this, Nangong Yu fell into deep thought. Roar! Before he could respond, a thunderous beast roar sounded from the direction of the misty forest. Looking up, he saw that the sound waves pierced the clouds, scattering the layers of clouds in the sky. Golden light like dawn spilling towards the horizon, and an ancient ferocious beast's aura erupted, spreading to 100,000 miles of the misty forest. Birds trembled in all directions, and thousands of beasts submitted. Then came another cry. Chirp! A shadow soared from the depths of the misty forest, large enough to block out the sky and moon, and with a flap of its wings. The power of the heavens wreaked havoc above the 9 heavens, causing rumbling sounds as if the sky itself was being torn apart. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 14. Leaving the misty forest. At the peak of a towering mountain, rich spiritual energy condensed into mist, enveloping the giant peak. Occasionally, celestial cranes and spiritual beasts appeared, with spiritual springs, waterfalls, and exotic flowers everywhere. The architecture within had an ancient style, with flying eaves and painted beams. Occasionally, fairies transformed into rainbow lights, gliding gracefully, their garments flowing with their movements. Anyone who saw it would exclaim that it was a land of immortals. At the peak of the mountain, in a deep palace, a beautiful woman gazed toward the depths of the misty forest, murmuring to herself, have they started fighting? Roar! The Little Diamond looked toward the depths of the misty forest, letting out a confused low growl. Nangong Yu stepped forward and patted its arm, comforting it. Your mother will definitely be fine. Yes, you are an ancient ferocious beast. Your mother is so powerful, she will surely break through to the sacred level. By then, it will be your turn to protect us. Changge nodded in agreement, then changed the topic. By the way, Little Diamond, you don't have a name yet, do you? Name? No. Little Diamond looked at him and shook his big head. Changge's eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. Then let me give you a name. How about Caesar? I see you have the potential of an emperor. It must be right to call you Caesar. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu looked at Changge with surprise. Is the little deer trying to fool Little Diamond again? What does that look mean? Don't underestimate my eyes, okay? I have the innate divine eyes, a unique ability. Changge caught sight of Little Diamond's gaze and immediately retorted. He also realized that after being reborn in this other world, the heavy burdens of his past life had been lifted, and he felt as if he had released himself, unleashing his true nature, becoming more childish. But so what? I stand independently in this world, soaring into the 9 heavens, with the sky wide and the earth vast. And I wander through this magnificent world. With a clear mind, his spiritual energy surged, and his cultivation level advanced once again. Have you just leveled up? Nangong Yu was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless, but was happy for Little White. At this moment, Little Diamond also temporarily forgot its sadness, rushing to Changge's side, circling around him with astonishment in its eyes. Little Diamond excitedly said, then I will be called Caesar from now on. Little White is definitely right. Call me Big Brother. From now on, Big Brother will take you flying, Changge coaxed. Okay, I will listen to Big Brother from now on. Nangong Yu, hearing their conversation, felt helpless and rubbed his forehead. Little South, have you thought about it? Where are we going now? Little Caesar and I are not familiar with the North at all. Changge asked again. The Qi-Yin sect is a small sect that only cultivates superior-grade mysterious methods. The techniques Little South is currently cultivating are all inferior-grade earthly techniques, which can exert the power of mid-grade earthly techniques. However, the 8 major sects select geniuses from the second and third-tier sects every year in their respective domains. So the simplest way to enter a major sect is to stand out in a second or third-tier sect and then be chosen by one of the 8 major sections. Currently, we are in the southeast corner of the North E, which belongs to the domain of the Lingxiao Palace. And to the east is the 100,000 miles of misty forest, beyond which is the Eastern Wilderness Empire. Nangong Yu said this, his brows furrowing as he continued. The only problem is that the Lingxiao Palace is a female cultivation sect and does not recruit male disciples. Huh, then what are we still doing here? Lu Changge asked in confusion. After this comment, Lu Changge was even more puzzled. Then why don't we directly join a small sect in the domain of the Xiantian Pavilion? Also, what is the Xiantian Pavilion like? You see, the continent is vast and boundless. Just the domain of the Lingxiao Pavilion spans tens of thousands of kilometers. With our cultivation levels, how could we get through? I've been stranded in Northy for 6 years, and haven't I still been near this border? Although I am a mere mortal. It shows how enormous the Lingxiao Palace's domain is. Nangong Yu shook his head with a wry smile, then continued. It's quite troublesome. Can you do it? You're so weak. Lu Changge shook his head, full of skepticism. Nangong Yu choked, saying irritably, most inner disciples are only at the Spirit Master level, and besides, I'm confident against those below the 5th level of Spirit Master. It's just that you two are too abnormal. Little Diamond proudly lifted its head, clearly in agreement with Nangong Yu's words. Ancient ferocious beasts have such confidence. Being invincible among the same rank is not just talk. Alright, having confidence is a good thing. Then you go ahead. There are no other people in this back mountain. I will just train with Little Diamond here. And we can communicate through the contract if anything happens. Lu Changge was quite decisive, taking Little King Kong deeper into the forest. As the ordinary fierce beasts outside posed no challenge for Little King Kong, he was eager to advance to the inner sect and then train alongside them. Following Xiaobai, he could cultivate at the fastest speed. If it weren't for the heavenly tier techniques of the sect, he wouldn't even want to join. After all, he had reached the spirit sect realm before, and the cultivation path before that was relatively smooth, so guidance from a sect wasn't that important. Attack its abdomen. Watch out for its webbing. Not far from the misty forest's boundary, in the woods, there were loud booms, broken branches and fallen leaves, and large trees were toppled. Startling flocks of birds. It was Lu Changge and Little King Kong who were fighting. At this moment, they were battling the fierce beast, the 100-eyed demon spider, which had the cultivation of a spirit master at the 7th level and looked rather sinister. There was no other way, if it weren't for its sinister appearance. It would have probably died under Little King Kong's iron fist long ago. Its several meter-long giant legs were gripping 2 ancient trees, shooting out silk threads. Little King Kong's range of movement was becoming smaller. Once it got stuck, it would surely face a deadly threat. Roar, as if entering a berserk mode. Little King Kong's aura surged, and facing the incoming web once again, it no longer dodged. With its arm raised like a blade, golden light flowed around it. And in the air, it resembled a towering sharp blade, cleaving downward, shattering the web with a loud crash. Little King Kong's legs bent, and with a loud bang, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, directly targeting the demon spider. The golden light streaked through the air and arrived in an instant. The demon spider, worthy of being at the Spirit Master 7th level, countered with its spider legs like swords, striking several times, producing clanging sounds upon impact. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Ultimately, the ancient fierce beast had the upper hand. Its hands moved as fast as lightning, suddenly grabbing 2 of the spider's legs. Its arms covered in golden scales, rendering the demon spider's struggles futile. With a forceful pull, it tore out 2 strings of blood. The spider legs being literally ripped from the spider's body, and upon closer inspection, they still carried some internal organs. Hiss, indeed brutal. Lu Changge clicked his tongue, watching with great interest. Over the past 7 or 8 days, generally speaking, they would avoid killing. If they won, they would heal and release their opponents. And if they lost, they would run away. But this demon spider's sneak attack was truly despicable. A commotion came from the outskirts of the misty forest, and 5 young men in black rushed out, clearly shaken. Brother Zhangshu, this misty forest is indeed terrifying. We almost couldn't make it out. A boy around 16 or 17 spoke, visibly shaken. The leader, Zhangshu, hadn't spoken yet when another slightly older man in black sneered. Junior brother. We said this trip was dangerous, and we told you not to follow, but you insisted. What is relying on your identity count for? Clearly, Zhangshu's words carried authority. Once he spoke, the remaining few dared not utter a word. At that moment, a roar from a fierce beast echoed from the nearby woods. Zhang Shu's expression tightened as he sensed the dominance in the roar. This beast was surely extraordinary. Let's go take a look. Little King Kong, I can barely hear. Hurry and collect the materials. Let's find the next target. Lu Changge shook his head and commanded. Hey, look what I found. An ancient fierce beast cub. Truly a stroke of luck, no effort wasted in finding it. Isn't that right? Who knew the fierce beasts in the misty forest would be so crazy? Didn't expect this opportunity to be here. Ha ha ha. Following brother Zhang Shu was indeed the right choice. Just as he finished speaking, 5 figures surrounded Little King Kong and Lu Changge. Lu Changge's figure flashed, immediately reaching Little King Kong's side, tossing a healing spell to help it recover its strength. Then vigilantly staring at the 5 young men in front of them. Though they were called young men, one of them was of similar age to Nangong Yu and, upon sensing, had the cultivation of a spirit master at the 8th level, which was truly terrifying. The leader, Zhang Shu, upon seeing Lu Changge's divine ability, suddenly showed a joyful expression, looking at Lu Changge with intense excitement, even ignoring the ancient fierce beast Little King Kong beside him. I don't need the blood of that ancient fierce beast. I only want this little deer. They, from the blood gate, cultivated blood, so they were particularly sensitive to it. Even from such a distance, he could smell the fragrance emanating from the little deer, perfect for their secret technique cultivation. Lu Changge's expression turned serious. Aside from the youngest and the one with a strange demeanor, who were at the Spirit Master realm, the rest were likely not weak within the Spirit Master realm. He could escape on his own, but Little King Kong couldn't. Which sect are you disciples from? Can't you see we already have a contract on us? Lu Changge thought of a way to stall. Zhang Shu's expression shifted as he realized this little deer was indeed extraordinary and could communicate with them. Brother Zhang Shu, this. The younger brother looked worried. After all, they were only outer disciples of the Blood Gate with relatively low cultivation. If they encountered someone at the Spirit Sect realm, it would be difficult for his senior brothers to help, and he feared he wouldn't be able to escape. Zhang Shu's mind turned, ignoring the younger brother's concerns, and instead sneered, with your spirit awareness realm cultivation, even if you have a master, what power could you possess? If he doesn't come, that's fine. If he does come, I'll kill for you to see. Little King Kong, can your body still shrink? Lu Changge communicated through the contract. All right, when I launch the attack, you immediately shrink and grab my antlers. If we can't win, Big Brother will take you to fly. After giving instructions, Lu Changge glanced at his panel. Healing points, 16,950. He hadn't been idle these days. Every night he helped Little King Kong heal its congenital deficiencies. And with the healing points gained from battles, he had saved up this much. He had intended to see how many points it would take to light up the talent abilities section. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to use them to increase his cultivation level. System, enhance my cultivation, go all in. A strong and violent aura surged from within him, and his cultivation rapidly skyrocketed at a visible speed. Spirit Master 6th level. Spirit Master 7th level. Spirit Master 9th level. There was no discomfort from the sudden increase in cultivation. Lu Changge felt as if this was the strength he had painstakingly cultivated. Isn't it so? Day after day. It's so hard, right? System. Lu Changge's point allocation was instantaneous, but to Zhang Shu and the others, it appeared as if the little deer suddenly burst forth with profound cultivation, startling them. Fortunately, it's still at the Spirit Master realm. Zhang Shu sneered. To him, whether it was Spirit Master 1st level or 9th level, it made little difference. Charge. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures transformed into blood shadows and charged towards the 2 beasts. Lu Changge's expression changed, and his whole body surged with spiritual power, Tidal C. In an instant, a 100-meter radius transformed into a sea, and the speed of the 5 blood shadows immediately slowed down. Little King Kong shrank to 1 meter, wrapping its arms around Lu Changge's leg. Damn, that's a deer antler, not a hoof. Lu Changge's spiritual power faltered, almost dispersing, and Zhang Shu seized the opportunity, instantly appearing in front of him, throwing a punch that roared like a blood dragon, fierce and sinister. Moonlight shield. Boom. Silver light scattered, the shield shattered, and the 2 beasts were sent flying 100 meters. The tidal sea instantly collapsed, while the other 4 figures' speed surged, launching several blood blades through the air. Moonblade. Water prison. Lu Changge reacted quickly. As the moon blade met the blood blades, 5 water prisons trapped the 5 men. The blades clashed, showering the air with silver and blood-colored spiritual light. The water prison couldn't hold for even a second in front of 3 spirit masters, and it was instantly broken, splashing water everywhere. I underestimated you a bit. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. Zhang Shu didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at the little deer with growing excitement, his eyes shining brightly. He was already anticipating the secret techniques cultivated from such bloodlines. Lu Changge smirked and mocked. I see your forehead is a bit dark, a mouth-strong king. Nonsense. Let's see you experience it properly. With that, Zhang Shu formed hand seals, and a terrifying blood formation spun above his head, releasing a suppressive aura. The other four had stopped attacking, and this was the stage exclusively for the senior brother. I was fortunate to witness the intersect brothers demonstrate it once. It was truly astonishing. The other three nodded in agreement, with a fleeting flash of jealousy in their eyes. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from the blood formation, a sound powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. The roar of the king of beasts. Lu Changge's expression turned serious, and as his spiritual power surged, a silver moon rose behind him. He wouldn't foolishly wait for Zhang Shu to fully unleash his secret technique. Moonlight slash. The moonlight condensed into a sharp blade over 10 meters wide, flashing with a chilling light as it fell from the sky, slashing towards Zhang Shu. At that moment, a gigantic tiger claw emerged from the blood formation to meet it. Chapter 16, Absolute Kill. Finally, they had met. There was no thunderous sound. The moonlight blade continuously wore down the tiger claw, the cracking sounds incessant. Ultimately, Zhang Shu's cultivation was too profound. The moonlight blade vanished, and the dim tiger claw continued to rush towards Lu Changge, easily being blocked. This little deer is truly extraordinary. No wonder the senior brother didn't even want the cubs of ancient ferocious beasts. It's strange. There has never been such a ferocious beast recorded in the classics. Moreover, it wields the powers of moonlight and water, able to contend with a 6th-level spiritual master at just the 9th level of spiritualist. Seeing Lu Changge so valiant, the little golden king excitedly gave the five a middle finger. The air suddenly froze. 5 torrents of murderous intent surged towards the forest, and the little golden king, realizing it had gotten into trouble, quickly hid its body. Chi Insect. The promotion from outer sect to inner sect was a grand event for Chi Insect, so it was quite lively at the moment. Sect Master Meng Zhanting and the elders of the inner sect occupied high positions, while the outer sect elders nervously watched the arena. If their disciples could enter the inner sect, it would be a great achievement. At this moment, the arena was filled with the sounds of roaring, clearly indicating a fierce battle. The sect master turned his head and asked, "Which elder's disciple is this? He has broken through to the spiritualist realm even before entering the inner sect?" As soon as this was said, several elders exchanged glances, all clueless. "Father, I know. That kid was just a servant a month ago, and now he's a spiritualist, he." A lively voice came, and a figure flashed to appear beside the sect master. Dressed in red, her figure captivating and exuding charm. Meng Zhanting looked at his precious daughter, surprised. "Oh, such a thing has happened. It seems to be quite a chance encounter, but how does Xiaoling know?" "Oh dear, father." Meng Ling seemed quite shy and began to act spoiled, causing the elders to laugh heartily. It seemed she had just realized she had made a big blunder and stomped her foot, standing aside. Just then, a young man in white who had been following Meng Ling also stepped forward, glancing at the valiant youth in the arena, his eyes inscrutable, and clasped his fists. "Master. Well, you should also observe well. Only by learning from each other can one make progress." The sect master nodded with a faint smile. This battle was won by Nangong Yu. He advanced to the inner sect. As the elder of the inner sect announced, the crowd below buzzed. Nangong Yu had risen too quickly. How long has it been since he went from servant to inner sect? His cultivation speed is even faster than senior brother Li Jin. Right? Shu, keep it down. Senior brother Li Jin is a true disciple of the sect, and the sect master is watching from above. Sect master Meng Zhanting looked at the cold and handsome youth in the arena with a faint smile. With such talent, he might catch the eye of the sect this year. Although it's not the Lingxiao sect currently in charge, the rewards from the Xindan Pavilion are what he needs. If he gains the favor of the Xindan Pavilion and receives the breakthrough elixir, reaching the Spirit King realm would be just around the corner. Meng Zhanting's expression became somewhat distracted. He had been here for so many years, but where exactly was that thing? Master. Li Jin noticed Meng Zhanting staring blankly at the youth on the stage. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his mind. After saying this, he led the elders to leave first. "Little Nanzi, how is your cultivation going?" It was Lu Changge's voice. Nangong Yu was somewhat confused but immediately responded. "I'm at the 3rd level of spiritualist. What's up?" "Oh, can't rely on you. I have to run away with little golden king." "What happened to you?" Nangong Yu's expression changed, pushing aside those who were flattering him, rushing towards his residence. "Oh, I can't explain now. 5 little brats are targeting me and little golden king, and they're not easy to deal with." Lu Changge blocked the attack with a curtain of water while muttering in his heart. In fact, he was in a dilemma. Should he kill them? He definitely wouldn't be able to wipe out all 5 of them. With such cultivation at a young age, they must be disciples of a large sect, which would surely lead to trouble later. It would be entirely possible to take little golden king and leave on a cloud. But Lu Changge felt that would destabilize his mindset. To put it bluntly, he simply couldn't swallow this anger. The more he thought about retreating, the angrier he became. If he ran this time, what about next time? These little brats would surely still covet their blood. Their essay saying that a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but there's no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. So he thought, might as well kill them. Then I'll go myself. He closed the door, directly connecting to the contract channel. In the blink of an eye, a vertical space vortex appeared out of thin air, and he could even see the scene on Little Bai's side clearly. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he stepped forward directly into the battlefield. Changge felt it when Nangong Yu was connecting to the contract channel, but he didn't stop it. Since he had decided to kill the opponents, it would be even simpler with Nangong Yu around. In his eyes, little Nanzi was an experience bag, the kind that could level up. The battlefield froze instantly, and everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Nangong Yu. Zhang Shu's spiritual sense scanned the newcomer, his expression stunned. A question mark appearing on his forehead. No way, you waited half a day for rescue, and this is what you got? Upon seeing Zhang Shu's expression, Nangong Yu was instantly filled with rage. Do you look down on me? You think I can't beat you, right? Humph, I can only say you guessed right. I can't beat you. Ha ha ha, you crack me up, third-level spiritualist? What is he here for? If he can take one of my moves. I'll admit I'm not skilled enough. Little junior brother, look at your comparable age, but he has far worse than you. Don't say that. Who knows? He might have a trump card, Zhang Shu cast a sidelong glance at his group of mouthpieces for his junior brother, maintaining his cool demeanor and sneering coldly. Is this your contract target? He looks pretty weak. Changge scoffed at their verbal sparring and directly unleashed his absolute kill. Little Golden King. The Little Golden King, receiving the signal, showed unrestrained excitement in its eyes, instantly returning to its original size, its expression proud. It slowly raised its right arm, fingers spread wide, palm facing up. In an instant, the earth shook and the air was filled with a chilling murderous intent, causing the remnants of branches and leaves in the forest to fall like rain. Oh, Chapter 17, don't be angry yet. Senior brother, let me go. I want to kill that damn monkey. The little junior brother's eyes were bloodshot, his black hair billowing wildly behind him, staring fiercely at the Little Golden King, gritting his teeth. The slightly older one needed to calm down a bit. His voice was as cold as the abyss. Let me kill it. I don't want a single drop of its blood. Zhang Shu glanced at the Little Golden King as if looking at a dead man, then turned his gaze to Changge, waving his long sleeve. Kill. Changge's expression turned serious. As his spiritual power surged, a tidal wave of water covered hundreds of meters, quickly relaying a message. You too find your own opponents. After saying this, a massive water vortex erupted from the ground, charging towards the opposite side. Just as one person and one monkey faced off against the two separated by the water vortex, the battle commenced. Changge didn't engage Zhang Shu directly. Aside from holding off his attacks, he occasionally supported the one who was getting beaten to a pulp. If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Don't let me look down on you. Zhang Shu was clearly furious, shouting angrily. Changge shot him a glance. His eyes like those of someone looking at a fool, casually tossing out 2 healing spells. Ding. You healed a 3rd-level spiritualist, 9-star luck, human race, healing points 900. Ding. You healed a 3rd-level spiritualist, 6-star luck, ancient ferocious beast, healing points 80. The heavily injured Nangong Yu immediately became vigorous, wielding a long spear with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the forest. His attacks grew increasingly fierce. With Changge present, the two of them fought as if they were determined to exchange injuries for injuries, which left the disciples of the blood god sect momentarily at a loss. However, their cultivation levels were ultimately too high. They saw the blood blade darting through the wall of fire like lightning, pinning Nangong Yu to the ground. He forcefully withdrew the blood blade, staggering to his feet, his eyes glowing red as if he had lost consciousness, murmuring to himself, "You all deserve to die. Deserve to die." Seeing this, Changge, who initially wanted to launch a healing spell, did not rush to attack. Instead, his entire aura surged like a fierce beast, sweeping over the entire forest, indiscriminate of friend or foe. His heart thudded like thunder, his tattered clothes burst open, black and red patterns covered his body like cracks, emanating a scorching and eerie aura of magic and fire. You're playing tricks. The younger disciple, hiding his fear, snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a claw, and he transformed into a blood shadow, reaching for Nangong Yu's heart. However, he was disappointed. In that instant of closeness, his right hand was firmly grasped by Nangong Yu. Then, like lightning, Nangong Yu's hand pierced into the younger disciple's heart, returning the favor. "Junior brother." The other disciples exclaimed in shock, drawing everyone's attention. The scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to react. Zhang Shu's pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, "Stop. Do you know who he is?" At this moment, Nangong Yu had regained his consciousness, though the magic patterns on his body had yet to fade. He turned to look in the direction of the speaker, his gaze both sinister and overwhelmingly powerful. He casually replied, "Oh, What identity could be more precious than my life? Saying this, he squeezed his right hand that was still gripping the heart. The 16 or 17-year-old boy let out a howl of unbearable pain. His once handsome face now contorted in a grimace. No, stop. Junior brother is the only son of the great elder of the blood god sect's outer sect. If you kill him, you will be doomed. Let's talk this over. Don't act impulsively. Zhang Shu, no longer calm and composed, looked frantic and anxiously tried to dissuade him. The great elder of the outer sect, having a child late in life, spoiled him terribly. The junior brother had left the sect before breaking through to the spirit realm, but this time he had secretly followed Zhang Shu, and by the time they realized it, they were already in the misty forest. So Zhang Shu had no choice but to bring him along. If the junior brother died, Zhang Shu and the others would likely not survive either. Realizing this, Zhang Shu felt a wave of bitterness. These privileged second-generation disciples were truly infuriating. Oh, the blood god sect is quite remarkable. Nangong Yu was slightly startled. Given his current cultivation level, provoking a major sect was indeed unwise. However, the junior brother saw that the boy before him had halted his actions and quickly said, "As long as you let me go, anything you want, if I have it, I can give it to you." Lu Changge's celestial eye sensed a hint of resentment and hatred from the junior brother, and he smiled slightly. "Very good, young man. You have already chosen the path to your death." Just as he was about to remind him, he saw the junior brother's pupils suddenly widen in fury. As if he were about to explode, looking at Nangong Yu in disbelief, his lips moving but unable to produce any sound. A faint red mark suddenly vanished into Nangong Yu's right hand, still inserted in his chest. Junior brother, dead at 16, what a pity. At the moment the junior brother's heart was crushed, all the strength seemed to be drained from Zhang Shu's body, his eyes blank, thinking, it's over. Upon realizing this, Zhang Shu's eyes widened in rage, almost catching up to the junior brother, glaring fiercely at the culprit, and enunciated, I want you dead. With that, the blood formation reappeared, and the terrifying fluctuations surpassed before, with beastly roars shaking the heavens, echoing through the forest. As if the king of beasts was about to break free, Lu Changge's figure flickered, leaving a shadow behind, and appeared before Nangong Yu. I know you're very angry, but please don't be. He casually tossed a healing spell to the still injured Nangong Yu, who had been injured severely. Ding! You healed a spirit master of the 4th level, 9-star fortune, human race, healing points 1,000. Healing points, 3,630. Finally enough. Little Nanzi is indeed my experienced treasure. Lu Changge no longer hesitated and raised his cultivation level. Healing points minus 3,000. Cultivation level, Spirit Master, 1st level. It wasn't until he broke through to Spirit Master that Lu Changge felt the difference. His spiritual power had increased more than 20-fold, and his control over spiritual power was much stronger than that of a spirit scholar. However, the spirit masters of the blood god sect seemed rather lacking. Setting aside his doubts, at this moment, Zhang Shu's ultimate move had fully erupted. From within the blood formation, a massive creature emerged, its entire body crimson as blood. No, it was blood, the blood god sect's secret technique, blood beast. The blood beast howled at the sky, its gigantic mouth wide open, a wave of bloody scent overwhelming the senses. Sinister and extraordinary, Zhang Shu stood beneath the blood beast, his face filled with madness. I will make you regret being alive in this world. Enjoy your last moments. With that, the enormous blood beast lunged to devour Lu Changge and Nangong Yu. Chapter 18. The bright moon rises over the sea. The other 3 stunned disciples also reacted, abandoning the little diamond and rushing madly toward the pair. Under the healing spell, Nangong Yu's body began to recover, facing the overwhelming attack. He stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Changge, taking out a strand of monkey fur from his spatial ring. Though it seemed wasteful, there was no time to think about that now. Just as he was about to use it, a deer hoof landed on his arm. Lu Changge closed his eyes slightly. The vast spiritual power that had just elevated him surged forth, enveloping everyone present as if they were transported to another realm. It felt like walking on an endless sea, all azure and boundless, without a ripple, yet incredibly dim. Everything around seemed to vanish, with no beast roars or bird calls. Just then, a massive bright moon rose from the sea, hanging high in the sky. Everyone felt a moment of enlightenment. The bright moon rises over the sea. The sea began to churn, the momentum growing stronger, until it surged like a 100-foot tsunami, crashing down. Except for Zhang Shu. The other 3 disciples of the blood god sect instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Boom. The grandeur of the event seemed to break the boundaries of this realm. The moment the tsunami struck, it transformed into a torrential downpour of water blades, swirling at high speed, forming a water vortex several meters wide that sucked everything inside, without even a sound of lament. The vortex containing the water blades gradually showed hints of crimson, A sound like the shattering of space echoed, and Nangong Yu and the little diamond realized they were back on the battlefield. The 4 disciples of the blood god sect gone, leaving only traces of blood on the ground. In shock and confusion, they looked at Changge, who had displayed such miraculous power. At this moment, the deer was also covered in red, clearly having overexerted itself to unleash this move. Its body now fragile, as if it would shatter with a touch. Huff, huff. Changge's 4 hooves trembled as he breathed heavily, realizing he had overestimated himself. Daring to use this move just after breaking through to Spirit Master, he now had no spiritual power left, unable even to cast a healing spell. In fact, he could have worn down these few without using this move, but it would have taken too long, and most importantly, he wanted to experience the awakening of the bright moon rises over the sea. The result was satisfactory, although he had not unleashed even 1/10,000th of its full power. Killing the 6th-level Spirit Master Zhang Shu was as easy as killing a chicken. What are you two standing there for? Come help me. Changge weakly shouted, as if the previous display of might had been a dream. Little white, you're too heavy. Nangong Yu rushed over to support him, his face slightly flushed. His voice strained as if forced out from his throat. After advancing to Spirit Master, Changge's current form was already 5 meters long and over 3 meters tall, significantly taller than the little diamond. It is worth mentioning that the bulge behind the 2 horns has now transformed into 2 delicate antlers. The deer, covered in white fur like snow and radiating a shimmering light, has 4 horns on its head. Not to mention Nangong Yu. Even the small Vajra who possesses the ancient fierce beast's inheritance memory has never heard of such a creature. At this moment, the small Vajra is also heavily injured. Dragging its battered body to Changge's side, its eyes bright like stars, and it admires, "Big brother, you are truly amazing. That huge moon, that vast sea, and the tsunami. I almost thought I was going to be crushed, yet I'm completely fine, right? Little Nancy." After saying this, it nudges Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's body shakes violently, almost falling to the ground, gritting his teeth to hold on, and takes the opportunity to glare fiercely at the small Vajra. "I've been holding on for quite a while." Changge secretly glances at the panting Nangong Yu, the smile in his eyes unabated. He coughs lightly and feebly says, "Little Nancy, I'm fine now. You should rest for a while." I'm fine. I can still hold on." Nangong Yu, ignoring the sweat dripping from his forehead, grits his teeth. Goodness, he seems to think he is the one who was heavily injured. "Little Nancy, you're too weak. Big brother, let me handle it. You just lean on me. Can I learn that vast sea and moon?" The small Vajra disdainfully pushes Nangong Yu aside, sitting down and looking at Changge with bright eyes. "You fool, that S called the bright moon rises over the sea, not the sea moon. I'm recovering a bit, so you move aside." Changge expresses his disdain for the small Vajra's illiteracy, enveloping himself in the green light from the antlers. Warm energy circulating throughout his body, gradually restoring his almost shattered flesh. Then, he takes action without hindrance, casually giving the small Vajra a boost. Ding! You have healed a Spirit Master of the 3rd level, 6-star luck, ancient fierce beast, healing points 85. Unfortunately, he did not receive any healing points for healing himself. The small Vajra shows no awareness of being looked down upon, happily spreading its arms, enjoying the healing from the green light. "Also, little Nancy, have you entered the inner sect now? Do you have confidence in joining the upper sect?" Changge casually inquires. The back mountain is a bit boring. Usually, there is not a single shadow around. The disciples of the Qian sect do not choose the back mountain for training. Instead, the small stone forest hundreds of kilometers down the mountain is more popular. As for the misty forest, it's not a place for the disciples of the small Qian sect. The threshold is too high, and the misty forest stretches across the entire northern and eastern wilderness, accessible from anywhere, so there is no need to go far. Nangong Yu smiles confidently and says, "After today's life and death battle, my demon slaughter body is already taking shape. Now my cultivation is at the 6th level of Spirit Master. I believe it won't be long before I catch up to you." Amidst a blood-red mountain range, palaces are distributed in an orderly manner, resembling a crimson world where trees, rocks, and palaces are all blood-red. At this moment, a furious and desolate roar emerges from one of the blood-colored palaces, causing stones to tumble and giant trees to sway. Who killed my son?" Inside the palace, an old man in a blood robe sits high, looking up to the sky and roaring in anger, his eyes dripping blood, tightly clutching a jade pendant that gleams like emerald with a clearly visible crack on it. Just then, hurried footsteps approach from outside, accompanied by anxious voices. "Great Elder, what happened?" Several young figures kneel on the ground, trembling. The old man suddenly stands up, his violent aura crashing like waves, instantly knocking the figures away. A few of them bleed from the corners of their mouths, completely ignoring their injuries. Quickly getting up to continue kneeling, their bodies trembling like chaff, not daring to speak. Where's my son? The great elder suppresses his anger, his voice cold as the depths of the abyss. The few people exchange confused glances, fearfully saying. Disciples only heard that he went to the misty forest with junior brother Zhangshu. We'll go check immediately. Useless. You can't even keep track of one person. If you can't find out who killed my son, you know what will happen next. The great elder's sinister voice comes from above. And the few people hurriedly agree, then rush out the door. Chapter 19, Fragmented Map. In the quiet room at the back mountain of the Qian sect, Meng Zhamping sits at his desk, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the fragmented map on the table, his eyes lost in thought. It should be here. Why can't I find it? Having accidentally obtained this fragmented map years ago, he has been searching for it ever since. Reaching the border of Lingxiao Palace and establishing the Qian sect, his only obsession has been this fragmented map, although he has confirmed it is here. After so many years of searching, he still has nothing to show for it. Thinking of this, Meng Zhamping can't help but feel disheartened. He has wasted too much time on this fragmented map, resulting in not even breaking through to the Spirit King realm after all these years. Father, what are you busy with? Meng Ling's cheerful voice comes from outside the room. Meng Zhamping calmly puts away the fragmented map, looking at this fragmented map again. What is so interesting about it? Meng Zhamping chuckles, not stopping or explaining. If he told her that this fragmented map, if found, would attract the attention of not just upper sects but even sacred places, she probably wouldn't believe it. Meng Ling's eyes flicker, and she mischievously says, since father has been looking for so many years without finding it, why not let me give it a try? Maybe I'll find it. She wants to see what exactly the thing is that her father has been searching for all these years. After saying this, without waiting for Meng Zhamping's consent, she giggles and runs out. Sigh. Meng Zhamping reaches out but grabs at nothing, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He then thinks, why not let her try? Maybe she'll find it. After thinking this, he shakes his head and continues to meditate. Meng Ling, holding the fragmented map, rushes excitedly towards the mountain peak where she lives. She almost collides with Li Jin as she exits. Junior sister Linger, just coming out from Master's place? Duh. Li Jin rolls his eyes at the impatiently leaving Meng Ling, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Thinking about seeing Master soon, he suppresses it. His gaze suddenly catches the item in Meng Ling's hand. Isn't that Master's incredibly precious fragmented map? Li Jin's eyes narrow. Remembering a time when he rushed into Master's study unannounced and saw Master hurriedly putting away something, which was a fragmented map, resulting in a harsh reprimand from Master. Thoughts racing, Li Jin quickly turns and leaves. Senior brother Nangong has gone to the library again. Wei Ming greets Nangong Yu, who has just entered. Nangong Yu nods slightly at Wei Ming and says, yes, just taking a look. Since his promotion to the inner sect, he has brought Wei Ming, who has always shown kindness towards him, to his side to spare him from the hardships of chores and give him more time to cultivate. Wei Ming reciprocates by keeping the courtyard clean, and their relationship is quite good. Wei Ming envies, I wish I could be as powerful as senior brother Nangong. If you work hard at cultivation, you will be. There's less than half a month left. It's better to be stronger, even if just a little. Time flies. And it seems like not much time has passed before the moon shines over the forest. Knock. Knock. Senior brother Nangong, the senior sister is looking for you. She wants you to go over. Wei Ming's voice comes from outside. Nangong Yu sighs slightly, stops his cultivation, and opens the door. Seeing him come out, Wei Ming repeats, senior brother Nangong, the senior sister wants you to go over. What does she want with me? I have no connection with the senior sister. Nangong Yu is puzzled. The two have never interacted. If you consider their previous misunderstandings, does that count as an interaction? Wei Ming shakes his head and says in a deep voice, I don't know either, but senior brother, you should go and see. After all, she is the sect master's daughter. Okay, I understand. Seeing that he hasn't moved immediately, Wei Ming urges, they said to go now. Nangong Yu let out a faint sigh. Forget it, forget it. There are less than half a month left. Let's endure a little longer and see what this senior sister is up to. With this thought in mind, he headed straight to the Fire Spirit Peak where Meng Linger lived. Perhaps because most of the sect was fire attribute. The trees in the Qian sect were not particularly lush. On the way, when he encountered disciples greeting him, Nangong Yu merely nodded slightly. Like a flower on a high peak, beautiful yet cold. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the courtyard where Meng Linger resided. Senior Sister Meng, may I ask why you called me here? Nangong Yu raised his voice and called out, Senior Sister Meng? He didn't think too much about it. Cultivation, cultivation. Strive to surpass Xiaobai as soon as possible. A night passed without a word. In the early morning, the east began to whiten. Nangong Yu was awakened by a series of loud knocking sounds. Was it really that difficult to cultivate in peace? He heard the leading disciple coldly say, Nangong Yu, the sect master summons you. Did the sect master need such a grand display to summon an inner disciple? It seemed he had gotten himself into something significant. Remembering the inexplicable message from the senior sister last night, Nangong Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He brushed off some dust from his clothes and said lightly, "Then let's go. When the soldiers come, the generals block. When the water comes, the earth covers. As long as I am upright, I am not afraid of shadows." He was led all the way to the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the sect master was sitting in the main seat in the hall, with Meng Linger beside him, her eyes red, looking toward the entrance. Li Jin was softly comforting her, while the elders of the law enforcement hall stood aside. There were also several disciples on the platform, looking somewhat apprehensive in the grand hall, including Wei Ming. "Report to the sect master, Nangong Yu has been brought." The leading disciple of the law enforcement hall reported, then stood aside, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Yu. "Nangong Yu, quickly hand over the incomplete map you stole from junior sister Linger. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Li Jin turned around to glare at Nangong Yu, hurriedly finishing his words before turning back to comfort Meng Linger. As soon as these words were spoken, several frightened disciples below seemed to find their backbone and spoke up one after another. "Yes, senior brother Nangong, quickly hand over the incomplete map. That is senior sister's possession. How can you take it without permission? Hurry and hand it over. I saw you at senior sister's place last night, and I even greeted you, don't you remember? Look, senior sister is already crying from anger. She is kind-hearted and surely won't blame you." Nangong Yu ignored the shouting of the few people, glanced around, and then deeply looked at Wei Ming before saying lightly, "I say, can someone tell me what happened?" Chapter 20, A Bunch of Idiots. "Stop pretending. No one will believe you. If it wasn't you who took it, then who else could it be?" "Yes, for no reason at all. Why did you go to senior sister's residence? It can't be for theft, it must be you. Everyone knows you have no contact with senior sister. How will you explain why you went to her place?" The few of them spoke with such fervor, as if they had all seen him take the incomplete map with their own eyes. Nangong Yu did not argue. There was no point in explaining. Human nature is like this. In order to save themselves first, once there is a target, they will take action. Those who wronged you know better than anyone that you are being wronged. Nangong Yu stood calmly in the hall, letting the spittle fly around his ears, his brows not even slightly furrowing, only looking at the sect master indifferently. Meng Zhamping suppressed the annoyance in his heart, slammed the armrest, and the hall immediately fell silent, not daring to make another sound. "Nangong Yu, I will ask you, did you take the incomplete map?" "No." As soon as Li Jin heard this, he immediately exploded in rage. "At this point, you still dare to quibble? Are these junior brothers blind? Come, someone, cripple his cultivation." As the sect master's direct disciple, his words held some weight among the disciples. After a moment of hesitation, they were about to act. "Stop. Nangong Yu, right? I will ask you. Since you say you didn't take the incomplete map, can you explain why you went to my place last night?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Wei Ming, who was lowering his head. "In other words, you indeed went to junior sister Linger's residence last night." Li Jin's voice rang out at the right moment, and several disciples in the hall seemed to be awakened, immediately getting excited. "Yes, after all that. Didn't you indeed go to senior sister's place? What else can you say? It must be you. Obediently hand over the incomplete map. Maybe the sect master will spare your life. If it wasn't you, I'll eat upside down." "Enough." The sect master's anger was directly undisguised, and the few people instantly shut their mouths, glaring at Nangong Yu, all blaming this kid for not admitting it. Otherwise, they wouldn't face this calamity. "Wei Ming, what do you have to say?" The sect master's words thundered into Wei Ming's ears, and he instantly trembled like a sieve. Wei Ming spoke more smoothly, denying it outright. After speaking, he glanced at Li Jin and quickly lowered his head. The elder of the law enforcement hall looked at Li Jin with suspicion, a dark glimmer passing through his eyes, but he did not speak. "Didn't he expect it really was you? You might as well hand it over. I can ask my father to only cripple your cultivation and spare your life." Meng Linger cried, looking pitiful, with tearful eyes gazing at him, saying what she thought was sensible. Nangong Yu was completely exasperated, almost laughing in anger. Was there a pig's brain on his shoulder? Oh, sorry. Apologizing to a pig. That's an insult to pigs. At this time, Li Jin felt secretly pleased. The matter had become a foregone conclusion, and he didn't need to say much, after all. Too many words would lead to mistakes, and if he revealed any flaws, it wouldn't be good. "Let us see how you die. Hand it over. Didn't you see senior sister talking to you?" The barking sounds from the side erupted, and Nangong Yu's patience was completely worn out. He swung his hand and slapped across the air, instantly sending the disciple flying 4 or 5 meters, teeth scattering all over the ground. Wait. How dare he act in front of the sect master and the elders of the law enforcement hall? Seeing Nangong Yu act, the disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately tensed up, their spiritual energy swirling around them, waiting for the sect master's order to immediately subdue this little thief. The sect master frowned deeply, about to speak, but unexpectedly his precious daughter spoke first, seemingly afraid that if her father acted immediately, the handsome young man would lose his life. So she said, if it really wasn't you, you could hand over your spatial ring for my father to inspect. If the incomplete map isn't found, then we will trust you. She quickly finished speaking, looking at Nangong Yu with eager eyes, hoping he would listen to her words. Nangong Yu didn't spare her a glance. The sect master didn't seem stupid either. How could he raise such a thing, acting like an idiot, just like her mother? What kind of spirit cultivator would hand over something as important as a spatial ring to someone else for inspection? Not to mention that there were so many resources given by the giant ape within his spatial ring, which were probably more precious than the Qian sect's possessions. Letting her father inspect it would be like letting a dog eat a bun. Nangong Yu silently complained to Lu Changge and the little golden giant in his heart. Feeling quite speechless, just as the sect was about to arrive, it ended up causing such a ruckus. When Wei Ming looked at Li Jin, he noticed it too and naturally could guess the cause and effect. But what was the use? With so many people speaking in unison, it was like yellow mud falling into the pants. Whether it was shit or not, it was shit. Look, the little golden giant knows how to scheme behind the scenes. He can be taught. Lu Changge was quite satisfied with his educational results, feeling that his daily teachings weren't in vain. Nangong Yu had a black line on his forehead, sighed, and said, it seems there's no other choice. With such a daughter, I'm afraid I won't be too wise or competent either. Sure enough, Meng Zhanpeng's aura exploded, pointing directly at Nangong Yu. His eyes darkened. Nangong Yu, hand over the spatial ring in your hand. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu directly laughed. This smile stunned everyone present. This kid was somewhat good-looking. Originally, he had a cold demeanor like an unmelting cold mountain. Though he was exceptionally handsome, he only gave off a feeling of being thousands of miles away, making it hard to approach. At this moment, a heartfelt smile not only brings forth 100 charms, but also makes one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. With a sense of extraordinary beauty akin to a celestial being, Meng Linger was even more overwhelmed, having forgotten the broken map. Her eyes filled with the elegant youth resembling a blue lotus. She was already slightly tipsy. That smile from the youth was, for her, an overwhelming critical hit. She saw the youth's thin lips parting, a bunch of fools. Then, he took a step back and stepped into the suddenly appearing contract passage, where a deer head and a monkey head were vaguely competing to observe from the other side. Hiss! How could such beautiful lips utter such, unbearable words? Chapter 21. Damn him. That detestable little thief. Truly infuriating. When Meng Zhanpeng realized what had happened, the contract passage had already disappeared, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He never expected Nangong Yu to make such a choice. Could it really be him? Initially, he thought that this young man had risen in a short time and wanted to seize the opportunity to explore the chance behind it, but he didn't expect such resoluteness. Li Jin immediately stepped forward, his eyes filled with malice. Master, issue a sect warrant. A mere spirit master. I don't believe he can fly out of this realm. He secretly praised Linger, as it didn't matter whether they could catch him. Once the warrant was issued, the matter would be solidified. With this blemish, I wonder which sect would take him in, and which sect would dare to keep such a person. Li Jin's strategy was undeniably vicious. Cutting off someone's path to cultivation was no less than a grudge of killing a father and seizing a wife. Meng Linger opened her mouth but ended up with no more ideas, lowering her head in disappointment, as if feeling extremely wronged. Meng Zhanpeng closed his eyes to calm his mind, then said solemnly, yes. The disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately took their orders and excitedly left. The red flame scripture was the cultivation method of the sect master, passed down directly to disciples. Now they too had a chance. Li Jin secretly curled his lips. It was just a technique, and in a few days, someone from the sect would come. Once he went to the upper sect, humph. Not worth studying. Before long, a flash of light landed, and Wei Ming immediately ran over, flattering. Li Jin, I have done as you said. Look at this technique. You did well. But let's not rush on the technique. I want to ask you, do you know which places Nangong Yu often goes to? I'm anxious. Selling out a friend against my conscience, but the person isn't dead, and the technique hasn't arrived. My strength is low, and I don't dare to follow. So I'm not too clear on the specifics. Li Jin replied indifferently. That's it? Really nothing. After he quickly improved his strength, he rarely stayed in the sect. He must have gained a fortune and didn't dare to tell me, sneaking around alone. Before Wei Ming could finish his resentment, Li Jin's sword light flashed, and his head fell to the ground. A mocking smile. How dare a toad ascend to the heavens? A jumping clown. Then his gaze turned to the back mountain, where the sound of beast roars and bird calls came from, his eyes flickering with cold light. After thinking it over, killing a genius like Nangong Yu was the safest bet. In a short time, even a spirit master at the 5th level couldn't match him. If he continued to cultivate, what would that lead to? To cut grass, one must remove the roots. If not, it would have been better not to have itchy hands in the first place. I reflect on myself 3 times a day, and it's hard not to grow. This child of heaven must have me, Li Jin, as one. Little South, don't be depressed. Come eat a spirit fruit to calm down. Lu Changge lay on the ground, for hooves in the air, controlling the spirit fruit with his spiritual power to fall into his mouth, juice splattering everywhere as he tilted his head to look at Nangong Yu, mumbling incoherently. Nangong Yu fiercely flicked his sleeves, picked up a spirit fruit, sat on the ground, unable to be as carefree as Lu Changge. After biting hard into the spirit fruit, he still felt extremely frustrated. What to do? He still couldn't swallow this anger. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and the more unwilling he was, right? A small matter, little Golden King, come over and give Little South some advice. Lu Changge struck a beam of spiritual power on Little Golden King's forehead, who was happily munching on a spirit fruit. Little Golden King was stunned for a moment, touched his head unconcernedly, and rushed to Lu Changge's side, lying down with a pile of spirit fruits. After finishing, he mimicked Lu Changge and lay there with his 4 legs in the air, playing joyfully. Little Golden King is good. Little South, learn from this. Your Dao heart will stabilize. If someone dares to ruin your Dao heart, just do him in. Just like those 5 little brats from the Divine Blood sect, I want to take Little Golden King away. Can they stop me? But can I just endure this? Absolutely not. Look, if I kill them, my Dao heart will stabilize immediately. My cultivation will soar. After hearing the astonishing statements from the monkey and the deer, Nangong Yu couldn't help but fall into contemplation, imagining killing Li Jin, then slapping Meng Linger and Meng Zhongping hard. Hiss. Indeed, that would feel much better. He then seriously thought about how to operate. First, he couldn't attract the attention of the spirit sect, otherwise, it would be hard to escape. But wait, he couldn't beat Li Jin himself. Bringing Little Bai along would be better. Besides, with Little Bai, the spirit sect wouldn't have a way against them, as they could escape if they couldn't win. Spirit cultivators can't fly without being at the Spirit King level. Little South, can you do it? You've been squatting for 2 days and haven't caught anyone. Lu Changge, with a blade of grass in his mouth, chewed it out of boredom. Hey, I have to say, the taste is quite good, with a faint fresh grass fragrance. Silly deer says it tastes good. After saying that, he glanced at Little Golden King, who was bored playing with mud, pondered for a moment, and then said, how about you all go play first? Once you catch someone, I can contact you through the contract, and then you can teleport over? The words rebellious and squat were things he heard from Little Bai. But I have to say, they fit perfectly. Lu Changge uninterestingly chewed the grass, muttering, then forget it, I don't really want to move. Little Golden King, do you want to move? Little Golden King looked at him in confusion, then realized what he was saying and nodded vigorously. Lu Changge rolled his eyes, explaining to Nangong Yu, Little Golden King's congenital shortcomings have been mostly made up for by me. Now he has plenty of energy every day. Wait, there's movement. Here. Lu Changge had the highest cultivation and was the first to notice the movement. A person, a deer, and a monkey hid behind a giant rock in the forest, peering ahead with mischievous eyes. Listen to me. There are 2 plans now. When someone approaches, I'll pull you into the realm of intent, and you can beat him up inside. I guarantee there won't be a sound from the outside. If it's the spirit sect, then cancel the action. Lu Changge quickly made a battle plan. Nangong Yu looked confused, inwardly asking, what is that? Is it your Sea Rising Bright Moon combat method? Chapter 22, Squatting for People. Lu Changge knew what Nangong Yu was worried about and explained, it's fine, as long as you don't use full strength. It won't be too much of a burden on your body. Besides, that little Li Jin you mentioned can be easily dealt with. Mainly it's for you and Little Golden King to train a bit. Lu Changge's deer eyes flashed with mischief. Relying solely on Little Golden King every day was a bit slow for healing, and this Li Jin should be of some use since he's a spirit master. For your growth, I'm really putting in a lot of effort. This team can't do without me. Fight that little Li Jin. Little Golden King, upon hearing there was a battle, didn't he care about what putting down or squatting was? As long as there was a fight, that was enough. Shoo, they're coming. A figure was seen rushing from afar, in their 20s, with a sinister look that ruined an otherwise handsome face. At this moment, he was quickly advancing while looking around, as if searching for something. Is this your brother Li Jin? Lu Changge asked in his heart. This kid clearly doesn't look like a good person. What kind of eyes does the sect master of the Red Flame sect have to accept such a disciple? He really isn't picky at all. Seeing the disdain in his eyes, Nangong Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Good, as long as it's him, watch me take this kid down. Li Jin felt a stir in his heart and quickly stopped, looking around. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the forest, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps he had been overly exhausted from spending day and night with his fellow junior sisters these past few days. However, thinking of Nangong Yu, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. No matter what opportunities he had, once he caught him, everything would belong to him. Being able to break through to this level in such a short time, and with considerable combat power, it seemed that his opportunities were not lacking. Li Jin's heart surged with excitement as he hastened deeper into the forest. Suddenly, it felt as if he had entered a different space. The sky was dim, and beneath his feet spread a vast ocean, calm as a mirror, with an eerie silence surrounding him. Could it be that he had stumbled into a blessed land? Li Jin's heart filled with joy at this thought. It seemed he was indeed a favored child of heaven, and he had to thank Nangong Yu for this opportunity. Once he caught him, he would give him a swift end. At that moment, 3 figures appeared before him. It was a person, a deer, and a monkey, with Nangong Yu among them, looking at him with the gaze of someone who had seen the dead. An illusion? No, that wasn't right. Wasn't Senior Brother Li Jin here to find me? Why is he not speaking? It was indeed Nangong Yu's voice, so had he walked into an ambush? There was no need for small talk. He should just attack and finish it. Changge, having been a reader in the combined body realm in his previous life, knew well that villains often fell due to excessive talking. Whatever was to be said could be addressed after defeating the enemy. He couldn't let a mere spirit master turn the tables on him, or it would be a joke. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu swung his spear, and a fiery blaze erupted from the tip, shooting towards Li Jin with astonishing sharpness, followed closely by the small golden monkey. Humph, trash is trash. Li Jin, being a spirit master, wielded his sword with blazing fire, effortlessly pushing back the long spear. He used his left hand to unleash a flame palm technique, sending the rushing small golden monkey flying several meters away, leaving a fierce and fiery handprint on its body. The smell of burnt fur filled the air. Both sides exchanged blows, sparks flying, and the sound of clanging metal ringing out. As a spirit master facing 2 spirit warriors, Li Jin felt quite at ease and moved with a leisurely grace, the flames dancing at his will, showcasing his impressive power. However, Nangong Yu and the small golden monkey were not simple either. One was a demon slaughter battle body, growing more formidable as the battle continued, while the other was a beast of ancient blood, born for combat, exuding a fierce aura. Although their cultivation was slightly lower, under the desperate strategy of trading injuries for injuries, Li Jin found himself somewhat restrained. Li Jin's face darkened as he looked at a new wound on his shoulder. Feeling a dull pain from being struck on the back by the golden monkey, he immediately retaliated with a burst of flames to push them back. I must say, you have angered me. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with spiritual energy, his palms moving in a Tai Chi-like manner in front of his chest, the dispersing energy making the air feel scorched. In the blink of an eye, he formed a fireball compressed from fire-type spiritual energy, glaring red like a great sun. Intimidating to behold. Nangong Yu and the small golden monkey exchanged glances, their expressions grave, sensing a feeling of being locked on, realizing they could only endure it. To force me to use this move, you can be proud, but this is where it ends. Li Jin's face twisted, his spiritual energy surging as he pushed the red ball forward. Flame burst. It was evident that as a spirit master, Li Jin found it quite strenuous to use this move. After launching it, he leaned against his legs, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on his creation. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this man and monkey were turned to ash, leaving not even a trace behind. This move appeared to be slow, but in an instant, it traversed the space before them, the energy contained within capable of obliterating them. In the face of life and death, the small golden monkey's ancient beast bloodline was activated, letting out a roar to the heavens, its fierce aura swirling as its whole body grew to 3 meters. Golden patterns outlining its form like scales. It punched out like a falling meteor. Nangong Yu's demon slaughter battle body was no less impressive. And under the stimulation of the intense aura, his blood transformed into a torrent like a raging river, with demonic patterns intertwining, divine light bursting forth. The spear in his hand glowed with even more golden light, transforming into a brilliant red streak aimed at the flame burst. Boom, boom, boom. Changge's realm of intent could no longer be maintained, and the forms of the 2 men and 2 beasts appeared in the forest. The sound of the collision reverberated throughout the back mountain, shaking rocks loose, and the giant trees within 100 meters radius were reduced to powder by the explosive energy. The ground collapsing, truly astonishing. At this moment, the 2 men and 1 beast who had exchanged blows were all heavily injured and unable to continue fighting. Changge glanced towards the direction of the sect. Such a commotion would surely attract powerful individuals to investigate. It was not wise to linger. He had to flee. First, he tossed out 2 healing spells, gaining another 1,000 healing points. With a flash, he appeared beside Li Jin, his face filled with malice as he stared at him. He looked a bit stubborn. My master will be here soon. You beasts can just wait to die. Upon hearing this, Changge was taken aback. Beasts? Is he insulting me? Forget it. It doesn't matter. After all, I am no longer human, so why not act like it? He grinned at Li Jin and transmitted his voice. Don't worry. I'm a vegetarian. Don't be afraid. Chapter 23. Each with their own agenda. Li Jin was too weak to rise, struggling to retreat, his legs pushing against the ground, fear clearly visible on his face. He saw a large hoof growing larger in his vision, his eyes darkening, and he instantly lost consciousness. Little brat, is beast what you call me? Watch how I deal with you. With that, Changge dared not waste any more time. He wrapped Li Jin in spiritual energy, taking the recovered man and monkey, and sped towards the misty forest. Moments later, several figures appeared in the chaotic battlefield. It was the sect leader and other elders. After a fierce battle, the power here seemed to reach the peak of the spirit master realm. The fire-type spiritual energy is dense. It seems to be that kid Li Jin. Congratulations to the sect leader. Li Jin has broken through again. It won't be long before he breaks through to the spirit sect. And then his cultivation will catch up with us. Yes. He must have caught that kid who was wanted. To escape from Li Jin's hands is quite a feat. The inter-sect elders exchanged comments, thoroughly analyzing the battlefield, continuously congratulating the sect leader. Secretly, they mocked, with so few spirit stones in a month. What was there to worry about? Someone could go if they wanted to. If they could catch him, great. If not, it didn't matter at all. Meng Zhamping nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was nothing to worry about. A spirit master capturing a spirit warrior, what unexpected event could happen? After a long while, another figure appeared. It was the elder from the law enforcement hall returning. Thinking of the opportunity-filled Nangong Yu and the remnants of the map on Li Jin. He found it hard to contain himself. Nangong Yu, Li Jin, opportunity, remnants of the map. The elder from the law enforcement hall muttered to himself. Meeting either one would be profitable. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and darted into the depths of the forest like a ghost. Moments later, not far from the battlefield, a figure emerged from behind a massive tree. It was the sect leader Meng Zhamping. He gazed intently at the figure of the law enforcement hall elder disappearing into the forest. I have long noticed something was off about you. It's clear there's a problem. With a cold snort, he silently followed. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, a plump and graceful figure also appeared here. Carefully observing the traces of the battle, she frowned slightly and murmured to herself. Strange, at this time, the Nine-Sun Emperor. No, Nangong Yu should not have much cultivation. Could he also have been reborn? No, in the last life, Nangong Yu was the only emperor-level powerhouse on the continent. Who could have killed him? But there was no time to think about that. I have reincarnated too late. I must establish a good relationship with him before he obtains the inheritance. It would be best to have some connection. Otherwise, once he rises, there will be no place for me. Thinking of the fairies, maidens, and the princess of the demon clan in the future, Meng Linger felt a wave of jealousy in her eyes. Clearly, she was the first to recognize the unrisen Zhuyang emperor. Wasn't it her father who had hunted him down? Not only did he destroy the Qian sect, but he almost killed her as well. In this life, she must seize the opportunity to secure a place by his side, even to become an empress. As Meng Linger thought of this, she couldn't help but feel excited. To be above millions. That was the kind of existence that could command the winds and rains across the entire continent. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fluttering heart, she rushed toward the rumored inheritance site of the future, on the outskirts of the misty forest. At this moment, Nangong Yu was completely unaware that someone desired to be beneath him. He was puzzled as he watched Changge heal Li Jin. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Why are you healing him? Ding. You healed an 8th level healing master, 4-star fortune, human race, healing points 60. Changge glanced at the prompt on the panel, then looked disdainfully at the recovering Li Jin. He had thought Li Jin's fortune was decent, and with his cultivation as an 8th level healing master, he had hoped to reap some benefits, but it turned out to be so little. Every time he upgraded now, it required thousands of points. This amount wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Forget it, just kill him. Come on, keep fighting. Look, you both just fought to the death and your cultivation has increased. Let's fight again. Changge wasted no time, opening the realm of Rising Moon over the sea. He pulled the 2 humans and 1 beast into it. Nangong Yu. Little King Kong had already begun to roll up his sleeves. Learn from Little King Kong. Only battles between life and death can lead to progress. Go for it, young man. To prevent the realm from shattering again, Changge invested all the healing points he had saved up over the past few days into his cultivation bar. Upgrade. Cultivation, 4th level healing master. Healing points, 350. Phew. Much more reassuring. Changge lifted his leg and kicked the recovering Li Jin away. After shouting the slogan, he no longer paid attention to the commotion over there. He didn't even know what good things this kid had. Changge rummaged through the space ring he had taken from Li Jin and couldn't help but feel curious. But unfortunately, he couldn't open it yet. To open a space ring that doesn't belong to you, there are only 3 ways. 1. If the owner dies, the space ring becomes ownerless and can naturally be opened. 2nd, if you obtain the owner's consent, you can also open it. The 3rd way is to forcibly break it open with overwhelming cultivation. At present, it seemed that the 2nd way was impossible, and the third way was not feasible. So he could only resort to the first. So, Li Jin, you really should die. Lu Changge looked at the battlefield of the 2 humans and 1 beast, seemingly feeling a sense of fear. Li Jin's offensive was no longer sharp. Without the burning momentum of fire attribute, he couldn't even unleash 60% of his strength. On the contrary, Nangong Yu and Little King Kong, having experienced the previous life and death crisis battle, each had breakthroughs, and with their extraordinary bloodlines and battle bodies, they currently held the upper hand, fighting with great vigor and confidence. Li Jin, this 8th-level healing master, seemed even weaker than the surface of his realm. This won't do. It won't have the effect of tempering. Li Jin, if you can kill those 2, I'll let you go. Lu Changge's voice reached Li Jin's ears, causing his body to tremble. He swung his sword back and then looked over, sneering. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Heh, if I were you, I would believe it. After all, it doesn't hurt, does it? If it's true, you can live. If it's false. Seeing Li Jin pretending to be indifferent but staring at him intently, Lu Changge chuckled and continued. If it's false, you won't lose anything. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you'll still have 2 companions, right? You 3 can still play landlord or something. Chapter 24, Inheritance? Li Jin didn't know about playing landlord, but Lu Changge's words indeed made sense. Killing 1 would break even, and killing 2 would be a profit. Whether he could survive or not didn't matter. Thinking of this, Li Jin's fighting spirit rose, and he glared fiercely at Nangong Yu. It was all this kid's fault, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Kill him. I must kill him. Li Jin's eyes turned blood red as he swung his long sword, sending streaks of crimson light slicing through the air toward Nangong Yu. Kid, I want you dead. Just in time. Nangong Yu, filled with confidence, wielded a long spear that danced like a red dragon, the spear like a shooting star, carrying a chilling brilliance. Breaking cloud spear, like a needle against a wheat spike. The cold light appeared even sharper against the backdrop of flames, filling the entire realm with the sound of clashing metal. Little King Kong was also unwilling to be outdone. Leaping into the fray, his feet like blades slicing into the battlefield. The battlefield became a dazzling scene, with flames sweeping across the sky one moment and crashing waves the next, water splashing everywhere. Lu Changge nodded in satisfaction. This was what he called a battle. Without injuries. How could they improve? How could he improve? He realized that Nangong Yu and Little King Kong currently lacked this kind of life-and-death tempering battle. They had fought plenty in their daily lives, but their progress was slow. One was an ancient fierce beast, and the other was a devil's battle body. Both were species that grew between life and death, and a greenhouse-like environment would only spoil them. Nangong Yu still had a great revenge to take, so he didn't slack off. Little King Kong occasionally appeared a bit lazy. Currently, in the team, he had the lowest cultivation level. His cultivation was still at the 5th level, while Nangong Yu had caught up, now at the 7th level. Therefore, they still needed external stimulation. Time passed slowly, and the 2 humans and 1 beast had fought with true fire, each showcasing their unique skills. Li Jin was covered in injuries, and his long sword was no longer sharp, but the hatred in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Little King Kong had several deep wounds, with blood flowing as he moved, yet his fighting spirit remained unmatched. Each punch fell like a meteor crashing down, powerful and unmatched. Nangong Yu was also covered in blood, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, but his eyes shone brightly. As he swung his spear, fierce winds swept through, leaving one wound after another on Li Jin's body. This won't do. At this rate, I definitely won't be able to kill either of them. A cold light flickered in Li Jin's eyes. Now it was no longer a question of whether he could survive under the giant deer's hooves. Nangong Yu and Little King Kong fought, with even less regard for their lives than he did. Since death was inevitable, he would take them down with him. With determination, he released his long sword, turning it into a streak of red lightning that shot straight toward Nangong Yu, disregarding the outcome. His blood boiled, and his spiritual energy surged like steam, unexpectedly more fierce than in his peak state. His hands began to move in front of his chest. Not good, it's that move. Flame explosion. Nangong Yu deflected the long sword with a thrust of his spear, immediately observing Li Jin's movements and looking at Little King Kong. Little King Kong's expression turned serious, immediately understanding. With a roar, he transformed into a 3-meter giant beast, golden scales covering his arms, and grabbed Nangong Yu's legs, spinning him around with all his might and throwing him away. As Nangong Yu's magic patterns erupted, his long spear seemed to merge with him, enveloped in red flames. The moment he was thrown, he transformed into a flame dragon. Flame dragon break. They knew they must not let Li Jin fully unleash the flame explosion, otherwise, the best result would be the same as before, and the worst result was too unimaginable. In the air, Nangong Yu, thrown like a graceful flame dragon, soared through the sky, heading toward Li Jin, who was casting his battle technique. Li Jin looked angrily at the flame dragon rushing toward him, his mind in turmoil, and could only unleash the not yet refined flame explosion. Boom. The strongest wave swept across the entire realm, causing a tremor, as if the space was facing its end. Lu Changge gritted his teeth to maintain it, and finally, it did not shatter. Two figures exploded into a spray of blood, flying backward, lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, little King Kong shot up like an eagle soaring high, his 3-meter-tall giant form smashing down toward the blood-splattered Li Jin. Hiss! Lu Changge couldn't bear to look, only to see Li Jin's pupils explode, instantly ascending the heavenly path. The killer is always killed, and this is his best ending. 3 healing spells were thrown out in succession, 1 from little King Kong, and 2 from Nangong Yu. This time, he fought desperately, almost fatally injured. But under the effects of demonic slaughter battle body and healing spells, he was rapidly recovering. 2,500 healing points obtained. Great. You two take a break. Let me see what good stuff this kid has on him. Lu Changge withdrew his realm and happily opened his spatial ring. Thousands of spirit stones, spirit medicines, spirit herbs. Is this it? Is this all gone? Disappointed, too disappointed. Little Nancy, is this kid really a true disciple? Why is he so poor? Hearing Lu Changge's complaints, Nangong Yu didn't want to respond, not to mention how small the Qi Yin sect was. So he didn't dare to let Meng Zhangping check his spatial ring for fear that the sect master would have greedy thoughts. Hey, little Nancy, come over and take a look at what this is, a fragmentary map? It's possible he felt he was onto something. This damned son of luck, what? One of our own? Oh, then it's nothing. Hurry over. I feel this fragmentary map must have some great inheritance. Lu Changge urged impatiently. Alas, why wasn't he reincarnated as a human? What a pity. No, it could be an inheritance unrestricted by race. His eyes lit up. He didn't rule it out, right? Ha. Nangong Yu glanced at the both worried and laughing little white, wondering what curse this fragmentary map might have. It's better to be cautious. The young man wrapped his right hand in his sleeve, carefully picked up the fragmentary map from the ground, and examined it closely. Lu Changge, I guess I was too careless. If there were any curses or poisons on the fragmentary map, I would have fallen into the trap just by saying that. I need to learn from little Nancy in this aspect. Truly worthy of being the son of luck, his thoughts are indeed meticulous. I must say, this is a wonderful misunderstanding. Nangong Yu ignored Lu Changge's current daydreaming and carefully observed the fragmentary map. He saw that the mountain ranges and dense forests were clearly marked, and the final destination was a pattern of a great sun. It seems Little White was right. There must be an inheritance hidden here. No wonder the fragmentary map was lost, and the sect master's expression was so ugly. Perhaps Li Jin didn't even know what this fragmentary map contained. Could this be the inheritance site of the Flame Emperor? Nangong Yu recalled the records in the Family S classics and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 25, Sect Master. This drew Lu Changge and Little King Kong over immediately. According to the classics, the Flame Emperor's life was quite legendary. In that era of prodigies, he had no remarkable roots in his youth, relying on astonishing perception and talent to compete for all levels of fire-type cultivation methods. Creating Flame Dragon Devouring Heaven technique and evolving it to the heavenly level, stepping into the saint level, shocking the world and suppressing the spirit martial continent for hundreds of years. Later, it was said that he attained enlightenment while observing the sun, abandoning it, or perhaps merging it with Flame Dragon Devouring Heaven technique to create the incomplete imperial method, Red Sun Burning Heaven record, stepping into the imperial level in one go. However, even if it is an incomplete imperial method, it is still a technique that can touch or even step into the imperial level. This is too crazy. Nangong Yu was overjoyed. If he could truly obtain the inheritance within, it would be fine not to practice the Family S methods. After all, they were only of the earth-level high quality, incomparable to imperial methods. With this method, revenge would no longer be a luxury. Lu Changge was somewhat uninterested. Is it really a human inheritance? Forget it. Give me enough healing points, and I can become an emperor on the spot. Little Nancy, do you think this Flame Emperor has a grudge against the heavens? Nangong Yu. Lu Changge became intrigued. With terms like devouring heaven and burning heaven, if it's not a grudge against the heavens, then this Flame Emperor is quite the delusional one. Little White. Nangong Yu suddenly stopped and said solemnly, the power of the imperial level is unimaginable to ordinary people. Although thousands of years have passed, the Flame Emperor has not shown himself. It doesn't mean there isn't still some respect. All right. Seeing little Nancy's serious expression, Lu Changge moved his hooves in agreement. After all, he knew too little about this mysterious world. It was better to listen to little Nancy in this regard. Otherwise, if the Flame Emperor suddenly appeared and killed him, that would be too unjust. In the unknown void, the Flame Emperor sneezed violently, and flames erupted from his nostrils, instantly burning down the entire sky. Who is cursing me? The fragmentary map is indeed in your hands. The sudden appearance of a voice startled the three, one person, one deer, and one ape, muscles tensed, guarding against the newcomer. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Nangong Yu's expression turned serious. As the Grand Elder of the Qi Yin Sect's Law Enforcement Hall, he was at the late stage of the spirit realm, and they were not able to resist him at all. If I say the fragmentary map was originally on Li Jin, and it was framed onto me, I wonder if the Elder would believe it? Little White, prepare to escape. Receiving Little Nanzi's transmission, Lu Changge narrowed his deer eyes slightly. That Grand Elder's luck was somewhat dark. He turned to look at Little King Kong. Big brother, I know, shrink down. This child can be taught well. You two hold on to my antlers tightly. It's the deer antlers, okay? Big brother will take you to fly. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall laughed heartily and said, I believe it. Why wouldn't I? However, isn't it in your hands right now? Hand over the fragmentary map and your spatial ring, and for the sake of our previous sect affiliation, I can spare your lives. Saying this, he glanced at Lu Changge and added, oh, and that spatial ring hanging on the deer antlers. Nangong Yu was speechless. Then he looked behind the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, Sect Master, run. Taking advantage of the Grand Elder being startled and turning around, Lu Changge's spiritual power surged, stepping on clouds into the void, with a huge deer antler carrying one person and one beast on each side, speeding towards the left. Little Nanzi is quite good at scaring people. Impressive, making progress. Lu Changge praised. One shouldn't be too honest, otherwise, it's easy to suffer losses. Little Nanzi's current manner made him feel comforted. Nangong Yu's expression was strange, somewhat dazed. No, I feel like I really saw the Sect Master. Sect Master, you. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was also somewhat stunned at this moment. The Sect Master really came. Meng Zhongping's face darkened as he said coldly, what? Can I come? No, no. Of course the Sect Master can come, I mean. The Grand Elder panicked a little, unable to find a good excuse for a moment. What to say? To say you know that kid is innocent. To say you know the fragmentary map is on Li Jin, or to say you want to obtain my fragmentary map. Meng Zhongping was very angry. If he had known the fragmentary map was on Li Jin, he would have killed Li Jin long ago. It was truly hateful to be deceived by the dog cub beside him. What's most hateful is that the Grand Elder knew the whereabouts of the fragmentary map, but didn't he report it to him and wanted to monopolize it? Haha. I also want to know what secrets this fragmentary map hides. The Grand Elder sneered. He realized that such a small sect was not worth waiting for. A month's worth of spirit stones, while he could still greed a bit, was nothing compared to this fragmentary map. Meng Zhongping was at the peak of the spirit realm, and he was at the 8th level of the spirit realm himself, so he wasn't afraid of him. The sudden rise of the Grand Elder left the sect master momentarily unable to react. How dare he? Meng Zhongping was not a fool. After a moment of thought, he understood and snorted coldly, realizing it wasn't the time for conflict. First, they needed to find that kid. That giant deer. He didn't know what breed it was, could actually fly. It was truly extraordinary. Damn it. The two exchanged glances and reached an agreement. They transformed into two afterimages and shot towards the direction Lu Changge was flying. Little White, they are catching up. Continuing like this isn't solution. We're too big of a target in the air. Lu Changge was also helpless. The key was that he wasn't familiar with this place either. He wanted to shake off the two by using the dense fog in the depths of the misty forest, but it was even more dangerous inside than outside. The location. I know that place. Little King Kong suddenly spoke up. What? Lu Changge didn't react for a moment. Nangong Yu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly asked. Xiao Jingang, are you saying you know where the location on the fragment map is? Xiao Jingang blinked his dazed big eyes and replied, I know. I used to swing there often. No way. This is possible. It's you, Xiao Jingang, the lucky one with the golden finger. Lu Changge was completely speechless, feeling a bit like giving up and wanting to throw the person and beast hanging on the antlers down to the two mad dogs below. Weakly he said, lead the way. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Did you consume too much spiritual energy? Nangong Yu fluttered his sincere long eyelashes. His eyes filled with concern as he urgently inquired. All right, you owe me, savior. It's nothing, but if Xiao Jingang doesn't point the way soon, it might not be. Xiao Jingang didn't lag behind and pointed in a direction. Lu Changge made a drift turn and sprinted forward at full speed. The duo on the ground who had rushed ahead were taken aback and quickly turned around. Chapter 26. The Inheritance Appears. After rushing through the air for dozens of minutes, they were no longer at the outskirts of the misty forest. The mist grew thicker, visibility dropped sharply, and Lu Changge's speed inevitably slowed a bit. At this moment, the sounds of beast roars echoed not far away, fierce and imposing, with ferocious birds swooping over the mountains and forests. Lu Changge no longer dared to fly high. Swallowing hard, he asked, Xiao Jingang, are we there yet? It's right ahead. Thank goodness, if we don't get there soon, I might just die before achieving my goal. As Lu Changge swooped over the treetops, he turned towards the back of the cliff that Xiao Jinggang mentioned. After passing through a hidden grove of towering dead trees, he sprinted forward for several thousand meters, and a majestic mountain loomed in the mist. Even the thick fog couldn't completely obscure it. Nangong Yu's expression brightened. It should be there. Xiao Bai, rush over. Lu Changge had already seen it. He glanced back at Meng Zhanping and the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall who were hot on their heels in the forest. He felt a surge of annoyance. These pesky hounds. The distance of several thousand meters was covered in the blink of an eye. So, Xiao Nanzi, are we supposed to trigger some mechanism? Looking at the rocky cliff, he wondered how to find it. Moreover, the pesky hounds had also arrived. Lu Changge hovered high in the air, eyeing the two from a distance. I don't know either. It should be right here. Nangong Yu was also somewhat perplexed. He had previously searched nearby, but hadn't discovered this place. This kid was lucky to have stumbled upon it, but it was also his fortune. Meng Zhanping's eyes darkened as he glanced at the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, a hint of murderous intent in his gaze. Here, the only one who could threaten him was this Grand Elder. The Grand Elder felt a jolt of alarm and distanced himself slightly from Meng Zhanping. Though he didn't know what the fragment map contained, their expressions seemed to suggest it was indeed here. No matter what it was best to seize it first. No, I must strike first to gain the upper hand, eliminate the Grand Elder first, and then slowly search for the entrance. As Meng Zhanping's murderous intent flared, he suddenly transformed into a beam of fire charging at the Grand Elder. In his eyes, although the giant deer could fly, it posed no threat to him. And the spiritual energy would eventually be depleted and fall. The Grand Elder had been on guard for a long time, so he wasn't surprised. The more anxious Meng Zhanping became, the more precious the treasure must be, making it even less likely for him to give up. Xiao Jinggang, is there something special here? Lu Changge glanced over at Xiao Nanzi, who was still studying the fragment map, and asked Xiao Jinggang. Xiao Jinggang scratched his head, revealing a thoughtful expression. After a long while, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Thought of something? Lu Changge asked eagerly. No. Then why did you slap your forehead? Lu Changge rolled his eyes and shook his head, making Xiao Jinggang swing again. If you keep slapping, I'll throw you down. Hey Xiao Bai, Nangong Yu exclaimed, startled by Lu Changge's sudden head shake, causing the fragment map to slip from his hands. Damn it. The trio hurriedly summoned their spiritual energy to retrieve the fragment map. But at that moment, two waves of spiritual energy surged toward them. It was Meng Zhanping and the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had been paying close attention to this side, and upon seeing the fragment map fall, they immediately stopped holding back and began to compete for it. 5 waves of spiritual energy collided instantly. Boom. Soil and rocks flew, and mist rolled. A pillar of fire shot straight up to the heavens. The phantom of the Flame Emperor overshadowing the sun, as if it were the ruler of the world, the overwhelming aura sweeping across the entire spirit martial continent. With divine light cascading down. In an instant, the Northern Eastern Wilderness Empire, 10 demon saints of the western regions, and various dignitaries from the dark ancient palace deep in the southern wilderness were all shaken and emerged, looking up at the heavens. The entire continent trembled under the pressure of these powerhouses, and the void above twisted, the heavens roared, as if a great calamity was descending upon the world. A great era is coming. Find out who has obtained the inheritance of the Flame Emperor. A great era is about to rise. We should also make our appearance. After thousands of years, is the imperial path finally about to reopen? This time I must. Meng Linger gazed at the beam of light piercing through the misty forest and the magnificent figure resembling a god, feeling momentarily lost. Then she sat down heavily on the ground, her face fluctuating between joy and anger as she fiercely struck the ground. Damn it, am I still a step too late? Must I gaze up from a deep pit again in this lifetime? No, heaven will not treat me this way, since it has given me a chance at rebirth. It will not lead me down the same path as in my past life. Looking at the forest shrouded in thick fog, resembling a giant beast's gaping maw. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed, filling the air with a fierce aura, causing her pupils to constrict. No, my strength is too low. Entering there would be too dangerous. If I can become a saintess, then I will have the qualification to follow him. Thinking of the young man's tall and jade-like figure, her cheeks flushed, causing her running speed to slow down a few notches. Until the figure of the Flame Emperor dissipated into the void, suddenly an ancient and mysterious altar appeared, surrounded by a desolate aura, radiating a sense of the divine. Taking advantage of the moment when Meng Zhanping and the Grand Elder were momentarily distracted, Lu Changge accelerated with Nangong Yu and Xiao Jinggang, stepping into the altar, their figures vanishing in an instant. At this point, the two also reacted and immediately rushed in. Lu Changge looked at the scene before him, his expression serious. This place was still a mountain range, but unlike the outside world. Here the towering ancient trees were entwined with scorching fire vines, the ground was covered with fiery red fallen leaves, and the air was filled with a rich scent of flames. Yes, the the scent of flames, an indescribable restlessness. The fire spiritual energy here was frighteningly active, as if the mountains themselves were ignited. Most importantly, in this place, his spiritual energy was completely absent. Thinking of this, Changge looked at Nangong Yu. He was a top-tier fire spiritual root, so it must be different for him. Don't look at me. Although I can feel the liveliness of the fire spiritual energy, I also have no spiritual energy. Nangong Yu met Changge's questioning gaze and shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Meng Zhamping and the Grand Elder also entered. After a brief moment of distraction, they were about to attack the duo and the beast. Changge chuckled and approached with Xiao Jingang. Having no spiritual energy is good. Without any protective spiritual energy, with just the two old geezers' bodies, I alone, no, one deer, can take them apart. Chapter 27, Heartfire Trial. Not to mention having Xiao Jingang, this ancient fierce beast. Moreover, the luck color above Meng Zhamping's head, the sect leader of the Scarlet Flame sect, had also dimmed. Could it be that I am his calamity? Just as he was about to make a move, the entire space underwent a transformation. The previously blazing fire mountains vanished, replaced by a fiery heavenly ladder. Aside from the ladder, there was nothing else. 5 meters wide, covered in flames. Changing color from red to white, with 99 steps leading to the top. It seemed to be built on an endless void, with the space outside the heavenly ladder twisted. Everyone present had no doubt about the consequences of falling into the void. Too glitch, right? Just like those novels, with the heavenly ladder and all. It felt like joining a sect. Changge couldn't help but complain inwardly. Of course, he only dared to think it. Forget it. Why not just give those two old fools a good beating to vent his anger? If that doesn't work, just throw them down and end their sinful lives. Let's do it. He called over Little King Kong and looked down at the two, strutting confidently toward them, with Little King Kong grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, making a series of strange laughs. At the moment the heavenly ladder formed, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. Attention everyone. This is the first stage, the Heartfire Trial, a test of the inner self and will. Once you step in, you cannot exit. Either advance to the next stage or face death. In this stage, no fighting is allowed. Violators will die. Nangong Yu felt a wave of calm wash over him. As long as they couldn't fight, it was fine. However, when he turned his head, he saw Little White and Little King Kong approaching Meng Zhamping and the Grand Elder, looking like they were about to attack. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly exclaimed, "Little White, no? We can't fight here." Changge's hoof stopped in midair, turning to look at Little Nanzi in confusion. "Did you not hear that voice just now? Fighting here means death." Nangong Yu's heart was still racing as he quickly explained. "No, what voice?" Little King Kong also looked dazed, clearly not having heard anything. This was strange. "Little Nanzi, repeat what that voice said." The voice said, "Attention, everyone." Nangong Yu suddenly stopped, realizing the reason. No way. Changge saw that Nangong Yu hadn't spoken yet. His expression was one of constipation, and he urged, "What's wrong with everyone? Just say it." Nangong Yu had no choice but to say, "You wanted to hear it." He quickly repeated it, then stared intently at Little White, afraid it might lose control. "So, why didn't I and Little King Kong hear it? Is it what I think?" Changge suddenly reacted, then stood in place, looking suspiciously at Little Nanzi. Nangong Yu nodded awkwardly and said, "Probably, maybe, should be, that's it." So it really was, everyone attention, calling me inhuman? Changge ground his teeth in anger. Then he thought, wait, I'm not a human right now. If that is the case, can I not comply? Forget it. Just in case, it's better not to take risks. Who knows if that damn Flame Emperor will go crazy. No wonder the two of them looked so fearless. Even full of provocation. Damn it. No matter what, Flame Emperor, we've settled this grudge today. Wait until I become an emperor, humph. About half a stick of incense later, the voice sounded again. The Heartfire Trial has begun. This time both beasts heard it. So, the reason they didn't hear it before must have been that the Flame Emperor did it on purpose, and the heavenly ladder didn't tee open immediately. Waiting this long, what was the purpose of this time? As soon as the words fell, Meng Zhandai and the Grand Elder rushed up eagerly. As soon as they stepped onto the first ladder, it was as if they were crushed by a mountain, their bodies instantly hunched, almost crawling on the ground. Clearly, they had rushed in too fast and unexpectedly. Little White, you and Little King Kong wait for me here, Nangong Yu told the two beasts, then calmly walked toward the heavenly ladder. He stepped up, his body swaying slightly before stabilizing, then slowly and orderly climbed to the second and third steps. Changge and Little King Kong initially stared hard, feeling as though they were experiencing immense pain, but it didn't seem that simple. As they watched, they didn't know how much time had passed. The two beasts woke up from their daze to see the three still striving. Nangong Yu, indeed a genius, had already climbed to the 63rd level, while Meng Zhamping and the Grand Elder were at the 44th and 42nd levels, respectively. At this moment, Meng Zhamping laughed joyfully, "Ha ha ha. I've finally obtained the imperial law. It was worth my years of searching. From now on, in the spirit martial continent, above and below, I alone shall be supreme. Then he dove into the endless void, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Lu Changge suddenly perked up. Was this the heart demon? Oh no. That little Nanzi wouldn't. He quickly looked at Nangong Yu. He saw Nangong Yu's demon slaughter battle body, magic patterns emerging on their own, his eyes alternating between clarity and blood red, seemingly caught in endless struggle. What to do? Lu Changge was at a loss, anxious, his eyes fixed on the changes in Nangong Yu's luck above his head. At this moment, the gray was deepening. He bore a deep grudge for blood debts unavenged, and this heart demon trial was like his Achilles heel. What to do? Right. Little King Kong, quickly wake little Nanzi through the contract. Don't let him fall into the heart demon. After saying that, he also conveyed through the contract, little Nanzi. Nangong Yu, this is the heart demon. You are still undergoing the Flame Emperoress trial. Little Nanzi, wake up quickly. If you wake up, I will call you second brother. Big brother, is that okay? Little King Kong turned his head, asking in confusion. Okay, anything is fine, just keep calling. Suddenly, he felt this power. He didn't care where it came from, as long as he had power. He grinned viciously as he walked toward the crowd, who trembled all over. So weak, so helpless. The more they desperately begged for mercy, the more excited he became. Kill, kill, kill. 1, 2, 3. There were old people, women, and infants. He didn't know how long he had been killing until the last enemy fell at his feet, eyes wide open. Looking around, the entire world was empty except for himself. He felt utterly lost, like a soulless shell. Then, slowly, he placed the knife against his own neck. Chapter 28. Want to learn the 8 extremes burst? Little Nanzi, you are still a rookie. Your family, your parents, and your uncle's grudges are not avenged, and your enemies are out there living it up. This is the heart demon. You must still accept the inheritance. Little Nanzi, if you wake up, I, Caesar, will call you second brother. Big brother says you are dying. That shouldn't be the case. It was the voices of Little White and Little King Kong. Yes, I am in the trial. No, I have already avenged myself. All my enemies have been killed. I have avenged my family. No, that is not right, Little White, the trial. He became slightly clearer and struggled to lower the long knife from his neck. The outside world. It lit up. The slot turned black again. Little Nanzi wouldn't he fail? Right? Lu Changge felt a wave of panic. Little King Kong, keep it up. It's working. He quickly added, Little Nanzi, you have accepted the Flame Emperor's inheritance and are already invincible on the continent. If you are trapped, break that space, split the heavens. You can do it. Cut through everything. You have that power. Lu Changge was rambling and didn't even know what he was saying or if it was useful. In the novels he read before, falling into the heart demon usually happened in a space that could be broken out of, right? Little Nanzi, Nangong Yu, you hold the imperial weapon long spear. And all the imperial laws. Your words manifest the law. A casual wave can shatter space. A single kick can. He couldn't continue. Just break it already. Voices echoed in his mind. Break, the space. Nangong Yu stared blankly at his left hand, only to see that the long knife had unknowingly vanished, replaced by an imperial weapon long spear radiating imperial energy. I can break this space. His gaze gradually became resolute, gripping the imperial weapon long spear and sweeping it with all his might. The sharp light pierced through the heavens and earth. In that moment, the entire world trembled. The sound of cracking was incessant, and the entire space shattered like a mirror with a loud bang. I am not fighting alone. The heavy burden on my back lightens, and the deep-seated fire in my heart burns on. The pain it brings seems no longer unbearable. The heart demon has vanished. What else can stop me? In the eyes of Lu Changge and the two beasts, Xiananzi smiled slightly at them, then strode forward and rushed directly to the mountaintop. Great. Second brother has reached the top. Little Golden Monkey clapped his hands excitedly. Lu Changge cast a sideways glance at Little Golden Monkey, secretly thinking, this little brat is quite trustworthy. Suddenly, a flame mark floated down from the void at the mountain peak and entered Nangong Yu's body. And then the world turned upside down, revealing another scene. Perhaps because Lu Changge and Little Golden Monkey had a contract with Nangong Yu. This place of inheritance did not reject the two of them. Ugh, there are quite a few tricks here, so flashy. After surveying the place, Lu Changge started to complain. It was a huge, ancient hall, with 18 exquisite dragon-patterned pillars standing inside, and in the center floated a grinding disc with a diameter of about 100 feet. At this moment, the person and two beasts were on this grinding disc. This is the second challenge, testing talent and comprehension. The first to master the first level of the imperial law can enter the next stage. The rest will die? The voice echoed in Lu Changge's mind, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't those messy tests, he had confidence in Xiananzi's talent and comprehension. However, This Flame Emperor is ruthless, leaving only one person while the rest die. If hundreds or thousands of people enter this stage, then in this world, life is indeed as cheap as grass. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, you must compete and fight. Which great figure who has become a saint or emperor hasn't he left behind a mountain of corpses under their feet? He and Little Golden Monkey didn't he have to worry, as they had a contract and were regarded as one by the place of inheritance. As long as Xiananzi could pass, it would be fine. Moreover, there was currently only Xiananzi in this challenge. Without competition, even slow cultivation would still make him the first. Besides, with Xiananzi's talent and comprehension, there was no need for concern. Suddenly, the 18 dragon-patterned pillars ignited with flames, each shooting out a red glow aimed precisely at Nangong Yu on the grinding disc. After a brief moment, Nangong Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Clearly, he had already mastered the first level of the imperial law. In no time, vibrant red light gleamed from Nangong Yu, rhythmically pulsating, indicating that he had entered the state. Truly, he was a freak of nature with 9-star fortune and an innate imperial bone. Little Golden Monkey, stop slacking off. You should cultivate quickly, as your cultivation level is the lowest now. Changge nudged the drowsy Little Golden Monkey awake and suddenly had a bright idea. How about I help you temper your body? Without waiting for its consent, he transformed his spiritual power into a long whip and struck Little Golden Monkey's body, trying to cover every part. Ouch, big brother, it hurts so much. Is this useful? Little Golden Monkey cried out in pain, hopping up and down with both hands covering its body. Changge continued relentlessly, his expression serious. If it's useless, why would I hit you? I'm not doing this for fun. With each whip, his spiritual power would penetrate the surface, stimulating the deeper muscles. The ancient fierce beast. The Golden Monkey primarily practiced body tempering, and its love for battle was also to strengthen its body, allowing it to grow at a faster rate. Ouch! It hurts so much. Sit down and operate your technique. Seeing it was almost enough, Changge stopped and threw a healing spell over. Ding! You healed a spiritualist of the 5th level, 6-star fortune, ancient fierce beast, healing point 95. Little Golden Monkey closed its eyes and fully operated its inherited technique. Under the coverage of green light, golden rays began to condense on its body's surface, as if clad in golden battle armor. After a while, Little Golden Monkey opened its eyes and exclaimed excitedly, Big brother, you really didn't lie to me. I've broken through again. That's great. Come on. Let us continue and try to catch up to Xiananzi. Changge smiled kindly, while Little Golden Monkey trembled slightly, thinking that although this would make it stronger, it hurt too much. Seeing Little Golden Monkey hesitating, Changge encouraged, You have to endure hardships to become a beast above beasts. You'll become a saint and emperor in the future, right? If Caesar the Great can't even endure this little pain, how can he call himself an emperor? Upon hearing the name Caesar the Great, Little Golden Monkey's eyes lit up. Changge continued, I'll tell you, this training method I learned from the Flame Emperor's master. The Flame Emperor was trained with this method since childhood, eventually mastering the terrifying imperial law combat technique. 8 extremes collapse. Once unleashed, it can destroy heaven and earth. Are you sure you don't want to practice? Is this the Flame Emperor? Little Golden Monkey pointed at Nangong Yu, looking at him with bright eyes. Changge's expression darkened as he reprimanded. No, the Flame Emperor has long since passed away. Do you want to learn or not? I want to learn. I want to become Caesar the Great. I want that 8 extremes collapse. Ouch, it hurts. Wow. Chapter 29, Battle with the Young Flame Emperor. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Little Golden Monkey was bathed in green light, its entire body radiating golden light, the green healing glow suppressed. Golden patterns quickly covered its body. Originally over 10 feet tall, previously 3 times that in a berserk form. Its size gradually grew, reaching 20 feet in a short time, and finally, the golden light retracted into its body, reaching a terrifying 30 feet. It's important to note that this was its normal form. If it went berserk, its size would be even more terrifying. However, how could such a significant change occur from just another breakthrough? Changge had an idea and threw another healing spell, but this time, there was no panel prompt. As expected, after so long of reaching Little Golden Monkey's healing limit daily, its congenital deficiencies had been completely made up. This was the reason for such a drastic change in size. What a pity, there would be no stable healing points in the future. Changge smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful, but he was also happy for Little Golden Monkey. Without the influence of congenital deficiencies, Little Golden Monkey would surely grow faster and become more powerful. With this in mind, Changge turned to look at Nangong Yu. With his talent, it shouldn't be, right? 3 days, and he hasn't even entered the door? Just then, a dazzling and scorching sun rose behind Nangong Yu, its burning momentum overwhelming everything, making Changge, a 4th-level spiritual master, feel a chill run down his spine. Is this the imperial law? This power would likely scare even the junior or intermediate spiritual masters. Little Golden Monkey also woke up at this moment, seeing Nangong Yu's might. It sighed like a little adult. It thought that with its congenital deficiencies resolved, it could easily beat Xiananzi, but now it seemed it might not be able to. So frustrating. Huh. What is wrong with Little Golden Monkey? Changge stepped forward, curiously examining its eyes, casually saying, "Don't mind it. Your congenital deficiencies have been healed. And your cultivation has risen 2 levels. You thought you could overpower Xiananzi, but it seems like you still can't. Haha. Really? That's great. It's still your divine power, Xiaobai." Nangong Yu showed a look of surprise and was quite excited. Turning to Little Golden Monkey, he said eagerly, "Little Golden Monkey, don't be downcast. You are an ancient fierce beast. Previously, you had congenital deficiencies, so fighting was a bit tough. Now that the congenital issue is resolved, you will definitely be invincible among your peers. Once we go out, let us have a spar." Perhaps influenced by the demon slaughter battle body, Nangong Yu also began to show tendencies toward becoming a battle fanatic. Good, I want to see how powerful the imperial law is. If you lose, I won't call you second brother anymore. Perhaps sensing Nangong Yu's fighting spirit, Little Golden Monkey perked up again. Whether it could win or lose could only be found out by fighting. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. Changge felt a wave of relief. That's more like it. Being a battle fanatic is great. Without fighting, how would he gain healing points? Fight, fight, fight. Let us fight, every day? Alright. Let us get the inheritance first. Without the Flame Emperor's inheritance, you might not necessarily be able to beat Little Golden Monkey. Just then, the space seemed to stretch infinitely, and the grinding disc they were standing on rapidly enlarged. From the outside, the grinding disc appeared unchanged, yet its inner space was astonishingly vast, measuring thousands of zhang. Such control over space was simply shocking. 18 dragon pillars lit up, glowing a brighter red than before. After gathering in midair, they projected into the center of the grinding disc, gradually forming a phantom of the Flame Emperor. Yes, it was the Flame Emperor. But compared to the magnificent figure of the God King that appeared when the inheritance was activated, this one looked much more ordinary and younger. It was the young Flame Emperor, and at this moment, he slowly spoke. "Defeat me, and you will have the qualification to obtain the inheritance." As soon as his voice fell, the Flame Emperor's aura dropped to the 8th level of Spirit Master, matching Nangong Yu's cultivation perfectly. Can we join forces too? Changge tentatively probed. He wasn't sure if this phantom had consciousness. The pride on the phantom's face was evident as it coldly replied, "However, you already have a contract, which is naturally part of your combat power." A flash of joy appeared in Changge's eyes. "Hey, if you're saying that, then I won't hold back. I've wanted to beat you for a long time, young Flame Emperor. The road is getting narrow." Nangong Yu was also taken aback, then excited. He knew how powerful Xiaobai was. The inheritance was secure. Isn't that a bit insane? The 2 humans and 2 beasts exchanged glances and chuckled as they surrounded the young Flame Emperor. Changge started with a big move. The bright moon rises over the sea. He directly pulled the young Flame Emperor into the realm of intent, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Interesting. The Flame Emperor looked around and nodded, giving an evaluation. Seeing that smug look, Changge became furious and sneered. "The interesting part is still to come. Go." As he spoke, the calm sea surface erupted like boiling water, and in the next second, a water vortex made entirely of water blades directly enveloped the young Flame Emperor. Nangong Yu unleashed all his cultivation as an 8th level Spirit Master, thrusting his spear straight at him. The terrifying high-temperature flames were instantly sucked into the water vortex. And when water met fire, it exploded with a loud bang, like cold water hitting hot oil. Water vapor filled the entire space, and smoke rolled everywhere. Little King Kong hadn't had the chance to step in yet. "It can't end like this, right?" Nangong Yu muttered as he stared at the center of the explosion. He then glanced at Xiaobai, who looked serious, and he immediately understood that it probably wasn't that simple. The young Flame Emperor slowly walked out from the mist. Looking like a celestial being under the water vapor's backdrop, one hand behind his back, his blurry face smiling, with a greatly reduced sun orbiting around him. Damn, he can really show off. Changge was dumbfounded, admiring him to the core. He could pull this off. "So this is how we're playing, huh? I may not have the sun, but I still have the moon." Changge glanced at his 2 companions and gritted his teeth. "Continue." As he spoke, a massive silver moon rose from the sea, emitting a cold, eerie light. The chilling power of the moon condensed into a blade of moonlight several dozen meters wide, slicing toward the young Flame Emperor. Little King Kong, who had just missed the last attack, was unwilling to fall behind this time. He erupted with rage, his body instantly expanding to a formidable 5 zhang, his right foot surrounded by golden light and covered in golden scales, stepping toward the young Flame Emperor. Chapter 30. The rebellious young Flame Emperor. Nangong Yu no longer held back, directly unleashing the imperial law he had just learned. A great sun rose behind him. far larger than the sun orbiting beside the young flame emperor, yet it appeared somewhat illusory, clearly due to insufficient control. However, its might was not to be underestimated, as countless heavenly fires erupted from the great sun, scorching toward the young flame emperor. In the face of such ferocious attacks from one human and two beasts, the young flame emperor merely smiled slightly. The sun orbit, which was only the size of a basin, quickly rose above his head, and terrifying energy fluctuations brewed within it, then spread outward in layers like surging waves, one after another. It rapidly extinguished the trio's attacks, and as time passed, the fluctuations diminished. Just as the attacks were about to close in, the young flame emperor's figure instantly vanished. He then appeared behind Nangong Yu like a ghost, throwing a punch that struck fiercely into the back of the young man like a dragon of flame. Nangong Yu was caught off guard, his hastily assembled flame shield scattering like petals in the wind. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several dozen meters in a dog-eat-dog manner. Damn, I was careless. He actually has a teleport. Changge felt a bit awkward, forgetting that the young flame emperor was not just about defense. He quickly cast a healing spell on Nangong Yu, feeling quite pleased. Ding! You healed an 8th level spirit master, 9-star luck, human race, healing points, 980. Then he shouted, "How dare you hit little Nancy? Try hitting him again. See if I won't take you down." As soon as he finished speaking, the young flame emperor coldly snorted. He transformed into a ball of fire and floated in front of Nangong Yu, throwing another punch. The two fists collided. Boom! Blood flowers scattered in the air, tracing a beautiful parabola, and a figure was knocked flying backward, tumbling several meters, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face flushed. Ding! You healed an 8th level spirit master, 9-star luck, human race, healing points, 950. Changge timely cast another healing spell, not showing his feelings, but glaring fiercely at the young flame emperor. Oh my, you really are bold, hitting little Nancy again. This flame emperor was a bit rebellious in his youth. Looks like he doesn't have a great temper either. Little King Kong, stop dazing around. Hurry up and join in. I'll support you. As he spoke, the entire realm of intent transformed into tidal power, causing the young flame emperor's figure to slow down dramatically. Nangong Yu, regaining his full strength, felt his anger boil. I have a solid backing. If we're going to fight, let us do it. I'm not afraid of you. The gentle young man had now become fierce and domineering. Come and fight. Changge quietly played his role. Battling against such a prodigy would greatly benefit both the young man and little King Kong. This was also a test of his inheritance. If he could pass relying on his own abilities, that would be true growth. Changge had already reached the 4th level of Spirit Master himself. If he went all out, even the young Flame Emperor would fall, as the young Flame Emperor's strength had been suppressed to the 8th level of Spirit Master, leaving a significant gap in realms. With his 5 great innate supernatural powers combined with the bloodline enhancement from the Golden Essence Grass, he believed he wouldn't be outmatched by anyone at the same level, even by a 9th level Spirit Master. And the young Flame Emperor, after all, was just an unformed version of himself. Even if he fought above his level, he still lacked a bit. Nangong Yu had already learned the imperial law. Even if it was only the 1st level, the lack of foundation had been compensated for. Plus, with little King Kong, if they couldn't defeat the young Flame Emperor, there would be no hope of becoming an emperor. Little King Kong, use your brain. Don't just take hits, dodge attacks you can't handle. Ding! You healed a 7th level Spirit Master, 6-star luck, ancient fierce beast, healing points, 85. Changge sent a healing spell over and said, after all, being an observer allowed him to see things more clearly without joining the fray. In the Red Flame sect, in the main hall of the sect, a man and a woman sat in high positions, while a group of inner and outer elders looked up in admiration. We pay our respects to the 2 high envoys. Meng Ling'er followed behind the inner elders, bowing to the 2 high envoys from Lingxiao Palace and Xuantiangong. The envoy from Lingxiao Palace glanced around, furrowing his brows and asking, where's your sect leader? Meng Ling'er looked up. The man appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a blue robe that suppressed the fiery aura, with a striking flame pattern on his sleeves. The woman, though no longer young, still had beautiful brows and cheeks, radiating elegance, dressed in purple that showcased her nobility, looking more like a noblewoman than a cultivator. An inner elder stammered, the sect leader has been out and hasn't returned yet. Sect leader, oh sect leader, where could you have gone? This is such a big deal. I'm quite anxious. As the 2 officials looked slightly displeased, Meng Ling'er quickly stood up and explained, reporting to the esteemed officials. The precious items inside the gate have been lost, and my father has gone after the culprit. He is yet to return, and I fear he may be delayed by some matter and unable to extricate himself. I hope the esteemed officials can understand. The official from Lingxiao Palace was about to reprimand her, but he was captivated by Meng Ling'er at first glance. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he beckoned her closer. Come here. If she wasn't mistaken, this girl was indeed one of the rare, enchanting physiques. This aligned perfectly with their Lingxiao Palace's cultivation methods, making it easier to win the favor of male cultivators. Meng Linger felt secretly pleased. A sect like Lingxiao Palace, which was focused on marrying the continent's prodigies, would certainly not miss out on her enchanting physique. She swayed her way to the woman, giving a slight bow, exuding an innate charm. What a good seedling. You will follow me shortly. The woman was quite satisfied, having chosen this girl. The rewards upon entry to the palace would certainly be generous. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the man from Xuantiange, but he did not show any sign of it. Although Lingxiao Palace focused on marriage alliances, their mental attacks were not to be underestimated, especially given the complex web of power within the palace. They had connections not only in the North but also in the East Wasteland, and even among the demon tribes in the West. He could only secretly scorn them. All right, gather all the disciples from your sect. The man waved his hand impatiently and commanded. A massive fireball descended from the sky like a meteor, hurtling toward the young flame emperor. His expression turned serious as he transformed his fists into the sun, striking toward the fireball. Upon collision, the entire 1,000-foot grinding plate seemed to tremble slightly, and the flame emperor was forced back 2 steps by the energy impact. The fireball was none other than Nangong Yu himself, who merely slid back 5 meters, barely grazing the ground. As the battle continued, Nangong Yu became increasingly excited, gaining mastery over his own strength. From having no power to retaliate at the beginning to now being able to push back the young flame emperor, his progress was evident. Due to the immense consumption of maintaining his domain, Changge had already withdrawn his spiritual energy, as he still needed to heal 1 human and 1 beast. At this moment, he was both watching the battle and exerting all his effort to recover his spiritual energy. Chapter 31. I hate you. 3 days, a full 3 days. Changge had lost count of how many times he had healed Nangong Yu and the little diamond. In any case, the healing points on the panel had accumulated to over 30,000. He wondered if they were tired. He was already exhausted just from watching. Notably, despite having over 30,000 healing points saved, the talent and supernatural ability section still hadn't lit up. He speculated that perhaps it required 50,000 points to level up to the Earth level. Surely it wouldn't be 100,000. Come on, little South, little diamond. Keep it up. He.s. almost done for. Give it your all. On the battlefield, the young flame emperor no longer displayed the previous elegance. Although it was an illusion, his combat power remained at its peak without any weakening. However, Nangong Yu and the little diamond were no pushovers. The might of their battle body had already manifested, entering a minor completion stage, significantly increasing their combat power compared to before. Moreover, with Changge there to help them recover, it was unnecessary for the little diamond to intervene. Nangong Yu could hold his own against the young flame emperor. With the addition of the little diamond, the young flame emperor had become increasingly outmatched. As they clashed, both sides were forced back once more. The illusion of the young flame emperor ceased its attack, glancing at the human and 2 beasts before dissipating into flames. Phew! Upon seeing the illusion of the flame emperor vanish, not only did Nangong Yu and the little diamond breathe a sigh of relief, but Changge also relaxed significantly. One could only say that the flame emperor was indeed formidable. He was incredibly difficult to deal with. Beginning to accept the inheritance, before they could catch their breath, 18 coiling dragon pillars in the great hall erupted explosively, and intense fire energy converged from all directions. It transformed into a sun wheel with a diameter of 30 yards. An irresistible force pulling the human and 2 beasts into the sun wheel. This was a world of heavenly fire, with nothing but flames. Changge and the little diamond were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, little South is accepting the inheritance. What are we being pulled in for? Before he could finish his thought, an excruciatingly hot pain surged throughout his body, causing him to scream out. At that moment, he felt like an ordinary person thrown into boiling oil, or as if he had been stuffed into a cremation furnace, his entire body threatening to melt away instantly. It wasn't just him. Nangong Yu and the little diamond were also in similar pain, but Nangong Yu's body radiated a bit more of the Emperor's law. What the heck is this revenge? Be careful. I hate you. Just wait. After a quarter of an hour, the sun wheel disappeared. 3 figures crashed to the ground with a bang. Changge's eyes were vacant, as if he had been trampled 100 times. At this moment, he profoundly understood what it meant to wish for death, to suffer more than death, to feel like one's heart was shattered, to endure each day as if it were a year, and to feel like a day was as long as 3 autumns. One could only imagine that his former language teacher in his past life would be quite pleased. Changge suddenly lifted his head, staring intently at the human and the beast. Aren't you two in pain? I haven't heard a sound from you. Ah, it hurts. I almost passed out. Nangong Yu hesitated for a moment before weakly saying, the Emperor's law is too profound. I was immersed in it, and it seems a bit painful. Lu Changge. At that moment, it felt as though his soul had been extracted, and his head was free falling toward the ground. Bang! Does it hurt? I suppose it does, but this pain pales in comparison to the agony inflicted by these two words. Flame Emperor, I hate you. Lu Changge deeply reflected that it must have been his outstanding performance that incited jealousy from petty individuals, leading to this retaliation. As for who this petty individual was, it was self-evident. Hey, little white, didn't you notice the changes in your body? Seeing Lu Changge so dejected, Nangong Yu gently reminded him. The little diamond also perked up at this moment, excitedly saying, yeah, big brother, my physical body has been greatly refined. I'm much sturdier than before, and I've reached the peak of the 9th layer of spiritual masters. It won't be long before I can break through to the master level. Upon hearing this, Lu Changge was invigorated. Right, after enduring such great suffering, there must be some benefit to reap. Name, Lu Changge. Race, Spirit Deer. Cultivation, 8th layer of Spirit Master. Talent, Supernatural abilities, Heavenly Eye Spirit Vision, Mysterious level. Healing Technique, Mysterious level. Cloudy Moon Step, Mysterious level. Transformation, Mysterious level. Auspicious Aura, Mysterious level. Cultivation Method, Moonlight Tide Technique, Earth level, medium grade. Healing points, 31,050. His cultivation had only increased by 4 levels, and everything else remained unchanged. No, wait. Just as the little diamond said, his physical body had solidified significantly compared to before, which was not reflected on the panel. Moreover, he could sense that there was a hint of fire energy hidden within his body. Compared to the increase in cultivation, these hidden changes and benefits were the most important. After all, a few levels of cultivation were just a matter of 1 or 2 tens of thousands of healing points. Alright then, as long as there are benefits, it was worth the suffering. I, Lu Changge, the deer, can endure this. Little South, you've broken through to the Spirit Master level now, right? This time, Little South was the main character. With such great benefits for them, Little South must be soaring now. He had reached the 2nd layer of Spirit Master. And the Emperor's Law, Red Sun Burning Heaven record, was already in hand, but only the first 6 layers. After saying this, Nangong Yu expressed a bit of regret. Even if it was just the first 6 layers, he still had to cultivate. The Emperor's Law was not something ordinary cultivation methods could compare with, especially since it included the Flame Dragon Devouring Heaven technique that the Flame Emperor practiced before creating the Emperor's Law. Isn't it true that the 6th layer can only be cultivated to the Spirit Emperor realm? What happens next? Change cultivation methods again? Lu Changge was somewhat confused. Little South shouldn't be that ignorant. Changing cultivation methods in the earlier realms had no cost. It could be done at will. However, once one reached the Spirit King realm, with spiritual energy like an ocean, mastering the spiritual domain, and harnessing the power of heaven and earth, changing cultivation methods would require one to drop back to the Spirit Master realm. The cost cannot be called small. Some people are trapped in the spirit realm for their entire lives without a breakthrough. It can be said that for practitioners, whether they have talent and how high their comprehension is depends on when they break through to the king level. After breaking through, each level is like a mountain. Without great enlightenment, great opportunities, or extraordinary roots, one cannot reach it. Nangong Yu shook his head and said with a slight bitter smile, the last 3 levels are hidden deep in the southern region by the Flame Emperor. I already know the location, but that place is not somewhere we can go right now. Perhaps this is another test. It's troublesome to inherit a technique, dragging it out. It's not at all straightforward. Lu Changge complained wildly. That Flame Emperor is truly useless. Before he finished speaking, a mysterious fire whip suddenly appeared in the space, sweeping up 1 person and 2 beasts and directly throwing them out. The world spun. He can't have heard it, right? Does the inheritance space really have consciousness? Chapter 32. The path has narrowed. Regardless of whether it has consciousness or not, they have already come out. But where is this? The mist is gone, and little Nanzi is missing. When things are uncertain, little Nanzi. Nangong Yu looked at Lu Changge helplessly. This little white certainly is quite naive, knowing nothing at all. So, he looked around, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. What's wrong? Little Nanzi's expression made Lu Changge's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the Flame Emperor threw them into some desperate place? It can't be that bad. Wasn't it just a few greetings? He didn't say anything too outrageous. Just as Lu Changge was scared half to death by his own imagination, he saw little Nanzi squinting his eyes and slowly saying, I don't know. Sure enough, Lu Changge almost bent over in shock, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Little Nanzi, are you itching for a beating? Nangong Yu immediately moved behind the little golden giant and awkwardly said, I don't know everything either. Don't mention the northerny. Even in the eastern wasteland where I live, there are many places I don't know. Also, little white, although your strength is growing fast, your state of mind is too poor. Lu Changge, is that a counterattack? No, look, you're angry again. Haven't you noticed that your emotional fluctuations are too intense? Nangong Yu earnestly advised, hoping Little White could understand his good intentions. Is that so? He looked at the little golden giant. The little golden giant nodded vigorously. Changge calmed down. Since even the honest little golden giant said so, it seems to be true. Cultivation is not easy, and one can easily get caught up in it. Seeing him lost in thought, Nangong Yu quietly dissipated the crimson flame he had pressed against the giant's leg. And the little golden giant silently moved a bit further away from Nangong Yu. Indeed, one cannot be careless. On this path of cultivation, every step feels like stepping on a heavenly ladder of heartfire trials, easily leading to an abyss. Since he has discovered shortcomings, he must make up for them. Little Nancy, I have decided, I want to wander in the world of drunken paper and gold. When I can see through the mundane world, it will be the day the deer, step onto the path of the emperor. Changge stood atop a giant rock in the forest, the gentle breeze stirring his snow-white fur, exuding an aura that seemed to transcend the heavens. That little white, do you have spirit stones? In an instant, the world was still, the wind ceased to blow, and the fur no longer fluttered. Changge transformed into a statue gazing at the sky. Moreover, this is not the western region, and a spirit beast walking alone in a human city is rather inconvenient. Crack, crack. The giant rock beneath Changge's feet suddenly filled with cracks, as if it would turn to dust at any moment. Changge lightly jumped down from the giant rock, ignoring the rumbling debris behind him, and coldly glanced at the person and the ape. He said lightly, I observe that both of you have deficiencies in your state of mind. You should experience more storms to sharpen your battle intent. After such a long time, your cultivation is still so minimal. Whether it's a battle body or an ancient fierce beast, it's like forging in a fire. Without a blazing fire, how can there be divine weapons? After saying this, his gaze swept over little Nancy and the little golden giant, continuing, it's time for you to undergo more training. Do you have any objections? Feel free to voice them. The little golden giant's 3-meter-tall body instantly shrank to human size, standing beside Changge and loudly saying, I'm all for Big Brother. Wherever Big Brother says to go, I will go. Seeing Big Brother show him an appreciative look, the little golden giant puffed out his chest and glanced sideways at little Nancy. Not bad, little golden giant. The path has widened. Unlike some people, this path is getting narrower and narrower, right, little Nancy? Changge squinted his eyes at Nangong Yu. Why aren't you speaking? If you have objections, you can voice them. I'm not a dictatorial devil. Nangong Yu's expression was serious as he said earnestly, consider yourself wise. Changge has this one good quality. When someone builds a ladder, he takes the opportunity to go down, and not only that, he also dismantles someone else's ladder. So, where do you think we should go first? Let's first leave this forest, confirm our location, and then talk. In fact, he had this plan when he was forced to leave the sect. Having missed this year's opportunity to enter the upper sect, he would have to wait until next year. So it would be better to go out and seek opportunities. To his surprise, he unexpectedly inherited the Emperor's law, which can be said to be a matter of fate. Every sip and bite indeed has its determination, and blessings and misfortunes are interdependent, truly not deceiving me. Now that he has the Emperor's law inheritance, the attraction of the upper sect is not strong for him, unless a respected sage personally guides him. Otherwise, it would be more enjoyable to venture out on his own. What he had just said to Little White about having plans was not entirely false. The Nangong family is considered a 1,000-year-old family, and hundreds of years ago, they had left a way out here in the northern. It's a pity that the disaster of extermination came too suddenly, with no warning. As the heir of the family, he naturally knows these things. Once he obtains those resources and spirit stones, Little White will have no worries about where to go. Moreover, the resources obtained from the giant ape cave were mostly for himself and Little White. If he were to exchange them for spirit stones, it would be counterproductive. Then let us hurry up and go. What are we waiting for? As soon as Changge thought about going to the human city, he became somewhat impatient. He really didn't know what the cities in this cultivation world of the spirit martial continent would be like. This continent has monster races, and he wondered if he could encounter cat-eared girls or fox-eared girls. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it, not because he had any bad thoughts, but simply out of curiosity. He also wondered if he could transform into human form. However, does he really want to become human? Changge shook his head. Forget it. No need to think so much, just go with the flow. Cough. Standing tall allows for a broader view. To avoid going off course, why don't you lead us? Nangong Yu suggested somewhat shyly. After all, except for those born to fly, other cultivation types can only fly after entering the Spirit King realm, where they can borrow the power of heaven and earth. So, the threshold for flying is actually quite high. Changge glared at the two of them. Hold on tight. The little golden giant shrank a bit more to a height of 1 meter, and with one person and one monkey, they leapt into the air, one on each antler. Clouds surrounded them, and with a step into the air, they dashed in the direction pointed by Nangong Yu. Chapter 33. The Deer Calls. It seems the Flame Emperor still has some conscience, and didn't he throw us into a desolate place? Changge secretly complained. After all, it was not easy to pick a successor, and what if he accidentally got killed? This forest is not dense at all. In fact, even fierce beasts of low rank are extremely rare, mostly ordinary wild animals. Changge even saw a couple of ordinary hunters, who were kneeling and bowing as they rushed through the sky. There must be human villages nearby. He wondered if they were like those in ancient times in his previous life. Thinking of this, Changge couldn't help but feel curious and intentionally paid attention to places with smoke rising. Little White, what are you looking at? Nangong Yu asked curiously when he saw Little White slowing down. Changge remained silent. He couldn't possibly say he had never seen a human village and wanted to go take a look, right? That would be too embarrassing and show a lack of experience, which didn't fit his character, or rather, his deer persona. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he ran towards the front right. Xiaobai, you're going the wrong way. Not that way. Changge pouted. You trampled on my leg, and you still expect me to follow your orders? In the blink of an eye, they were already above a village surrounded by mountains. Why are there still stone houses? Isn't that a bit too backward? Changge observed for a moment and felt a bit disappointed. For him, this village was not small, with probably several hundred households and thousands of people. Nangong Yu quickly understood and explained. Although there are not many ferocious beasts here, there are plenty of wild animals, and stone houses are safer. At this moment, the villagers working in the fields also noticed something unusual in the sky. They dropped their farming tools and stared in shock at the sky, gradually relaxing as Changge did not act. It must be said that Changge's appearance was quite impressive. He was 5 meters long, with antlers branching out like tree limbs, crystal clear and shining. His white fur was smooth like satin, emitting a faint glow. Not to mention, his hooves were stepping on clouds, making him look like a celestial deer under the sunlight. Is that the legendary ferocious beast, Daddy? A little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, innocently asked. A middle-aged man quickly covered the little girl's mouth and looked fearfully at the sky. Seeing nothing unusual, he said, No, it's not a ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts eat people. This is a celestial deer, and celestial deer can bring good fortune to people. Upon hearing this, the little girl struggled to get down and ran into the house, shouting, Mom, I saw a celestial deer. Come out and see the celestial deer. After seeing it, your illness will get better soon. Seeing this scene, all the villagers in the field nervously watched the celestial deer, fearing that the child's actions might provoke its displeasure. With Changge's current cultivation, he naturally heard their conversation, and an idea flashed in his mind. Although these people didn't have much luck, there were many of them. So he thought he could do a good deed today. Immediately, the spiritual power began to surge on his antlers, gathering green light. The villagers saw this scene and thought the deer was about to attack the village, so they all knelt down and begged for mercy, trembling like chaff. Please spare us. Celestial deer. The child didn't mean it. Please be magnanimous, celestial deer. We are willing to build a statue for you and worship you for generations. At this moment, the green light fell like clouds and mist from the celestial deer's antlers, resembling green rain, covering the entire village and entering the bodies of each villager. Those suffering from illnesses and injuries felt a warm power surge into their bodies under the illumination of this green divine light, and their ailments gradually faded away. Daddy, it's the celestial deer. The celestial deer cured Mommy's illness. The celestial deer is amazing. The little girl's joyful shout awakened the stunned villagers, who felt an unprecedented sense of relief throughout their bodies. The elderly village chief, who was on the verge of death, dropped his cane and took a few excited steps. Unable to contain his emotions, he murmured, Is our holy soul village about to rise again? Has the celestial deer brought us blessings? A 5 or 6-year-old boy burst out of his house, shouting, Even my dad's favorite drinking problem has been cured. I finally don't have to learn blacksmithing anymore. The villagers excitedly clasped their hands together and knelt in worship. When they looked up again, the celestial deer had long since vanished. And if it weren't for the energetic feeling in their bodies, they might have thought it was all just an illusion. Changge left, taking several clouds with him. But little did he know that later on, to express their gratitude, the villagers specially had skilled craftsmen carve the image of the celestial deer. Everything was wonderful. Except the craftsmen were a bit conflicted. On one side of the deer's antlers hung a human, and on the other side hung a monkey. Should they carve that or not? The celestial deer had 2 antlers, each bearing a fruit. One was a ginseng fruit, and the other was a monkey ginseng fruit. The ginseng fruit, once consumed, could immediately make one a saint and grant them the longevity of the heavens and earth. The monkey ginseng fruit was ineffective for humans. But if consumed by beast kind, it could lead them directly into the realm of demon saints, with an endless lifespan. They also left behind records of this event, and parents would gather around the campfire at night to tell their children stories about the celestial deer. Ding! You have healed the villagers of a small human village and gained scattered faith. Healing points 6,000. The celestial deer Lu Changge couldn't help but smile broadly. It turned out this was the correct way to use the healing system. Why didn't someone tell me earlier? I could have come out to showcase miracles long ago instead of hiding in the mountains. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier, Tongzi? You made me entangle with Zainanzi so much, truly. Lu Changge was just casually saying that being with Zainanzi and Zaijiangang was quite interesting. If he were in this vast Lingwu world alone like in his past life, it would be too boring. Then he thought of the villagers' fear and anxiety. And Lu Changge couldn't help but sigh. In front of practitioners who could turn clouds and rain with a flip of their hands, what were these mortals? Living in such a world, they were like candle flames swaying in the wind, easily devoured by unknown forces, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, although he had been reborn as a deer, he could cultivate and even had a system. If he didn't ascend to the peak of the sky and achieve that immortal myth, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunities bestowed by heaven and earth? With this thought, a sense of grandeur surged in his chest, and his momentum erupted, speeding up suddenly. Yo-yo? The deer calls, treading through the skies. Cultivation, Spirit Master 9th level. Chapter 34 Hero Saves the Beauty? Xiaobai, you broke through again? Nangong Yu was shocked. What kind of monster was Xiaobai? Not to mention spirit beasts, even the talented humans couldn't cultivate this fast. How long had it taken Xiaobai to go from the beginning of cultivation to now? And now, he was at the 9th level of Spirit Master. That was way too fast. Although he had also broken through to Spirit Master, he had previously been at the Spirit Realm level, and his meridians had already been expanded once. Cultivating again was just adding water to the river, but Xiaobai, isn't this the purpose of training? Didn't you gain some insights just now? Lu Changge immediately returned to his true nature and said matter-of-factly, what is this? If it weren't for accumulating healing points to improve my innate abilities, I would have shown you a breakthrough to Spirit Realm myself. By the way, Zainanzi, do you know where this place is? Nangong Yu seemed a bit self-conscious and pondered for a moment before saying, we should still be within the territory of Lingxiao Palace. Well said. Listening to you is like listening to a wise man. Next time, don't say anything. Oh, there's smoke. And is there a village? Lu Changge stepped forward, heading straight for the direction of the smoke. He had now found the correct way to use the healing system. Although using this group healing method was quite costly, the rewards were also great. If it were a city with a population of millions, wow. Oh no, I'm drooling. But for now, he could only think about it. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't manage such a scale. He might just be captured by some big shot for meat and blood to replenish himself. It shouldn't be a village. There's an energy fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. It turned out that two forces were fighting on the wide road, and the smoke was caused by the trees on both sides being ignited by fire-type spiritual power. With the arrival of one person and two beasts, the two sides, unsure if they were friends or foes, had already stopped fighting and were staring intently at the sky. The battlefield was in a state of chaos. A handsome young man, holding a sword and looking quite righteous, was now in tattered spiritual clothing, covered in wounds, but he was protecting the woman behind him very well. The woman, dressed in white, had tearful eyes, looking pitiful, and at that moment, she resembled a frightened rabbit, hiding behind the young man's strong body, appearing timid. The attackers, dressed in black, exuded a villainous aura. Each of them had their eyes fixed on the sky, but every time their gaze swept over the woman, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xiao Nanzi, it's time for diplomacy. Lu Changge squinted, letting the opportunity for a show slip away. As the bloodthirsty fire in his heart raged, he could smell the gossip. Xiaobai, could you put me down first? This position doesn't seem very graceful. Nangong Yu's. And Lu Changge was taken aback. Coughing, he grasped the antlers, hanging in the air, looking rather unremarkable. Then, as the small group landed on the ground, both of them nervously took a few steps back. Hello everyone, we were just passing by. May I ask where this is? What is the name of the nearest city? Nangong Yu adjusted his sleeves and politely clasped his fists. His face wore a gentle expression, resembling a refined young master. I am by Zhengyang from the Heavenly Sword Villa. 300 kilometers northeast is Heishan City. Thank you for the information. After saying this, Nangong Yu gestured for Lu Changge to prepare to depart. Clearly not intending to get involved in this matter, he was secretly pondering that the Flame Emperor had flung them over 10,000 kilometers, and they were now nearing the edge of Lingxiao Palace's territory. Further west would lead them into the realm of the Divine Blood Sect, one of the 8 major sections. The little junior brother they encountered in the Misty Mountains seemed to be the son of the outer elder of the Divine Blood Sect, so it was best not to head west for safety. Lu Changge still wanted to watch the drama unfold, but after some thought, he decided against it. It must be the foolish deer's nature acting up, and he needed to restrain himself. Just then, a woman suddenly stepped out from behind by Zhengyang. Trembling, she pleaded, "Young master, please wait. Could you take me with you to Heishan City?" The woman appeared pale, her white figure looking fragile in the wind. And her voice trembled with desperation, making it clear to anyone that she was helpless and in despair. Upon hearing this, Changge's spirit jolted, excitement flashing in his eyes as he immediately turned around. Bai Xingyang's expression was somewhat awkward, but seeing the woman's pitiful face, he sighed and added, "This girl has been chased here by those 8 villains. Young master, your cultivation is exceptional. Please help her." As soon as he spoke, before Nangong Yu could respond, a furious shout rang out. "Nonsense! This demoness seduced our young master, drained all his resources and spirit stones, and in the end, she was left bloodless and died a tragic death. You, kid, have been deceived by this demoness and are unaware, destined to meet the same fate as our young master." The leader of the black-clad figures shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Bai Xingyang, clearly filled with hatred for him as well. Upon hearing this, the woman's tears fell like broken pearls down her cheeks. Fortunately, young master Bai is righteous, otherwise, even he would be covered in scars. I can't bear to drag him down any further. Seeing the young master's strong cultivation, I dared to speak. Upon hearing the woman's explanation, Bai Xingyang felt relieved and comforted her. "It's my lack of skill. That young master is a kind person and will surely take you to Heishan City." "Ah, how infuriating. Are you blind? If this demoness had low cultivation, how could she have evaded us for so long without being caught? Do you only have height and no brains?" The black-clad leader's eyes bulged with rage, looking terrifying. The woman, frightened, immediately hid behind Bai Xingyang, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Xingyang glared at the black-clad leader and said, "That's because you guys are useless." Changge couldn't help but chuckle, nearly laughing out loud. This young master Bai looked to be in his 20s. Yet he was adorably naive. He was now curious about the Heavenly Sword Villa. What kind of environment could raise such an innocent child? However, such people were best observed from a distance to avoid being caught up in any trouble when the heavens thundered. Judging by his luck, which was black mixed with white, he would likely run into misfortune soon. And then there was this White Lotus. Chapter 35, Heishan City. Nangong Yu said meaningfully to Bai Xingyang, "Young master Bai, sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth." Bai Xingyang was taken aback by this, and didn't know whether to take it to heart. Seeing Nangong Yu about to leave, Changge said indignantly, "Hey, Xiananzi, that woman has her eyes on you, and you're just going to let it go? You're already at the spirit master level. Are you afraid you can't handle that woman? Besides, I'm here to back you up." Changge encouraged. "Forget it. This place isn't far from the Divine Blood Sect's territory. It's better to avoid trouble. Let us head straight to Heishan City." Nangong Yu, being quite rational, refused to accept his provocation. If they attracted the people from the Divine Blood Sect, the 3 of them would be in big trouble. All right, Changge accepted this reasoning. The black-clad men were delighted to see that Nangong Yu was ignoring them, while Bai Xingyang's face darkened slightly, looking at Nangong Yu's back with disdain. The woman was about to speak again, but was directly stopped by Bai Xingyang. "Don't beg him. A person who sees death and doesn't save others is utterly cold-blooded. It's useless to plead. But he smells so good, 100 times better than you." The woman thought to herself, glancing at Bai Xingyang with a fleeting glint of murderous intent before returning to a pitiful expression. Bai Xingyang's words were not concealed, clearly directed at Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu paused, chuckled, and shook his head, choosing to ignore it. Changge coldly laughed. "You like to play, huh? Then keep playing." Then, with a surge of spiritual power, 9 healing spells fell upon the 8 black-clad men and Bai Xingyang. In an instant, all 9 of them returned to their peak condition, brimming with spiritual energy. After receiving several hundred healing points, the 2 beasts and 1 person sped towards Heishan City. "You guys keep playing." To be honest, the talent of the divine ability, the heavenly eye, was incredibly useful, with an acute sensitivity to emotions. Neither the woman nor the black-clad men were good news. As for Bai Xingyang, Changge decided to respect his fate, whether he lived or died. That must be Heishan City. Changge stopped, standing on the hilltop and gazing afar. Nangong Yu and the little golden man followed. Before them loomed a majestic city, standing on the flat ground like a giant black beast, its walls as dark as ink. Indeed, Heishan City was a small city with a population of millions, with an average level of prosperity. They needed to take a flying boat from this station to Shuiyun City, where the family's remaining resources were kept. They would secure those first before discussing anything else to avoid unnecessary complications. Nangong Yu sighed softly, his voice heavy. "We still don't know if this trip will go smoothly. It's been 6 years since the family was destroyed. Are the servants guarding these resources still the same?" He was not optimistic about this. After all, 6 years in exile in the north had made him understand human nature all too well. But giving up the resources left by his family was out of the question. These belonged to the Nangong family, and anyone who dared to touch them would be dealt with severely. Changge knew what Xiananzi was thinking and sighed slightly. The family had been destroyed for 6 years. The outcome was not even worth thinking about. The ugliness of human nature was something he had seen far too much of in his previous life. Let alone that the Nangong family was already gone. Even if it still existed, it would be rife with corruption. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. Lost in thought, they had already arrived at the gates of Heishan City. No wonder it was called Heishan City. The entire city wall was built from black rocks, covered with the marks of time, appearing quite heavy. There were no guards at the city gate. Only a massive stone plaque above, engraved with the 3 characters Heishan City in a flamboyant style, with faint spiritual light flowing between the strokes. In the lower right corner of the plaque, there was a palace emblem, quite conspicuous. That was the emblem of Lingxiao Palace. Seeing Lu Changge staring at the pattern, Nangong Yu spoke up to explain. All the cities of the Northern Barbarian are directly managed by the 8 major sects, with each sect governing its own territory. The benefit of this is that it's easier for us to distinguish between them. I joked lightly and continued. The 3 great holy lands have a transcendent status and vast territories, and do not directly manage cities. Hence, the cities in the holy lands have city lords, who pay tribute annually. The other second and third-rate sects only have their own designated areas. Lu Changge smacked his lips, thinking that each major sect is not much different from a country. In their respective territories, aren't they just like emperors? Let us go? You haven't seen a human city yet, so let us take a good look inside. Nangong Yu took the lead, accompanied by 2 beasts. This is human territory, so it's better for spirit beasts and ferocious beasts to keep a low profile. Lu Changge noticed Little Golden King lost in thought and curiously asked, Little Golden King, why haven't you said a word since we came out? Are you scared? Forget I asked. Your mother is tough. I can't deal with the 2nd generation of beasts. By the way, I wonder if the giant ape has successfully broken through? As soon as he entered the city, those thoughts were instantly cast aside by Lu Changge. Stone-paved streets crisscrossed, with the main road being over 100 feet wide. He initially thought that as a spirit beast, he would be very conspicuous in a human city, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Spirit beasts were everywhere inside. There were even ferocious beasts being sold in cages by the roadside. No one was paying attention to him at all. Passers-by merely glanced at him, admiring his beauty and uniqueness before quickly moving on. The imagined scene of forced transactions simply didn't exist. Lu Changge felt a bit disappointed. The streets were lined with all kinds of buildings, some ancient and elegant, others majestic and grand. Shops, taverns, elixir shops, weapon shops, and more were all present. Occasionally, he could see practitioners flying overhead, drawing gasps and admiration from the crowd below, as they were powerful beings of the Spirit King realm. The master of the Qian sect was still just at the Spirit sect realm, and in just a short time in Heishan City, he had already seen several. Lu Changge felt he was gaining knowledge. Little Golden King was a bit nervous, hanging directly on his antlers, his 1-meter-tall figure swaying as he looked around. Just then, the street became lively, with everyone rushing in one direction, excitement written all over their faces. What is going on? Lu Changge carefully stepped aside and asked. Nangong Yu shook his head and directly stopped a seemingly approachable young man, asking, Excuse me, I see you all in such a hurry. Is something happening? The young man was in a good mood, and replied with a puzzled expression, Today is the day the rankings are updated, didn't you know? Other cities do it on the same day too. I've been cultivating in the sect for too long, and didn't think of it for a moment. Thank you, young man. Nangong Yu felt a bit embarrassed, and said awkwardly, Ha ha ha, Little South, you didn't know such a big thing? You haven't seen this ranking list, have you? Lu Changge seized the opportunity to tease him, having rarely seen Little South so embarrassed. Nangong Yu's face turned slightly red but quickly returned to normal as he chuckled. When I was younger, I was focused on cultivation and didn't pay attention to this. I remember I once ranked decently on the East Wilderness' Hidden Dragon list. Oh, Lu Changge asked curiously, who ranks on this Hidden Dragon list? Is it the Tianji Pavilion? Tianji Pavilion? I've never heard of such a force in the Spirit Martial Continent. I've heard from the elders at home that all the rankings on the Spirit Martial Continent are not man-made, but rather produced by a divine artifact. This divine artifact automatically captures the aura of every spirit cultivator and then compiles a ranking list, which is released at the end of each month. The overall ranking on the Spirit Martial Continent consists of 3 lists: the Hidden Dragon list, the Talented list, and the Legendary list. The Legendary list is commonly referred to as the Holy list, meaning anyone who makes it onto the Legendary list is a powerful being of the Holy Realm. The Hidden Dragon lists for the East, West, South, and North are merely sublists. The overall list can only be seen by cities with populations over 1 million. Oh, by the way, only the Hidden Dragon list has sublists and only records human beings. The 3 overall lists include humans, demon beasts, and other sentient beings. Nangong Yu quickly explained to the 2 novices while pondering secretly. I wonder if Xiaobai can make it onto the list? With a cultivation level of the 9th level of Spirit Master, he might not be enough for the Hidden Dragon list's overall ranking. The Hidden Dragon List. As its name implies, targets the younger generation, with 100 spots for those below the Spirit King realm. The age limit for humans is under 30. While it's harder to determine for demon beasts and other sentient beings, the artifact seems to have its own calculation method, and from years of experience. It concludes that demon beasts are generally under 300 years old, with few races being able to extend it to 500 years. If one breaks through the Spirit King realm, they will automatically disappear from the list. However, a genius who can break through the Spirit King realm at under 30 years old will likely have the potential to ascend to the talented list later on. But that is not certain. If it's a time of great strife, it's very possible they 1T make it onto the talented list. After all, the talented list only has 50 spots, encompassing all sentient beings in the Spirit Martial continent. One can imagine how fierce the competition is. What do you mean by other sentient beings? Changge was clearly curious about this term. Nangong Yu pointed in the direction of the crowd and said, "Let us go join the fun while we talk." Ordinary ferocious beasts lack intelligence. No matter how terrifying their cultivation, they only possess simple survival instincts, which are far from being considered sentient. However, some ancient bloodline ferocious beasts can think and learn, and those with their own inherited memories will be counted by the artifact. Changge began to understand. Isn't that just like ancient ferocious beasts such as Little Golden King? Yes, you can understand it that way. Nangong, you didn't know how else to explain it. But basically, the ferocious beasts that can make it onto the list are also ancient bloodline beasts. So that understanding is correct. Also, spirit beasts like you are within the artifact's aura capture range, but it is rare for spirit beasts to make it onto the list. Changge realized that the novels he read before were not in vain and quickly came to the conclusion. Most spirit beasts with a bit of strength would have been contracted by humans. By the way, we also have a contract. Will Little Golden King and I count as your combat power? Not counted. Our contract is a special ancient contract, which has no constraints on you. Only a signed master-servant contract counts. Just as Changge was about to ask something else, he was suddenly interrupted by Little Golden King's exclamation. "We're here. So many people." At this moment, they had reached the edge of a gigantic square, which was packed with people, with at least tens of thousands of them. And the multi-story pavilions surrounding the square were also filled to the brim. The rankings would only be revealed for 2 hours before disappearing automatically. Therefore, many people were eager to know the results and were waiting for the list to be released. This shows how influential the rankings are in the Spirit Martial continent. The square was bustling with noise, with whispers and loud discussions filling the air. I wonder if the Qingxing fairy, Xiaoying, can make it into the top 10 this time. I heard she has had a breakthrough recently. I don't know if it's true. Hey, why should we worry about the matters of the major sects? I'm more concerned about whether the loose cultivator Fong Zipping can make it into the top 80 this time. Exactly. Fong Zipping is the pride of our loose cultivators. Even without joining a sect, he can still make it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Don't think too much. I heard Fong Zipping offended the soul refining sect of the major sects and is being hunted down. He won't have time to cultivate. If he doesn't drop in rank this time, he should be grateful. Sigh. If it really doesn't work out, he should quickly join another major sect. Otherwise, it's really tough for loose cultivators. Changge listened with great interest and suddenly thought of a question. He looked down at Nangong Yu and asked, "Besides being impressive, are there any other benefits to making it onto this list?" Nangong Yu didn't quite understand what impressive meant, but he could grasp the general idea. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "The benefits of being on the list, aside from increasing influence, seem to allow those who make the ranking to progress on their cultivation path more quickly and smoothly, akin to having good fortune. The higher the rank, the greater the benefits, and the strong remain strong. Isn't that just luck?" Changge was taken aback and thought to himself. He wondered if there were any ranked individuals present. He was curious to see how their fortunes fared. At that moment, on a nearby 13-story pavilion, 2 disciples of the Shenyue sect in their 30s were sipping wine, quietly waiting for the ranking announcement. "Brother Chinbai, the outer sect elder asked us to find the murderer who killed our junior brother, yet we came to Black Mountain City to have fun. Isn't that inappropriate? Humph. What's wrong with that? It's not like it was my son who died. We just came to avoid the limelight. Who knows where to find the murderer? Isn't it found out that he went to the Misty Mountain Range? Should we go look there?" Chunbai shot his junior a glare and sneered. "The Misty Mountain Range is so vast. Besides, the murderer isn't an idiot waiting for us at the same spot. It's better to enjoy ourselves. Who knows where they'll be?" Before he could finish, he noticed his junior staring in shock at the back of his hand. Chunbai looked down and gasped. "Hiss. The murderer really delivered themselves right to us?" A blood-red mark on the tiger's mouth of his right hand was flashing continuously, with an arrowhead pointing toward the square below. Chapter 37, The Incident. The two instantly rushed to the window and looked down. What the hell? The square was crowded with people, looking for someone? Using their heads to search? They're out. A colorful cyclone suddenly appeared in the sky above the square, swirling without warning, spewing divine light more brilliant than the most dazzling fireworks. Then, a massive shadow of a ranking list emerged from the divine light, with the words Hidden Dragon List shining brilliantly at the top. Following that, as if a divine being was writing, characters began to appear one after another in the frame. First place, Li Xuechen, 20 years old, 9th level of Spirit Realm. Second place, Jian Wuhan, 21 years old, 9th level of Spirit Realm. Third place, Ji Luyun, 21 years old, 9th level of Spirit Realm. Sigh, the top three are unshakable. The three great holy lands truly deserve their status, unmovable as thunder. It won't be long before they break through, and then they stir things up, ha ha ha. Humph, the top 10 are basically strong competitors for the talented list. Once they break through, they can vie for that list. What about the talented list? Can we compete for the top 3? The rest probably have no chance. My Qingxin Fairy is also at 9th level of Spirit Realm, yet only ranks 11th. What a pity. What a pity. Lingxiao Palace isn't known for combat strength. I've heard that several in the top 10 are pursuing your Qingxin Fairy. Hehe. Those who understand, understand. The hidden dragon talents conquer the continent, while the little girls from Lingxiao Palace conquer the hidden dragon talents. One must admit, their combat power is quite fierce. Lu Changge stretched his neck and finally finished reading the list. He glanced at Nangong Yu and said softly, the Northeast sublist of the Hidden Dragon list. 100th place, a spirit master at the first level. How do you see this, Xiaonan? He emphasized the words Northeast sublist, fearing Xiaonan wouldn't grasp the significance. I'm standing next to you, hehe. 6 years ago, I was on the Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon list, and this year, I'm not even 17. In less than 2 years, I will surely make the list again. Nangong Yu's eyes shone brightly, and his words were undeniably domineering. Lu Changge was surprised. It was rare to see such a side of Xiaonan. Usually, he was either a gentle noble or aloof like an immortal, but now he exuded such dominance. It was truly rare. However, to be fair, upon reflection, Xiaonan's talent was indeed terrifying. At the age of 10, he overshadowed many geniuses in the Eastern Wasteland and made it onto the Hidden Dragon list with the Spirit Realm. No wonder his family faced such difficulties. It seemed that not only the Empire, but also other prominent families were involved. They allowed you to be a genius, but would never permit you to be a monster. The most crucial point is that the rankings can't be hidden. One doesn't know who left this list. For loose cultivators, it's tough, just like Feng Zepping. Once you offend a great power, it's nearly impossible to survive without a backing. Lu Changge had noticed the conversations among the cultivators nearby. It seemed that this Feng Zepping had joined the 10,000 Beasts sect, which was also an upper sect. In the end, he was still alone. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze back to Nangong Yu. If it came to that point, they would discuss it then. Let's go, if we want to see the overall list. We can only go to Shuiyan City. Let's head to the post station now. Nangong Yu said immediately after the rankings were announced. Lu Changge and Little Golden King had no objections. Shuiyan City was a massive city with a population of over 100 million, definitely more prosperous than Black Mountain City. At that moment, on the pavilion, the brothers of the Shunyue sect were staring intently at the blood-red arrow in their hands. He moved, we follow him. Once the crowd thins out, we can surely catch him. Brother Chunbai, why are you so eager now? His junior was puzzled, wondering why his brother had two faces. Chunbai rolled his eyes and said impatiently, a chance presented itself. Why not seize it? To be honest, the blood spirit contract from the outer sect elder is incredibly useful. When I have a son in the future, I'll definitely get one. Ugh. I shouldn't have said that. What bad luck. Quick, keep up. Post station. Oh no, how unfortunate. This young man, you came too late. The flying boat to Shuiyan City left the day before yesterday. The next one won't be until the day after tomorrow. Nangong Yu remained composed, thanked them, and led the two beasts out. He shrugged, helplessly saying, looks like we have to wait 3 more days. Do you and Little Golden King have anywhere you want to go? I can take you there. Forget it. Let's find a place to rest. Ugh, at my size. Is there even a place to rest? Lu Changge suddenly realized a serious issue. He was now 5 meters long and at least 3 meters tall, without counting his antlers. With the antlers, he truly looked like a deer in the wild. Nangong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Little White was sometimes terrifyingly oblivious. However, he understood that it was normal since Little White had never seen a human city and lacked such common sense. Don't worry, even if you were 10 times bigger, there would still be a place for you to stay. It's just that the conditions might be a bit simpler, and you might need to spend a bit more spirit stones. Let's go. Little brother, you made it hard to find us. Nangong Yu's expression changed as he scanned the marks on the two men's tiger mouths and the insignia on their clothes. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, you have the wrong person. After saying that, he ignored them and led Lu Changge and Little Golden King away. The two men watched Nangong Yu leave with smiles, not attempting to stop them. Brother Chunbai, why didn't you just capture them? You let them go like this? Capture my ass. This is Lingxiao Palace's territory. It's within the city. We're not allowed to act. Are the law enforcement team and the Spirit King just for show? Shunbai was furious, slapping his junior on the back of the head and continuing, Go. Ask the post station where that kid is headed. Tell the post station that no matter where that kid goes, it's fully booked. His junior covered his head and said timidly, Can they hear me? Idiot. Don't reveal your identity. This little matter, Black Mountain City Management will give our Xinyue sect some face. I just sensed. The older tall one should be at the spirit realm, but I don't know how many levels. That shorter one is at the 8th level of Spirit Master. Lu Changge had evidently noticed the Xinyue sect insignia and excitedly told Nangong Yu. When Nangong Yu had decisively killed that junior disciple who revealed his identity, Lu Changge had anticipated this development. Sure enough, Nangong Yu felt the excitement in Lu Changge's tone and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Finally, he could only say softly, Little White, I'm only at the 1st level of Spirit Master. Is it really okay for you to be this excited? And Little Golden King hasn't even broken through to Spirit Master yet. Little Golden King. Politeness? Chapter 38. Are you trying to kill me? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a tavern. The attendant at the entrance swept his gaze over Lu Changge's build and understood immediately. He slightly bowed to Nangong Yu and respectfully said, The tavern has 3 courtyards, heaven, earth, and man. Which one would the esteemed guest like? Heaven. Nangong Yu replied without hesitation. Senior brother Li Jin also sponsored some spirit stones, so it should be enough for now. All right, the heaven courtyard is this way. Please follow me. The attendant smiled broadly and led their group around to the back of the tavern. What came into view was a vast area of courtyards. To have such a large tavern in Black Mountain City, it must be backed by something substantial. Following the attendant, they entered one of the courtyards. The design was not overly complex. It was spacious, with exquisite stone slabs on the ground, lofts on both sides, and a delicate pavilion on the side, presumably prepared for contracted spirit beasts. The pavilion was surrounded by streams on 3 sides, with rich spiritual energy flowing through the water, clearly well thought out. Just for one night's stay, it cost 30 spirit stones, which certainly justified its high price. Lu Changge nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that this tavern had something going for it. After the attendant left, Nangong Yu expressed some distress, saying, It's not allowed to make a move within the city, which I'm not worried about, but I fear there may be changes regarding the flying boat tomorrow morning. Isn't this the territory of the Lingxiao Palace? Can the Xinyue sect's hand reach this far? Lu Changge asked in confusion. As a major sect, the name Xinyue sect doesn't sound like a righteous one. Can the Lingxiao Palace really cooperate with the Xinyue sect? Nangong Yu sighed. In this world, there is no clear distinction between righteous and evil sects. It all depends on whether the interests are sufficient. Whoever has the bigger fist is the righteous one. This place is less than 1,000 miles from the Xinyue sect's territory, and the Lingxiao Palace's steward managing Black Mountain City certainly has some dealings with the Xinyue sect. As long as the surface is maintained, I'm sure they will help with minor issues. Taking the flying boat to Shuiyun City is definitely off the table. All right, compared to the world of my past life, this is not much different, perhaps even more straightforward. If it were up to me, I would just kill those 2. A fierce killing intent flashed in Lu Changge's eyes. With nearly 40,000 healing points saved up, if necessary, he would just pile up his cultivation and elevate his talents and abilities later. Although he wanted to let Nangong Yu train more. If the gap in cultivation was too large, it wouldn't serve as effective training. If it were just 2 spirit masters, he wouldn't even bother. No. First of all, it's not allowed to make a move in the city, and even if we did, our strength is still a bit lacking. Are you worried about not being strong enough? Don't worry, I can break through to the Spirit Master realm at any time. Once I do, I can kill at the Master realm. Lu Changge spoke with overwhelming confidence. Nangong Yu believed that Xiaobai had that strength, but he said, Xiaobai, please remember our agreement to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens together? I remember, but why bring this up all of a sudden? Lu Changge was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Yu's expression turned serious, his gaze seemingly unfocused as he looked up to the skies above. Slowly, he said, So, I cannot, and will not, always hide behind you. If I dare not face even the slightest risk, how can I walk alongside you? He had his own pride. Breaking through to the Spirit Master realm at just 10 years old, who in the entire Spirit Martial continent could achieve that? Even if he had to start over now. He believed he wouldn't be weaker than anyone. His family had been destroyed, and his loved ones had died tragically before his eyes. He had never forgotten this. With a great vengeance unavenged, how could he feel justified hiding behind someone else? Xiaobai, throughout ancient history, there has never been a strong person who was sheltered all the way to the peak of the continent. I want to become an unparalleled strong person too. Nangong Yu's voice was soft yet deafening, echoing through the skies. A sudden explosion erupted from within him, revealing the battle body's magic patterns. Spiritual power surged into Nangong Yu's body, as if it were about to burst him apart, and the magic patterns circulated rapidly. In that moment, he resembled a demonic god from the abyss, charging into battle with an overwhelming fighting spirit that stirred the winds and clouds. His cultivation level shot up, reaching the 3rd level of Spirit Master, then the 4th, and finally settling at the 5th level. Lu Changge and Xiaojinggang witnessed this scene in awe, their hearts filled with amazement. It was no surprise that Nangong Yu experienced such a rapid increase in cultivation after a moment of enlightenment. Lu Changge couldn't help but reflect. Had he truly only seen Nangong Yu as a healing point experience package? No, it wasn't just that. First, it was for the abundant healing points. Then he sympathized with his plight. When encountering the 5 disciples of the Xinhua sect, he knew he couldn't win, but still crossed the contract passage without hesitation. As the first person he met after his reincarnation, after spending so much time together, the identity of a lifesaver seemed trivial now. A confidant? Lu Changge chuckled softly. Having such a confidant in this vast foreign world wasn't too bad. Remembering what Nangong Yu had just said, Lu Changge adjusted his mindset. It was time to abandon the habit of protecting his younger siblings like a patriarch from his past life. Nangong Yu was never weak. He could grow into an existence that looked down upon the continent. Now that he understood Xiaobai's thoughts, Lu Changge's gaze sharpened. Didn't he want to walk alongside him? But this speed of cultivation was still far from enough. The Demon Slayer battle body needs to be tempered in storms and at the edge of life and death, so let me see where your limits lie. With that thought, he turned to Xiaojinggang, who was still playing in the water, and suddenly found him displeasing. With a flash of spiritual power, he knocked Xiaojinggang into the water. Play. All you do is play. Look at how Xiaobai is already at the 5th level of Spirit Master, and what about you? Still in the Spirit Apprentice realm. How dare you play? If only you had half of Xiaobai's accomplishments. Xiaojinggang. Hey, what's wrong? Are you still not convinced? Who do you think I'm doing this for? What's wrong with saying a few words to you? Do you dare to retort? Xiaojinggang was bewildered. Are you sick? Big brother, if you keep scolding me, I'll let my mom beat you. Xiaojinggang protested, not accepting Lu Changge's remarks, and threw a giant ape at him. Lu Changge was taken aback and shot Xiaojinggang an annoyed glare. All right, you're not needed here. Go play. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu had already awakened from his epiphany and was about to speak when Lu Changge interrupted him. I know what you want to say. For this trip to Shuiyan City, I want to be going with you too. Don't worry, I'm quite curious about Shuiyan City. Once you two arrive, I'll open the contract passage to come over. Nangong Yu. No, while I want to experience some adversity, I don't want to court death. I'm not afraid of the 9th level of Spirit Master, but I have no idea what the Spirit Master realm is like. Are you trying to kill me? Chapter 39. This tempering, as you wish. Lu Changge glanced at Xiaobai's expression and understood what he was thinking. Look at any genius. Aren't they all killing enemies beyond their level? I believe in you. You can do it too. Nangong Yu was at a loss for words. He knew that was beyond his level. Since Lu Changge had decided not to intervene this time, he simply wouldn't go with them. The journey to Shuiyan City was over 6,000 kilometers long, which should be enough for them to train. However, he wasn't a devil. He comforted them. If you encounter a life and death crisis, immediately activate the contract passage. I will step in. What else could Nangong Yu say? He could only exchange glances with Xiaojinggang, feeling like crying without tears. A night passed without incident. The next day, as Nangong Yu exited the tavern, he saw the 2 disciples of the Xinhua sect sitting leisurely at the opposite pavilion, sipping their morning tea and smiling slightly at him. Moments later, they walked out of the post station with blank expressions. As expected, taking the flying boat was not feasible. Nangong Yu furrowed his brows. It seemed they could only go to another city to take a boat, but first, they needed to shake off those 2 disciples from the Xinhua sect, or perhaps, kill them. Lu Changge glanced at Nangong Yu's expression and knew the flying boat plan had fallen through. He wasn't surprised, after all. He had already mentally prepared himself when he saw those 2 yesterday. How do you say, let's leave the city today? After leaving the city, I will not be with you anymore. Nangong Yu glanced at the little golden king, who was radiating spiritual energy and on the verge of a breakthrough, and pondered, the little golden king is about to break through. Once he does, we can leave the city. It seems my encouragement yesterday was quite effective for the little golden king. Lu Changge thought to himself, should I push him a bit more in the future? Shaking his head, he decided against it. He couldn't afford to provoke the 2nd-generation beast. The fluctuations continued until the afternoon, and with a pop, the little golden king finally broke through to the Spirit Master realm. Outside Heishan City, Lu Changge glanced at the 2 disciples of the Divine Blood sect who were closely following behind, and said, Xiao Nanzi, Xiao Jinjing, you 2 keep it up. If you really can't hold on, open the contract channel. The green mountains remain, and the clear waters flow on. We shall meet again someday. He made a strange gesture and then soared into the sky, leaving Nangong Yu and the little golden king staring at each other. And they both ran wildly towards the north. Senior brother Chenbai, that deer has run away. Could it be a trap? The junior brother asked in confusion. Trap your mother. Hurry up and chase. After saying that, he immediately pursued Nangong Yu's fleeing direction. But that deer is very strong. The junior brother scratched his head and murmured. Seeing that his senior brother's figure was about to disappear, he hurriedly followed. Lu Changge gazed into the distance for a long time and sighed. Xiao Nanzi, oh Xiao Nanzi, this is what you wished for. This tempering, just as you wanted. It was time for him to go out and experience some challenges. After all, being a deer was somewhat inconvenient. Last time, passing through a village and tasting the sweetness. Lu Changge's target this time was those villages and towns. As for cities, he was a bit afraid to go recklessly. If caught, he'd end up in a pot of stew. Unfortunately, he forgot to buy a map from Xiao Nanzi. How foolish of him. Habits are indeed a terrifying thing. He had always acted together with Xiao Nanzi and the little golden king, and suddenly acting alone as a deer felt quite awkward. Xiao Nanzi, are you alright? Did you catch up? Lu Changge couldn't help but ask through the contract transmission. After waiting for a while, Nangong Yu's hurried voice finally came through. Cough, I'm fine. I forgot you weren't here. I fought a bit hard with the little golden king, and we managed to escape for now. Upon hearing this, Lu Changge felt heartbroken. Damn. At least over 1,000 healing points gone. What a pity. Cough. How about I come over and heal you too before we leave? No need. We can still hold on. Big brother, I can't hold on. Hurry over. Little golden king, shut up and recover. Lu Changge. Alright. There's a village. Lu Changge instantly forgot about those healing points. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the villagers were carrying farming tools, dragging their weary bodies along the paths. Suddenly, the sky lit up, causing the villagers in the fields to look up, and women and children in the houses rushed out. They saw a celestial deer stepping on white clouds, landing on the crown of an ancient tree that was 1,000 years old. The light precisely entered the bodies of each villager, as if they were receiving long-awaited rain, and then each one began to glow with vitality. Quick, everyone. Quickly greet the celestial deer and heal our ailments. An old man nimbly jumped onto the platform used for village meetings, loudly reminding the villagers. Thanks to the celestial deer for healing our ailments. When they looked up again, the celestial deer had long since disappeared. Lu Changge looked at the panel and saw an increase of 5,000 healing points, feeling extremely satisfied. He only needed 8,000 more to break through 50,000 points. By then, the talent supernatural ability section should light up. He just needed to find a big village. He was sure he could gather enough. Come out. Why are you following me? Lu Changge's spiritual sense exploded on the branches below, and a green figure stepped lightly, gracefully appearing before him on the tree crown, standing tall. She looked quite good. The woman had an ethereal beauty, long hair like a waterfall, and a dress of green swaying in the wind, giving off a somewhat cold aura. The luck energy behind her was not to be underestimated, probably around 6 or 7 stars. At this moment, her eyes, gazing at Lu Changge, sparkled like flowing clouds. Why are you following me? Although Lu Changge did not sense any malicious intent from the woman, he found it quite annoying that she kept following him. The woman seemed to sense his impatience and pondered for a moment before saying, I am Xiao Yingyin, a disciple of Lingxiao Palace. I was just passing by the village and became curious. Xiao Yingyin sighed slightly in her heart. She hadn't expected to see the celestial deer healing the villagers' old ailments. Upon coming closer and sensing, she unexpectedly formed a contract. Oh, you're the so-called Changge fairy? Lu Changge was taken aback. He had just heard about her in Heishan City and was surprised to encounter someone from Lingxiao Palace in such a small place. Xiao Yingyin's face brightened, feeling inexplicably happy, and said, You know me? I don't know you. I just came out of Heishan City and heard others mention you. Hearing this, Lu Changge immediately became interested. How far is it from here? How many people are in the town? The town isn't very big, just about 30 to 40,000 people. It's about 1,000 kilometers away. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Chapter 40. Changge Fairy, Great Harvest. If there are 30 to 40,000 people, 1,000 kilometers isn't far at all. If there are more villages along the way, wouldn't he make a fortune? Lu Changge was somewhat excited. He didn't care what motives this woman had. Since he wanted to go, with her cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit realm, she couldn't possibly stop him. Besides, he was quite confident in his talent's supernatural abilities and hadn't sensed any ill intentions from Xiao Yingyin yet. I have a flying magical treasure. Let's take this to get there faster. Seeing that the celestial deer agreed and even appeared somewhat excited, she sighed slightly in her heart. Even the celestial deer knew to worry about the safety of ordinary people, yet most spiritual cultivators didn't. Immediately, she took out a palm-sized small boat from her spatial ring, tossed it into the air, and it expanded in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a boat-shaped magical treasure over several tens of meters long and nearly 5 meters wide, with a streamlined hull, predominantly a light cloud-white color, and a surface that shimmered with a soft luster. The sails were made of an unknown material, embroidered with cloud patterns and images of celestial cranes. The bow was even carved with a graceful celestial crane, poised to take flight. Wow, this looks so advanced. I should get one for Xiao Nanzi in the future. Lu Changge's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. With this, he didn't need to share a flying boat to Water Cloud City anymore. Moreover, just looking at the complex formations engraved on the boat's hull, it probably wouldn't be slow. This, dear friend? Please. Xiao Yingyin didn't know how to address him. Calling him celestial dear felt too formal, and besides, this celestial deer wasn't weak either. Lu Changge lightly tapped the void with his deer hooves and stepped onto the flying boat. It was stable, truly stable. The more he looked at it, the more he wanted it. He glanced at the Changge fairy. Forget it. For now, he couldn't overpower her. Besides, she didn't have any bad intentions. If he acted directly, wouldn't that seem like he had no dear manners? Changge fairy, how much does this flying boat cost in spirit stones? Xiao Yingyin was momentarily taken aback by his question and said while controlling the flying boat, "This flying boat was given to me by my master. I don't know the cost, but flying boats sold on the market are generally priced between 100,000 to several million spirit stones." As if fearing she hadn't explained clearly, she added, "The spirit martial continent is too vast, so all flying magical treasures are not cheap. The faster the speed and the stronger the defensive capabilities, the more expensive they are. For example, my flying boat can cover 1,000 kilometers in just 2 hours, and it can withstand attacks from peak spirit kings without any issues. The benefits of a big sect are indeed great." That unambitious Xiao Nanzi. Lu Changge sighed. People could really make one feel inferior. He needed to find a way to get one. Otherwise, he couldn't always let those two ride on his back, could he? Oh, right, please stop if there are any villages or small towns along the way. Lu Changge suddenly remembered this and quickly added, "It's a pity to miss out. He has 5 innate abilities, and the healing points required for upgrades are no small number, so we can't let any opportunity slip by. Do you still want to heal the villagers?" Lu Changge said with deep sorrow. In this vast continent, these mortals are like candles flickering in the wind. Their lives short and fragile, lasting only a few decades. They struggle in this cruel world filled with fierce beasts, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. I, Lu, though filled with compassion, also know my limitations and cannot reverse this desolate reality. Every time I step into these villages and see the faces etched with suffering, my heart feels as if it is being cut by a knife. I can only do my best to lend a helping hand. In every village I pass, I use my limited powers to alleviate some pain, which is better than nothing. Xiao Yingyin was shocked. What a heart of compassion this is. A spirit beast can have such a heart, but what have they, her kind, done? Indifference and cold glances. What is even more heartbreaking is that this continent is not lacking in evil cultivators, whose actions are truly outrageous. For their own power, they do not hesitate to sacrifice the innocent, offering countless lives. Taoist Lu's words truly make us cultivators feel ashamed. Though I, Xiao Yingyin, have no healing abilities, I am quite familiar with the territory of Lingxiao Palace. Taoist Lu has this heart. I will surely accompany and guide you. Xiao Yingyin promised seriously. Lu Changge was taken aback. Could there really be such good fortune? He initially wanted to show off a little, but unexpectedly gained something unexpected. This girl is not bad. It seems the Lingxiao Palace is not just full of women who seduce men. This might delay the cultivation of the Changge fairy. Lu felt a bit guilty. I see that the Changge fairy is injured. How about I heal you a bit? Lu Changge changed his tone, trying to see if he could get something in return. Even a mosquito is meat, and having something is better than nothing. Little by little adds up. Moreover, it's not shameful to earn healing points. Ding. You healed a 9th level spirit sect, 7-star fortune, human race, healing points 200. Not bad, not bad, that's quite a bit. I didn't expect this little girl to have 7-star fortune, that's something. A melodious sound half escaped, but was stopped by a jade hand over her mouth. Xiao Yingyin's face flushed slightly. This healing felt somewhat comfortable. For the first time, it was a bit overwhelming and took some getting used to. 2.5 hours later. Changge fairy, is this the town you mentioned? Lu Changge was in an exceptionally good mood. Having been led in a big circle by Xiao Yingyin, he had wildly earned 40,000 healing points, bringing his total to 80,000 points. The talent and ability section lit up when the healing points broke 50,000. It seemed he was not mistaken. Unfortunately, these were all small villages, and there weren't many people. This is a big town. After this wave, at least 2 abilities can be upgraded. Lu also noticed the abnormality of these villagers. Their skin was pale as if they had lost blood, their eyes sunken and somewhat vacant. The entire large town resembled a dead zone, devoid of any vitality. I will go use my abilities now. With that, he lightly trotted above the small town. Taoist AI Lu truly cannot bear to see mortals suffer. Xiao Yingyin sighed slightly, releasing her spiritual sense, searching inch by inch within the town. Since Taoist Lu is so determined, if she does not root out this evil cultivator, Wouldn't she be wasting her identity as the Qinshin fairy? Lu Changge hovered in the air, unnoticed by the townsfolk who were like walking corpses. He didn't care. All he wanted were healing points. Nothing else mattered. Spiritual power quickly gathered in his antlers, transforming single-target healing into large-scale group healing, but in such a large area. It would take a while to charge. Soon, a green energy ball coalesced between Lu Changge's antlers, flying straight to the center of the town, then exploding like fireworks. Green healing light rained down from the sky. Ding! You healed the villagers of a small human town, gaining scattered faith, healing points 35,000. As the light rain washed over them, the villagers' faces visibly improved, but clearly, once was not enough. Lu Changge's face turned a bit pale, but his spirit was exceptionally high. It wasn't enough. A few more times, and he'd be close to upgrading his abilities. Suddenly, a blood-red sword light, filled with murderous intent, sliced through the air. Coming from below, reaching Lu Changge in an instant. Chapter 41, Mysterious Spirit King. Lu Changge's heart surged with crisis, and he quickly conjured a moonlight shield. Just then, he heard a sound of Qin music, boom. It was Xiao Yin's timely attack. Upon collision, Lu Changge was instantly sent flying by the energy shock. Damn that sneak attack. A blood-colored figure slowly rose into the air. The Spirit King. Xiao Yin spoke quietly, her expression serious. An ancient Qin appeared in her hands. Her right hand lightly rested on the strings, staring intently at the blood-colored figure. Lu Changge was speechless. Even a Spirit King would resort to sneak attacks? He was puzzled. A Spirit King was already a strong figure. Why would they be interested in such a small town's blood energy? At this moment, he spoke for Xiao Yin. You are already a Spirit King level expert. Why attack this small town? The blood-colored Spirit King, whose aura was thick with blood, had a face obscured by dense fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Their voice was arrogant. Hee, just doing a little experiment. This little deer doesn't know its own death. This healing wasted me a few days' time, so let it pay with its life. As soon as the words fell, a massive blood-colored hand appeared in the air, reaching for Lu Changge. The air cracked under the pressure of the giant hand, making explosive sounds. Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless. The ancient Qin floated in the air, her 10 fingers like butterflies dancing on the strings, mesmerizing the heart. The boiling sound transformed into sound blades, gathering together like a dragon of sound, charging straight at the blood-colored giant hand. At the moment of collision, there was a loud roar, and red clouds scattered across the sky. The blood-colored giant hand was shattered, while a trace of bright red blood spilled from the corner of Xiao Yin's mouth. Xiao Yin's expression was cold, saying nothing, and her attacks became even more fierce. Her fingers moving faster and faster, the sound waves crashing like a tsunami, wave after wave charging towards the blood shadow. Lu Changge couldn't help but feel speechless. This was too heavy-handed. Are the evil cultivators of the spirit martial continent all playing so ruthlessly? No. The cultivation level of this spirit master realm is still a bit lacking. Lu Changge glanced at his status panel. Healing points, 117,000 points. Healing points are a pain. If they run out, we can earn more later. Let us upgrade to Spirit Sect first and see how it goes. Healing points 9,000. Cultivation level, Spirit Sect first level. Damn, the healing points needed for upgrades are increasing more and more. Let's see how it goes with his healing abilities. This Qinshin fairy should be about ready, right? If she still can't match me, upgrading later won't be too late. He didn't want to waste his potential on such a thing. The lower the cultivation level, the more enhancing bloodline talent can significantly increase one's foundation. This is his confidence in being invincible at the same level. Otherwise, no matter how high the cultivation level, it would be like a castle in the air. Bullying the lower ranks is fine, but once encountering those hidden dragon talents, they would only be passively beaten. Qinshin fairy, please don't let me down. Seeing Xiao Yin showing signs of fatigue, Lu Changge directly cast a healing spell. Ding! You healed a 9th level spirit sect, 7-star fortune, human race, healing points 220. Xiao Yin's complexion quickly turned rosy, and even her significantly consumed spiritual power was mostly restored at this time. She glanced at Lu Changge with a look of gratitude. Then her expression instantly sharpened. Her right hand's spiritual light illuminated the dimming sky as if it were daylight, suddenly sweeping across the Qin strings. Yet not a single sound emerged. The Blood Shadow Spirit King's face twisted in pain. Even the battle technique he was casting was forcibly interrupted, staggering in midair, nearly crashing to the ground. Humph, Qinshin fairy, I must say, you have angered me. The Blood Shadow Spirit King's expression turned fierce as he clasped his hands together. An imposing aura soaring into the sky. Behind him, countless blood swords quickly materialized, each exuding an aura that was not inferior to a peak spirit realm's full power strike. Xiao Yin's expression changed drastically, and she sighed inwardly. Gathering her spiritual power, she rapidly condensed it in her dantian, and in an instant, her aura surged, surprisingly matching the Blood Shadow Spirit King. This was the secret technique of Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly sound domain. Once activated, her cultivation would temporarily explode, creating a sound domain. Enemies within this domain would not only lose their hearing, but also face countless invisible sound blades, an impenetrable attack. As long as the domain remained intact, the sound blades would continue. She wanted to use this secret technique. Once she did, her 9th level spirit realm cultivation would no longer be suppressed, meaning her quest for the potential dragon ranking would be completely over. With that thought, she redirected her immense anger toward the Blood Shadow Spirit King, directly enveloping him in the heavenly sound domain. At that moment, the Blood Shadow Spirit King had also completed his combat method. Like the return of 10,000 swords to their master, the blood swords transformed into countless blood-red ribbons, pouring down like a torrential rain towards the Qingxin Ferry. The air crackled with sounds, endlessly. Boom. In an instant, the void twisted to its limit, and the heavens rumbled as if they were about to shatter. Below, in the town, both low-level spiritual cultivators and ordinary villagers scrambled away in panic. The blood swords exploded all at once, turning into a sky full of blood, which was then sliced into strip-like remnants by invisible blades, carrying a deadly beauty. 2 figures were sent flying out. Xiao Yin's green dress was stained red with the spewed blood, while the Blood Shadow Spirit King seemed even worse off. His blood robe was now soaked, hanging in strips on him. That was a spirit garment inscribed with protective arrays. Good heavens, is that the Qingxin Fairy? She actually managed to surpass the Spirit King. Could it be that she has also broken through to the Spirit King level? It can't be, right? The geniuses on the potential dragon ranking should be able to deal with ordinary spiritual cultivators easily. Isn't that just routine? Yes. It seems that all the top 10 on the potential dragon ranking have records of battling against Spirit Kings, with the top 3 even having defeated Spirit Kings before. It must be true. If that is the case, Qingxin Fairy's ranking is likely to rise next month. In the town, those spiritual cultivators who had seen the world began to discuss, their voices unabated, provoking the Blood Shadow Spirit King to a furious extreme. What made his expression even worse was that the Qingxin Fairy, now glowing green, had returned to her peak state. Damn, this cursed spirit deer. In a fit of rage, the Blood Shadow Spirit King condensed a sword in the void, charging straight at Xiao Yingyin. Just as it was about to approach, it suddenly vanished, as if passing through her body, swiftly aiming directly at Lu Changge. Dear friend, Xiao Yingyin exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard. She never expected that the Blood Shadow Spirit King would feign an attack, taking a hit from her just to ambush a newly entered spirit realm deer. Dozens of blood swords sliced through the air at incredible speed. Before they even got close, the overwhelming fluctuation seemed ready to pierce through his insides. In an instant, Lu Changge's figure was pierced through like a sieve. Dear friend, Xiao Yingyin cried out in despair, never imagining that such a compassionate spirit deer would die here due to her invitation, and what's worse, it wouldn't even leave a whole corpse behind. Chapter 42. The Qingxin Fairy has heart. Xiao Yingyin's eyes turned red. With the guqin in hand, she forcefully pulled a string, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power. With a sound of clashing metal, the string snapped, and the resonating sound instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long sound blade, filled with killing intent, firmly locking onto the Spirit King and slashing forward with supreme might. That spirit deer had a path to death long ago. Why is the Qingxin Fairy so angry? The Blood Shadow Spirit King braced himself for the hit. His shield shattered instantly as he was sent flying by the 100-meter sound blade. Though his body was in tatters, blood constantly oozed from the corners of his mouth. It did not affect his mood in the slightest. If it weren't for that damned spirit deer, he would have easily captured this insignificant Qingxin Fairy by now. Am I drawing hatred like this? Hidden beneath the treetops, Lu Changge, using the transformation divine ability, felt speechless upon hearing the Blood Shadow Spirit King's words. What had he done? All he did was heal some villagers in the town and give Xiao Yingyin a few healing boosts. What else had he done? Wronged. He felt wronged to death. Seeing Xiao Yingyin forcibly erupting with power, her face flushed. Lu Changge didn't hide anymore. He directly approached her, casting another healing spell. Ding. You healed a 9th level spirit realm, 7 stars luck, human, healing points 210. Delighted, Xiao Yingyin exclaimed, Dear friend, you're all right. That is wonderful. With the dear friend's compassionate nature, if it really fell here without understanding the situation, it would be a loss for the entire northern and even the whole spirit martial continent. It seems this matter cannot be left as is. The Blood Shadow Spirit King glared fiercely at Xiao Yingyin and Lu Changge, sweeping his gaze over the many ordinary people in the distant town. And then the blood shadow directly turned into bubbles, dissipating into the air. Wait, he just ran away like that? Was it all for nothing? Lu Changge stared dumbfounded at the disappearing Blood Shadow Spirit King, thinking where to find him now. Xiao Yin's mood was quite heavy, and after pondering for a moment, she said, "This matter is not simple. I will report it to the sect and see if there are any similar incidents in other villages and towns." Hearing her thorough analysis, Lu Changge didn't come to any useful conclusions and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't care about this. All ghostly tricks were useless in the face of absolute strength. His current goal was to quickly level up all his divine abilities to Earth level and then break through to Spirit King, so he could feel more secure. Thinking of the enemies Xiao Nanzi faced in the Eastern Wilderness, he thought he needed to at least break through to the Zune level. By the way, is the Soul Refining Sect also one of the 8 major sects? Lu Changge directly asked, having broken through to the spirit realm. He no longer needed to use spiritual sense to transmit sound, as his throat bones had been refined to speak human language. Xiao Yingyin didn't find it strange. Spirit beasts speaking wasn't a rare occurrence. Regarding Lu Changge's question, she naturally answered without reservation, yes. But the Soul Refining Sect is very far from our Lingxiao Palace, separated by the territory of the Divine Blood Sect, which specializes in spiritual combat techniques and soul-searching arts. You should be extra careful when encountering disciples of the Soul Refining Sect in the future. Lu Changge nodded thoughtfully, slowly filling in the map of Northern in his mind. With a slight shift in thought, since the Blood Shadow Spirit King had run away, it was time to reap the rewards. They had fought for so long, it was a bit tiring. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. Now that he was in the spirit realm, gathering a large-scale divine ability was much faster. A massive green energy sphere shot straight towards the town's sky, trailing a tail behind it. With a bang, it burst open like fireworks. The spiritual cultivators below, who had already reacted, spread their arms wide, enjoying the healing from the fireworks. Ding! You healed the small human town's villagers, gaining scattered faith, healing points 35,000. How miraculous! It could even heal the loss of souls. The ability of this spirit deer was truly astonishing. What spirit deer? That's a celestial deer, one that brings good fortune. Many villages that encountered the celestial deer had been healed by divine abilities. So, this spirit deer isn't the mount of the Qinshin fairy? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the Qinshin fairy call it dear friend earlier? It definitely isn't a mount. Lu Changge didn't care what they were discussing below. All that mattered was that he had gained healing points. This little town alone had raked in 70,000 healing points. The Blood Shadow Spirit King was indeed a good person. Healing points, 153,000. The progress was promising. He was still short of 100,000. If Xiao Yingyin took him around for a few more days, he would have enough healing points to upgrade his talent divine abilities. Seeing that the townsfolk had all healed, Xiao Yingyin directly maneuvered the flying boat to leave. Soon after, they landed on the crown of a towering giant tree. "I'm sorry, dear friend. I'm truly sorry for putting you in danger this time. It's nothing. This was what I wished for. If I had known the situation in this town, even if the Qinshin fairy hadn't come, I would have come here anyway," Lu Changge said, his expression serious and his tone righteous. This remark made Xiao Yingyin feel even more embarrassed, and the following words were even harder to say. "Qinshin fairy, if you have something to say, just say it. I, Lu, have always been straightforward and do not like going around in circles." Lu Changge was getting more and more addicted to pretending. Watching Xiao Yingyin hesitate to speak was just too amusing. After this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to accompany his friend Lu anymore. After speaking, he looked ashamed, as leading the spirit deer was originally his suggestion, yet he ended up going back on his word. Lu Changge was still pondering something. This Qinshin fairy was quite sincere. He sighed deeply, seemingly understanding, and nodded, saying, "Qinshin fairy, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. I can manage on my own, but unfortunately, I don't know the locations of more villages, so I might not be able to cure their ailments. And my cultivation is low, my pace slow, causing them to suffer more from their illnesses." He handed Lu Changge a map of Lingxiao Palace's territory and a talisman that could withstand a strike from a spirit king, as well as a flying boat he had used in his early years. It wasn't that great, but it would make things easier for his friend. After explaining the operation method of the flying boat, he felt quite embarrassed and added, "I hope you won't mind, dear friend." Lu Changge cleared his throat and slowly put everything into his spatial ring, then said, "Fairy Qinshin, you are very thoughtful. It seems you also feel for the suffering of mortals. Since you have more important matters, I will take these items. It counts as you accompanying me. There's no time to lose. I shall take my leave now, fairy." After saying that, without waiting for a response, he stepped onto a cloud and disappeared into the night. Xiao Yingyin looked at the spirit deer's retreating figure, her eyes reddening. It was as if it didn't want to delay for even a moment. Such a spirit deer made her feel like crying. Chapter 43, law of heaven and earth. Lu Changge dared not stay any longer, fearing he would burst into laughter. Quite cute. Xiao Nanzi, Xiao Jingang, are you alive? After quite a while, a voice came from the opposite side. It was Xiao Jingang. Big brother, hurry over. Second brother took a hit from me, and it seems he's about to die. Xiao Jingang, shut up, I'm not dead yet. Lu Changge had only casually asked, but if there really was a problem, he could sense it through the contract. From his perception, both the person and the beast were just a bit weak. They should have sustained injuries. Where did you two escape to? I have a flying boat now. Do you want me to come pick you up? Hiss, Xiao Bai, where did you get the flying boat? Not too far. About 300 kilometers from Heishan City. Nangong Yu leaned against the cave wall, and in his surprise, he pulled at his wound, his complexion slightly pale. Lu Changge chuckled and briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. Then he suddenly remembered that he had asked Xiao Jingang to keep the 5 spatial rings from the Sheng Swaiming. He quickly asked, Xiao Jingang, didn't I ask you to keep those 5 spatial rings from Sheng Swaiming? Open them and check. If they managed to get as far as Lingxiao Palace, they surely didn't run all the way there. They probably had a flying boat as well. Moments later, Nangong Yu's helpless voice came through. I neglected that. There is indeed a flying boat inside. Although it's not of high grade, it's completely usable. They had long forgotten about this matter. If it weren't for Xiao by bringing it up, who knows when they would have discovered it. It seemed he would have to confiscate Xiao Jingang's financial rights in the future. Lu Changge was not surprised. It would have been abnormal if there weren't any. I have already broken through to the spirit realm. Are you too sure you don't need me to come and deal with those 2 little bastards? No need. I can handle it. All right. If you say you can handle it, then you can handle it. Lu Changge cut off the contract communication, found a hidden place, and released the flying boat. Although it wasn't as large as Xiao Yingyin's or as exquisite, it was definitely sufficient for his own use. Sleeping on the boat at night was much safer than sleeping outside, especially since there was a protective formation. 700 kilometers south of Shuiyun City was Shuya Town. Lu Changge dismissed the realm of intent, gathered the 4 spatial rings on the ground with his spiritual power, scanned them with his spiritual sense, and satisfactorily stored them in his spatial ring. He left behind a crowd of stunned onlookers and departed. This was already the umpteenth wave of spirit cultivators trying to target him. It seemed they had observed his behavioral patterns. How dare a mere spirit master, accompanied by 3 spirit realms, set an ambush against him. Before dying, they even dared to threaten him. It was truly ridiculous. It had already been a month, and he was almost at Shuiyun City, yet Xiao Nanzi still hadn't arrived? Lu Changge casually complained. Over the past month, he had been extremely busy, visiting one village after another as if he were a leader going to the countryside. Of course, the results of the visits were immensely satisfying. Name, Lu Changge. Race, Spirit Row. Cultivation, Spirit Realm, 1st level. Talents and abilities, Heavenly Eye Spirit Vision, Earth level. Healing Technique, Earth level. Cloud Steps on the Moon, Earth level. Transformation, Earth level. Auspicious Aura, Earth level. Cultivation Method, Moonlight Tide Technique, Earth level mid-grade. Healing Points, 139,000. All talents and abilities had been upgraded to Earth level. And with 120,000 healing points remaining, Lu Changge felt he had never been so powerful. With the cultivation of the spirit realm and 5 Earth-level talents and abilities. Although they were mostly supportive, they significantly enhanced his bloodline. The Earth-level Heavenly Eye Spirit Vision occasionally allowed him to see the fate of some beings, but it only targeted those with low luck. The healing technique needed no elaboration. Its effects had greatly improved. And even if a spirit king or spirit sovereign were severely injured, they could likely recover quickly. He rarely used the transformation ability, but when he did, it was indeed effective. The aura akin to the Blood Shadow Spirit King seemed to have lost its usefulness. For now, he hadn't discovered its application. However, after upgrading, the cloud steps on the moon became powerful. Short-range spatial movement was like teleportation. For long distances, it was slightly lacking. But if a spirit king wanted to catch up to him, they might be overestimating themselves. Even a spirit sovereign, who wasn't particularly fast, wouldn't be able to catch him for a while, which significantly boosted his sense of security. No matter how much of a protagonist Xiao Nanzi was, it was unlikely his cultivation would provoke a spirit king, right? However, after the bloodline enhancement, his size had also increased, which was somewhat inconvenient. Lu Changge looked down at his reflection on the lake. Although he was becoming more majestic and charming, he was already about 10 meters tall. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Lu Changge's figure flickered as he arrived at the shore, the spatial rings hanging from his antlers swaying, revealing a broken stone tablet on the ground, which was the rubbing sent by the Jinggang Yuan. The system should be able to deduce it, right? He decided to give it a try. Lu Changge stepped forward, lightly placing his forelegs on the stone tablet, and then his thoughts directly focused on the healing point section. Deduce. He saw the healing points rapidly depleting, and Lu Changge was shocked. I haven't even said what to deduce yet, you dog system. Big and small wishes, no? Law of heaven and earth. Law of heaven and earth. Deduce the law of heaven and earth for me. He didn't even know if it existed. If it did, he would be invincible. If not, then so be it. He could only choose to forgive the system. 100,000 healing points were directly devoured, and in an instant, Changge felt as if he had been transported to a vast and boundless wild world, with mountains and valleys, towering trees, divine light blooming in the void, and ferocious beasts exuding great might. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to arrive at a battlefield where a 5-zhong giant ape roared at a monstrous bird that blocked the sun and moon, then bent its waist. And with a thunderous roar, its entire body instantly swelled, becoming 10,000 zhong tall in the blink of an eye, with a waist circumference of 1,000, towering over the wilderness, rendering the sun and moon in the wild without light. No, wait. Though it was a giant ape, it wasn't he the Nangong Yu. The law of heaven and earth instead resembled a certain famous work he had seen in his past life. Could it be that the system's deduction combined the stone tablet with his memories? If that were true, then this ability could be incredibly powerful. Truly the #1 ability, a great ability. Changge hurriedly scanned the panel, and indeed, law of heaven and earth, yellow level. Unlike the innate divine abilities that awaken autonomously, when he swept his thoughts across, the various miraculous uses of the law of heaven and earth were all poured into his mind, allowing him to grasp them deeply. Chapter 44, a small test of divine powers. Healing points, 20,000. Law of heaven and earth, mysterious level. I didn't expect that just leveling up to the mysterious level would cost me 20,000 healing points. Changge immediately upgraded the law of heaven and earth to the mysterious level, but he realized that the consumption was 10 times that of his other divine powers. I can't imagine how many healing points would be needed to reach the earth level. However, it was worth it, because as soon as this mysterious level law of heaven and earth was cast, his physical body immediately surged to 100 zhong, with 100-fold enhancement in all aspects, making it unmatched in power. Although it doesn't last long, this divine ability instantly became his greatest trump card, a hidden skill. The Sea Rising Bright Moon combat technique was utterly insignificant in the face of the law of heaven and earth. I, Lu, formally declare that I am invincible. You can do as you please. Changge's figure slowly shrank to the size of an ordinary deer, becoming even more exquisite. He moved slightly, getting used to it for a while, and looked towards the original location of the broken stone tablet. All that was left was a pile of stone dust. What a pity. Smacking his lips, if it could still be used, he should save more healing points in the future. Who knows what amazing divine powers he could deduce. In an instant, the tense voice of Xiao Nanzi came over. Xiao Bai, I came through the contract passage with Xiao Jingang. Nangong Yu protected Xiao Jingang behind him. His gaze fixed tightly on the figures in front, unleashing the aura of a peak spiritual master, confronting the enemy. Changge was taken aback. Didn't they say they were almost at Shuiyan City? What is going on? Did they encounter a strong enemy? Nangong Yu smiled bitterly and said, a spiritual king has come from the other side. There's no time to explain, we're coming over now. Don't move. I'll be right there. Changge instantly became excited. A spiritual king. He had just tried out his law of heaven and earth divine power. Otherwise, he would have been itching with curiosity. He wanted to see if this law of heaven and earth was really that impressive. It should be no problem to crush a spiritual king. After all, this was 100-fold enhancement in all aspects for him, not just 100 of himself. The difference between these two was enormous. The 100-fold enhancement was a comprehensive boost to his own abilities, including body, divine powers, and combat techniques. While 100 of himself meant that the individual abilities remained unchanged. No matter how many there were, they were still weaklings. A big shot could wipe out a large area with a wave of their hand. After Changge finished speaking, he immediately opened the contract passage. Xiaobai, don't be impulsive. If you come over, we'll be wiped out. Nangong Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. At this moment, Changge's petite figure had already walked out from the contract passage, tilting his head to look at Xiao Nanzi, and asked in confusion, what did you just say, Xiao Nanzi? Nangong Yu was momentarily speechless and chose to ignore him. I'm tired, let us destroy it. Ha, kid. Is this the savior you brought? The spiritual king from the blood god sect laughed so hard, he couldn't straighten up. Recalling how he was startled when he first saw the contract passage form, he didn't expect that it was just an ordinary spirit deer that came over. Even if it had the spirit sect level, what could it do? Could it turn the tide in his hands? The spiritual king couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, are you afraid that Zhang is hungry and bringing me some snacks? Uffed. Xiao Jingang couldn't hold back and quickly covered his mouth with both hands, looking innocently at Changge. Big brother, I just thought of something funny. I'm not laughing at you. Did you get hurt? Why are you so small? Lu Changge kicked Xiao Jingang, too lazy to bother with him. He cast a healing spell to cover Nangong Yu and Xiao Jingang, then turned to the laughing spiritual king. The spiritual king was dressed in the signature blood robe of the blood god sect, but the golden patterns on the spirit robe made him appear even more imposing. Although he was laughing uncontrollably, his aura clearly indicated that he had been in the spiritual king realm for a long time. His presence was even greater than the previous blood shadow spiritual king he encountered. Beside him stood a spirit sect cultivator, who was none other than Shunbai from Black Mountain City. The spiritual master disciple had presumably been taken down by Nangong Yu. Lu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly and said flatly, "Fellow cultivators, I see that your fortunes are clouded and your spiritual centers are dark. It seems you are in for bloodshed and calamity in life. Did you not see that you are about to be skinned and flayed and eaten?" The spiritual king looked at the little deer with amusement, unfazed. Although Chunbai didn't believe that this group could escape from the spiritual king's hands, he still reminded his outer sect steward during the insurance period, "Steward Zhang, this spirit deer should have flying divine powers and can walk on air." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Steward Zhang's dismissive wave. "Flying is useful for your spirit sect, but it's laughable for us spiritual kings. The bounty issued by the Grand Elder is just right for me. I cannot let others snatch it." Lu Changge didn't want to delay either. He said to the nervous Xiao Nanzi and Xiao Jingang, "You two back off a bit. I'm about to show off." He had long been unable to wait. Watching the giant net cascading down, Lu Changge howled towards the sky, the sound shaking the earth. The law of heaven and earth divine power was directly unleashed. His body instantly expanded to 100 zhang, resembling a moving towering peak, with divine light surrounding his entire form, sharp and fierce deer antlers, and moonlit water spirits intertwined. His four hooves stomped on the ground, causing it to tremble, and the aura of divinity swept across the world. His eyes shone like two brilliant silver moons, staring directly at the spiritual king, Steward Zhang. At this moment, numerous powerful beings above the spiritual king realm in Shuiyun City were stirred, looking towards the south. Some curious onlookers transformed into streaks of light, heading towards the direction of the shaking forest. Nangong Yu and Xiao Jingang were completely stunned, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Did he consume some kind of divine pill for his body? Xiao Jingang muttered unconsciously, "Big brother is awesome. What is this? What kind of monster is this?" Chunbai stared blankly, gaping at the giant beast before him, which exuded an aura reminiscent of a natural disaster. The overwhelming aura made him unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. Stunned, he turned to the horrified Steward Zhang and trembled. "Steward Zhang, we should run." "Run?" Steward Zhang's expression hardened, and he said viciously, "A spirit deer that has just entered the spirit sect realm, even if it casts a divine power. I don't believe it's stronger than me. It's just for show." The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. "It must be like that. Trying to scare me away? In your dreams. If I can kill this spirit deer and refine its blood to cultivate this divine power, kill it." At this moment, he seemed to have gone mad, with only this thought in his mind. He spread his arms wide, channeling spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and shouted. Countless blood-colored runes flew from his body, instantly transforming into a blood-colored giant dragon dozens of zhang long, wrapping around the giant deer. Lu Changge stomped fiercely, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble beneath his hooves, and the spiritual energy gusts surged up like a mountain flood, instantly shattering the blood-colored giant dragon. Steward Zhang's expression changed drastically, and then he saw the giant deer raise its front leg and stomp down. As it moved, a thunderous sound echoed, as if a mountain was collapsing and the sky was falling. The resulting violent whirlwind sealed off the surroundings, making it impossible to evade. They could only brace for impact. "Get off me." Steward Zhang's veins bulged as he slammed his palm against his chest, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, which instantly transformed into a colossal hand reaching to the heavens, striking down with a punch. Chapter 45. You no longer have the right to loot corpses. Unfortunately, this merely caused the giant hoof blocking the sky to pause slightly before it stomped down at an even faster speed. Boom. The mountains shook and stones flew, with the ground sinking deeply where it was stepped upon, causing clouds of dust to rise. Lu Changge's gaze swept over the distant onlookers and howled to the sky, the thunderous sound waves causing a turmoil in the sea of clouds. The figures immediately fled far away. He disdainfully curled his lips, and Lu Changge's body instantly shrank back to the size of an ordinary deer. A faint sense of weakness washed over him as the healing divine power fell into his body, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to have much effect. It looked like he could only recover on his own. Shaking his head, he was relieved that the duration of the spell wasn't long, otherwise he would have suffered. Lu Changge was quite dissatisfied. The law of heaven and earth was supposed to enhance him in all aspects, and he hadn't even used the power of the moonlight tides yet. At this moment, Nangong Yu and little King Kong jumped over from a distance. Big brother, you're so amazing. From now on, you're my idol. Little King Kong said, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Lu Changge. Unfortunately, with his 3-zhong large frame, it looked somewhat incongruous. Nangong Yu also remarked, I really don't know what kind of bloodline you have to awaken such a powerful one. I'm afraid those ancient ferocious beast bloodlines can't compare to yours at all, little King Kong. He felt a bit offended but didn't dare to say anything. Lu Changge pretended to be casual and said lightly, I told you both there would be blood disasters and calamities. You didn't believe me? By the way, little King Kong, go check if their spatial rings are still there. Looting corpses is a good virtue for every cultivator. Little King Kong immediately wanted to go, but was stopped by Nangong Yu. Don't move, I'll go. You've lost your right to loot corpses. Little King Kong didn't mind, shrinking his body to the same size as Lu Changge and bouncing around him. How impressive. You grew so big, although you're still not as big as my mother. Who knows what the future holds? Nangong Yu, holding 2 spatial rings, jumped out of the hoof-shaped pit and couldn't help but click his tongue. He initially thought that breaking through to the peak of the Spirit Master would bring him closer to Xiaobai, but unexpectedly, the gap was getting wider. Mixed feelings surged in his heart. He still wasn't working hard enough. Xiao Nanzi, what are you thinking? Come over here. Nangong Yu looked at Xiaobai, who was calling him, shook his head, and leaped over to the 2 beasts. With a serious expression, he said, that Chunbai seemed to indicate that the great elder of the outer sect of the Divine Blood sect already knows we killed his son. This time, Zhang Ji's failure means he won't let it go easily. We need to hurry to Shuiyin City, get the resources, and leave. As he spoke, Nangong Yu's tone grew heavier. This time, acquiring resources seemed unlikely to be smooth, especially since 6 years had passed since their family was destroyed. Lu Changge nonchalantly nodded. If a month had already passed, it was almost time for the results to be announced. Shuiyin City, as a city with a population of over 100 million, could see the overall rankings, which made him quite looking forward to it. The group rode a flying ship towards Shuiyin City. At the Divine Blood sect, outer sect. Bang! The cup of tea in the Great Elder's hand instantly turned to powder, and several disciples in the hall trembled, not daring to move. If it weren't for his secret technique being at a critical moment, he wouldn't need these useless disciples at all. The Great Elder's voice was calm, but anyone could hear the rage within, like a volcano about to erupt. Oh, so you mean the murderer has been thrown away again? The Great Elder's voice was cold and sinister. He didn't care whether Zhang Ji and those disciples lived or died. He only wanted to know the whereabouts of the murderer. If the murderer's whereabouts were lost, those disciples wouldn't need to live either. The Great Elder paused his words and suddenly called out to several disciples. Yes. A few disciples halted, bowed, and retreated. In this outer sect of the Divine Blood sect, the Great Elder was like a god. His words were like a holy decree. And as outer sect disciples, they had no right to disobey. Shuiyin City was surrounded by lakes on 3 sides and connected to rolling mountains on 1 side, spanning hundreds of kilometers, resembling an island. Its grandeur was breathtaking. A person and 2 beasts entered through the city gate, their eyes filled with astonishment. This truly was a prosperous city with a population of over 100 million. A spiritual river ran through the entire city, with painted boats and small vessels dotting the scene, and spiritual fish occasionally leaping from the water. The buildings on both sides had flying eaves and pointed corners, with an array of goods displayed on the streets, from rare spiritual herbs and fruits to exquisite magical tools and treasures, as cultivators hustled through, bargaining voices rising and falling. Compared to Black Mountain City, this was exponentially more prosperous. Lu Changge looked up at the exquisite flying ships in the sky, and the spiritual beast carriages slowly traversing. Feeling somewhat puzzled, isn't there any air traffic control in Shuiyin City? Aren't they afraid of crashing? Xiao Nanzi, why didn't we come in on a flying ship? Nangong Yu glanced up and explained, if you look closely at those flying ships and carriages, they all have identifiers. They're all people of status. At the very least from the upper sections. Unless you have the strength of a spirit king or above, otherwise, you'd just be asking for trouble. Just as he was speaking, Lu Changge saw an ordinary flying ship that had just entered the city, being struck by a burst of spiritual power shot from a certain building below, causing laughter among the surrounding cultivators. Another clueless newcomer to Shuiyin City. Haha, no strength, no status, and still flying above us. They really don't know what's what. Huh, aren't there many such people? They'll learn their lesson later. Haha. Lu Changge smacked his lips and sighed. Xiao Nanzi, hurry up and cultivate. If you're weak, you have no rights. Once you reach Spirit Saint, or no, even Spirit Venerable, we can take an ordinary flying ship and fly around, letting these people know what it means to hit a brick wall. Nangong Yu shook his head in speechlessness, unable to understand Xiao Bai's dark humor. What kind of hobby was that? By the way, can we fight here in Shuiyin City? Lu Changge thought of the person in the building and couldn't help but ask curiously. Black Mountain City, such a small broken city, prohibited fighting. Yet this city with over 100 million people seemed so casual? Chapter 46, Flowing Cloud Flying Ship. Nangong Yu was taken aback and hesitated. I'm not too sure about that either, but in the large cities of the Eastern Wilderness Empire, fighting is also allowed, but there are two prerequisites. Oh, what prerequisites? Lu Changge's curiosity was piqued. First, you must be confident not to damage the city's buildings. Second, you must not harm innocents. Otherwise, you'll face endless imprisonment. Lu Changge nodded in understanding and stopped asking. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a rather high-end restaurant. A larger private room. This is the southern district of Shuiyun City. The family's backup is also in the southern district. We'll stay here for now and go over at night. Without waiting for the attendant to speak, Nangong Yu directly threw 3 spiritual stones over, then explained to Lu Changge through voice transmission. Thank you for the spiritual stones, sir. This way, please, upstairs to the private room. Nangong Yu nodded, bringing the shrunk-down Xiao Bai and little King Kong, following the attendant upstairs. He wasn't sure if that place had been exposed or if the enemies had found out. It was better to wait until night to go, until he got the resources. He wouldn't feel stable, and he needed these resources to catch up with Xiao Bai. He didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Bai forever. All right. Lu Changge naturally followed him and then asked the attendant, what fun places are there in Shuiyun City? Today I saw many luxurious flying ships and carriages. Is there some big event? The attendant, used to seeing spiritual deer that could speak, was unfazed. Upon hearing the spiritual deer's question, his eyes instantly shone with a wolf-like gleam. He even turned to look at Nangong Yu, raising his eyebrows with a smile, as if to say, I understand. Clearly, he thought this young master was too shy to speak and let the contracted spiritual deer be his mouthpiece. Lu Changge, Nangong Yu. Xiao Bai wants to go to such a place. I haven't heard that spiritual beasts have a mating season, and even if they did, shouldn't they be looking for other deer? Xiao Bai Yu. Get lost. Lu Changge glared at the attendant with dead fish eyes and coldly said, I was asking a literal question. The attendant awkwardly smiled, realizing the misunderstanding, and quickly said, if you just want to appreciate Shuiyun City, sir, why not rent a light boat and sail north along the spiritual river? You can basically see all the most prosperous places in Shuiyun City. As he spoke, they had already arrived at the location, and the attendant opened the door to the room, continuing to explain. Aside from the grand leaderboard being about to open, there's also the annual arena competition hosted by Lingxiao Palace and Xintian Pavilion. After saying this, he was about to leave. Lu Changge held a spirit stone in front of the attendant. Please elaborate. The attendant's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the spirit stone into his arms, smiling broadly and flattering. If you're noticed by the 2 major sects in the arena, it would truly be a leap to the sky. Moreover, the rewards for the champion are extremely precious, including rare medicines, cultivation techniques, spirit beasts, and so on. That's why every year, we see many disciples from other major sects participating. The attendant was quite talkative, and Nangong Yu became interested, asking, don't Lingxiao Palace and Xintian Pavilion prevent disciples from other sects from participating? He continued, once these disciples from major sects join, what chance do casual cultivators have? The attendant smiled slightly and said, to showcase one's strength in the arena and be noticed by the 2 major sects is already the goal. For casual cultivators, being the champion is just a luxury. That was indeed true, Lu Changge nodded. The attendant added, I heard that this year's reward is the Earth-grade Liuguang flying boat, which can travel 10,000 miles a day. It's many times stronger than the spirit treasures, so it has attracted many disciples from other sects to visit this year. Lu Changge's eyes brightened. This was a good item, far better than the flying boat Xiao Yingyin had given him. Xiao Yingyin's own flying boat took 2 hours to cover 1,000 kilometers, which means it could travel 6,000 kilometers a day, while this flying boat could travel 5,000 kilometers a day, which was already quite impressive. Moreover, he preferred flying boats over carriages because carriages required taming flying spirit beasts to pull them. First, he found it troublesome, and second, he might not have a spirit beast in this life. Thinking of this, he looked at Nangong Yu with sparkling eyes. With this item, won't Bei be able to roam freely? He had long coveted the flying boat of the Qinqin fairy, Xiao Yingyin. Trouble us to bring some spirit meat and spirit fruits. Nangong Yu waved away the attendant. Having noticed the look in Xiao Bai's eyes, he rubbed his forehead in headache, then tentatively said, Xiao Bai, you see, we're still being hunted by the blood god sect, and our family resources haven't arrived yet. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? He was very thoughtful. But Lu Changge had already become carefree. Ever since he obtained the heavenly law and earthly phenomena, divine ability, he no longer regarded ordinary spirit kings as a threat. As for spirit emperors, well, he hadn't seen them in action yet, but it shouldn't be that serious. Little South, think bigger. Once we get that Earth-grade, Liyun flying boat, what are we afraid of? We can always go to other regions. If what the attendant said was true and it could travel 10,000 miles a day, ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up. Nangong Yu lowered his head in thought, realizing it was not without reason. Why were they being chased so badly by mere spirit sects? Wasn't it because they were slow? And why were they slow? Because they lacked flying treasures. So, could they participate in this arena competition? Seeing that Little South was somewhat tempted, Changge continued, just relax. With your spirit master cultivation level, and with Little Golden Bear making a commotion below, you can just go up and kill freely in the arena. Little Golden Bear. Nangong Yu. As night fell, the prosperity of Shuiyun City did not diminish. Various magical tools and lights flickered, illuminating the night sky in a colorful display. Nangong Yu led Changge to a slightly remote alley in the southern district, and after walking for about half an hour, they arrived outside a mansion. This was indeed the place. The small courtyard mentioned by grandfather has now become a beautiful mansion. After confirming the location multiple times, Nangong Yu's heart sank. Taking a deep breath, since they were already here, they had to go in and take a look. Chapter 47. Look at what big treasure I discovered. Halt. Before they could approach, they were stopped by the guards at the gate. Nangong Yu clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Please inform the owner here that an old friend's son has come to visit and would like to meet." The guard sized up the duo, a person and a beast. And since they didn't look like disciples from any sect or distinguished young masters, he scoffed coldly, "Just wait." After saying that, he nodded to another guard, and then pushed the door open to enter. Changge looked at the guard, who was watching them like a hawk, and bluntly stated. Nangong Yu had the same thoughts. At this moment, since they had come, how could they leave without confirming anything? Let's go in and take a look. Seeing that he was unwilling to discuss further, Changge did not say more. About a quarter of an hour later, the main gate opened again, and it was still that guard, whose attitude had not changed. He said indifferently, "Follow me." Nangong Yu said nothing and silently followed the guard inside. Upon entering, the mansion was as exquisite as the outside, with an even denser aura of spirit energy. Pavilions and towers, ornamental rocks and flowing water, and rare spirit plants were planted on both sides of the path, clearly showing that effort had been put into it. Nangong Yu's expression grew darker, but when he stepped into the side hall, he returned to calmness. Hadn't he already prepared himself mentally? He quickly locked onto the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, who looked just like the portrait his grandfather had given him. He had seen the man when he was young. He hadn't come to the wrong place, nor had he recognized the wrong person. Zhuang Xiong. Nangong Yu looked at the man sitting quietly in the main seat, who hadn't stood up, and calmly spoke. "Zhuang uncle, have you been well these years?" Zhuang Xiong's expression changed slightly, and then he stepped forward a couple of paces, his steps hurried and a bit unsteady, his voice trembling with a hint of disbelief and excitement. "Is it young Master Yu? It really is you, young Master Yu. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Nangong Yu silently observed the middle-aged man before him, his gaze as deep as an unfathomable ancient well. His grandfather had once mentioned this person's loyalty with great satisfaction, but now seeing him flaunt his poor acting skills before him, a sense of sorrow welled up inside. The saying goes, people leave and tea cools, and he felt it deeply once again. Zhuang Xiong continued his performance, wearing a false smile and speaking with exaggerated concern. "Young Master Yu, you don't know. We heard you were dead, and we have been looking for you, worried that something happened to you. Now that I see you safe and sound, and your cultivation hasn't declined, I can finally rest easy. Is that so? Thank you for your concern, Zhuang uncle. Right now, I'm in urgent need of resources. How about this? Since you've been taking care of things for so many years, just give me half of the resources grandfather left behind." Nangong Yu stared directly into Zhuang Xiong's eyes and spoke slowly. When he had met Zhuang Xiong before, he was already at the Spirit King realm. Now, after so many years and with those resources, he must be on the verge of breaking through to Spirit Emperor. Given this mansion, he feared that the resources left by grandfather had already been nearly exhausted, and he didn't believe Zhuang Xiong hadn't established other properties in Shuiyun City. Zhuang Xiong's expression froze. Then he smiled and said, "Young Master Yu, there's no need to rush. I will first arrange a place for you to stay. You can settle in and wait for me to prepare everything." Little South, don't agree. This guy's malice is off the charts. Although I don't know why he hasn't acted directly. Since he hasn't taken action, you should take this opportunity to demand resources. Take as much as you can. Changge quickly conveyed through their contract. This guy was definitely not a good person. If they were outside the city, he would have stomped him to death without caring about his Spirit King peak status. Even if he didn't say it, Nangong Yu had the same plan. He then smiled slightly. "Thank you, Zhuang uncle, but there's no need for accommodation. I have companions waiting for me at the inn. Also, I urgently need some resources. So please trouble Zhuang uncle to prepare some for me right now." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuang Xiong's expression stiffened, and his eyes flickered uncertainly. Just as he was about to prepare to directly subdue Nangong Yu, A wave of dangerous energy emanated from the spirit deer. He then laughed heartily. "Young Master Yu, you seem more impatient than before. I'll go prepare for you right away." After saying that, he prepared to leave. At that moment, a young man in his teens rushed in through the door, casting a disdainful glance at Nangong Yu and turning to Zhang Xiong with dissatisfaction, saying, "Dad, the Nangong family is dead. What resources are we giving him? Didn't you say those resources were reserved for me?" As soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone present changed. He directly brought the matter to light. "Sure, shut up." Zhang Xiong immediately reprimanded him, then forced a stiff smile at Nangong Yu, saying, "My son is ignorant. Please don't take offense, young Master Yu." Zhang Shi looked unconcerned and curled his lips, saying, "That's exactly it. He's just a lonely orphan now. What does he need those resources for?" Nangong Yu's face instantly darkened. The word orphan pierced his heart like a sharp sword. At that moment, Lu Changge appeared behind Zhang Shi like a ghost, his spiritual power swirling like a silver-white crescent blade around him, and he said with a playful laugh, "Look what I found. What a treasure. How could such a mouth be so likable? I can't help but want to cut it off and keep it. What do you say?" While joking, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhang Xiong, as if he would take Zhang Shi's life at the slightest movement from Zhang Xiong. They could have continued to negotiate, but unfortunately, Zhang Shi had made things so clear. Regardless of what Zhang Xiong was planning, it seemed that he had no choice but to act, as in his eyes. He and Nangong Yu were merely at the spirit master and spirit sect level. Although he had just been intimidated by his own intentionally leaked aura, it was merely an aura, a slight risk. Zhang Xiong's eyes turned sinister, staring at Lu Changge like a venomous snake. Then he forced a smile and said, "I will go get resources for young Master Yu right away." The emphasis on young master in his words seemed to be mocking. No, it was indeed mocking. Nangong Yu's gaze was as calm as water, having already seen through Zhang Xiong's thoughts, and he was not bothered by such petty tricks. With a slight smile, he reminded, "Wait, Uncle Zhang, how could you forget so quickly that you have a spatial ring? Just give it to me." Zhang Xiong's figure paused as he turned around, squinting his eyes meaningfully and saying, "Young Master Yu is still young and has shallow cultivation. If you take too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The threat in his words was felt even by Zhang Shi, who wanted to speak but couldn't open his mouth because the crescent blade was still swirling around his neck. That damned wild deer. Chapter 48, Arena Competition. Nangong Yu smiled indifferently and said slowly, "Then there's no need for Uncle Zhang to worry," reluctantly taking off the spatial ring. He initially wanted to play some tricks, but facing the murderous intent radiating from Lu Changge, he honestly handed it over. Nangong Yu put away the ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded slightly to Lu Changge, and said to Zhang Xiong, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Lu Changge's figure flashed, wrapping Nangong Yu in spiritual power, and in an instant, they had left for the sky. At this moment, the spiritual deer behind Zhang Shi turned into moonlight and dissipated. Zhang Xiong watched the figures of the two fade away, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Dad, I want to kill that wild deer, and that kid too." Zhang Shi covered his neck, looking fierce as he said this. He kept touching his neck, as if that chilling aura was still lingering. Zhang Xiong glared at his son in frustration. This child had been spoiled by him. "Oof, let them go." Zhang Shi looked at his father's angry expression, smirked, stomped his foot, and ran out. It's hard to teach an only son. Zhang Xiong shook his head, then his expression turned serious, and he clapped his hands lightly. A figure in black appeared like a ghost from the window and slightly bowed, saying, "Master, go inform the Ouyang family. The people they are waiting for have appeared." Zhang Xiong said in a low voice. "Also, find out more about that kid." Yes, the Nangong family was destroyed, and Nangong Yu's imperial bone had already been dug out. Why was Nangong Yu still alive? Could it be that this kid had some secret? Little Nan, with his peak spirit king level strength. If he didn't take you down at the beginning, he must have some deep intentions. Lu Changge lay lazily on the couch and said, "Unfortunately, it's inconvenient to act in the city, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome." Nangong Yu knew this too, but at this moment, he had no better way. He glanced at the little golden dog sleeping soundly on the table and hesitated, saying, "So, are we still going to the arena competition?" "Of course, why not? Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. If we don't run fast enough, how can we create trouble? I mean, if we don't run fast enough, can you outrun those enemies? The arena competition hasn't ended yet. We'll go tomorrow and take the bottom, get the flowing cloud flying boat, and then withdraw." Lu Changge's eyes sparkled, clearly excited. The following life is getting more and more interesting. Nangong Yu shook his head speechlessly, ignoring the wandering little white and focusing on his cultivation. The next day, in the central district of Shuiyun City, the vast Shuiyun Square was teeming with people, and in the center, a giant arena occupied the space. The arena itself was made of hard diamond rock, with a flat and smooth surface. surrounded by a layer of transparent protective light shield to ensure that the fierce battles wouldn't affect the audience watching. The four corners of the arena were carved with exquisite runes, which emitted a faint glow when the battle began, indicating that this arena was also a magical treasure of no low grade. Besides the audience gathered below the arena, even the sky was filled with various flying boats, carriages, and other flying magical treasures, showcasing the grandeur of the event. Among them, an incredibly luxurious carriage was pulled by 6 spirit beasts resembling flowing cloud horses. Their fur green as jade, their hooves like clouds, exceptionally elegant and beautiful. The carriage itself was massive, made entirely of precious purple gold stone, with intricate carvings on its body, and the emblem of Lingxiao Palace prominently displayed on it. At this moment, 2 spiritual cultivators on the arena were exchanging blows, the sound of their strikes ringing out. A burly cultivator wielded a massive warhammer, each blow accompanied by the sound of breaking air, while his opponent was a nimble sword cultivator, his sword light like electricity, extraordinarily agile. For a while, they fought spectacularly. This brute from the Li family is even fiercer than last year, a knowledgeable cultivator below remarked, watching the burly youth wielding the giant hammer with great vigor. So what? He wasn't chosen by the 2 major sects last year. Does he think he can this year? Another cultivator next to him scoffed, clearly also in the know. If he isn't chosen this year, he'll be over 30, and he won't have another chance. The first cultivator, not to be outdone, retorted. As long as he can defend the arena for 3 days, he can enter the final 10-person competition. The chance of being noticed by Xuantiangong is still quite high. Even if it's not a major sect, don't forget that there are also other top-tier second-rate sects here. Even if the major sects don't recognize his potential, other sects won't miss out on this combative strength. Joining a sect is definitely better than being a loose cultivator with no resources or techniques. In this northern wilds, the survival environment for loose cultivators is truly harsh. Lu Changge sighed, realizing that the cruelty of the cultivation world was even more direct than in the modern world. The 3 of them, 1 person and 2 beasts, arrived early in the morning and had figured everything out after observing for half a day. The arena competition lasted a total of 31 days, with 1 champion being determined every 3 days, resulting in 10 champions, who would compete in the finals on the last day. Today was already the 2nd day of the battle for the last champion. Lu Changge turned his head to look at Little Nan and teased, "Little Nan, what did I say? Once you get on the arena, you'll definitely slaughter them." "You didn't believe me, did you? Just look at the oddities on that arena." It wasn't that he was being harsh on the deer. After watching for a whole morning, he found that the cultivators on stage generally had cultivation levels in the mid to late Spirit Master stage, with the highest only at the 1st level of Spirit Master. If Little Nan went up, it would be nothing short of a massacre. It's not surprising that he thinks this way. He has always known very few people. Xiao Nanzi, a disciple of the Divine Blood sect, and Xiao Yingyin later looked at the Hidden Dragon list, all young peak spiritual masters, spiritual sects, and peak spiritual sections. This gave him a false impression, subconsciously thinking that those in their 20s should at least have the cultivation of a spiritual master, if not a spiritual sect. Even Li Jin from the Qian sect, who delivered the remnants of the imperial method, now seems terrifying in terms of talent. If it weren't for his extreme personality, he would surely soar after entering the Xintian pavilion. What a pity. I could beat them all to the ground, and even the little golden king would be dozing off. Upon hearing his brother's complaints, he immediately joined in. Nangong Yu helplessly glanced at the 2 beasts and said, "These are not inferior fruits. This is the cultivation speed of an ordinary person. Without a large investment of resources, reaching the level of a spiritual master before 30 is already a remarkable talent. Moreover, this is just the cultivation level. These cultivators lack the foundational skills of techniques and battle arts, making their combat power ordinary. Any talented disciple from a sect could easily defeat them. The last place on the Hidden Dragon list is only at the 1st level of the spiritual sect. But if these ordinary late-stage masters were to fight, they would definitely be the ones to die. Take Lu Changge for example. His cultivation level is only at the 1st level of the spiritual sect, but in a real fight, even spiritual kings would have to kneel. What is he relying on? It's the foundation of divine powers. And those geniuses who made it onto the Hidden Dragon list among billions of cultivators, who doesn't have some reverse slaughtering techniques. Therefore, the fact that the loose cultivator Fang Zhiping made it onto the Hidden Dragon list shocked countless cultivators from Bei. I'm afraid that Fang Zhiping also had significant opportunities. Moreover, today is only the 2nd day of the new champion, and those powerful ones haven't even made their move yet. The 2 major sects are also generous, directly offering this Earth-grade flying magical treasure, which will surely attract many disciples from second-rate sects to participate. Nangong Yu's mind was clear. Although he wouldn't be afraid of those second-rate sect disciples, he never underestimated any opponent. Chapter 49, I never said such a thing. While they were talking, the Li family's brute shouted loudly, and the war hammer smashed toward the sword cultivator with immense force. The sword cultivator, caught in the transition between losing old strength and gaining new strength, failed to dodge and was hit on the shoulder by the hammer, accompanied by a cracking sound, sending him flying and leaving him unable to continue fighting. I concede. Li Yuanba wins. Allow for a rest of 1 incense stick's time. The referee stood in the air, his voice calm and clearly at least a spiritual king-level expert. Although there was a referee on the stage, he merely served a supervisory role, starting and ending the match without interfering in the fight, ensuring that once a competitor concedes, they would not continue to be attacked. If one does not concede, even if they are beaten to death, the referee won't bat an eye. If one is stubborn, they can't blame anyone else. However, such situations rarely occur. Disciples who step onto the stage want to leave a good impression on their sect, unaware that the sects do not care. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, who doesn't he leave behind a trail of bones and blood? A young disciple dressed in a white robe, embroidered with a flame symbol, quickly ascended the stage to administer a pill to the sword cultivator. In a short time, the sword cultivator moved his shoulder and was already fine. The Xiandan Pavilion truly lives up to being a major sect. They are indeed wealthy, having used countless precious pills these days. The loose cultivators below were all wide-eyed, wishing they could be the ones injured to experience the miraculous healing properties of those pills. Indeed, every time I see it, I feel heartbroken. This minor injury would heal in a few days. To waste pill resources is just too much. If only it were given to me, how great that would be. A middle-aged spiritual cultivator sighed dramatically. A knowledgeable man beside him scoffed. Are you dreaming? The Xiandan Pavilion is not short of pills at all. The precious pills you think are rare are merely practice materials for the disciples of the Xiandan Pavilion. Otherwise, why are so many fighting to enter the Xiandan Pavilion? Second brother, can I go up to the stage? The little golden king looked eagerly at Nangong Yu and asked. After speaking, he turned to Nangong Yu and said quietly, wait until that guy with the hammer's rest period is over, then you can go up. Once there's no one left. Those sect disciples wanting to take rewards will definitely not be able to sit still. Waiting like this is too boring. He also wanted to see how the young disciples of those powers on the flying boats above performed. Unfortunately, he wouldn't encounter the inner disciples of major sects, and he had no idea what their average level was. So far, he had only seen the Qingxin fairy Xiao Yingyin, who was also on the hidden dragon list. Undoubtedly a true disciple of a major sect, which had no reference value. Hearing this, Nangong Yu was also somewhat tempted, his eyes flashing. All right. After a month of pursuit, he had now reached the peak of the spiritual master level. If he could encounter a few strong opponents, breaking through to the spiritual sect would surely be just around the corner. The time for an incense stick passed quickly. Nangong Yu lightly tapped his toes and leaped over the crowd of dozens of feet, landing in the arena. To get a better view of the excitement, Lu Changge enveloped the little golden king in spiritual power, lightly stepping into the air to stand still. The young man was tall and slender, dressed in white, with long hair as black as the night, flowing freely over his shoulders in the wind. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were deep as the starry sky, exuding a faintly cold aura. In this crowd of loose cultivators, he was undoubtedly strikingly conspicuous, as if he had entered the wrong scene, and the venue suddenly fell silent. Second brother, go for it. The little golden king was incredibly excited, as if it were him going on stage. The little golden king's voice acted like a firecracker, and the atmosphere became lively again, even more so than before. Are disciples from major sects also participating? Isn't this bullying? Some loose cultivators exclaimed. No way. How do you know this young man is from a major sect? Some loose cultivators hesitated to ask. Isn't that obvious? This young man, doesn't he look like a loose cultivator at all? Whether in temperament or cultivation, how many loose cultivators are like this? The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Other sect disciples participating was one thing, but a disciple from a major sect coming here felt like pure bullying. Was there still a need to hold this arena? The unusual murmurs below even caught the attention of those on the flying boats above, who turned to look at the arena. Inside the carriage of Lingxiao Palace, a stunning woman around 30, with an enchanting demeanor, scanned the arena below with her spiritual consciousness. Her beautiful eyes brightened. What a handsome young man. At this age and cultivation level, he is not much worse than an ordinary inner disciple. What a pity that Lingxiao Palace does not accept male cultivators. It's truly a shame. Across the tea table, a middle-aged man dressed in flames-embroidered robes noticed the admiration and surprise in the woman's eyes, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his own. He couldn't help but snort coldly. This level of cultivation is abundant in the Xiantian Pavilion. What is so special about it? He had long coveted Elder Ning Man of Lingxiao Palace, and hearing that this time she was leading the team, he had finally earned a chance to interact with the beauty. How could he waste it on some nameless kid? At this moment, on the arena, Li Yuanba held his giant hammer, looking uncertainly at the young man opposite him. Nangong Yu also heard the discussions from below and calmly said, I am Nangong Yu, a loose cultivator. Please give me guidance. As soon as he said this, the spectators below fell silent. If he were truly a sect disciple, he wouldn't bother hiding his identity. Li Yuanba, please give me guidance. Begin. As expected, as soon as Li Yuanba began to channel his spiritual power, he was struck off the arena by Nangong Yu's punch, which was as fast as lightning. He was only at the first level of the spiritual master stage. The gap was too great, with no suspense at all. Before the referee could speak, Nangong Yu directly cupped his fists and said, I don't need a break. I can continue right away. This wasn't even a warm-up. Why rest? Next challenger may come up. The spiritual king in the air glanced at him, and his calm voice echoed throughout the arena. I'll go. I'll go. At that moment, two voices sounded simultaneously, and the two figures also jumped onto the stage at the same time, landing with a loud bang. Both were quite robust men, exchanging a glance, neither willing to back down first. In the air, Lu Changge naturally understood Zainanzi's thoughts, and he also wanted to see how much Zainanzi had improved over the past month. Wasn't it just about wanting to break through this arena battle? That was simple enough. So he shouted from the air, Nangong Yu, didn't you just say that the casual cultivators present are nothing but a bunch of lowly beings, that you could easily handle them with one hand? Let them all come at you and crush them. Come on, brother, go for it, crush them. Little Jingjing immediately became excited, calling out fearlessly. Upon hearing this, the many casual cultivators below became furious. This is too much. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures rushed onto the stage, all glaring fiercely at Nangong Yu. The referee, the Spirit King, watched with interest and did not stop them, whether the youth said it or not. It was what his companion said, so let him bear the consequences. He was already bored and almost asleep, so why stop it when there was entertainment to watch? Seeing that the referee was unmoved, Nangong Yu could only smile wryly and shake his head, softly saying, I didn't say such a thing. Do you believe me? Chapter 50. What are you looking at? Humph, dare you deny it? The first robust man on stage coldly snorted and said, That's right. Do you dare to say that Spirit Deer isn't your companion? Even if you didn't say it, you must have thought so. The other few people on stage chimed in. Inside the Lingxiao Palace's carriage, Elder Ning Man couldn't help but giggle at the scene, causing her upper body to shake, which gave the middle-aged man opposite her a good view. The position of the alchemist in the Xuantiange was extremely high, naturally developing such an arrogant demeanor. And Elder Ning Man was already used to it, glancing at the man's lower body without caring too much. She just softly reminded, that boy's 2 spirit beast companions are not simple either. One seems to be a cub of an ancient fierce beast, and that spirit deer also seems quite extraordinary. Doesn't Elder Zhongshun consider this? Our Xuantiange never accepts people with improper thoughts. On the stage, there's nothing to say, come on, beat this kid. All 10 men charged toward Nangong Yu with angry expressions and fierce momentum. Nangong Yu was quite speechless. Then let us fight. Let us teach you a lesson. However, facing the attack of 10 people, Nangong Yu's expression remained calm as water. His figure moved like a rabbit, turning into a phantom, easily dodging various attacks and rushing into the crowd, each strike carrying the power of blazing flames. In a short time, more casual cultivators flew out like broken kites, heavily landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Moments later, Nangong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his robes neat and clean, still looking handsome and composed. This group of casual cultivators was only at the first or second level of the Spirit Master realm, with not even a mid-level one among them, posing no challenge at all. For these casual cultivators, the age limit of 30 and below was too restrictive. We are indeed trash. This boy has some skills, said a casual cultivator who could see through it, speaking with a strange expression. But more casual cultivators had uncertain expressions, wanting to refute, but unable to find a reason in the moment. If I were a few years younger, I would definitely beat this kid until he couldn't find his teeth. A casual cultivator in his 30s grumbled, but few around him paid any attention, saying, if you went up now, you wouldn't know who would be the one looking for their teeth. Nangong Yu ignored the discussions below, looking up at the flying boat in the air, wondering why these disciples were so patient. I wonder if any fellow cultivators would like to descend for a battle? His education from a young age prevented him from saying anything provocative, so he could only speak awkwardly. However, no one paid attention, and the scene became somewhat awkward. Lu Changge was speechless. With that said, how could the cultivators on the flying boat come down? They were all thinking about tomorrow's bargains. So he immediately chimed in. TSK, are those little brats up there afraid to battle? No way, no way, they can't really be scared to come down by this. With this little courage, they still covet the rewards? It's laughable. After saying that, he nudged little Jingjing with his butt and whispered, make big brother laugh. The louder the better. Ha 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 ha, they are too timid. Did they get scared to death by second brother long ago? Little Jingjing awkwardly laughed and added, big brother. Is what I said okay? Lu Changge looked at the young disciples coming down from the flying boat, all with ashen faces, and nodded in satisfaction. This was great. Huh. Not quite right. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Go down and fight Xiananzi. Even if you keep staring at me, I still can't fight you. Lu Changge raised his head high and glanced over. What are you looking at? What attitude is this? It's simply infuriating. A disciple on the flying boat finally couldn't hold back, leaping down heavily onto the stage, eyes burning with anger. Kid, that deer is your contracted spirit beast, right? Call it over. I want to tear its mouth apart. Lu Changge took a look, and seeing it was an 8th level spirit master, he thought, damn, your cultivation isn't great. But your temper is explosive. This little pressure isn't enough. So he raised his front hoof, drawing a line of spiritual power illusions in the air, pointing at the young disciples on the flying boat. You, and you, all of you go down. Each one's cultivation is lacking, and their tempers are bad. Today, let Nangong Yu teach you how to behave. His voice carried a hint of disdain, and his tone was full of contempt. What are you looking at? That little Lingzong hiding in the back. I'm talking about you. You go down too. Lu Changge continued to call names, pointing his hoof at a young Lingzong who had his arms crossed, looking on with amusement. That young Lingzong's face instantly turned extremely ugly. What? Is this spirit deer crazy? What a grudge to hold. It even dares to provoke a Lingzong? This spirit deer must have a grudge against the boy. It's over, haha. I want to see how this boy gets off the stage. I have to say, that spirit deer's mouth is really too much. The casual cultivators below were completely stunned. The young men on the flying boat, each one being called out, had their faces change from red to blue, then from blue to white, with anger boiling in their hearts. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? When had they ever been so looked down upon by a spirit beast? You damn spirit beast. How dare you insult us like this? Another disciple finally exploded, his body erupting with strong spiritual energy. Still rational. He didn't directly attack Lu Changge but turned into a streak of light charging toward the stage. Then, like the previous cultivator, he pointed his sword at Lu Changge. Fine. 2 is just 2. These disciples are all incredibly arrogant, and even in such anger, they act like they disdain to join forces. Xiananzi, hurry up and deal with those 2 little shrimp. These trash still look down on teaming up. It's truly laughable. They don't even know their own strength. Lu Changge shouted again. If looks could kill, he would have died tens of thousands of times by now. Unfortunately, this group of young people still lacked the ability to kill with their gaze and the courage to attack directly, only attempting to kill him with their eyes from the flying boat. This mouthy spirit deer, don't let me catch an opportunity. Nangong Yu stared dumbfounded at little Bai, who was worrying for him, touched his face, and thought, since it has come to this, let the storm come even more fiercely. Come and fight. Although the 2 disciples' cultivation levels were similar to Nangong Yu's, their combat power was far behind, even without using imperial techniques. Just the simple application of fire-type spiritual energy was enough to easily handle them. Seeing the 2 little shrimp being carried away for treatment, Lu Changge spoke again. Long before the 2 disciples were defeated, no one paid attention to admire the boy's combat strength. Instead, they all looked at the spirit deer in unison. Damn. Here it goes again. Hey, what was I saying? Oh right, I said your cultivation is poor, and you're still angry? If you're wrong, you should admit it. If you get beaten, you should stand straight. You wasted so many resources to cultivate such a thing and still have the nerve to be angry? Without saying anything, little King Kong made a gesture to let them comprehend on their own. Chapter 51. Shao Nanzi breaks through to spirit realm. Little King Kong was very obedient to his big brother. Whatever his brother said was what he followed. He quickly extended his little pinky finger, shook it to attract attention, then pointed it downwards. Hiss. The entire venue gasped in shock. Although they didn't understand what it meant, it felt incredibly insulting. And I wanted to break that little monkey's finger. A loose cultivator in the audience gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said angrily, Wake up, you can't fly. Hey, just look at the reactions of those people in the sky. It's so entertaining. The cultivator beside him was unfazed, saying that the mockery was mainly directed at that group in the sky. They were just swept by the aftershock. This spirit deer and little monkey are too audacious. Why is no one dealing with them? I was itching to punch something. Elder Ningman saw this scene and laughed so hard that she fell onto the seat, highlighting her proud figure, making Elder Zhongshun's blood boil, and he had to pretend to be nonchalant by bending one leg to cover up. Although he had seen the scenery he had always wanted to see, it didn't mean he appreciated that kid. This kind of kid still wants to enter my Shantian pavilion? What a dream. Someone, go revoke this kid's qualification to compete and drive him off the arena. Along with those 2 beasts. Yes. The disciples guarding outside the carriage immediately responded. Wait. Elder Ningman sat up, feeling quite displeased with Zhongshan, who was ruining her fun. He still wants to pursue me? What a dream. Then, with a polite smile on her face, she said lightly, This boy meets the competition standards, and he hasn't violated any rules. Even if Elder Zhongshan's Xiantian Pavilion looks down on him, they can't just make him withdraw from the competition, right? Otherwise, wouldn't that contradict our own established rules and slap ourselves in the face? Elder Zhongshan's smile froze on his face as he felt the beauty's growing indifference towards him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. That damn kid. Lu Changge's sarcastic words combined with Little King Kong's gesture undoubtedly ignited their fury completely, and they no longer cared about face. They wanted to beat that kid until he had to summon that spirit deer and the little monkey. Nearly 20 figures leaped down from the flying boat, and loud booms echoed from the arena as the crowd's momentum and anger intertwined, making the arena appear distorted in the eyes of the onlookers, like high temperatures. Haha. This is getting serious. It's going to be a good show. Hiss, I can't bear to watch anymore. These people in previous years were all strong contenders for the championship. 19 people against 1. TSK. Yeah, it would be best to call that foul-mouthed spirit deer down too. That scene would definitely be beautiful. I can't wait. The cultivators watching from the air and ground were focused on this battle. It was rare to see such a matchup. If that boy could win this battle, the championship would be secure. Although they didn't believe the boy could win, being merely a spirit master at the 9th level wasn't he enough, after all. This group of disciples wasn't he a bunch of resourceless loose cultivators. Nangong Yu looked at the 19 fierce-looking late-stage spirit masters opposite him, among whom were also peak spirit masters, and a surge of heroism welled up in his heart. Today, this battle will be the moment I break through to the spirit realm, and I will not disappoint Xiao Bai's good intentions. With this thought, his fighting spirit surged, faintly exuding an invincible aura, swallowing the 8 wastelands. Go, don't give him another chance to gather his energy. One of the cultivators' expressions tightened, and he was the first to strike, launching the strongest attack right from the start. With a swing of his long sword, it scattered like falling leaves, transforming into countless sword chi leaves that shot forward, vowing to pierce him like a sieve. The others also quickly launched their attacks, various assaults converging, presenting an unstoppable force aimed at Nangong Yu, making the entire arena's magic tool and rune shield tremble, as if it were about to shatter. Drawing gasps from the loose cultivators watching below, the referee, the Spirit King, changed his expression and immediately increased his spiritual power to stabilize the magical tool. Nangong Yu slightly crouched his legs, formed seals with both hands, and his entire body erupted with fire-type spiritual power, instantly condensing a massive bell around him. The bell appeared translucent crimson, with golden runes flowing over its surface and under the illumination of the sun at the top. The intricate flame patterns carved on the bell seemed vividly alive. Clang! The attacks of the 19 people landed on the fire bell in an instant, and the sound was so thunderous that it made all the spirit cultivators' heads ache, causing their bodies to tremble violently. The attackers on the arena were repelled by the rebounding force, each feeling dizzy and unable to attack again. At this moment, Nangong Yu seemed worse off, his complexion flushed, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, but his eyes shone with brilliance as he looked at the crowd opposite him and shouted, "Come again, Haven't you eaten?" Lu Changge exclaimed, "Good guy, Xiao Nanzi can also taunt." However, he also knew that Nangong Yu was using the hands of the people opposite to break through, so he didn't dare to speak casually at this moment. The 19 people exchanged glances. No wonder that spirit deer had such a foul mouth. It truly learned from the kind of people it was around. Haven't you eaten? Let us see if you can handle this. The second wave of attacks was even more intense than the first. Each attack transformed into brilliant chains, pouring down with unmatched sharpness. Clang! After the giant sun bell produced a huge sound, it emitted a buzzing vibration, and the exquisite flame patterns exploded with obvious cracks, as if they would shatter completely with a slight touch. Although Nangong Yu's ears bled again after his mouth and nose, his momentum was even greater, and it seemed like flames were bursting from his eyes. Staring fiercely at the few people opposite, he mockingly said, "Just this?" The crowd felt their blood surge. Although they understood that this kid was definitely using them as a whetstone, upon hearing these words, they couldn't hold back. "You little brat, how arrogant." Looking at the third wave of attacks arriving as expected, Nangong Yu laughed heartily. "Come on." Facing the third wave of overwhelming attacks from the crowd, the giant sun bell finally couldn't hold up. Cracking sounds echoed incessantly. In the air and on the ground, everyone watching the battle couldn't take their eyes off the arena. At this moment, they were inevitably impressed by this kid's boldness and courage, except for the 2 contracted spirit beasts with foul mouths. Boom! The dense fire-type spiritual power, like a blazing halo, not only extinguished all the attacks from the opposite side, but also sent the 19 spirit masters flying off the arena. Spirit realm. Damn! This is too shocking. Such a breakthrough left the loose cultivators below stunned and speechless. After a long time, they couldn't help but reflect. Can I be as hard-working as this young man? Do I dare to fight like him? This young man deserves to have high cultivation. We are too lazy and too afraid of death. Sigh. If I don't dare to compete or fight on the path of cultivation, how far can I go? At this moment, the many loose cultivators witnessing the boy's breakthrough began to introspect, realizing that if they were in the same position, they couldn't be as brave and bold as the boy. After taking medicinal pills, the 19 disciples looked at Nangong Yu with complex expressions and shot glances towards the flying boat. Nangong Yu won, and today's challenge is over. If anyone is unconvinced, they can come back tomorrow. The referee, the Spirit King, announced calmly. Although it was not yet time, no one opposed. The boy had already reached the spirit realm. So what was there to fight about? They couldn't beat him before, and they certainly couldn't beat him now. The previous 9 arena masters did not have spirit realm cultivation. This young man had already secured first place. No one noticed that 2 spirit cultivators in the audience exchanged a fleeting glance and then quietly left the square. Chapter 52. A bunch of bratty kids. Shuayan City, in a pitch-black room. A man in black stood in front of an exquisite bronze mirror, his hands moving with spiritual power as he continuously formed seals, then lightly said, "Open." The bronze mirror rippled like a lake, and then a proud and noble young man appeared on its surface. The man in black showed a joyful expression, revealing admiration and reverence in his eyes, then lowered his head and said respectfully, "Young master, what is the reason for using the transmission mirror at this time?" The young man lay sideways on the couch, playing with the ends of the beautiful woman's hair beside him, his voice noble and unhurried, appearing somewhat indifferent. The man in black raised his head to glance at the divine-looking young master, then immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly, and respectfully reported, "We have discovered the traces of the remnants of the Nangong family. Please decide, young master." Upon hearing this, the young master was startled, abruptly pushing the beauty away, ignoring her painful cry, and sat up vigorously, revealing an excited expression as he murmured, "So you really haven't died?" He quickly inquired, "Where is he now? What is his cultivation level?" When mentioning cultivation, the young master's eyes revealed a hint of crazed darkness. The man in black did not dare to delay or conceal anything, saying, "Zhuang Xiong is very honest. As soon as that remnant of Nangong Yu arrived, he reported to us. Upon my careful observation, Nangong Yu's body seems to be fine. Just today, at the loose cultivator competition held by the sect, he broke through to the spirit realm." As if remembering something, he added, "He is accompanied by an ancient ferocious beast cub and an ordinary spirit deer. Moreover, today my subordinate unexpectedly discovered that this boy seems to have offended the divine blood sect of the upper sect, and I'm afraid they will make a move on him in tomorrow's competition. How should we proceed? Please advise, young master." The young master's gaze deepened as he continuously rubbed his index finger. After a long while, he instructed, "I want Nangong Yu's body alive. Tomorrow. Act according to the situation. You can test the waters in advance. He still possesses some remnants of imperial bones. He must not die at the hands of the divine blood sect." After giving his instructions, his gaze became distant, revealing a hint of hope. If he dies, he will be of no use. "Little Nancy, you performed quite well today. Your cultivation has caught up to mine. Are you happy?" Changge teased as he glanced sideways at Nangong Yu, who was standing in front of the light boat. Today, the competition ended early, and at his strong request, they rented this light boat to travel north along the river and enjoy the vast water cloud city. As night approached, the area around the Spirit River was quite lively. Passing by those painted boats, one could hear the soft singing of women inside, adding enchanting colors to the night shadows. "Xiaobai, please stop teasing me. I'm not like that." Before Nangong Yu could finish speaking, a luxurious painted boat seemingly collided head-on with their light boat as if it hadn't seen them, with several young masters on the bow laughing and chatting boisterously. "Zhuang Shi." Changge immediately spotted the brat from the Zhuang family, standing next to the group of young masters, mockingly looking this way, whispering something to the young masters beside him while pointing his chin at the light boat. His eyes were filled with a malice not befitting his age. With his entire family dead, what face did he have to live on and still demand resources? And that damned spirit deer, one day he would peel your skin off. The group of 15 or 16-year-old young masters, all dressed in fine clothes and riding spiritedly, looked provocatively toward the light boat. I just love these little brats. They're like little treasure boys." With his spiritual power enveloping Nangong Yu and Little Gold, Changge directly stored the small light boat into his spatial ring, lightly tapping his hooves in the air, leaving a few moonlit shadows as he stood before the group of young masters, excitedly greeting them. "Hello, little friends." The group of young masters was taken aback, stepping back in unison, while several spirit realm cultivators stealthily emerged from the painted boat behind them, protecting them closely. The leading young master, seeing this, became certain in his heart, looked at Nangong Yu, and arrogantly said, So you are the orphan that Zhuangshi mentioned? The Zhuang family, out of respect for an old friend, kindly took you in, but not only are you ungrateful, you even try to take advantage of them. What a waste of such a good appearance. That's right, Zhuangshi said you were planning to scheme against his family's wealth? Do you think you can afford to lose that pretty face of yours? Another young master indignantly added. Nangong Yu remained silent, instead directly looking at Zhuangshi. A fleeting flash of killing intent in his eyes. A group of little brats? Little Nanzi is only a year or two older than this group of little brats. The difference is too great. Lu Changge found it uninteresting, such a waste of time. His eyes then revealed 2 full moons as he softly said, "Look at me." His voice reverberated directly in the hearts of the group of young masters, seemingly carrying a strange power that compelled them to gaze into Lu Changge's eyes. In that moment of eye contact, their expressions instantly lost focus, standing there in a daze. Lu Changge continued, "Take out everything valuable on you, including your spatial rings." The young masters, with unfocused eyes, obediently complied, one by one lining up to hand over everything they had. What was in their arms, their sleeves, and what was hanging around their necks and waists, all obediently delivered to Nangong Yu. Little Nanzi, quickly put this away. Nangong Yu shook his head and chuckled, the violent emotions that had just risen within him dissipating significantly. Lu Changge didn't stop there. He incapacitated Zhuangshi and tossed him into the river. Then he himself turned and jumped into the river in a half-crouch position. As his voice fell, 7 or 8 young masters immediately surrounded Zhuangshi, their spiritual power surging as they struck Zhuangshi fiercely, but unfortunately, he didn't cry out in pain. It wasn't satisfying at all. Lu Changge immediately released his control over Zhuangshi. "Ah, Dad, save me." The wailing echoed across the spirit river, drawing the attention of many who frequently looked over. With a splash, Zhuangshi, his meridians destroyed, was thrown into the river, barely clinging to life. Then, 7 or 8 young masters lined up neatly by the side of the painted boat, leaping high into the air in perfect form, curling into a ball, and flipping exactly 10 times before entering the water without making a single splash. Beautiful, tsk, in my previous life. Each of them could win gold medals easily. Lu Changge nodded in satisfaction, his spiritual power stirring as he set down the light boat and quietly departed. The nearby cultivators, who were confused about what had just happened, erupted into loud applause and cheers. Damn, these young masters from big cities really know how to have fun. I've never seen anything like this in other small towns. Their movements were so synchronized, and the way they entered the water was so beautiful. It was incredibly entertaining. It was even better than the competition. Hey, I must say, if there were such competition events, wouldn't that be interesting? Just make the difficulty a bit higher. Ignoring the creative thoughts of those with business acumen, Lu Changge took Nangong Yu and Little Gold and had just left when several spirit realm cultivators suddenly woke up. The figure of their young master was no longer visible on the painted boat, only the various sounds of admiration echoing from both sides of the spirit river. Help me. Gugu. Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Divine Blood Sect. Now still inside the city, with the flowing cloud-flying boat yet to arrive, they temporarily spared Zhuangshi's life. The voice of Xiaobai echoed in Nangong Yu's ear, causing him to smile and say, "Don't worry, Xiaobai, I'm not that fragile." After all, he was already an orphan, wasn't he? 6 years had passed, and he had long accepted the fact that his family had been exterminated. Seeing that he was indeed unaffected, Lu Changge excitedly said, "Quick, see if there are any treasures in those young master's rings. And that pendant around the neck of the leading young master, give it to me." The moment he saw that pendant, a sudden desire welled up in his heart. It was surely something that would be helpful to him. After rummaging for a while, Nangong Yu handed over the pendant. The pendant was shaped like a blue-white droplet, with complex runes carved into it, though somewhat incomplete. Let us save up some more healing points and see if we can deduce something. Ever since he deduced the heavenly phenomenon divine power from the broken steel given by the giant ape, he had taken a keen interest in these aged and peculiar items. Not knowing if he might deduce some great divine power from them, he was filled with anticipation. The next day, still at the Watercloud Squares arena, Nangong Yu sat cross-legged on the stage, quietly cultivating. Today, there were far fewer flying boats in the sky, and the loose cultivators watching below were yawning in boredom. "Oh, it's so boring today, why isn't anyone challenging?" A young cultivator yawned and complained. An older man nearby slapped his hand down, staying quiet. Nangong Yu had already broken through to the spirit realm. Who would dare to approach without that level of cultivation? Wouldn't that be overestimating their own abilities? So what are we watching here? Are there any loose cultivators under 30 who have broken through to the spirit realm? The young cultivators covered their heads, dissatisfied with the underestimation. Of course there are, don't underestimate people. Look, isn't there one on the stage? Inside the carriage of Lingxiao Palace, Elder Zhong Shun of Zhuangtianj had a conflicted expression. He didn't like the boy on stage at all. But the boy's talent was indeed enough to surpass most disciples of the inner sect. Judging by his age, he was at most 17 or 18. This level of cultivation and invincible combat power among the same rank was truly extraordinary. Seeing his expression, Elder Ning Man couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that Lingxiao Palace didn't accept male disciples, what business would Xuantianche have with him? They wouldn't even accept such a talented prodigy. What disciples would you take in Xuantianche? Such ridiculous jealousy. She had wanted to give him a tiny chance to pursue her. But now it seemed that this person was unlikely to achieve great things. Time slowly passed to noon. Just as Lu Changge was dozing off, there was finally a change on the stage. Someone had finally stepped onto the platform. A cultivator's surprise shout woke everyone up, and they all looked towards the arena. Who didn't know about Nangong Yu breaking through to the spirit realm? Anyone who dared to step onto the platform at this time undoubtedly had confidence in their own strength. A good show was about to begin. Nangong Yu slowly stood up and looked at the man who jumped onto the stage, who appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, dressed in ordinary spiritual clothing, with a rather unfriendly expression, exuding a palpable malice directed at him. The man didn't introduce himself, but his imposing aura immediately locked onto Nangong Yu. Lu Changge squinted his eyes. The man's aura strangely felt familiar, but he couldn't recall why. However, when did Lu's cultivators become this formidable? His cultivation was significantly higher than Nangong Yu's. At least at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Xiao Nanzi, be careful, something's off. A 5th level spirit realm cultivator, a loose cultivator? Do they think we're fools? Lu Changge secretly transmitted a warning to Xiao Nanzi. Nangong Yu looked towards Xiaobai from afar and nodded slightly. Begin. The referee, the Spirit King, didn't bother with unnecessary formalities and started the match as soon as he saw someone on stage. As soon as the words fell, Nangong Yu sensed a bloody aura rushing towards him and immediately reacted. Divine Blood Sect. The signature of this technique was too obvious, and there was no attempt to disguise it. It seemed that simply changing out of their sect robes was the greatest respect they could show to Lingxiao Palace and Xuantianche. The referee, the Spirit King, narrowed his eyes and immediately transmitted a message to Elder Zhongshan. Elder Zhong, a disciple of the Divine Blood Sect, has appeared on stage, seemingly intending to kill Nangong Yu, this boy. Should we intervene? Elder Zhongshan's eyes suddenly widened, and he scanned the arena with his spiritual sense. A trace of indifference crossing his gaze. He said lightly, no need. If he can survive in the hands of the Divine Blood Sect, then after the match, I'll recruit him into Xuantianche. If he dies, then it's fate that he has nothing to do with us. Humph. Someone who loves to stir up trouble like this would definitely bring disaster to the sect if taken in. If a loose cultivator dares to make enemies with the Divine Blood Sect, will he also provoke the 3 great sacred lands? Will he also provoke the families of the Eastern Wilderness Empire? The more he thought about it, the more resolute Elder Zhongshan's thoughts became. This kid must not enter Xuantianche, even if he survives. The Spirit King couldn't understand his thinking and looked at Nangong Yu with a hint of regret. This boy, for some reason, didn't catch Elder Zhongshan's eye. Even he, a Spirit King, couldn't change anything. On the platform, a storm of energy surged, and rainbow lights flickered as hundreds of moves collided in a short time, the clang of metal ringing out across the arena. Nangong Yu no longer fought empty-handed. A long spear wrapped in fire-type spiritual power danced out as a flame dragon. With the spear tip waving, a flame dragon dozens of meters long roared towards his opponent. The opponent was no simple character either, standing with a sword before his chest, arms forming a half circle, as spiritual power coalesced behind him into a giant blood shadow sword, seemingly aimed at slaying the flame dragon. Boom. As they collided, a tremendous explosion occurred, and both combatants slid back several dozen meters. Xiao Nanzi. That's from the Divine Blood Sect. Since they refuse to back down, just kill one. Make them fear us. Don't hold back. Take him down. Lu Changge's eyes brimmed with killing intent, and his whole demeanor turned aggressive. The disciples of the Divine Blood Sect were like sticky plasters, too damn annoying. Among the spectators, there were knowledgeable cultivators whose eyes were filled with uncertainty. They wanted to shout out, but could clearly sense the overwhelming killing intent on stage. The disciple from the Divine Blood Sect was definitely not here for rewards. If they shouted out, they might bring trouble upon themselves. As the Divine Blood Sect was known for their ruthless methods, their disciples acted without regard for public opinion. If they wanted to kill, they would kill. This was not something they could get involved in. That kid has some skills. No wonder he could run this far. The man finally spoke. His voice as cold as winter, finally taking the boy seriously. Nangong Yu did not respond, merely sneering coldly before launching his attack. There was no point in talking to the dead. He remembered Xiaobai had warned him that villains often die from talking too much. Chapter 54. Well done. Nangong Yu swung his spear, and intense flames erupted around his body, dancing with his breath, as if alive. Then, the flames coalesced into countless fireballs in front of him. each carrying immense power, howling as they surged forward. The disciple of the divine blood sect sneered, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Blood-colored light gathering in his palms to form a complex blood-colored shield. Blood shield activate. With a loud shout, the shield instantly expanded dozens of times, blocking the two of them. The densely packed fireballs, like a meteor shower, instantly collided with the blood shield, producing a deafening roar. Flames and blood colors intertwined in the air above the arena, causing the spectators to hold their breath, nervously watching the battle unfold. This is terrifying. This boy doesn't seem like a loose cultivator at all. This technique is at least of the earth level, right? Someone exclaimed from the flying boat. Even though they were sect disciples, they wouldn't dare to think of earth-level techniques. Those were the foundational methods of the sect. That is for sure. My cultivation is also of the high earth level, but it doesn't have such power. This kid must have some opportunity, another said, his eyes sparkling with uncertainty. Do you think this can block me? Nangong Yu sneered inwardly, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he waved his hands again, making the flames even more violent under his control. All the flames on the platform suddenly coalesced into one mass, which then transformed into a blazing flame dragon. Its dozens of meters long body wrapping around both the man and the blood shield. Flame dragon explosion. As the words fell, the body of the flame dragon suddenly expanded and then exploded violently. Boom. The intense energy carried the power to destroy everything, shattering not only the blood shield but also extinguishing the ruins of the arena's formation in an instant. Countless tongues of fire consumed the divine blood sect man entirely. The spectators felt a wave of heat wash over them, staring in shock at the calm boy picking up the opponent's spatial ring. A first-level spirit realm kills a fifth level? And he's a disciple of an upper sect. How dare he? Those in the know felt their hair stand on end. In front of so many witnesses, he had killed a disciple of an upper sect, and it was from the notoriously vengeful divine blood sect. This, unless he can join Xuantianche, which is also an upper sect, he is undoubtedly doomed. The disciple who had been defeated by the boy yesterday murmured softly. In the territory of Bei, the three great sacred lands need not be mentioned. The status of upper sects is unshakable, and their authority is the same, even if it wasn't the boy's fault. What did that matter? If it were unknown, it would be one thing, but this is Shuiyun City, in broad daylight. For the sake of face, the upper sect would definitely pursue him relentlessly. Well done, Xiao Nanzi. Lu Changge felt comfortable in his heart. It had to be this way. As the saying goes, revenge for kindness and hatred comes quickly. Fortune and disaster emerge with smiles and frowns. Regardless of whether he was entering a sect or not, anyone who dared to provoke him must be dealt with decisively. Having lived again, he didn't want to live so suffocated. The crowd was oblivious to the impending disaster, still jumping around like foolish deer, not knowing what to say. Above them, on a high-level flying ship, four figures were about to explode with dark expressions. One of them growled, Elder Wang. The junior brother was too careless. Let me take action. I will definitely kill this kid. They had thought that their junior brother would succeed without fail, but not only did he not expect it, they also did not anticipate that this kid had just broken through to the spirit realm and already possessed such terrifying strength. However, now that they had understood his true power, if they acted, it would be a sure thing. Yes, let me go. I'll do it. The other three, also in the spirit realm, spoke up, eager for the reward from the outer sect's grand elder. If they could kill this kid, it would be quite a prize. Elder Wang glanced at them. How could he not know their thoughts? However, he didn't care much. What he wanted, the grand elder had already promised him. Guanwei, you go. The other three of you are already over 30. You still need to give some face to Xiantian Pavilion and Lingxiao Palace. After saying this, Guanwei's face lit up with joy, thinking, brothers, this isn't my fault. Who told you to be older? Haha, this reward is for me alone. He then shot down like a streak of light onto the arena, speaking in a rather arrogant tone. Kid, my name is Guanwei. Dying under my knife is something you should be grateful for. The loose cultivators below had become numb. They initially thought today's arena would be quite boring, but unexpected events kept occurring. Truly worthy of the upper sects, another spirit realm figure had emerged, and judging by his momentum, he was even more formidable than the previous one. The envy in the eyes of the men was almost overflowing. The young man was likely doomed today. The blood god sect seemed to be intent on killing him. Were loose cultivators destined to never rise? The middle-aged loose cultivator below was filled with despair. After much difficulty, another loose cultivator like Fong Zipping had risen, but now he was about to fall. Elder Ning Man's expression turned cold. She unleashed her terrifying imperial pressure toward the high-level flying ship of the blood god sect, transmitting her voice. Is your blood god sect going too far? This young man is at least competing in our arena. If he is killed here, where will our Lingxiao Palace's face go? Elder Wang felt a choke in his heart. Under the impact of the imperial pressure, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He quickly said, Elder Ning Man, please calm down. This kid killed the only son of our outer sect's Grand Elder. You know how much the Grand Elder dotes on his son. If it weren't for his recent breakthrough, he would have come personally. He spoke rapidly, continuing, we were entrusted by the Grand Elder to kill this kid and avenge his beloved son. I hope Elder Ning Man will not interfere. Just this once, no next time. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang felt his body relax, the pressure dissipating. And the three spirit realm disciples behind him slowly got up from the ground. They could only watch Guanwei, this terrifying old woman. What did I say, Elder Ning? I told you this kid is not a good person. What cultivation does he have to dare kill Xianghuai's son? Isn't he going to kill the saint's son in the future? Elder Zhongshun said proudly. Still, his sharp eyes had seen through that this kid was a troublemaker. Ningman shook her head. Young man, what a pity. The referee Spirit King saw there were no instructions from above and had to look at Nangong Yu. I don't need to rest. Start. The Spirit King sighed silently and announced the start. Kid, it's time for blood debts to be repaid. Guanwei's eyes were cold, and his voice shook the arena slightly. 8th level of Spirit Realm. Except for the Spirit King, this was the first time he faced such a powerful enemy head-on. Nangong Yu's expression was serious. He could sense the strong killing intent emanating from the other person. Chapter 55. The Imperial Law emerges. Behind the many loose cultivators, 2 men dressed in ordinary clothes looked seriously at the arena. Big brother, it looks like the spirit realm from the Blood God sect is quite strong. If Nangong Yu can't defeat him later, One of the men spoke worriedly. The leading man's expression hardened and said, if that's the case, I will take action directly and bring Nangong Yu away. But before he could finish, the leading man continued, the young master must be alive. As long as it's for the young master, we will fight to the death to secure him. Yes. Nangong Yu raised his hands. Fire-type spiritual power morphing into 2 blazing flames in his palms, coldly saying, is that so? Guanwei's face turned cold. His figure suddenly became blurry, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Nangong Yu. With a blood-colored long knife in hand, he slashed down, the blade shimmering with cold light, aiming straight for the throat. Nangong Yu's fireball instantly transformed into a shield to block. With a loud bang, the fire shield shattered, and he was knocked back several dozen meters. Blood shadow slash. Just as he steadied himself, Guanwei shouted, swinging his long knife, sending out several waves of blood energy knife chi, carrying sharp killing intent, rushing toward him. Nangong Yu reacted swiftly, soaring into the air like a dragon, dodging the knife chi while deploying the flame dragon battle technique. Behind him, the fire spirit array coalesced into 3 fiery dragons, charging downwards with a fierce and intense aura. Guanwei looked solemnly at the incoming fiery dragons, immediately biting his long knife, raising both hands to the sky, and behind him, the blood array opened, 3 blood chilants roaring out, pouncing towards the 3 fiery dragons. In an instant, they collided thousands of times. Ultimately, due to slightly weaker cultivation, the 3 fiery dragons began to show signs of being overpowered. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he sighed slightly. It seemed he had no choice but to use his full strength. He formed a seal with one hand, and a great sun rose behind him, the momentum surging, causing the heavens and earth to rumble, and the clouds above the arena instantly shattered. With his right hand forming another seal, the sun transformed into 3, shooting directly at the 3 fiery dragons. Roar! As the great sun entered his body, it was like the dragon was awakened, and the 3 fiery dragons let out a long roar, their momentum doubling, surging toward the 3 blood chilants. Boom! The blood chilants exploded, and under the backlash of Guanwei's battle technique, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his body swaying. He looked in horror at the 3 fiery dragons in the sky, his eyes almost bursting with disbelief. Impossible, impossible. There's nothing impossible, it's over. Nangong Yu joined his hands together, and the 3 fiery dragons merged into one in an instant, charging toward Guanwei on the ground like a divine dragon reappearing, carrying overwhelming ferocity. No. A gentle breeze blew past, taking away some of the heat. On the arena, there was only the young man, standing unmatched. However, the battle technique the young man displayed caused a flicker of doubt in Elder Wang's eyes. Inside the Lingxiao Palace's carriage, it had now fallen into silence. Elder Zhongshun's mind finally cleared, and he exchanged glances with Elder Ning Man, each lowering their eyelids to contact their disciples. After a moment, that's right. A month ago, in the Misty Mountains, the figure of the Flame Emperor that overshadowed the sun and swallowed the 8 wastelands. Who doesn't know it? Who doesn't understand? With the might and appearance of the battle technique just displayed by the young man, it couldn't be said to be exactly the same as the rumored Flame Emperor's battle technique, but its aura was unmistakable. Even if he wasn't a descendant of the Flame Emperor, he definitely had a significant connection to that descendant. Elder Zhongshun and Elder Ning Man exchanged a glance. instantly rising and transforming into a streak of light, landing on the arena. Changge, accompanied by Little Golden King, flashed and also arrived at the arena, casually tossing a healing spell to Nangong Yu, then looking indifferently at the two. Little South, come to me. One really couldn't underestimate these upper sects. Little South had revealed a little, and they had already picked up on the scent. This Flame Emperor inheritance was likely to be hard to hide. Changge felt that things had become tricky. It was somewhat troublesome. He hoped they were trying to recruit him rather than directly seizing it. Otherwise, this earth-ranked flowing cloud-flying boat was likely to be ruined. With this thought, he slightly unleashed the heavenly and earthly divine powers, revealing a hint of aura. Elders Ningmen and Zhongshuan tightened their minds and couldn't help but cast their gazes towards the spirit deer, which they had never paid much attention to. This spirit deer was actually able to make them feel danger. They were at the Spirit Emperor realm, a force to be reckoned with on the continent. This dear friend, we mean no harm. We just think this young man's talent and potential are astonishing, and we would like to invite him to join our Lingxiao Palace. Elder Ningmen said with a faint smile. Elder Zhongshuan immediately interjected to Nangong Yu. The first time I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary person, and my expectations were met. You just so happened to have a fire-type spiritual root, making it perfect for you to join our Xiantian pavilion. I can represent the sect to promise you a position as an inner disciple. Then he glanced at Elder Ningmen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Isn't Lingxiao Palace not recruiting male disciples? Elder Ningmen, don't forget the agreement between our sections. He suddenly realized that this woman was not so easy to deal with. And thinking this made him feel a sense of clarity. Looking at her slender waist, he felt that she would definitely be hard to nurture. Damn it. Why did I want to touch her before? Elder Ningmen was taken aback by the retort and scoffed. Elder Zhong is joking. Rules are made for ordinary people. For talents like this young man, of course, we can make exceptions. After saying that, she looked at Nangong Yu and continued. I see that you are about the same age as our inner sect's true disciple, the Qingqing Fairy. You will surely become good friends. Moreover, our Lingxiao Palace is filled with female disciples, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. She deliberately emphasized the words good friends. Elder Zhongshuan was completely stunned, thinking, damn, does this woman have no shame? Good friends? I can barely recognize the term good friends anymore. The loose cultivators below went completely wild. What kind of divine intervention was this? Just moments ago, they were worried about the young man offending the divine blood sect and his future, and now he was being fought over by two major sects? Even if his battle skills were astonishing, it shouldn't be to this extent. It turns out the clown was myself. Really, the middle-aged loose cultivator struggled to close his mouth. My God, those are two major sects. Is this kid really going to soar? The young loose cultivator was already feeling depressed, having exhausted all words of envy. Wasn't the key the fact that Lingxiao Palace was also inviting him? That was a sect that had never recruited male disciples, with everyone from the sect leader to the outer disciples being fairies. Let me in, I would gladly live just one more day. Blind man, you've discovered the crux. Chapter 56. This wave of advantage is ours. Changge had not yet felt the obvious malice from the two elders, so he did not act impulsively. At the same time, he communicated through the contract. Little South, regardless of whether to join or not, don't refuse just yet. Keep them hanging. We'll talk about everything after we get the flowing cloud flying boat. Otherwise, we might just be wasting our efforts. The pressure from these two elders was not small for him. After all, they were at the Emperor realm. The Spirit King realm could initially borrow the power of heaven and earth, transforming spirit into domain and mastering the spiritual domain. The Spirit Emperor realm directly manipulated the power of heaven and earth, merging the spiritual domain with oneself, carrying the might of a domain with every punch and palm. Capable of destroying heaven and earth. He had never seen an Emperor realm battle before, and even with confidence in his law of heaven and earth ability, his cultivation level was still too low to unleash its full power. Understood. As soon as he said this, Ningmen and Zhongshuan exchanged a glance, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Zhongshuan nodded as well. The kid is awake. Then, Zhongshuan glanced at the referee Spirit King, who immediately understood and announced loudly, the last champion has been decided, and the finals will begin tomorrow after the rankings are released. Upon seeing this, Changge nodded at the two elders, enveloped Nangong Yu in spiritual energy, and with a light tap of the deer's hooves, they vanished in an instant. Ningmen's voice turned serious. I wonder what the origin of this spirit deer is. Despite only being at the spirit sect level, it made us feel danger. It's simply unbelievable. Yes, we don't even know what kind of bloodline it has. I consider myself well-versed in various classic texts. Yet I've never heard of such a miraculous spirit beast, Zhongshuan murmured, staring at the direction Changge had left. If Changge were here, he would definitely tell him, tremble. Mortals, I am of the foolish roe deer bloodline. Elder Ningmen hesitated to speak, and Elder Zhongshuan directly said, no need to say more. This matter is significant, and it's not something you and I can decide. We should report to the sect for a decision, whether to take him as a disciple or directly. Zhongshuan did not finish, but Ningmen already understood. The two exchanged glances before each transforming into spiritual light and disappearing. Watching the two big shots leave, the many loose cultivators slowly departed as well. The impact of today's events was too great for them. It's astonishing. Is this young man another rising star? One loose cultivator sighed. Wow, being fought over by two major sects, what an honor. If it were me, I could boast about it for a lifetime. Of course. Regardless of whether that young man joins Lingxiao Palace or Xiantian Pavilion, his rise to the top is inevitable. The young loose cultivator spoke, his eyes full of envy. Heaven is really unfair. It's one thing to be handsome, but to have such good luck too. Among the loose cultivators, there were a few who were more clear-headed. They sensed different meanings from the changes in the two major sects, and their eyes gleamed uncertainly. Perhaps with good luck, they too could share in it. Reflecting on this, one couldn't help but exclaim, how this young man's future path unfolds is truly hard to say. Someone beside him immediately responded, yes. If he enters Lingxiao Palace and neglects his cultivation, no matter how talented he is, he would still be lost among the crowd. And who knows when he might be kicked out. Zhuang Xiong followed behind the two ordinary-looking men, his eyes filled with an uncontainable murderous intent. That little bastard Nangong Yu dared to cripple my son. I will make you pay with your life. Thinking of this, Zhuang Xiong's eyes turned red, and his killing intent surged. Suddenly, a cold snort came from beside him. Zhuang Xiong, I advise you not to be foolish. If you dare to ruin the young master's plans, my Ouyang family will skin you alive. Looking up, he saw two men from the Ouyang family coldly staring at him. Yes, Zhuang Xiong's expression changed, and he slightly lowered his head, his voice low. Deep inside, he felt a wave of humiliation. Why should a peak spirit king be ordered around by you? Unfortunately, he could only think this in his heart and not show it on his face. After all, with the strength of the Ouyang family, it was not something a mere spirit king could resist. Even the power of the Ouyang family in the north, he could crush him as easily as squashing a rat. Today, I was impulsive. I shouldn't have exposed the imperial law, Nangong Yu said quietly, feeling quite guilty. Just as one wave had not yet settled, another rose. The crisis of the divine blood sect had not been averted, and now the exposure of the imperial law might occur, which was worse than the grievances with the divine blood sect. So many people coveted the imperial law, or rather, who wouldn't he covet it? Even the three great sacred lands do not have a complete imperial law. One can imagine it would be like a 3-year-old child holding a gold brick, flaunting it in public. The sacred realms themselves wouldn't dare, as every sacred realm is a pillar of various forces. Once opposing forces learn that you are trying to restore it, your millennia of foundation might be destroyed in an instant. But if there is a chance to obtain the imperial law, they would certainly not let it pass. Not to mention, who doesn't he have descendants? In short, their situation was very dire, with a sense of pride that this continent's waves were about to be stirred by them. I think I'm probably sick. Little White. What did you say? Nangong Yu, confused, saw Little White open his mouth, but didn't he hear what he mumbled? Ahem. Lu Changge awkwardly cleared his throat and comforted him. Little South, don't panic. Tomorrow, once we get the flying boat treasure, we'll leave. Don't worry, Water Cloud City doesn't he have that many strong experts yet. This wave of advantage is on our side. Although he said so, Lu Changge had no confidence in his heart. Originally, he thought that he would block the enemies while Nangong Yu took the little golden giant and fled on the flying boat. And then he would use the contract passage to catch up. This plan was perfectly flawless. But he suddenly realized that the permanent teleportation contract passage could only be used once every 10 days. And they had already used it on the day they arrived at Shuiyan City. This meant that he would have to wait another 7 or 8 days to teleport directly over, and by that time, Shuiyan City would probably be surrounded by powerful enemies, making it difficult to escape. Chapter 57. First encounter with the overall rankings. Forget it, don't think about it. The boat will naturally reach the bridge when it gets there. He couldn't believe that the heavens would not leave a way out for him. The next day, it was the beginning of the month. Today was not only the final match of the arena competition, but also the day when the rankings of the continent would be announced. The entire plaza of Shuiyan City was packed to the brim. It was not an exaggeration to say it was completely full. Not only was the ground filled, but the sky was also surrounded by various flying boats, carriages, and spirit beast mounts. The noise was overwhelming, with people chatting, laughing loudly, and various spirit beasts roaring. Lu Changge struggled to squeeze in with Nangong Yu and the little golden giant in the air. Fortunately, he had the magical ability to shrink himself. Otherwise, with his previous size, it would have been impossible. By the time the final match started, little Nangong might not even have made it in. He was exhausted and couldn't understand why these people were gathering for such excitement. The rankings were updated monthly, and after so many years, hadn't they seen enough? Lu Changge couldn't help but complain. Every day, instead of focusing on closed-door training, they waste time like this. Hey, from the way you speak, I can tell you're a newbie. Don't you know that every time the rankings are announced, the people nearby can absorb some of the aura, which is extremely beneficial for their cultivation? Didn't your elders tell you this? A cultivator beside him shot a sideways glance, disdainfully. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The overall rankings are more potent than the individual rankings, so as long as you're not far from this major city, no one would want to miss the announcement. Lu Changge snorted at that cultivator and then turned to stare at little Nangong, saying nothing. Nangong Yu naturally heard it and felt a bit embarrassed. He awkwardly explained, this is my first time hearing about it too. My elders never told me. They just told me to focus on my cultivation. That was understandable. With his previous talent, the benefits of cultivation were minimal, so it was better to train more. In fact, most prodigies only occasionally paid attention to their ranking changes or understood their competitors' strengths. Xiaobai, the rankings are starting, Nangong Yu exclaimed. And when he saw Lu Changge divert his gaze, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't his fault. The momentum of the Shuiyun City rankings was much greater than that of Heishan City. From the sky above, divine light began to shine, causing the clouds for hundreds of miles to churn and thunder to mingle, then rush toward the Shuiyun Plaza like a cloud vortex. The terrifying momentum was enough to make anyone shudder. As time passed, a golden-purple ranking list descended from the bottom of the cloud vortex, with lightning constantly dancing across it, exuding a divine might that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The three large characters' legendary rankings were visible at the top. As the name suggests, the legendary rankings are the legends of the spirit martial continent, each one capable of dominating the world. Why even announce the legendary rankings? They haven't changed in over 100 years, a cultivator nearby complained. The 10 legendary figures in the Holy Realm can easily crush several other Holy Realm beings. Their depth is not so easily changed, a spirit cultivator beside him agreed. Unfortunately, the human Holy Realm only occupies half of the legendary rankings, and the Western region's demon race still holds the top spot even after so many years. At this moment, Lu Changge's eyes were firmly attracted by the third position. Third position, Starry Ancient Tree, Age Unknown, Ancient Spirit Plant, Peak of the Holy Realm. This ancient tree is truly impressive. It should be noted that in the Spirit Land continent, spirit beasts and spirit plants belong to the same lineage. But there are significantly fewer spirit plants compared to spirit beasts. Whether it is a spirit plant or a spirit beast, growing up is quite difficult. This old fellow is a role model for all spirit beasts and spirit plants. Unfortunately, it is said that the starry ancient tree has remained in the central Starfall mountain range of the four domains, considered a neutral force, and neither the human race nor the demon race in the four domains dares to provoke it easily. If given the chance in the future, I must go to the Starfall mountain range to see the splendor of the starry ancient tree, being of the same lineage. I believe this old fellow will not make things difficult for me. Lu Changge's thoughts flowed, silently planning, but now was not the time. If he went now, he would probably die halfway before even seeing it. It is worth mentioning that aside from the third position being a spirit plant, there is also a big shot in the Misty Forest. Sixth position, Mist Dragon, Age Unknown, Ancient Ferocious Beast, Peak of the Holy Realm. It is rumored that the reason the Misty Forest is covered in mist is because of the Mist Dragon, but whether this is true or not, it must have its reasons. There is not much else to say. The first, fourth, and seventh positions are all demon races. The second is a monster from the Starry Sword sect. The fifth is from the Heavenly Dome Sacred Land. The eighth is from the royal family of the Eastern Wilderness Empire. The ninth is from an Eastern Wilderness family. And the 10th is a loose cultivator. Unfortunately, this loose cultivator does not establish a sect, but has traveled outside for many years. Otherwise, it would definitely be another major holy sect. I have to say, these people are really well informed. Strangely enough, among the three major holy lands of Bei, no one from the Netherworld Sacred Sect is on the list. At this moment, in the lower left corner of the legendary rankings, another ranking slowly unfolded. The talented rankings have 50 spots, with humans being those under 50 years of age, while other races like the demon race and spirit beasts have different age limits. Hiss, little Nangong, our cultivation path is long and full of obstacles, and our opponents are too strong. Lu Changge scanned the list from top to bottom and couldn't help but feel breathless. Why? Because the air around him was sucked away by this group of people. Damn it. No matter how many times I've seen it, it still shocks me. The chatterbox beside me has opened the complaining mode again, and the most important thing is that someone is supporting him. Isn't that right? I don't know how these prodigies cultivate. At such a young age, they have such strength. It's truly outrageous. Oh, how so? It's outrageous to the core. Lu Changge deeply resonated with this. A spirit emperor at 30-something? There are even spirit emperors under 30. Let's be honest, do you guys have a system too? Cultivators begin to borrow the power of heaven and earth, and comprehend the ways of heaven and earth once they reach the Spirit King level. So their progress in cultivation starts to slow down significantly. It's normal to take several years or even over a decade to advance a single level. And most importantly, these prodigies are not just simple in realm achievement. They are truly invincible at the same level, except for the prodigies ranked ahead of them. Even the older generation, who have been immersed in the Emperor realm for many years, would find it difficult to catch up. Isn't it outrageous? The top of the talented rankings is already a spirit lord. Changge also joined the surrounding cultivators in happily complaining. Nangong Yu looked at Xiao Bai's speechless expression and felt speechless too. It was one thing for others to complain, but how could he? Didn't he know his own strength? However, he couldn't say this for fear of being beaten, so he could only calmly say, the overall talented rankings have also been released. Oh, let me see. With our strength, we should be able to make the list, right? Changge immediately dismissed the conversation partner and looked towards the talented rankings. Oh no. Chapter 58. Has my identity as a silly road deer been exposed? As soon as the overall talented rankings were released, the massive Shuiyun Plaza, filled with hundreds of thousands of people, immediately fell into silence. The first place on the talented rankings was none other than first place, Changge, under 1 year old, Spirit Row, first level of Spirit Sect. What is going on? Is my identity as a silly road deer no longer concealed? Is this divine artifact really that amazing? I've only mentioned my name to Xiaonan, and it can know about me? Is the aura really that mysterious? Although Changge was sure he would be on the list, he didn't expect to directly land in first place. At that moment, his body inexplicably felt completely comfortable, as if he had just taken a sip of ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. Could this be what Xiaonan referred to as the aura? Changge tried to operate his cultivation technique, and a booming sound echoed within him, with spiritual power surging and flowing, actually 3 times faster than before. This is something. Meanwhile, all the spiritual cultivators watching the rankings were completely unable to hold back. Where did this spiritual beast named Changge come from? How did it directly become number 1? I remember this person wasn't even on the previous overall list. No, this is a spiritual beast. One cultivator nearby exclaimed. Others finally noticed its cultivation level, only at the first level of the spiritual realm. Why does it deserve to be first? Which of those on the list isn't at the 9th level of the spiritual realm? They could be the existence of a king. Is its combat power higher than those geniuses? I don't believe it. Look, this spiritual beast is actually not even a year old, damn it. Not even a year old, a first-level spiritual beast, directly landing in first place. Could it be some innate being? The rankings must be broken. How could this be possible? Not just in Shuiyun City. At this moment, everyone across the entire Lingwu continent who learned of the news went crazy. At the Bei Yunding Plateau, Longji Mountain Range, and the Tianxiong Sacred Land, it seemed like a place above the clouds, where hurried footsteps gradually approached, and a voice immediately rang out, reporting to the sect master. There is a major change in the Qianlong list overall ranking. A spiritual beast under 1 year old has directly landed in first place. The overall list shows it as a spiritual roe deer, but we have never heard of it. As soon as the words fell, the figure on the high seat, who had originally been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. In an instant, the entire Tianxiong sacred land trembled, the clouds roiling, and the earth shaking, as the overwhelming aura caused all beings on the Yunding Plateau to shudder. Oh, spiritual roe deer, the divine sound echoed, and the elderly figure below did not dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for instructions. After a moment, it seemed he heard the whisper of the towering figure, fleeting. I know, go down. After the elder left, the high figure slowly closed his eyes again. A spiritual beast? This is interesting. In the depths of the misty forest, the fog was thick, sunlight barely penetrating, and one could not see their own fingers, making it appear dark and mysterious inside. At this moment, a dragon's roar seemed to arise, the mist swirling, and all beings in the misty forest prostrated themselves to the ground, trembling. Starfall Mountain Range. A towering ancient tree reached into the clouds, its trunk robust, covered in mysterious runes, as if containing the secrets of the starry sky. Its branches and leaves were lush, each leaf sparkling with a starlight-like glow, as if capable of absorbing the power of the stars. The swaying branches and leaves seemed to freeze momentarily before returning to their original state. Western region, Tongtian Peak. The peak soared 10,000 feet high, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds, its majestic form visible from any corner of the western region. The cliffs surrounding the mountain were almost vertical to the ground, covered with various rocks resembling ferocious beasts. A bird's call sounded, and 2 brilliant stars rose from the sea of clouds, which turned out to be a pair of eyes. A colossal body broke through the clouds, wings spanning 1,000 feet, feathers as hard as steel, shimmering with silvery light. In an instant, it landed atop the peak. Gazing towards Bei, in the depths of the endless forest of the southern region, inside an ancient bronze hall. A figure cloaked in black robes like a ghost seemed to gaze beyond time and space. It murmured softly, such talent, to live or die, as if asking itself. Shueyan City. Lu Changge, who also found it unbelievable, sneered disdainfully when he heard the discussions around him. Foolish mortals, tremble under the iron hooves of this silly roe deer. Lingwu continent, your king has appeared. It was normal to think this way. Before having the divine ability of law of heaven and earth, he wouldn't dare say he was invincible in the spiritual realm. But after gaining this divine ability, let alone the spiritual realm, even the spiritual king realm was not a problem. The entire Shueyan Square was like a vegetable market. Even the upcoming Bei Qianlong list failed to attract attention, as all the spotlight was stolen by this spiritual roe deer. I believe that after today, the spiritual roe deer will leap to become the most recognized, strongest bloodline on the Lingwu continent. Of course, it not only grows fast, but also possesses astonishing combat power. I really want to know what this spiritual roe deer looks like. If I could have a picture of this spiritual roe deer, wouldn't I be able to make a fortune? Ah, friend, you've awakened those in a dream. It doesn't necessarily have to be a real picture. Nangong Yu's mouth twitched, speechless. You really have a unique thought process, but let us forget it. It's too dangerous. These geniuses on the list, if they have backing, it's fine, but for scattered cultivators like them, it's better not to be too high profile. Over the years, many talented individuals with backgrounds have met with unexplained falls. Let alone them. After some persuasion, they finally dissuaded Xiaobai from his idea, only to hear him start to belittle again. Xiaonan, you still need to work hard. You're at the bottom of the Qianlong list overall. How embarrassing to say that out loud. Okay, you're first, I'm also first. What is wrong with me? ISNT little gold, just not on the sublist either? Why don't you say anything about it? Nangong Yu's actions were very obvious as he turned to look at little gold, remaining silent, and even patted little gold's head. Lu Changge immediately noticed. Hey, I'm talking about you too, little gold. At least Xiaonan is on the list. What about you? What are you doing every day? Not cultivating properly. Look at how far behind we are, little gold. Nangong Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked over all the spiritual cultivators ranked above him on the overall list. Yes, he looked over every one of them, firmly remembering them in his heart. He must improve a few ranks next month. Being last is too embarrassing. Still in the Lingxia Palace carriage, Elder Ningmen and Elder Zhongshuan sat across from each other, not having spoken a word since the overall Qianlong list appeared. Finally, Elder Ningmen, Elder Zhongshuan, the two raised their heads simultaneously and spoke. You go first. No, you go first. The two paused and exchanged glances. Elder Ningmen sighed lightly and said, that spiritual deer wouldn't be the spiritual roe deer that is first on the Qianlong overall list, would it? Chapter 59, the flowing cloud-flying boat finally in hand. Elder Zhongshuan frowned deeply and said, its shape resembles a deer, yet it's different from other spiritual deer, with fur as white as snow. And it has 4 horns on its head. It can even make us, at the spiritual emperor realm, feel a sense of danger. There's probably an 80% chance. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? That spiritual deer is only at the first level of the spiritual realm. If it is indeed the first on the Qianlong overall list, that would make sense. After all, no matter how powerful the geniuses on the list are, they are still a level below the spiritual king realm. And do they pose a threat to the spiritual emperor? That's just pure comedy. But this suddenly appearing spiritual roe deer is different. No one knows its bloodline, roots, or what kind of combat power it possesses, all unknown and unpredictable. Elder Ningmen rubbed his temples in annoyance and sighed. But to have such strength in less than a year since birth is a bit too exaggerated. The matter of the imperial law has already been reported to the sect, but no edict has come through yet. The sect members won't arrive until tonight at the earliest. That young man, now at the first level of the spiritual realm, has climbed to the overall list. Albeit in last place, but how terrifying it is to have the imperial law firmly in place. Since the young man is one with that spiritual roe deer, they must consider how to face them. Otherwise, if they mishandle it, they could offend 2 future prodigies. Forget it. Let us prepare for the finals of the arena competition. Before the sect has issued a clear directive, we shouldn't act rashly to avoid planting a disaster for the sect. The list has been released. But most of the scattered cultivators have remained, and although they already knew the result was certain, many who had never seen the young man still wanted to witness his elegance. They all know that this young man, with the cultivation of the first level of the spirit realm, has made it onto the overall ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. Although he is the last on the list, the value of this ranking is incredibly high. Those who can reach the overall ranking are all geniuses chosen from among millions. Usually, where would one have the opportunity to get so close to these geniuses? Such a good opportunity must not be missed. The finals are about to begin. The 10 champions, please come to the stage. As soon as the referee, the Spirit King, finished speaking, 10 figures instantly shot onto the arena from various places. Of course, this included Nangong Yu. Today, the young man wore a black robe, and his long hair was tied up with a black jade crown, making his tall figure even more striking. With a face as delicate as jade, he stood in the arena like a crane among chickens, standing out prominently. Look, that is Nangong Yu, who has made it onto the Hidden Dragon overall ranking. The audience whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. Indeed, he is young, not yet 17, and has such achievements. What a future. It's terrifying that both the first and last places are Spirit Realm first level. Someone whispered, their tone laced with a hint of mockery. What's wrong with being at the first level of the Spirit Realm? Just because you're at the 9th level doesn't mean you can try it out. You wouldn't even be able to produce any results. Someone nearby immediately retorted, that's nonsense. I never said I could win, but apart from these two, there are no other spiritual cultivators below the late stage of the Spirit Realm on the Hidden Dragon overall ranking. No one would doubt the authority of the ranking. It is the result of thousands of years of experience on the continent. Seeing that all 10 participants had arrived, the referee, the Spirit King, announced directly, the finals will be a free-for-all among the 10 champions, with the last one standing declared the winner. Begin. The other 9 exchanged glances. All were at the peak of the Spirit Master realm and knew they had no hope of winning, but wanted to see how big the gap was with the genius on the Hidden Dragon overall ranking. Thus, as soon as the referee announced, the 9 immediately unleashed their strongest combat techniques and charged towards the young man. Nangong Yu, expressionless, watched the overwhelming and surging attacks. With a wave of his right hand, the spiritual power ignited into flames and transformed into a flame dragon. The 9 combat techniques were instantly devoured by the flame dragon, which then hovered in midair, quietly gazing at them. The 9 couldn't help but feel powerless, shaking their heads and bitterly smiling. The gap was too great. They were completely on different levels, and it was better not to humiliate themselves further. I admit defeat. As soon as one person's voice fell, it seemed to awaken the other 8. They all admitted defeat. Nangong Yu wins. The audience below felt somewhat bored. However, this was normal. If the battles were truly back and forth with these people, they would start to doubt whether the ranking list was malfunctioning. Although they knew the 9 could not win, this was too much. Not even a little satisfying. It's like taking off your pants without bringing any paper. Sigh, let us disperse. Even so, the spiritual cultivators at the scene still did not leave. After all, this was a living genius on the overall ranking, and every moment of watching was precious, right? Since the geniuses hadn't left, how could they? Nangong Yu looked at the referee, the Spirit King. The finals have been held, and the treasure should be given now, right? Little Bai has been thinking about it for a long time. Elder Zhong, this young man is looking at me for the reward. Where's the treasure? Are you going to give it or not? The referee, the Spirit King, quickly transmitted a message to inquire. Elder Zhong and Ning Man were also feeling troubled. How should they handle this? If they give it, they fear this kid will take the treasure and leave. If they don't, how can they maintain face in front of so many people from the 2 major sects? The 2 exchanged glances, sighed, and transformed into flowing light to arrive on the arena. With beaming smiles, they said, "Congratulations, young friend, on reaching the overall ranking. I wonder if you have considered joining a sect?" Nangong Yu calmly replied, "Thank you, elders, for your kindness, but I have no intention of joining a sect for now." The audience was enjoying the show. They had never seen the major sects treat someone so amicably, although it wasn't directed at them. The young man's refusal was just too cool. To be honest, with the young man's talent, he indeed had the qualifications to choose a sect. But if he hurt the major sect's pride, it might not be good for him. Ning Man frowned slightly, feeling unsurprised. The young man's demeanor yesterday had already indicated this. But the question was what to do next. She was just an outer sect elder. Such matters were beyond her decision-making power. Nangong Yu continued. What about the flowing cloud-flying boat? Oh, this. Elder Zhong hesitated, unsure how to evade. Catching a glimpse of the eager expressions of the spiritual cultivators below, he sighed slightly and had no choice but to take out the flowing cloud-flying boat and hand it over. Young friend, why not come and visit my Shintian pavilion? I believe it will be greatly rewarding for you. No, I have important matters to attend to. Thank you, elders, and we shall meet again if fate allows. Nangong Yu took the flying boat and was about to leave. Elder Ning Man suddenly spoke. Young friend, wait. This place isn't far from my Lingxiao Palace. Why not come to my Lingxiao Palace to avoid the storm? As she spoke, her gaze swept over some flying boats in the air, hinting at something. Lu Changge's figure flickered as he brought little golden bear to Nangong Yu's side. What is going on? Haven't you finished speaking? You take it. It's all the same. There will definitely be a battle later. Let Little South take it. It'll be convenient when running. Nangong Yu naturally understood and did not refuse. Then he cupped his fists to the 2 elders and said, Thank you for the reminder. And we shall meet again if fate allows. He tossed the flying boat, controlling it to become the size of 10 zhong, which was more than enough for the three of them. Any larger would waste spiritual power. Then they shot towards the outskirts of Shuiyan City. Just as they set off, several flying boats followed closely behind in the sky. Ning Man and Zhong Shun each threw out their flying boats and followed from a distance. Chapter 60. 1,000 people surrounding to kill. In the Eastern Wilderness Empire, deep within the palace, in a little-known secret hall, representatives from the 5 great families gathered here. With layers of guards outside, each line of defense manned by the most elite imperial guards from the palace. At this moment, inside the hall, an old man in a purple robe stood up, looking at the 5 people, his voice slightly sharp as he slowly said, "The Emperor has sent someone to discuss matters with everyone. I believe you all know what it is about, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man among them, with a fierce glint in his eyes, said, "Isn't it just that there are still remnants of the Nangong family alive? Just kill them again." A middle-aged man beside him interjected, "The family has been exterminated. Are we still afraid of a little unripe brat? My Wang family will send people from the north to take care of him. The Emperor is overreacting. Even if he has the Emperor's bloodline reborn, can he still seek revenge from us? Ha. Exactly. Can a talent who hasn't grown up still be called a talent? My Chen family will also send people to take action. My surname Guo will also." The old man in the purple robe smiled slightly at this, his smile not reaching his eyes, and he tried to keep his voice low. "In that case, the Emperor looks forward to everyone's good news. Little South, you've attracted quite a few tails behind you." Lu Changge looked back at the more than 100 flying boats following behind, his eyes cold as he joked. After a moment, Nangong Yu finally spoke. "These people aren't fools. Even if they didn't recognize that I was using the Emperor's law today, with the ranking list out, my spirit realm first-level cultivation stands out among the many at the late stage or peak of the spirit realm. Anyone who has walked this path of cultivation and has gone quite far isn't stupid. Even if they can't think that the young man's cultivation is the Emperor's law, they definitely know it's above the heavenly stage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such terrifying combat power. If they don't take the chance to seize it while the young man hasn't risen yet, they can forget about it in the future. This can be said to be the closest they've ever been to heavenly stage techniques. So what if the young man has high combat power? Can he fight one? Can he fight dozens or even hundreds? Can he surpass the Spirit King? With this kind of thought, there are definitely many who want to take advantage of the chaos, all hoping to pick up a bargain. 100 miles outside Feiyan City, several high-level flying boats hovered in the air, quietly waiting for something. They were right in front of the direction where the flowing cloud flying boat was heading. As time passed, the flying boat had already left the city. Lu Changge could feel that the flying boats behind had started to stir. Can't they hold back any longer? At that moment, several flying boats appeared in the distance, and Nangong Yu was about to change direction when he heard Xiao Bai coldly say, "Let us go straight over. I want to see how many people covet your technique." Anyway, those flying boats behind them were about to make a move, so it would be better to resolve everything in one go. With this in mind, Lu Changge looked at the panel. Healing points, 19,000. Still too few. Forget it, being a bit stronger is better, the larger the base. The stronger the law of heaven and earth will be. Let us go all in. Healing points 12,000. Cultivation, spirit realm, 2nd level. What the heck, is it that expensive? Lu Changge felt a headache. How could he boast so grandly in his heart? And it was just a single level up. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting worked up won't help. 2nd level is fine. It's enough to deal with these little shrimp. In the blink of an eye, the flowing cloud flying boat landed in a huge valley, and several high-level flying boats not far away quickly surrounded them along with the hundreds of flying boats behind them. Hundreds of flying boats loomed overhead like dark clouds, encircling Lu Changge and the others. Every flying boat was filled with spirit cultivators, their eyes flashing with greedy light. He knew that Nangong Yu's technique was not simple. He hoped that saying so would deter those who had designs on the technique from intervening. Unfortunately, in front of heavenly-level techniques, even the name of a high sect wouldn't be effective. Immediately, a cultivator shouted, "If you want the technique, just say it outright. Why frame people with false accusations? Nangong Yu, hand over the technique, and we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't hand it over, today will be your death day. You are already a genius on the Hidden Dragon overall rankings. Don't be foolish. Hand over the technique. And you won't lose anything, right? Hand it over." The expression of Steward Wang was extremely ugly. He wanted to find out who shouted first, but unfortunately, it was already a sea of people, and further away, more were watching the commotion. Several black-robed members of the Ouyang family stood on a flying boat with Zhuang Shi. One black-robed person said worriedly, "Big brother, with so many people, if we want to capture Nangong Yu alive, I'm afraid." The black-robed leader frowned deeply. "We'll act according to the situation. Let us do our best. Nangong Yu could really stir up trouble. Even if the Nangong family wasn't destroyed before, it would probably be in the future. Zhuangxiong looked at the surrounded Nangong Yu, a sinister smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. It was a pity he couldn't kill him with his own hands. Lu Changge looked at the crowd gathered to enjoy the spectacle. Elder Ning Man and Elder Zhongshan were among them. Would these two make a move? It seems there are only this few people left. This is it, then. His words were filled with regret, making Nangong Yu speechless. Kid, don't hold on any longer. Look, you are now surrounded by over 1,000 cultivators. Today, it will be impossible for you to escape. Hand over the technique, and perhaps you'll have a way to live, otherwise. Another cultivator immediately chimed in, otherwise. This valley will be your burial place, along with the two beasts beside you. It's already a great fortune to have such an opportunity. Yet you dare to covet it alone. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing everyone still shouting, Lu Changge found it quite interesting and said, Little South, just casually hand me that technique. Nangong Yu had now become the focus of everyone's attention. When he took out the technique from his ring, everyone fell silent. Their eyes fervently fixed on the technique in his hand, breathing heavily. Then they watched in shock as he handed the technique to the spirit deer beside him. What? Are you out of your mind? Are you expecting the spirit deer to run away with the technique? Not giving it to us, but instead to a beast. This is simply outrageous. The crowd's spiritual power surged, about to make a move, when the beast slowly said, with so many of you wanting it. Who should I give it to? Give it to that spirit deer. I will guarantee your life. Give it to me. I am at the peak of the spirit king realm. I can protect you. Little deer, give it to your sister. She can ride you, or, if you want to ride your sister, that is fine too. At this moment, Steward Wong of the Divine Blood Sect unleashed a peak spirit king aura, causing the valley to fall into temporary silence. Seeing this, Steward Wong quickly said, Everyone, don't be fooled by this beast. Then he looked at Lu Changge with a cold smile. Spirit deer, if you want to sow discord among us, you're still too inexperienced. As soon as these words were spoken, over 1,000 cultivators were immediately filled with killing intent, their eyes flashing fiercely. Lu Changge grinned and said, Oh really? I see that among the cultivators present, you are the strongest, so I'll give it to you. Saying this, he quickly tossed the technique in front of him. Thief, dare to take it? Grab it. Kill. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, with hundreds of people rushing towards the technique. The forces of heaven and earth in turmoil, various spiritual powers flooding over the members of the Divine Blood Sect. Chapter 61, It's My Turn. Several hundred people remained motionless, arms crossed, watching the farce with amusement. How could the cultivators involved not know? It was just not wanting to miss even the slightest possibility. What if it was real? Over here, Steward Wong instinctively caught the technique, but before he could even examine it, he was overwhelmed by the surging spiritual power attacks. And the three spirit realm disciples behind him didn't react in time, dying on the spot. However, as the outer sect steward of the Divine Blood Sect, with peak spirit king cultivation, it wasn't so easy to take him down. Moments later, covered in blood, Steward Wong appeared over 1,000 meters away, his eyes fiercely scanning the many cultivators who had attacked him, and they quickly turned their gazes away, looking at Lu Changge. What a crafty beast, using such a trick. Meanwhile, the technique had long been reduced to powder by the chaotic spiritual power. Everyone stopped their attacks. Something that could be easily destroyed by them couldn't possibly be a heavenly level technique, not even a ground level technique. It was well known that techniques above the profound level were protected by inexplicable great powers. This beast dared to toy with us. Does it really think we are made of clay? Kill. With such a death wish, kill. In their anger, the crowd surged with spiritual power, filling the entire valley. In the distance, Elder Ning Man pondered for a moment before asking Elder Zhongshan, Are we not going to make a move? This question had two meanings. Zhongshan instantly understood and said, Let us wait and see. That spirit deer might really be that spirit road deer. Lu Changge didn't want to play any longer. He stomped his hooves on the ground a few times and twisted his neck. Law of heaven and earth. With his voice, the entire valley began to tremble. The deer's body instantly grew to 100 feet, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly gathered, forming a massive storm vortex. With the center of the vortex being Lu Changge. At this moment, he stood beneath the storm, his hooves stomping the earth, as if he had become the ruler of this valley. With every breath, the surrounding air roared like thunder, as if even heaven and earth were trembling for him. Roar. The sound was like thunder, and under the roar that was completely different from that of a deer, it turned into a shockwave, instantly extinguishing the attacks of over 1,000 cultivators. Hundreds of flying boats and thousands of cultivators stood dumbfounded, staring up at the giant before them. No, the giant deer. What is this? A cultivator stammered. A roe deer, a spirit roe deer. It must be that spirit roe deer, the top of the hidden dragon rankings. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately reacted, their legs trembling. Is this the spirit roe deer? A spirit beast that has never appeared before. Humph. What is there to fear? The top of the hidden dragon rankings is just at the spirit realm, with so many of us spirit kings. We can't take down a little spirit roe deer? Yes, what are we spirit kings afraid of? We were just startled for a moment. Kill. Many spirit kings only felt embarrassed and angered by being startled by a spirit beast, and that embarrassment quickly transformed into fury. Kill. Lu Changge's 100-foot body seemed to become a living target, allowing various spiritual power attacks to rain down on him. Last time he hurriedly unleashed it and didn't he have time to experience the strength of this divine power. Today, with such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? The crowd saw that this spirit deer had a body of 100 feet, but did not retaliate, making the attackers even more excited. After all, this was the top of an unknown spirit beast of and the precious blood within it must be extraordinary. Kill it. This precious blood is definitely not ordinary. This spirit deer was less than a year old and already possessed such power. If I could consume its blood and flesh, my cultivation would surely advance significantly. With such high defenses, its skin and bones must also be valuable. Its entire body is a treasure. Everyone, put in more effort. Lu Changge, after carefully sensing, was quite satisfied with his body after unleashing his divine powers. The attacks from the spirit sect could be completely ignored. Those at the spirit king realm could cause him pain, and those at the peak of the spirit king realm could directly breach his defenses and even injure him. After sensing, his entire body suddenly shook, and the thousands of cultivators surrounding him were instantly sent flying over 100 meters. He slightly opened his mouth, and his voice thundered, "It's my turn." As soon as his words fell, the entire valley plunged into darkness. Amidst the exclamations of the cultivators, a giant silver moon slowly rose, illuminating the 4 antler-like branches resembling ancient trees. Everyone was stunned by the fierce antlers, momentarily losing their breath. Then all their attention was deeply drawn to the antlers on the silver moon, staring intently. Gradually, the bodies of all the cultivators also began to glow, becoming brighter and brighter, in this pitch-black space illuminated only by the silver moon, resembling brilliant stars. Then, it got even brighter and brighter. Finally, with a loud bang, as if igniting a fuse, one after another, whenever a cultivator's body exploded, a large amount of moonlight burst forth from within. One after another, the entire space was illuminated by moonlight, as if it were daytime. In the distance of the valley, all the onlooking cultivators simultaneously felt goosebumps, their body hair standing on end. The spirit deer suddenly transformed into a giant of 100 feet, and its defenses were terrifyingly frightening. It was merely the spirit sect. Yet the combat attacks from the peak of the Spirit King realm merely breached its defenses and quickly recovered. The attacks from the Spirit Sect realm couldn't even cut a single hair. Even knowing that this spirit deer was the only surprised them for a moment. Because in their eyes, the merely said, "It's my turn." Then, all the thousands of cultivators who participated in the siege were simultaneously stunned in the air. And then one after another, they exploded in a bizarre, inexplicable manner. Yes, exploded, as if they had swallowed the explosive fruit from the misty forest. With a loud bang, nothing remained. Only a rain of blood fell from the sky. Moments later, the entire valley was dyed red with blood, the blood spreading across the ground like ink. With a rich smell of blood that could be smelled from miles away, Lu Changge glanced indifferently, then looked sharply at the distant onlooking cultivators. With a light step of his 4 hooves, he instantly arrived before them, his 100-foot body resembling a mountain, and even without deliberately emitting an aura, was terrifying enough. The crowd was in a panic, all begging for mercy. "Spirit dear Lord, we mean no harm to you. Please see for yourself." "Yes, Spirit dear Lord, we haven't done anything. Spirit dear Lord, spare us." The elders Ning Man and Zhong Shun tensed their bodies but did not act rashly. As the spirit deer clearly did not seem intent on killing, it appeared more like it was looking for someone. Looking for whom? They heard the thunderous voice, as if having found a fun toy, happily say, "I've found you." The two followed the gaze of the spirit deer and saw 4 figures hiding behind many cultivators, their eyes dazed as they were drawn out by the spirit power. Chapter 62, Covetousness. It was indeed Zhuang Xiong and his 3 companions. Lu Changge had long discovered these people, but had not paid them any mind. Now, having dealt with a batch of short-lived ghosts, he certainly would not let these few escape. People like them, if given the chance, why not kill them? Disabling the spirit power of the 4 and throwing them into the flying boat, their bodies immediately shrank. The voice was somewhat urgent, transmitting, "Xiao Nanzi, hurry and leave." Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly, controlling the flying boat to turn into a streak of light and instantly flee. Zhong Shun and Ning Man exchanged glances, feeling that decades of vitality had been spent today. With the might displayed by the spirit deer, It was likely that their strengths at the first and second levels of the Spirit Emperor realm could not stop it. Thus, rather than acting out of malice, it was better to do nothing. However, the situation with the spirit deer and the boy needed to be reported to the sect as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Changge, having traveled over 1,000 kilometers away from Shuiyun City, collapsed on the waterboat with a thud. Xiaobai, how are you? Big brother, what's wrong? Nangong Yu and Xiao Jinding immediately stepped forward, their expressions tense. Xiao Jinding was confused, while Nangong Yu had already sensed something when Xiaobai transmitted to him. No problem. But my internal injuries are quite severe. I'm afraid I won't be able to use this divine power again for a short time. Changge was extremely weak, having forced himself to this point, and now it was difficult for him to even get up. He couldn't help but ponder that he needed to quickly raise his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be too much of a strain. Perhaps he could further elevate the law of heaven and earth to the earth level and see if it would improve. Xiao Nanzi's cultivation was too low. If he lost his fighting capacity, it would be too passive, lacking a sense of security. But truly, it felt exhilarating. This was the life we cultivators should live, huh? Changge grinned, lying back on the flying boat, looking at the rapidly receding snowy clouds above. He could take it lightly, but Nangong Yu did not feel the same. All of this was due to his low cultivation, which forced Xiaobai to fight desperately with those cultivators. It was always like this. Nangong Yu's dark eyes dimmed, revealing a hint of irritation. His own cultivation was still too lacking. Turning to look at the unconscious Zhuang Xiong and the three others, his eyes turned red. These people deserved to die. Although he did not know the other three, anyone who could conspire with Zhuang Xiong could not be good. Just as he was about to act to end the four, he heard Changge say, "Investigate the backgrounds of the other three. I observed earlier that Zhuang Xiong did not dominate. Perhaps he has not gained anything." Nangong Yu's body froze for a moment, quickly understanding Xiaobai's meaning, a cold light flashing in his eyes. As the Nangong family, a 1,000-year-old family in the eastern wilderness, they naturally had their own secret techniques for searching memories. On the flying boat, screams erupted, startling a flurry of creatures in the mountains. Amidst the intertwining sounds of beast roars, bird calls, and screams, Changge fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, it was already dusk. The flying boat quietly stopped on a mountaintop, facing the night wind. Xiao Jinding was sleeping soundly, while Nangong Yu stood alone on the cliff of the mountain, his clothes rustling, exuding a hint of desolation. At this time, Changge was already feeling much better, at least able to move freely. He walked slowly to Nangong Yu's side, accompanying him to gaze at the dark forest below, resembling a lurking giant beast. After a long time, Nangong Yu spoke. "They are from the Ouyang family of the eastern wilderness, but their memories are sealed. I don't know much, but the family's destruction has many signatures from other families, including the imperial royal family." Listening to the boy's somber words, Changge was not surprised. Given what was previously said about the imperial situation, it would be strange if the royal family did not intervene. Your cultivation is still low. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I know. I want to go to Fendon City. Nangong Yu suddenly spoke. Huh. Changge was taken aback. Fendon City was within the territory of the Xiantian Pavilion. Xiao Nanzi definitely did not intend to join the Xiantian Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to escape Shuiyun City today. He saw Xiao Nanzi's eyes filled with hatred as he coldly said, "Although I cannot move against the Ouyang family now, I can still collect some interest." The third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Wu, is currently in Fendon City. The young man went north. And ahead there are the Earth Spirit sect blocking the way. If this kid escapes, there will be no chance for us. The middle-aged cultivator angrily punched a nearby giant tree, instantly turning it into powder, revealing his peak cultivation in the spirit sect. "Sectmaster, if we don't take him down while he's severely injured, our Divine Fist sect will have no opportunity left." An elder beside him had a fierce light in his eyes, his greedy gaze impossible to hide. Nowadays, the news that the young man possesses a heavenly-level cultivation technique has spread across several major sects in the area, and everyone knows about it. This is the closest they have ever been to obtaining a heavenly-level technique. If they can get this heavenly-level technique, their Divine Fist sect will surely rise and no longer be mocked as a third-rate sect. It's not impossible for them to reverse their fortunes and become the 9th major sect. Thinking of this, both of them felt a surge of excitement, exchanged glances, and prepared to continue the chase with their disciples. At that moment, an elderly elder rushed over, panting, and advised, "Sect Master, it's said that the kid has a spirit deer by his side, which is the top of the hidden dragon rankings, the spirit row. With our strength, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to our Divine Fist sect." The sect master glanced at the elder with a hint of disdain and coldly snorted, "Elder, you're getting old. Have you lost your ambition? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we don't dare to take risks, what are we cultivating for?" After saying this, He waved his sleeve and continued. Besides, that spirit row is not with the kid now, and he is severely injured. If we miss such a good opportunity, we would be unworthy of being cultivators. If heaven gives us a chance and we don't take it, it would be our own fault. Don't you want our divine fist sect to thrive, elder? At this point, the middle-aged sect master's eyes flashed with a cold light, staring intently at the elder. Seeing this, the elder understood that the sect master had made up his mind, sighed slightly, and said, "All right, since the sect master has decided, this old man will also risk his frail body for the sect." After finishing, the aura of a spirit king flashed, and the sect master felt a surge of joy. With the elder taking action, capturing that kid would be foolproof. Let us chase. However, they had not run 100 meters when a fiery red figure suddenly appeared right in front of them, its aura causing the entire forest to tremble. They had thought they were dealing with a rational person, but it turned out to be just another scoundrel, truly disappointing. The tone was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Chapter 63. A true man never looks back at explosions. Although the young man was covered in blood and dressed in black, his gaze towards them was as cold as winter, resembling a fierce bird of prey in the night. Under his gaze, a chill rose in the hearts of the dozens from the Divine Fist sect. It's Nangong Yu. The disciples behind him trembled, as if encountering an unbeatable beast. Nangong Yu, you are severely injured now, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You truly don't know your own limits. Hand over the technique, and our Divine Fist sect will give you a quick death. The words were said without any momentum, and he glanced at his elder, as if gaining some confidence. Although the elder was old, he was still a powerful spirit king, and dealing with a severely injured spirit sect cultivator was no problem at all. At this moment, the elder stepped forward and earnestly said, "Young man, why must you make it difficult for yourself? Just hand over the technique, and I can guarantee your safe departure." The sect master was about to reprimand him, but seemed to think of something, and instead scoffed and remained silent, although his eyes flickered with cold light. Ha! It seemed the elder's words unintentionally struck a chord with the young man, causing him to laugh wildly, and the surrounding leaves fell like rain. Then, the young man suddenly became serious, his thin lips lightly uttering, "How boring. If you want the technique, you must pay some price." After saying this, a large sun slowly rose from behind him, its scorching aura sweeping over the entire forest. The members of the Divine Fist sect nervously took a step back, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, unsure if it was from heat or tension. The elder stepped forward, the aura of a spirit king suddenly erupting, and the pressure on the crowd decreased instantly, filling them with confidence. "Kid, you're asking for it. If you want tea, drink the toast. You'll have to face the consequences. Elder, kill him. That kid is just bluffing. Elder, don't be intimidated by him. Kill." The elder glanced at the eager disciples behind him and helplessly said, "You all have too much bloodlust. We only need to take his technique and let him go." Nangong Yu could barely maintain his spiritual power. Was this what the little white referred to as weird? It was better not to waste time. Little White and the others were still waiting. He then formed a hand seal, and a palm-sized fire lotus burst forth from the large sun behind him, consisting of 36 petals, with a red and white fire seed at its center. It was vividly lifelike, and every petal looked like exquisite fire jade, with clear patterns visible on it. The elder looked at the small fire lotus floating towards the crowd and felt his hair stand on end. The power of the domain erupted completely. But it still felt insufficient. He directly ignited his heart fire, burning his limited vitality, and the entire domain surged wildly. Divine aura. The domain rapidly shrank, enveloping all the members of the Divine Fist sect like a giant inverted bowl. The sect master was completely stunned by this scene. Was the elder crazy? A small lotus flower had frightened him into burning his own vitality? Before he could speak, the palm-sized fire lotus floated straight into the domain without any threat. Hovering among the crowd, Nangong Yu directly turned around and snapped his fingers, as Little White had said. Bang! A mushroom cloud rose behind him, and in an instant, flames shot into the sky. Indeed, it felt great. However, while it felt great, it was not very practical. Moments later, over 100 figures appeared in the area. Judging by their attire, there were scattered cultivators and sect members, including many Spirit King level experts. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene with extremely ugly expressions. After finally cornering the kid and severely injuring him, he had escaped. It would have been fine if he had just escaped, but now others had intercepted him. Wait, looking at the battle situation, although there are signs of a domain, it seems to have been used for defense. That kid must not be dead. A scattered cultivator observed carefully for a while and spoke up. Yes, with his severely injured body, he definitely hasn't run far. We should continue to pursue. A man in green sect robes followed up. His route of advance has long been exposed. Who knows how many people are waiting to share a piece of the pie along the way. If we don't catch this kid, our hopes will be slim. The leader of another sect said. Upon hearing this, others spoke up. What do you mean? What I mean is, we shouldn't waste our energy fighting among ourselves anymore. Let us join forces to take down that kid and seize the technique. As for what happens after we get the technique, that's up to each of us. Damn it, let us do it. Agreed. Just right. I have a secret technique that can help probe this kid's whereabouts. This place was a secret valley. Not large but picturesque, serene and tranquil. In the center of the valley was a lake, resembling a flawless emerald, with lush greenery, rocks, white clouds, and spirit deer. That was the reflection of the entire small valley. The spirit deer lay lazily by the lake, bored, swishing its smooth white tail. Although the place was nice, staying for too long also became dull. The law of heaven and earth is indeed powerful, but the side effects are too severe, and even healing techniques have no way to counteract them. At the worst times, I couldn't even use healing techniques. Ultimately, it still came down to having a poor physical body. These days, he realized that he must strengthen his body in the future. Relying solely on the physical enhancement that comes with improving cultivation is probably insufficient. If only I could acquire a body-related divine ability or a body-tempering elixir. Unfortunately, the demon clan's techniques are too scarce in the North E region. Otherwise, if I could find a few body-tempering techniques to merge, my physical body would surely be greatly enhanced. I hope little Nan can lend a hand. Changge had already informed Nangong Yu of the situation. As the child of destiny, it should be much easier than him searching for it himself, right? He was quite looking forward to it. Speak of Cao Cao. And Cao Cao arrives. The figure of the young man was like a nimble giant ape, reaching them in just a few leaps. He smiled and said, "Today's harvest is not bad." With a clatter, dozens of space rings fell to the ground. The young man sat down and began to examine them. Seeing him covered in blood, Changge feared he was seriously injured and cast a healing spell. Ding! You healed a 3rd-level spirit sect, 9-star fortune, human race. Healing points 1400. Nangong Yu was immediately delighted. Xiaobai, you can use spiritual power now? Yes, I just recovered today, and I'm fine now. Except I can't use that divine power, Changge casually replied as he started looking through the space rings. After a long while, he sighed helplessly. Xiao Nanzi's fortune isn't very strong either. Just then, Nangong Yu had fully recovered. Although he hadn't broken through to the 4th level, he wasn't far from it. Xiaobai, guess what good news I got this time out? Chapter 64, Chaos Wind Town. Nangong Yu looked at him with rare excitement, his eyes bright. Changge's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stood up and speculated. Is it news about the body refining divine power? If so, wouldn't that mean the law of heaven and earth divine power could be used at will? That would be amazing. What are you thinking? Divine powers aren't that easy to obtain. Nangong Yu's excited expression froze, feeling rather speechless. Although it's not a body refining divine power, it's still a good place to train the body. Nangong Yu continued to explain, seeing Xiaobai's lack of interest. This place is called Chaos Wind Gorge. Every year, at a specific time, violent winds will sweep through. These winds not only temper the body, but also contain unique wind spirals. If one can train within the wind spirals, their spiritual power can be rapidly enhanced. In previous years, countless spiritual cultivators would flock here at this time. Upon hearing this, Changge immediately perked up. If it truly had that effect, it would be worth a visit. But aren't you going to Burning Dance City? And with your current, attractiveness, are you sure you can smoothly enter this Chaos Wind Gorge? There are always more ways than difficulties. Nangong Yu surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Where's Xiao Jinggang?" Changge pointed to the broken wooden house and said, "He has already been treated. He has probably still resting. You can go check on him." Since half a month ago, when they encountered the first wave of interceptors, he had known that Xiao Nanzi's possession of a heavenly-level cultivation technique had been exposed. He himself couldn't use spiritual power due to the side effects of divine powers, so he had to find a secluded valley to recuperate, letting Xiao Nanzi take Xiao Jinggang out to train. Now Xiao Jinggang was showing signs of being sluggish. This won't do. I still need to find a way to get some healing points. Changge took out the map of Lingxiao Palace's territory given by the fairy of Qinshin and began to study it. "Big brother, where are we going?" Xiao Jinggang looked at Nangong Yu, who was controlling the flying boat ahead, and asked. As the enemies they faced grew stronger, Xiao Jinggang had become much steadier than before, perhaps realizing his own shortcomings in cultivation and working hard lately. Now he was at the 8th level of the Spirit Master realm, but among the 3 of them, he was still the weakest. A good place to rapidly increase your cultivation. Are you going? Changge smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Really? Big brother, I want to go. In the past, even second brother couldn't beat me. I want to go." Xiao Jinggang cheered, then lowered his head a bit dejectedly. Changge nudged his shoulder with a hoof and assured him, "You'll get stronger soon. Xiaobai, we're almost at the village ahead." Just then, Xiao Nanzi's voice rang out. Changge hurriedly stood up, shook himself off, and thought, although he couldn't show off in front of others due to recent special circumstances, It was better not to be too high profile. They had already taken a detour. If they were surrounded again, their trip to Chaos Wind Gorge would likely be ruined. Let's go. Ding. You healed the villagers of a small human village, gaining scattered faith, healing points 6,500. Nangong Yu immediately steered the flying boat towards the previously planned direction. Although he didn't understand why Xiaobai wanted to do this, he didn't ask. There must be a reason for Xiaobai's actions. Over the past few days, Changge had harvested healing points from several villages along the way, and with this village, he had accumulated over 40,000 healing points. Let's use it to upgrade first. After some thought, he made a decision. After all, having higher cultivation would naturally strengthen his body, and he believed the after effects would heal faster. He felt insecure if he couldn't use Law of Heaven and Earth, especially in a place like Chaos Wind Gorge, where spiritual cultivators gathered. Most importantly, he could sense that upgrading this divine power to the Earth level would require a massive amount of healing points. Although the result would be worth it, unfortunately, the landlord's family had no surplus grain, so there was nothing to be done. System, go all in. Healing points 42,000. Healing points 80. As soon as his spiritual power burst forth, he firmly controlled it within his body and manipulated it with over 100 times his own strength. At this moment, controlling the spiritual power of the spirit sect realm felt incredibly easy. The lingering illness that had dragged on for over half a month finally disappeared. Changge felt light all over, and the last bit of after effects was completely resolved after rising 3 levels in a row. He could also feel that after using the Law of Heaven and Earth divine power twice, his physical body had grown to adapt to that terrifying surge. Xiaobai, congratulations. Your cultivation has advanced again. Yes, you can't just be the only one making progress. Can you, Xiao Jinggang? Changge said cheerfully, teasing the little one beside him. Big brother, are you mocking me? Xiao Jinggang has learned to use such advanced words to mock now? Nangong Yu listened to the banter behind him, a smile on his face, and reminded them, in a few hundred kilometers ahead, we will reach Chaos Wind Town. The entrance to Chaos Wind Gorge is in Chaos Wind Town. Although it's called a town, it's not much smaller than a large city. This time of year, Chaos Wind Town is also the busiest. After a slight pause, he continued, Chaos Wind Town is located at the junction of the 3 major sects, Lingxiao Palace, Zhuangtianj, and Shengshuiming. The territorial boundaries are not very clear, so it can be quite chaotic. We should be careful. He then sneered. That group thinks we will head north directly. They never expected we would take a big detour to the west. Changge nodded. He had to admit, this group was like bothersome flies, extremely annoying. The most important thing was that their usual combat strength couldn't even match the opponents. How frustrating. Soon, a man and 2 beasts walked into the famous Chaos Wind Town. At this time, Chaos Wind Town was crowded with people, bustling with activity, as many cultivators came for this month-long body refinement opportunity. Various flying boats and carriages crisscrossed the sky. Changge, who had been worried about Xiao Nanzi's exposure, gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Chaos Wind Town didn't have buildings taller than 3 stories. The materials were either giant stones or heavy wood to withstand the occasional wild winds that escaped from Chaos Wind Gorge. The roofs were also slanted, giving it quite an exotic feel. Nangong Yu casually found a guest house and sat down in the outer room. He and Xiao Jinggang, both under a meter tall, snuggled comfortably in the wide chair. Just as they sat down, they overheard a conversation from a nearby table among 3 cultivators. Chaos Wind Gorge is opening the day after tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm still a bit short of breaking through to the spirit sect, so I can only train in the outskirts. Chapter 65, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Another cultivator replied, I heard that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in Chaos Wind Town tomorrow. There will definitely be body refinement type treasures. If I can bid for some, it might be possible to advance my physical body further. And entering the middle zone shouldn't be a problem. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Spirit Martial continent, with its industries spread all over the continent, and there are branches in every city in the 4 major regions, with a scale that is astonishing. The owner of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is quite mysterious, yet incredibly powerful. Anyone who has tried to make a move against the chamber has met with death, even those at the Saint Realm. The monk who spoke earlier sighed bitterly. If it were the Wanbao Chamber's auction, it wouldn't be surprising to see body refining elixirs. But with our financial strength, there's no way we could bid for those elixirs. Besides, this time of year, there are too many cultivators from Spirit Master to Spirit King realms, and the inner disciples of major sects will also come, each with substantial financial resources. Anything related to body refining gets driven up to exorbitant prices far beyond our reach. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged bitter smiles and fell into silence. Changge looked at Nangong Yu and asked telepathically, Xiao Nanzi, how many spirit stones do we have now? Just from the stop outside Shuiyan City, there were at least 1,000 spatial rings. plus what Xiao Nanzi had gathered later. Nangong Yu had already organized everything and replied calmly. We currently have over 2 million spirit stones, and there are quite a few resources we don't need. Why don't we sell those and convert everything into spirit stones? That way, we can be more at ease participating in the auction tomorrow. He had heard the conversation between the 3 monks and knew what Xiao Bai was thinking. If there really were elixirs, it would be a shame to miss out. Lu Changge nodded, not bothering with tea anymore, and walked with Xiao Nanzi towards the location of the Wanbao chamber. Selling these unnecessary resources was certainly more reliable through the big chamber. Being able to grow so large and attract so many cultivators, their credibility was naturally beyond question. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Wanbao chamber, which occupied a vast area, consisting of 3 entire floors, built entirely from precious cedar wood, with the outer walls adorned with the chamber's emblem and various magical formations. Entering it felt even more luxurious, with areas for magical treasures, elixirs, materials, and rare items. Lu Changge looked around, clearly curious about this chamber that had branches throughout the 4 realms. Just then, a relatively small area caught his eye, causing him to pause in surprise. Is this really that impressive? Lu Changge exclaimed as he walked towards that area, with Xiao Nanzi and Xiao Jingang following closely behind. Above that area, 3 large characters were inscribed. Cultivation Techniques Area. In the Spirit Martial Continent, the rarity of cultivation techniques is self-evident. For the Wanbao chamber to specifically set up a section for trading techniques is truly astonishing. Offering Earth-level techniques for auction speaks volumes about their status as a colossal chamber with branches across 4 realms. However, he didn't need them, with the Emperor's technique. Other techniques held little significance for him. Lu Changge's eyes sparkled as he quickly browsed through the various techniques. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh. Why are all the techniques for humans? Are there none for the demon race? Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. Dao friend Lu, are you looking for demon race techniques? Lu Changge turned to see a young man around 20 years old, with a handsome face and a gentle demeanor, dressed in a simple yet elegant green robe with bamboo patterns. The cuffs were embroidered with the unique emblem of the Wanbao chamber, different from other workers in the hall, as his emblem was stitched with gold thread. Seeing Lu Changge observing him, he smiled warmly and continued, My name is Xiaolan. If you and Dao friend Nangong are looking for something, feel free to let me know. Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly. His body tensed as he warily looked at the young man and said in a low voice, Dao friend Xia, you recognize us. Being recognized so quickly was clearly unexpected for him. Xiaolan, noticing his wariness, chuckled, Dao friend Nangong need not be so cautious. The Wanbao chamber has branches throughout the 4 realms, and we have our ways of gathering information. It's not hard to notice that you and Dao friend Lu have been appearing together. When mentioning the Wanbao chamber, a fleeting pride appeared in Xiaolan's eyes. And then he looked at the two with burning intent and said sincerely, meeting both of you today is indeed a coincidence. So I took the liberty to approach and hope to make your acquaintance. Lu Changge was indifferent to making acquaintances, but he could tell that Xiaolan's luck was quite extraordinary, likely around the level of the 7 stars, comparable to the Qinxin Fairy of Lingxiao Palace. Unfortunately, it was currently shrouded in a thick layer of dust, appearing somewhat darkened, likely indicating recent misfortunes. However, that had nothing to do with him. So Lu Changge asked, do you have any demon race techniques? Body refining ones are best, but others are also acceptable. As soon as he spoke, Xiaolan immediately straightened up, realizing he was addressing the top of the potential dragon list, an absolute prodigy that he could not afford to neglect. After a brief contemplation, he frowned and said, in this place of Bai, there aren't many demon race techniques, and this branch has even fewer. If Brother Lu is in a hurry, I do have one, but its grade isn't high, so I'm afraid Brother Lu won't find it satisfactory. Xiaolan was quite adept at flattering, calling him Brother Lu. Lu Changge didn't mind and was indeed quite interested in the demon race technique. If it wasn't high grade, so be it. Accumulating a few techniques could still lead to breakthroughs. Since Xiao Nanzi had cultivated the Emperor's technique, his own Earth-level middle-grade technique felt somewhat lacking. Thus, he eagerly urged, quickly take it out for me to see. Xiaolan promptly retrieved it from his spatial ring and handed it over. Lu Changge enveloped it with his spiritual power, revealing the title, Wind-Walking Body Refining Technique, which was actually a high-quality mysterious grade. Truly a fortunate find. He didn't even look down on high-quality mysterious grades. After a moment of internal complaining, he began flipping through it. Seeing this, Nangong Yu smiled helplessly and turned to ask, Brother Xia, how many spirit stones is this technique? I'll pay for it. Little Bai didn't he understand, but he did. When buying techniques, one could only flip through a page or two, and if they wanted to see more, they had to buy it. Since Little Bai didn't know the ins and outs, he ended up flipping through the whole thing, meaning he had to take out spirit stones. Brother Nangong, there's no need for that. It's just a mere earth-level technique. I can directly gift it to Brother Lu. When it comes to spirit stones, There's no need to discuss it. Xiaolan shook his head. For him, an earth-level technique was indeed worthless. If he could befriend the spirit deer and the one with the Emperor's technique, that would far surpass the value of the technique. Not to mention earth level. Even lower grades would be worth it. However, in Bai, demon race techniques were too scarce. If it were in the western region, that would be different. There's no free lunch. Nangong Yu immediately rejected, stating that there was certainly a hidden cost to anything that seemed free. Brother Nangong need not decline. Just consider it an early investment from Xia. I believe with the talents of brothers Lu and Nangong, it won't be long before you both shine brilliantly in the four realms. Xiaolan was deeply convinced of this, not to mention Nangong Yu, who possessed the Emperor's technique. He had complete confidence in the spirit deer, which had never appeared before. Just as Nangong Yu was about to refuse again, Lu Changge's voice echoed at the right moment. Chapter 66, Xiaolan. Xiaolan's smile immediately froze on his face, unsure of what to say. Was this spirit deer so capricious? He was trying to kindly gift it a technique, and it was cursing him instead? Seeing that he didn't believe him, Lu Changge stopped elaborating. The technique looked quite good, but currently, the landlord's house had no surplus grain, making it impossible to deduce, which he found regrettable. By the way, do you have any body-refining elixirs? Xiaolan struggled to compose himself and replied with a good-natured attitude. For your cultivation levels, ordinary elixirs might be useless. However, I do have earth-grade and heaven-grade elixirs, but they are already listed for tomorrow's auction. Lu Changge nodded in understanding. With this technique, the trip was not in vain. Xiao Nanzi, weren't you planning to sell some miscellaneous items? Go ahead. Before Nangong Yu could act, Xiaolan immediately smiled and said, There's a VIP room on the second floor. Please follow me up. The many cultivators in the first floor hall, seeing the two and their beasts going upstairs, immediately expressed some dissatisfaction. Why can't we go up to the second floor? Yes, you are treating us differently. It seems the Wanbao chamber is no different from other chambers. The treasure boy displayed a standard smile and explained, Sorry, everyone. If you present a VIP card, you may also go up. VIP card? I just happened to see it from beginning to end, and those two kids didn't show any cards either. Don't think you can use this excuse to dismiss us. The first to speak was a cultivator, who immediately shouted angrily. Sorry, guest, that is the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. So he naturally doesn't need to show anything. Although the Bao Tong had a smile on his face, his eyes were icy, and a hint of his spiritual cultivation level was subtly revealed as he said calmly, All right, if the guest has no further needs, we welcome you to come again next time. Upon hearing this, the cultivator's face turned red, but he dared not say another word, covering his face with his long sleeves as he left. The remaining cultivators in the hall whispered among themselves, but did not dare to comment loudly. Who would have thought the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would come to this chaotic Feng town? That is a figure like one from the heavens. Alas, I didn't see clearly just now. What a pity. I heard that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has several young masters, judging by this one's age. He must be among the younger ones. It's normal. The reputation of the body refinement sect in the North is fairly known, so it's not surprising he would come here. And that young man, Ling Lu, he looks somewhat familiar to me. A few cultivators in the corners of the hall put down their treasures and quietly exited the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After a long while, at the stairs on the second floor of the chamber, Brother Xiao, please stay. There's no need to send us off. Nangong Yu stopped Xiaolan from seeing them out. It was already very noticeable to go upstairs. Sending them to the door would be too conspicuous. He still didn't know if the matter of him possessing celestial level techniques had spread here, so it was better to keep a low profile. Xiaolan understood his situation and did not insist. He took out a card from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and handed it over, saying, This is the chamber's VIP card. The spirit stones sold just now have all been deposited in it. You can use it at any chamber in the 4 regions of the continent. After a pause, he continued, For tomorrow's auction, if Brother Nangong lacks spirit stones, this card can overdraw up to 1 million spirit stones. Nangong Yu was somewhat puzzled. He had certainly heard of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's VIP card and had used it in his family, but he had never heard that this card could be overdrawn. However, since the spirit stones he had just sold were still in it, he had to accept it. Before going downstairs, he solemnly said to Xiaolan, What Xiaobai said just now, Brother Xia should take it seriously. After saying this, he left with Lu Changge and the 2 beasts under the gaze of numerous cultivators. On the street, not knowing if it was just his imagination, Lu Changge sensed several malicious intents lurking in the shadows. He expanded his spiritual awareness but found nothing and shook his head, no longer paying attention. After all, it was just that Xiao Nanzi's identity had been exposed. It wasn't hard to guess. Xiaobai, your intuition has always been accurate. What do you think of Xiaolan, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Nangong Yu's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Changge pondered for a moment and replied directly, This person has a pure aura, He is indeed worth befriending. Didn't he give you a jade talisman to contact him? It will be more convenient for us to obtain any medicinal resources we need in the future. The main point is the techniques. I need a large number of demon clan techniques to deduce and advance. It's much simpler to find them through a chamber than to look for them myself. As the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, even if he is just one of them, the resources he can access are beyond their imagination. Even just for information, it's worth it. Oh my, that's the Qinxin fairy from Lingxiao Palace. I didn't expect her to come. A cultivator gazed at the white treasure boat in the sky, where dozens of fairies stood. Last time the rankings were announced, Qinxin fairy was no longer on the list, but today, it seems she has broken through to the Spirit King level. Another cultivator beside him remarked. Numerous cultivators on the street stared at the treasure boat in the sky, or rather, at the fairies on the boat, swallowing their saliva continuously. Just then, another huge treasure boat broke through the air. The boat, made of an unknown material, was entirely golden, exuding unmatched nobility and luxury. The Xiantian Pavilion has also arrived. I wonder which true disciple is leading this time. A knowledgeable cultivator immediately recognized it, revealing an expression of anticipation. At this moment, a young man from the treasure boat appeared with a group of junior disciples, causing an uproar among the crowd. Hiss. Lu Changge couldn't help but take a second glance at this loose cultivator, looking up at Ling Hongzhua, scanning him from head to toe. His luck wasn't as high as Qinxin Fairy S, probably around 5 stars. Xiao Nanzi, you all are playing with fire. Do you want to go up and have a match to see who plays with fire better? Nangong Yu was somewhat tempted upon hearing this. But thinking of the current situation, he felt a bit salty. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying smell of blood swept over the entire chaotic wind town. Chapter 67, Auction. In the distance, a treasure boat gradually enlarged in the sight of everyone. It was a boat entirely crimson, like fresh blood, with red mist floating around it, making the boat look like a ghost ship from a blood sea, mysterious and terrifying. A group of young men in blood-red clothes stood at the bow of the boat, looking down at chaotic wind town as if they were surveying countless lower beings. Their eyes filled with pride and contempt. The God Blood sect is as annoying as ever. Lu Changge was quite close to that loose cultivator earlier, so he heard the muttering. Just then, a cold snort rang out, echoing through the high sky like thunder, causing the red mist surrounding the blood-colored treasure boat to tremble. Dingbai, your God Blood sect sure knows how to make a grand entrance. The voice came from Ling Hongzhua of the Xiantian Pavilion. Although he had only entered the Spirit King realm for a year, his aura was so imposing that even veteran Spirit Kings in the late stage or peak wouldn't compare. He was indeed a genius who had made it onto the Qianlong overall rankings. The blood boat merely shook slightly before being suppressed by the young man at the forefront. He turned cold, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and said icily, Ling Hongzhua, it's been a year since we last fought. How about we sign a life and death contract today in front of everyone and settle it once and for all? Hiss. The God Blood sect really does settle things with life and death at a moment's notice. That's ruthless enough, not just to others but to themselves as well. Many cultivators on the street were somewhat mad. This truly fits the style of the God Blood sect. It's too extreme. Lu Changge looked confused. What exactly is this life and death contract? Why haven't I heard of it before? With unresolved matters, Xiao Nanzi. Upon seeing Xiao Bai's gaze, Nangong Yu immediately understood and explained, the life and death contract is also a function of the ranking artifact. Any spiritual cultivator who has made it onto the rankings can sign a life and death contract, as long as both parties agree. At that time, the artifact will summon a platform, and only one can live. After explaining, Nangong Yu further elaborated, besides this life and death contract, there is also a challenge contract, which can only be initiated from a lower position to a higher one. This 1-1T result in death. The artifact will restore the challenger's injuries before they can die and send them off the platform. Speaking of this, he had only seen the challenge contract platform in the eastern wilderness. He had never seen a life and death contract before. Hearing this, Lu Changge couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This continent is not simple. Is it an artifact that covers just the 4 regions or the entire continent? Is it really an artifact? Then whose is it? Just as the atmosphere was tense and a battle was about to break out, a gentle sound of a zither rang out, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. The auction of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. You two should not let things escalate. Tomorrow the chaotic flying stream is about to open, and you two brothers shouldn't let small matters ruin big opportunities. The Qinxin fairy, dressed in flowing white, stepped forward with a smile to mediate. Ling Hongzhua chuckled and called out, Sister Xiao, let us go together. Brother Ling, please go ahead. After the 3 major sect disciples entered, the venue was filled with murmurs. Lu Changge no longer paid attention and called out to Nangong Yu, who was frowning, to enter the auction. After presenting the VIP card, the Baotong immediately welcomed them into a private room with respect. serving some spiritual fruits before stepping back. What's wrong? Lu Changge surveyed the stage and other private rooms and casually asked. I just saw Meng Linger following that Qin fairy, Nangong Yu said helplessly. If it weren't for the earlier incident, I might also be in the Xiantian pavilion by now. However, if it weren't for that accident, I wouldn't have obtained the Emperor's Law, and without the Emperor's Law, I wouldn't be hunted down now. In this world, every sip and peck can determine fortune or misfortune, and it's hard to say. Meng Linger? The daughter of the Red Flame Sex Master. Is that the unique individual you mentioned? Lu Changge was taken aback. This name feels a bit distant. To be honest, if little Nancy isn't mistaken, this girl indeed has quite a fortune. She's already entered a major sect. Impressive. The person and the deer exchanged glances, then turned to set this matter aside. It had nothing to do with them. Little King Kong was even less interested in their conversation, showing off the spiritual fruits in a frenzy. Without any battles these past few days, it had been converting its sorrow into appetite, and it showcased all the spiritual fruits in their hands, high tier and low tier alike, without refusing any, leaving nothing behind. Its body had even grown quite a bit. Today's auction was undoubtedly the hottest one this year. The Chaos Wind Gorge attracted a large number of cultivators, and the vast auction house was completely packed. Even after the asset verification limits, a graceful yet slightly seductive female auctioneer swayed her figure onto the stage and lightly clapped her hands. The first item was escorted up. A gathering spirit body refining pill, 5th grade, with effects as its name suggests, gathering spirit and refining the body. The effects of a 5th grade pill need not be elaborated upon. It can enhance one's cultivation by a level even in the Spirit King realm, and it has no side effects on strengthening the physical body to the late Spirit King stage. The female auctioneer smiled faintly, reminding everyone, tomorrow, the Chaos Wind Gorge will open. Having this pill means you can directly enter the inner circle and enjoy more and better resources. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd went wild. Why did they come here? Isn't it just to enter that Chaos Wind Gorge? Besides tempering their bodies and enhancing their cultivation, there are also wind spirit stones deep inside. It is said that if one absorbs enough top-grade wind spirit stones, they can even gain wind attributes. As expected of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, their opening move is so grand, blowing everyone away right from the start. For a moment, exclamations and shouts filled the air. The auctioneer, sensing the excitement in the crowd, no longer wasted words. She stated seriously, the starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones. 110,000 spirit stones. Someone immediately shouted from the crowd. 120,000. I bid 120,000. 130,000. Seeing Lu Changge turn his head, Nangong Yu immediately knew what he was going to ask and spoke directly. The normal price for this pill is around 800,000 spirit stones. But now is the time just before the opening of the Chaos Wind Gorge. I'm afraid it won't go for less than 150,000. However, we should have enough spirit stones. Not bad for little Nancy. He has even learned to answer quickly. Lu Changge gave him a sideways glance, teasing him. Nangong Yu chuckled awkwardly and gestured for Little White to keep watching. The alluring auctioneer lightly laughed. 90,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? In fact, after the price reached 50,000, most of the bidders were those sitting in the boxes. I bid 100,000 spirit stones. As soon as this was said, the venue fell silent, for they recognized that the voice came from Ding Bai of the Divine Blood Sect. Although there was no threat in his tone, who didn't know about the Divine Blood Sect, known for their vendettas and small-mindedness? At this moment, Ling Hongzhua's light laughter suddenly rang out. I'm here to cheer for Brother Ding, 150,000. As a disciple of the Xiantian Pavilion, Ling Hongzhua was quite wealthy. Such a small amount of spirit stones was nothing to him. However, he thought it would be enough to call out this once. Going too far wouldn't be good. After all, this pill came from their Xiantian Pavilion. If it gets out that they intentionally drove up the price, it would not reflect well. Ding Bai sat in the box, his eyes cold, looking through the box with a frigid gaze towards Ling Hongzhua's box, and coldly said, 151,000. The auctioneer's smile flickered. However, being able to reach this price was already beyond expectations. She immediately said, 151,000, once, twice, 3 times. I bid 160,000. Lu Changge's voice suddenly echoed in the auction house, causing a stir. Chapter 68. Within a day, I want to know all the information about this man. Hiss, who is this? How dare he? Many cultivators in the hall immediately spoke out. Doesn't he fear offending the Divine Blood Sect? Given the nature of the Divine Blood Sect, regardless of who he is, it would be hard for him to leave Chaos Wind Town unharmed, some cultivators said. Others countered. He is also in a box, and who knows? He might be a genius from a major sect. Plus, with that kind of financial backing, his identity probably isn't ordinary. Ignoring the discussions of the many cultivators, Ding Bai's overwhelming killing intent instantly filled the entire auction venue. chilling to the bone and extremely terrifying. Ling Hongzhua could be forgiven. Being a genius from the inner sect of a major sect and an old rival, it wasn't surprising for him to add trouble. But someone who just popped out from some corner also dared to compete with him? Did he think Dingbai was made of mud? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and a tremendous aura surged toward Lu Changge's box, causing the precious purple cedar wood to crack instantly, the terrifying aura pressing down. Just as the box looked about to crumble under the overwhelming pressure, a cold snort rang out from the back of the auction house, and in an instant, the fierce momentum transformed into a gentle breeze, sweeping through the venue. Dingbai felt as if he had been struck, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. And he looked in horror towards the back. A commanding voice rang out. "This is the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's auction. Everyone, remain calm, or you will be expelled." The words were gentle, but the voice erupted in everyone's ears like spring thunder. The overwhelming aura swept through, causing all cultivators to feel their hair stand on end. Their hearts racing, as if they could be killed on the spot by this slight excess of momentum, leaving everyone in shock. Lu Changge casually used spiritual power to lift the spiritual fruit in front of little King Kong, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed calmly. The first business association of the spirit martial continent was not just for show. Dingbai's aura came crashing, and he didn't even bother to respond. If the box really shattered from the pressure, it would not be him who would be embarrassed, but rather the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The cultivators in the hall saw that the person in the box was still provoking, and the voice sounded young. They couldn't help but exchange glances, thinking this kid is really bold. One cultivator whispered, "He must be a little genius just out of the major sect, fearless and reckless. We should just quietly watch the show." "That's right, let them compete. After all, we can't afford this stuff," another cultivator chimed in. The female auctioneer felt a bit overwhelmed, but she couldn't let the atmosphere cool down, so she smiled and softly said, 160,000. "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously turned towards the box of the Divine Blood sect, not knowing if the disciple of the Divine Blood sect would continue. Dingbai's face turned from green to pale, glaring fiercely at Lu Changge's box, his killing intent rising sharply. Then he tightly closed his eyes and stopped raising the bid. He had money, but it was for the final item. The female auctioneer, seeing no further movement, immediately called out, 160,000 spirit stones once, twice, 3 times, sold. With a hammer strike, the first auction item finally had an owner. Quite a bit of time had been wasted on this item, and they needed to speed up the process for the following items. The second auction item, Dragon Blood Flower, a high-grade profound medicinal herb starting at 10,000 spirit stones, 20,000 spirit stones, 30,000 spirit stones, 150,000 spirit stones once, twice, sold. The third auction item. As each item flowed out, the atmosphere of the auction house recovered and began to rise. Lu Changge fiddled with the pill just delivered, thumb-sized, with a yellow-brown color, shimmering slightly, and covered with patterns. If one listened closely, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder coming from it. Is this what they call the Gathering Spirit Body Refining Pill? The name is rather casual. Big brother, you've been looking at it for a long time. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Little King Kong's eyes followed the pill's movements, bobbing up and down, with a glistening drool at the corner of its mouth. Then, he said seriously, "This must be given to your big brother, otherwise, who will protect you? Who will heal your wounds? This is a body-tempering elixir, which perfectly matches your cultivation level. You should take this." As he spoke, he handed over the earth spirit mushroom he had just bought for 130,000 spirit stones. Little Golden King responded with an "oh," took the earth spirit mushroom, glanced at the elixir, took a bite, looked again, and took another bite. Then he saw his big brother swallow the elixir in one gulp. There was no change. Could it be a fake elixir? Lu Changge wondered. The idea of a fake elixir was just a joke, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would not do anything to ruin its reputation. Just then, a wave of heat circulated throughout his body. It came. Lu Changge immediately activated the Moonlight Tidal technique to absorb it with all his might. After all, he had spent 1.6 million spirit stones on it, and wasting it would be shameful. The elixir was indeed mild, unlike the previous golden marrow grass he had taken, which had caused his scalp to tingle with pain. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged toward the private room like a tsunami, creating an impressive momentum. The heated atmosphere of the auction hall paused for a moment as everyone turned to look at the private room where Lu Changge was located. This kid is quite clever. He used it directly, cutting off those people's thoughts. A middle-aged cultivator nodded in appreciation. In the cultivation world, even if something is on you, it doesn't necessarily belong to you. Only what you consume is truly yours. Yes, some small wisdom. But I'm curious about what expression that Dingbai from the Divine Blood sect has right now. A nearby cultivator chuckled, covering his mouth. What expression? Dingbai's fists were clenched tightly, crushing the air and creating a loud noise. His disciples behind him had their heads bowed deeply and didn't dare to speak. Check. Within a day, I want to know everything about this man. Yes, senior brother. This was just a small episode in the auction, and it continued. Changge carefully felt the changes in his body. He wasn't sure if it was because his foundation was too strong or for some other reason. But the increase in cultivation was negligible, completely unlike the introduction that claimed even a spiritual king realm could be raised by one level. As for his physical body, the improvement was decent, but far from what was exaggerated in the introduction. Xiaonanzi, I feel like I've lost a lot. I should have let you take it first. Changge said with a bitter face, looking helplessly at the sky. Currently, the enemy was too strong, so they unanimously decided to let him enhance his physical body first. Ideally to the level where he could unleash his full power without injury. This way, their safety would be greatly guaranteed, but unfortunately, the outcome was not ideal. Just thinking about the 1.6 million spirit stones made Changge's heart bleed. Wait, did he just buy this? Chapter 69, Why aren't you wearing clothes? Don't you like it? Changge stared at the increasingly larger and brighter aura of fortune above Nangong Yu's head, lost in thought, and couldn't help but murmur, the child of destiny, terrifying indeed. Just then, the broken gun had suddenly erupted with an aura that could destroy everything. As if it wanted to pierce through the heavens and earth. The ancient divine mountain seemed like thin paper before it. At that moment, the entire windstorm town was engulfed in a storm of change, with lightning flashing and the heavens trembling. The intent of the gun surged into the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens, and the ceiling of the entire private room instantly turned to dust. The entire auction venue, and even the whole windstorm town fell into a dead silence at that moment. All the cultivators looked in horror toward the private room where Changge was. A transcendent figure shot out from the back of the auction hall. Staring blankly at this overwhelming gun intent, and upon closer inspection, that towering figure was actually trembling slightly. Changge had no time to pay attention to the changes outside. He was fixated on Nangong Yu, who was enveloped by that unparalleled destructive gun intent. He saw Nangong Yu still with his eyes tightly closed, as if he had fallen into another space. Under the penetrating gun intent, his body was cracking continuously, muscles tearing, blood splattering, and then continuously repairing under some inexplicable great power, repeating this cycle. Who was in that private room? What kind of treasure did they consume to unleash such a terrifying aura? As a spiritual king, I feel like I'm made of paper before them. A spiritual king rubbed his arms forcefully, trembling. This is gun intent. Do you remember? That private room just auctioned off a useless gun that no one wanted. Another cultivator exclaimed as he slapped his thigh, lamenting. And another cultivator enviously remarked, that must be a person of great fortune. Otherwise, why would something that none of us, tens of thousands of cultivators present, want to be taken by them? Such people must not be offended. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An old cultivator advised a younger one beside him. The jealousy in Ding Bai's eyes was unmistakable. What kind of dog luck is this? Why did I let that kid go, allowing him to bid for that broken gun? Otherwise, wouldn't this opportunity be mine? Thinking of how he had missed such a significant chance, Ding Bai felt an urge to rush over and kill that kid. But after glancing at the powerful guards at the venue, he had to suppress his thoughts. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. He was determined to kill those 2 kids, and then everything would be his. It's Nangong Yu. Meng Linger exclaimed in shock, accidentally letting her voice rise, and then quickly covered her mouth, but unfortunately, it was still heard by the Qinshin fairy in front. Xiao Yingyin turned her head, her eyes firmly fixed on her, and asked, Nangong Yu, is he the one who won first place in the competition at Shuiyan City? Under Xiao Yingyin's seemingly all-seeing gaze, Meng Linger lost her composure and dared not hide anything, revealing that Nangong Yu had practiced in the Qian sect. After confirming, Xiao Yingyin couldn't help but be lost in thought, recalling the orders from the palace, biting her lip, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. She wasn't unaware of how the outside cultivators privately assessed her Lingxiao palace, but she had always looked down on it. She didn't expect it to come back to her so quickly. Meng Linger lowered her head, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. That damn Qinshin fairy. I will make you pay later. Then she thought of the fate of the Qinshin fairy. In her previous life, the Qinshin fairy refused to obey the orders of the palace elders and insisted on carving out her own path, only to die in some secret realm. Thinking of this, Meng Linger almost laughed out loud, disdainfully snorting in her heart. What's wrong with relying on a man? Resources are abundant, and people will offer them to you. You were born with such good looks. She didn't expect to encounter Nangong Yu here, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Although she had already entered the spiritual sect realm, he was so dazzling. How could she be worthy of appearing before him now? Just then, the gun intent that pierced through the 9 heavens intensified again, and it seemed that the sky above Windstorm Town was shattering, divine light flooding the area. Inside the private room, Changge stared intently at Nangong Yu, readying the healing technique from his antlers, fearing that the repairing power might disappear in an instant. If that happened, Xiao Nanzi would likely explode into a mist of blood in an instant. The terrifying gun intent coiled around Nangong Yu's body, and his body was reborn through repeated destruction, becoming increasingly crystal clear, with holy light surging beneath his skin. As time passed, Nangong Yu's body stopped bleeding, and even the bruises and contusions began to fade. Under the refining of the gun intent, his entire body became as white as jade, and his bones shone golden and radiant, accompanied by the sound of thunder. As the gun intent gradually faded, Nangong Yu opened his eyes, and the intent surged as he did so, as if transforming into two divine guns that could destroy everything, vanishing like thunder above the private room, accompanied by a loud rumble. "Second brother, why aren't you wearing clothes? Don't you like it?" Little Golden King suddenly exclaimed, and Nangong Yu's face turned bright red. With a flick of his spiritual power, a red glow covered his body, and he quickly took out a spiritual outfit from his spatial ring and put it on. In annoyance, he casually gave Little Golden King a light slap, but unexpectedly, Little Golden King sat down with a thud, his eyes spinning as if he were about to faint. Lu Changge hurriedly cast a healing spell at him. Ding! You healed a level 8 healing master with 6-star fortune. Ancient ferocious beast, healing points 105. He then walked over to the dazed Xiao Nanzi, tapping his hoof against his body, producing a crisp sound, and couldn't help but click his tongue. "Xiao Nanzi, how many spirit stones did this broken gun cost?" Lu Changge casually asked while brushing away the remaining ashes on the ground. Lu Changge paused his hoof that was brushing the ashes, then turned his head and seriously said to Nangong Yu, "If I could deduce divine abilities, I would need treasures, demon clan techniques, and things that could resolve the aftermath of divine abilities." His solemn demeanor was reminiscent of making a wish in a temple in his past life, almost as if he was bowing in reverence. Nangong Yu. The auction outside continued, but many cultivators' gazes occasionally drifted toward the damaged private room, fearing another accident might occur. A cultivator frowned and thought, what else had that private room auctioned? Surely there couldn't be anything else. The enchanting auctioneer, seeing the auction atmosphere dissipate, couldn't help but glance resentfully at the shabby private room. As one item after another passed by, Nangong Yu failed to bid on anything else. Whenever he opened his mouth, no matter what it was, all the cultivators in the hall would crazily fight over it, as if they were determined to empty their pockets. And even the big shots in the private room could not escape this. This left Lu Changge somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped Xiao Nanzi would fulfill his wish. Below was the final item of this auction, which everyone had been eagerly anticipating. As the female auctioneer clapped her hands, the last item finally revealed its true form. Chapter 70. The chaotic wind gorge is about to open. This time, the item being presented was not a beautiful attendant, but a man whose aura indicated that his cultivation was no less than the peak of the Spirit King realm. In the tray he held, a delicate white jade vase stood upright, with golden patterns outlining its body, radiating a fierce and vibrant glow. Just the value of this jade vase was likely no less than that of an earth-grade treasure. This scene caused all the cultivators present to hold their breath, anxiously and excitedly looking at the stage. The enchanting auctioneer nodded in satisfaction at the reaction of the audience, swaying her steps to the man's side, scanning the venue. And under everyone's gaze, she extended her slender finger to pull out the stopper of the vase. Boom! A brilliant divine light surged toward the ceiling, like a volcanic eruption, or heavenly fire descending, and amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd, a huge phantom shot into the sky, its body immense, with a ram's head and horns, wolf's hooves stepping on fire, a dragon's tail waving, and its entire body covered in crimson scales, each scale seemingly meticulously forged, shining and dazzling. It roared skyward, and its overwhelming aura instantly spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth, the powerful fluctuations sweeping across the entire chaotic wind town. Then, the man manipulated the jade vase, and a pulling force emerged. The phantom struggled unwillingly, and with the tug, the entire venue trembled, the man dripping with sweat, his hands shaking. Only then did the crowd realize that this enchanting auctioneer was also a powerful figure at the peak of the Spirit King realm. This was just a branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and such branches were likely numerous across the 4 domains, revealing how formidable the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce truly was. Alright, this is the last auction item from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Chaotic Wind Town. An ancient fierce beast's bloodline, a drop of Royal Realm Yen Prison ancient beast's essence blood. I need not elaborate on its effects, alchemical refining, body forging, secret techniques, and so on. The auctioneer's face displayed a proud expression as she slowly introduced it. All the cultivators present had already heard the news, but seeing it for themselves, they were still shocked by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's grand gesture. This was the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast, an undefeated existence among the same realm. To kill it, at least dozens of royal realm cultivators would have to act simultaneously. This was precious blood for body forging, once used. It would likely make one's body comparable to that of a fierce beast at the Spirit King realm, far beyond what a gathering spirit body forging pill could compare to. And the cultivators present were filled with envy and admiration. The most important thing was that it could greatly enhance one's foundation, refining essence, and washing marrow, achieving extreme sublimation, leaving other cultivators far behind. Unfortunately, such a price was beyond their reach. Some cultivators showed expressions of envy, murmuring to themselves, 2 million spirit stones. I'll bid 3 million spirit stones. Changge felt a bit bored, expecting the finale to be something good, but was surprised it turned out to be this. He couldn't use this thing. As a spirit beast, the purer the bloodline, the better. Its external use might have limited effects. He glanced at Nanzi, fearing he couldn't use it either. With his current physical strength, he might be stronger than himself, and with that destructive gun intent. It could be said that Nanzi gained the most from this trip. The most important thing was that they lacked the financial resources to participate. Thinking of how he had spent so many spirit stones, the result was, sigh. It was hard to describe. Jealousy made him feel fragmented. At this moment, Nangong Yu also didn't pay attention to the auction of the Yin prison ancient beast's essence blood, completely focused on comprehending the gun intent. With this physical body and the awakened gun intent, his strength had skyrocketed in a short time. Just then, the entire chaotic wind town trembled again. And many cultivators were left stunned. What was happening now? Everyone in the hall turned their gaze toward the damaged private room. That private room was quiet. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside the auction hall as many cultivators rushed in. The chaotic wind gorge is about to open. Everyone hurry up. The chaotic wind gorge is opening. Quickly grab a good spot. Changge was taken aback and immediately rushed outside. Why did he come to Chaotic Wind Town? Wasn't it just for the chaotic wind gorge? There was nothing more worth staying for here. Nangong Yu grabbed Changge and followed closely behind. Not just them. Many cultivators in the auction hall began to exit, as they couldn't afford the Yin prison ancient beast's essence blood anyway. The enchanting auctioneer was momentarily dumbfounded. Sigh, everything is going wrong. There was no choice. A few important patrons were still in the private room, so she had to hurry her calls. 5 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Once. Twice. 550,000. On the other side, as soon as Changge exited the auction hall, he used spiritual power to lift Nanzi and Changge, shooting straight into the sky, no slower than a flying boat. As they approached, the entrance to the chaotic wind gorge gradually came into view. From a distance, 2 towering peaks loomed like 2 crouching gods, standing opposite each other, their summits piercing the clouds, seemingly endless. Between the 2 peaks, a massive crack formed the entrance to the chaotic wind gorge, resembling the maw of a giant beast ready to devour. The gentle breeze blowing was like the beast's breath. When they got closer, Changge realized that the crack known as the chaotic wind gorge was nearly a kilometer wide, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to narrow as one went deeper. The walls of the peaks, weathered by countless years of wind erosion, had formed a peculiar stone forest at this entrance, with various shapes resembling swords pointing to the sky and fierce beasts lying on the ground roaring. The clouds in the sky gathered, seemingly swirling, a sign that the chaotic wind gorge was about to open. At this moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered here, the crowd bustling and chaotic. It's finally about to open. I've been here for over half a month. It's truly shocking. A young cultivator looked toward the entrance with anticipation and amazement. The deeper one goes, the greater the rewards. The outer area is just for body forging using wind pressure. It's said that in the middle area, there are wind columns and wind eyes where spiritual energy condenses, not only able to forge the body, but also allowing rapid cultivation improvement. However, the wind blades there are dense, and only those above the spirit realm can approach. An experienced cultivator who had been here in the past looked on with shining eyes, sighing in wonder. An elderly cultivator beside him sighed heavily. What a pity that only those above the spirit master realm and below the spirit king realm can enter. Otherwise, I would also want to see how this chaotic wind gorge was formed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately showed respect. This old cultivator was actually a powerful figure at the spirit king realm. Senior, are you a spirit king realm expert? A naive young cultivator asked foolishly, his elder beside him unable to stop him, looking fearful. No, I'm at the spirit master realm. Wow, old man, you are already on the path to death. Chapter 71, Divine Bloodgate Dingbai. Changge found this scene quite amusing, but he still felt a bit puzzled deep down. Nanzi, why can't we enter the spirit emperor realm here? It's a good habit of his to ask when he doesn't understand. Nangong Yu frowned and said, I don't know the specific situation either, but the Spirit Martial continent has many places with cultivation restrictions like this. It's needless to say that those of lower realms cannot enter, for those stronger than what the place requires, if they force their way in. They will trigger the overwhelming power of the heavens and earth. This place is probably no exception. Lu Changge nodded. This makes sense. The chaotic wind canyon has existed for so many years, and there must have been those above the Spirit King realm who tried to force their way in. If they had succeeded, there wouldn't be such cautionary tales left behind. At the same time, more and more cultivators arrived. Watching as the chaotic wind canyon had yet to officially open, each one hovering in the air, quietly waiting. Oh my, isn't that Wuji City? Ranked 84 on the Hidden Dragon list? The people from the Wuxiang sect are here too? That's over 300,000 kilometers from their territory. A cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw a person with flowing long hair, a tall figure, and an extraordinarily handsome face, far more striking than any cultivator they had ever seen. But under everyone's gaze, the next moment, he transformed into another appearance, exuding masculinity with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating brilliance. Hiss! This must be the Wuxiang sect's heavenly tier technique, the Wuxiang divine art. It is said that when practiced to perfection, one can transform into many forms, 1,000 faces. Incredibly powerful and uniquely strange, a cultivator introduced, visibly shocked. Look, over there is Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect, also a powerful figure on the Hidden Dragon list. Could it be that all these geniuses have come here to travel and take a look? Another cultivator pointed at a young cultivator on the other side, astonished. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators, several notable spirit cultivators arrived in a short time, including some who had previously been on the Hidden Dragon list but had dropped off after breaking through to the Spirit King realm. Their cultivation was even more robust than those still on the list. It was just that the threshold for the talented list was too high. At this moment, people from the Blood God sect, the Xiandan Pavilion, and the Lingxiao Palace had also arrived. This place was at the intersection of the territories of these three major sects, so every year at this time, all three sects would send many disciples to train and increase their cultivation foundation. Lu Changge surveyed the three leading mini-disciples, wondering who ultimately won the blood essence in the auction. He saw that the Qinxin fairy from the Lingxiao Palace had her usual calm expression, while Ding Bai from the Blood God sect looked grim, casting fierce glances toward the Xiandan Pavilion. Ling Hongzhua occasionally smiled, clearly in a good mood. It must be Ling Hongzhua who won it. Lu Changge couldn't help but show a look of regret. If it were someone from the Blood God sect who had won it, there might have been a chance to snatch it back. The Xiandan Pavilion has no grievances at present, so it would be better to keep a low profile. If they provoke a strong enemy, they might not be able to stay in the north anymore. While he was deep in thought, a killing intent turned into a blood knife and attacked. Just as he was about to strike back, he saw Xiao Nanzi erupting with unparalleled gun intent. In a blink, a red-long spear shot through the air and collided with the blood blade. Boom! The entire entrance of the chaotic wind canyon instantly surged with airwaves. And under the tremendous shockwave, many low-level cultivators cried out, their bodies tossed around, struggling to maintain their footing. The space where Lu Changge and the others stood immediately cleared out, facing Ding Bai from the Blood God sect from a distance. Kid, you dared to snatch my gathering spirit body refining pill at the auction. You've got some guts. Ding Bai's voice was chilling as he looked at Nangong Yu, with murderous intent glaring in his eyes. As soon as this was said, the cultivators who had just attended the Wanbao Merchant Association auction immediately reacted. Hiss! Is this the kid? This is bad. He has offended the Blood God sect. Forget about entering the chaotic wind canyon. It might be impossible to leave. A middle-aged cultivator looked regretful and deeply disapproving of the Blood God sect's actions. Alas, that kid's cultivation seems to be at the peak of the spirit realm. It's a pity that Ding Bai was a powerful figure on the Hidden Dragon list in earlier years. Now in the Spirit King realm, he is an unbeatable existence. That kid is in trouble. People expressed their sentiments, as this kind of thing was all too common. Strength ruled supreme. Just then, the Qinxin fairy also spotted Lu Changge, her expression brightening as she was about to step forward to greet him. But then she suddenly remembered the image of Water Cloud City that was shown to her in the palace. At that moment, she realized that Taoist Lu was the top of the Hidden Dragon list, the spirit deer, and the one accompanying him must be Nangong Yu. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her gaze to Nangong Yu beside Lu Changge, not to mention his imposing aura and cultivation. Just his looks and temperament were indeed worthy of being called a genius. So, she didn't rush to greet Taoist Lu and decided to observe for a while longer. Then, Lu Changge spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ding Bai's gaze shifted, and he was infuriated by Lu Changge's words, realizing that the one mocking him in the box was this spirit deer. So it's you, foul-mouthed beast. Today is your death day. Ding Bai's anger surged, and with a wave of his hand, countless blood blades appeared behind him, raining down like a meteor shower toward Lu Changge. Nangong Yu stepped forward, his right hand reaching out, and the long spear gifted by the giant ape appeared in his grasp. The gun intent surrounded him, and red spiritual power surged and burned, transforming the spear into a beam of heavenly flames, akin to a divine weapon descending from the sky, charging forward with a destructive aura. Boom. At the entrance of the chaotic wind canyon, the airwaves from the collision caused the heavens to tremble, rocks flew, and blinding light enveloped the entire entrance, causing the onlookers to be alarmed. This boy is too strong. Spirit realm fighting against the Spirit King realm, and not just any Spirit King, but one who has just broken through and dropped off the list. Young cultivators were dumbfounded, wishing they could possess such might themselves. Don't celebrate too early. The Spirit King realm is still the Spirit King realm. That boy's true cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Spirit realm, still far from enough. Dingbai is at least in the middle stage of the Spirit King realm. One cultivator quickly grasped the key to the battle and shook his head, sighing. Nangong Yu also felt helpless. His body, under the refinement of his unmatched gun intent, was stronger than Dingbai's, and he had comprehended his own gun intent. But ultimately, as a Spirit realm cultivator, he was still lacking. Although he wasn't injured, he couldn't inflict any harm on his opponent. If he were at the peak of the Spirit realm now, he believed he could definitely defeat Dingbai. Kid, you, a mere Spirit realm cultivator. What can you use to fight me? How about this? If you kill that beast beside you, I'll spare your life. What do you think? Dingbai stood in the air, his blood-stained clothes billowing in the wind, exuding an overwhelming presence and high spirits. Chapter 72. You're so talkative. Lu Changge narrowed his eyes, looking at the arrogant Dingbai in the air, and said calmly, Xiao Nanzi, if you don't refine your gun intent now, when will you? Nangong Yu could no longer hold back when Dingbai insulted Xiao Bai. He swung his long spear, and a pair of fiery spirit wings unfolded behind him. Standing tall against Dingbai, his battle intent surging as he coldly said, You're so talkative. The fiery spirit wings were a simple spiritual power technique from the imperial law, allowing one to roam the skies even without breaking through to the Spirit King realm. After speaking, he pointed his spear, transforming into a rock, roaring as he charged forward. Kid, you're courting death by refusing to drink the toast, and instead taking the penalty wine. Dingbai's fingers slightly spread, and a long knife appeared in his hand, swirling with blood mist and exuding a terrifying aura. He directly swung the knife down, and dozens of meters of blood-colored blade light sliced toward Nangong Yu like lightning. With a clang, Nangong Yu was sent flying by the strike, and now it would depend on whether he had the ability to withstand it. Dingbai was indeed a seasoned genius, with abundant cultivation foundation. Each move he made carried unmatched spiritual power, strong and poised. The two moved at incredible speeds, creating two dazzling streaks of red and crimson light, constantly intertwining above the chaotic wind canyon, ringing with clashing sounds. In a short time, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. In yet another clash, the young man was struck into the ground, instantly causing rocks to fly and dust to rise. The young man planted his spear into the ground, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, and at this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, as if he had fainted. Lu Changge was just about to make a move when he saw Zainanzi's appearance, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch, stopping his intention to act. Has he realized something again? Does it have to be like this every time? You make me look so dull with too many complaints. I don't even want to. Other confused cultivators, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. The spiritual sect is the spiritual sect. Never think about challenging a powerful spirit king. A strong person cannot be insulted. Ling Hongzhua had already arrived beside the Qinxin ferry without knowing when and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh upon seeing this. He had been an old rival of Dingbai for many years, so he naturally knew his strength. This kid dares to boast against a spirit king at the spiritual sect level. Who gave him the courage? Xiao Yingyin was taken aback and wondered why Ling Hongzhua didn't recognize Nangong Yu. Didn't the Xiantian pavilion inform him? Thinking of this, Xiao Yingyin couldn't help but find it amusing and lightly retorted, not necessarily. This young man is exceptionally talented. Even if he can't defeat Dingbai right now, it won't be long before he catches up. With the young man's combat power, once he breaks through to the Spirit King realm, Dingbai won't even qualify to be his opponent. Upon hearing this, Ling Hongzhua looked at Xiao Yingyin in disbelief. When did she become so optimistic about someone? Moreover, having been Dingbai's rival for so many years, wasn't she also demeaning herself? So he snorted coldly. Qinxin Fairy, you might be disappointed. I think this young man will spill blood here today. No matter how talented he is, he needs the opportunity to grow. Xiao Yingyin glanced at Lu Changge below, shook her head, and said no more. With Lu Daoyu here, he is the top-ranked spirit deer on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, with the might in that image. Even if a spirit emperor comes, can they kill the young man? However, it's enough for her to know this. to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for Lu Daoyu. Kid, weren't you just tough? Can't handle it after just a couple of moves? I haven't even warmed up yet. Ha ha ha, Dingbai crossed his arms, looking down at the beings below like a celestial being, seemingly in a good mood, and his aura surged again. Then he clasped his hands together and pulled again, a finely crafted small knife spinning in his palm. Dingbai's eyes were filled with killing intent as he pushed with both hands. The few inches of blood knife grew in the wind, instantly transforming into 100 zhong, covered in blood patterns, with overwhelming murderous aura, rushing towards the young man. The buzzing sound emitted during its movement was like the chanting of 100 demons. Many cultivators just glanced at it, and it felt like sharp needles stabbing their eyes. Their heads pounding, not daring to imagine the might of the attack aimed at them. Lu Changge stared intently, ready to take Xiananzi away at any moment. Just as the attack was approaching, Nangong Yu's eyes suddenly opened wide, flames raging in his pupils. A gigantic phantom, like a fire god descending to the earth, stood behind him, synchronizing with his movements, thrusting out with a spear. There was no brilliant light, no dazzling holy glow, just plain and unadorned. There was no fluctuation of power, as if an ordinary person who hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation was casually gesturing. Just such an ordinary thrust made all the cultivators' present's magical treasures tremble violently. That overwhelming spear intent, carrying the will to pierce through everything, firmly pressed against the knife tip, and in the collision, a shocking sound erupted. The entire entrance of the chaotic wind gorge shook and rolled, the clouds shattered, and the gale was cold. Wait, gale? All the cultivators woke up in the gust of wind and suddenly looked towards the crack at the entrance. At that moment, the wind had color. A light blue wind blew out from the depths of the crack, and the skin of low-tier cultivators felt a slight sting. The chaotic wind gorge has officially opened. Charge. Go, 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 don't look anymore. All the cultivators couldn't care less about the outcome of this battle and rushed towards the entrance, turning into streams of light shooting into the crack. Lu Changge flashed and arrived beside Xiananzi, casting 2 healing spells, instantly restoring him to peak condition, and his cultivation also advanced further. Dingbai saw this scene. His eyelids jumped fiercely, glanced at the chaotic wind gorge, then looked down at the already recovered Nangong Yu. His eyes couldn't help but turn red, and he steeled his heart to strike again. Senior brother, why not come out and talk? The disciples of the blood god sect, seeing that other cultivators had already entered, couldn't help but feel anxious. Xiao Yingyin also spoke up at this time. Ding brother, it's more important to hone our physical bodies and increase our foundation. Everything else can wait until we come out. After saying this, she glanced at Lu Changge and secretly transmitted, Lu Daoyu, we will go ahead. Then she led the disciples together with the disciples of the Xiantian pavilion to rush in. Dingbai saw this scene and glared fiercely at Nangong Yu and Lu Changge, filled with killing intent. I hope you can survive and come out. I will personally take your lives then. Lu Changge and Nangong Yu couldn't be bothered to respond to him, taking little golden boy, who was making faces at Dingbai's group, and shot towards the chaotic wind gorge first. I hope this chaotic wind gorge doesn't disappoint me. Chapter 73, Entering. As soon as they entered, a huge wind pressure rolled towards their bodies. Lu Changge and Nangong Yu were fine, but little golden boy struggled to walk. Surrounding them were cultivators trudging along, each with painful expressions, using their spiritual power to resist the wind pressure as they moved deeper. Is this the kind of wind pressure we face just after entering the valley? I wonder what the inner area will be like. A spirit master cultivator exclaimed while resisting the strong wind. Humph. That's not a place we spirit masters can go. Being able to temper our bodies on the outskirts is already good enough. Kid, let me teach you a trick. When your body is about to crack, retreat a bit. Wait for your body to recover, and then move forward again. If you do this repeatedly, your body will surely improve greatly. The gale and the chaotic wind gorge will last for a month. Don't rush, take your time. The nearby veteran spirit master cultivators, who seemed to be resisting more easily, advised. They continued to exclaim, I heard that once you reach the inner area, there are wind spirit flowers that can quickly heal the body. That's the real good stuff. With it, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort in just a month. What a pity. With their cultivation levels, they still couldn't reach there. The strong remain strong, and it's the same everywhere. They could only sigh in regret. Lu Changge saw that the strong from the 3 major sects above the spiritual sect had already quickened their pace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He turned to Nangong Yu and said, Xiananzi, you go ahead to the inner area to temper your body. I'll take little golden boy and walk a bit more before joining you later. After saying this, his eyes shone with brilliance. There were at least 10,000 cultivators in this outer area, and under this wind pressure, everyone was injured. This was a great opportunity to harvest healing points. And he wouldn't miss it. He hadn't even had healing points to deduce the body tempering technique that Xiaolong gave him, let alone improve his cultivation and innate divine abilities. It's truly a heart-wrenching situation. His situation was rather awkward. His peak combat power was impressive, but his regular combat power was a bit lacking. With effort, he could only fight at the early Spirit King level, and to say he was fighting was somewhat of an exaggeration. Nangong Yu saw that Little White had other plans and didn't decline. All right, I'll go to the inner area to check the situation. You hurry up and come. Then he looked at Little Golden Boy and urged, Little Golden Boy, you must work hard. I will, second brother, go ahead. Nangong Yu patted Little Golden Boy's head, transforming into an afterimage and disappearing in an instant under the envious gazes of many cultivators. At this moment, most cultivators capable of going inside had already ventured deep, leaving only Spirit Master cultivators behind. As they progressed step by step, some began to experience bodily ruptures and prepared to retreat. Just then, a huge green light ball rose into the sky, exploding like fireworks in the gaze of everyone. Green mist scattered across the sky, and warm, gentle green light fell onto the crowd. They saw their previously cracked skin and muscle tissues slowly healing. Heavens, my wounds have healed. I can continue forward. A second-level Spirit Master cultivator exclaimed joyfully. I've recovered too, and I can feel my body strengthening. Who is helping us? Many cultivators began to look around, trying to find the cultivator who was aiding their recovery. It is the Spirit Deer. No, it is this Deer Taoist. We thank the Deer Taoist for lending a helping hand. The cultivators not far from Changge, who were not blind, saw the divine powers emanating from his antlers and spoke up. Ding! You have healed numerous low-level cultivators. Healing points 35,200. Great! Changge was delighted. Although he was very tired, seeing so many cultivators benefit made him happy. But aren't these healing points a bit too few? Although the cultivators present had luck ratings of 1 or 2 stars, or 2 or 3 stars, it shouldn't be so little. He then noticed that this time the panel reminder was somewhat different from the hints he received when healing ordinary villages. The sporadic divine power was absent. Could this be the reason? Or was it because it was a group healing? Changge shook his head. Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. Feeling his spirit power drained, it was less worthwhile than healing ordinary people. All present were cultivators, not ordinary people. Casting such a large-scale healing spell consumed too much, and was a bit too forced. Just like that, his spirit power was completely exhausted, under the watchful eyes of everyone. He did not hide it and lightly touched the ground with his hooves, slightly opening a halo divine power, instantly surrounded by holy light, a scene of auspicious beasts. He spoke loudly. As fellow spirit cultivators, we should help each other. However, this divine power consumes a lot, and I need time to recover my spirit power. Everyone must hold on a little longer. His words were righteous, and many cultivators immediately looked at him with respect and gratitude. What kind of divine spirit deer is this? In this cruel cultivation world, to have such great conduct is truly moving. The Deer Taoist's words make us feel ashamed. But the Windy Stream's body-tempering treasure is only available once a year. We shouldn't delay the Taoist's cultivation. One cultivator said with great emotion, fearing to delay his cultivation. Yes, I see that the Deer Taoist's physical body is quite strong. Entering the middle circle should not be a problem. Yet he is wandering in this outer circle for us. How regrettable. Another seasoned Spirit Master cultivator said with reluctance. However, most cultivators, although showing gratitude, did not voice this. Once the Spirit Deer entered deeply, their training speed would return to normal. With the Spirit Deer present, it was completely different in speed. People are selfish. Just then, another cultivator's voice rang out. Dear Taoist, I have some pills to restore spirit power. Please take them. The earlier silent cultivators seemed to be awakened, and they all began to rummage through their spatial rings. They couldn't say let the Spirit Deer go first, but they were willing to part with resources to restore spirit power. Moreover, once the Spirit Deer accepted so many resources from everyone, it would probably feel embarrassed to leave. Dear Taoist, I have a treasure to restore spirit power. Catch. I have a spirit power recovery potion. Dear Taoist, catch. Here is a spirit grass. Catch. In the blink of an eye, a flood of recovery resources was thrown over. Changge rolled up all the spirit power into his spatial ring. And then his voice became a bit choked. Everyone, you are too polite. The cultivation world indeed has more good people. People like Dingbai from the Divine Blood Sect are ultimately the minority. As soon as these words were spoken, many cultivators immediately united in anger. That Divine Blood Sect is extremely overbearing and is not a good thing. But it must be said that the power of the upper sects is not something we loose cultivators can deal with. Dear Taoist, please be cautious. Yes. Dear Taoist should not be too impulsive. The Divine Blood Sect is vengeful. Keep your distance. Chapter 74. Heroes Among Deer. While Changge coughed on the recovery pills, listening to everyone's advice, he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. This group of old birds was indeed too aware of the situation. It was boring. As they delved deeper, the cultivators had no time to talk, struggling against the wind pressure that ground their bodies, and many had developed cracks on their bodies. Lu Changge cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, hold on. Let me assist you in your cultivation." The cultivators looked over in surprise. The deer Taoist truly was a hero among deer, a blessing for us cultivators. Another wave of green light fell. And what was slightly different from last time was that the cultivators who provided resources were bathed in even more green light. And their bodies basically recovered to their original state in the blink of an eye. Those who did not provide any resources only had sporadic green light, barely able to maintain. Ding. You have healed numerous low-level cultivators, healing points 31,800. With the comparison, the cultivators with less green light immediately noticed the difference and looked towards Lu Changge. Why did they have so much green light on them? While I only have a few spots. One cultivator looked at Lu Changge with dissatisfaction. Once one person spoke up, others with less healing green light also expressed their dissatisfaction. Why do we have so little? Why do you look down on people? Another cultivator who also did not provide resources immediately echoed. Exactly, why the double standard? The cultivators who had just provided resources couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling extremely pleased. Although there were still people with more healing green light than theirs. That was because they had contributed more resources. Those who had not contributed were paying attention. If the spirit deer treated them the same way, although they wouldn't say it out loud, they would definitely have doubts in their hearts. Why is it less? Don't they have some self-awareness? In the cultivation world, do they still want to get things for free? Getting healed is already good enough, and they still have the face to say it's too little. Without the deer Taoist, they wouldn't even know how they were struggling to recover. What kind of kindness is this? Really naive. The cultivators who did not complain, as long as they did not feel their progress was slow, were indifferent. After all, they could still contribute some healing points. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. To accumulate healing points, Lu Changge had followed for 3 whole days. Seeing that they were about to enter the middle circle, Lu Changge couldn't help but sigh. The journey to earn healing points should come to an end. He glanced at the panel. Healing points, 348,000. Yes, nearly 350. 000 healing points. It should have been much more than this, but some early-stage spirit master cultivators, even with his healing, found it difficult to keep pace with the main group. After all, he also needed time to recover his spirit power. Therefore, as they moved along, the number of people gradually decreased, but those who managed to keep up were basically reaping great benefits, their physical bodies making rapid progress. Lu Changge stepped into the air, and over 1,000 cultivators immediately gazed over. He softly said, "I cannot continue accompanying you on the road ahead." Many cultivators were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then quickly reacted. Given the deer Taoist cultivation, he should have long entered the middle circle, yet he had wasted 3 days because of them. The great grace of the deer Taoist, we will remember in our hearts. It is a pity our cultivation is low, and we cannot help the deer Taoist in any way, which truly makes us feel ashamed. The closest cultivator lowered his head, his face flushed. Yes, thanks to the deer Taoist this time. Otherwise, with our cultivation, we would have found it difficult to reach here. From now on, if the deer Taoist has any commands, we will not hesitate. One cultivator clasped his fists and said seriously, "We too." Many cultivators echoed. Lu Changge smiled slightly. These words were nice to hear. But if they were really asked to do something, most of the cultivators would probably run faster than anyone else. However, he didn't mind. After all, he had already received his rewards. Then let us part here. The mountains do not turn, the waters do. We will meet again. After saying this, he quickly moved inward with the little golden giant under everyone's watchful eyes. This deer Taoist is truly a good beast. Yes, he delayed his own cultivation, escorting us for so many days. It's a pity he offended a giant like the Divine Blood Sect. Ding. You have healed an 8th level Spirit Master, 6-star luck. Ancient Fierce Beast, healing points 85. Lu Changge gave the little golden giant another healing spell and couldn't help but praise. No wonder it has the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast. This physical body is indeed formidable. Currently, we have already entered the central area. I didn't expect the little King Kong to endure so well. And his physical strength is increasing rapidly. In the chaotic wind gorge, the deeper we go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. Certain special particles in the wind continuously temper the body. Even the recovery speed has significantly increased. The gale in the central area is becoming more intense. Unlike the desolation of the outer area, where all that can be seen is a type of special grass, slender like swords, about 20 to 30 centimeters high, extending deep into the gorge. Big brother, look. Little King Kong suddenly pointed to a corner behind a wind-eroded stone on the left. It's wind spirit flower. Lu Changge's eyes lit up, and he dashed over to grab it. This flower has a straight, leafless stalk, with 6 sharp-edged oval petals, like blades, and is entirely dark green, looking quite peculiar. It is said that this thing can accelerate the tempering of the body. Here, eat it. Little King Kong was not polite. Taking it, and stuffing it into his mouth. Fortunately, only cultivators can enter this place. If it were an ordinary person, their mouths would probably get cut. Xiao Nanzi, we have entered the central area. Where are you? Have you found a good place? Lu Changge inquired through a contract message. Xiao Bai, you two continue deeper for about 50 kilometers. By the way, after entering the central area, there will be a type of wind element condensed into wind spirits that will attack indiscriminately. They are very fast, but after killing them, they will drop wind spirit stones. So be careful. Lu Changge was taken aback. Why didn't the cultivators in Chaotic Wind Town mention anything about wind spirit attacks? Shaking his head, he stopped pondering and listened to the sounds. It seemed that Xiao Nanzi's side was quite intense. He needed to hurry and regroup. The wind spirit stones are valuable, and he hoped they wouldn't be completely taken by other cultivators. Chapter 75, Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. Moonblade. With a tearing sound, the wind spirit was sliced in half, and a translucent light blue stone floated in the air. That's the third one. As they advanced deeper, the wind spirits finally appeared. They were translucent beings, elusive like the wind, with wings and no faces, their long hair flowing like swords, and claws elongated like blades, almost blending with the wind, making them very hard to detect in the chaotic wind gorge. He didn't know if the preceding cultivators had killed too many or what, but he and Little King Kong hadn't encountered many, and the few they did were of poor quality. He wasn't sure whether to call it lucky or unlucky. The advantage was that they hadn't faced much attack, but the downside was the lack of wind spirit stones. At that moment, a strong fluctuation of spiritual power came from ahead, causing rocks to tumble and fall from the cliffs on both sides, propelled outward by fierce gales. There are people fighting ahead. Little King Kong, don't resist. Lu Changge used his spiritual power to lift Little King Kong, dodging the sharp rocks that came flying at them. Rushing towards the source of the disturbance, a distance of several kilometers outside would take just a moment for him to cover, but in the chaotic wind gorge, it took several minutes. Hiss! Lu Changge couldn't help but gasp. A massive wind spirit stone floated in the air, just in terms of size. It was larger than the three he had combined. Not to mention its quality. This wind spirit stone was no longer translucent, but displayed a deep blue color. Even from a distance, he could feel the wind attribute spiritual energy within it. It was probably not a top-grade one, but it was certainly quite valuable. Lu Changge suppressed his shock. Such a wind spirit stone was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for cultivators practicing wind-related techniques. It should also be quite useful for him. He had yet to integrate the body tempering technique he obtained from Xiaolan, and he was curious if incorporating this would yield any surprises. He then looked at the two other cultivators engaged in battle with Nangong Yu, Wu Jiqing from the Wuxiang sect and Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect. He remembered these two prominent figures who had caused quite a stir when they arrived at Chaotic Wind Town. As he arrived, the three of them stopped, forming a triangle to tightly encircle the wind spirit stone, glaring sharply at Nangong Yu and Lu Changge. First, kill them, then decide who gets the stone. Lin Yuanbai immediately communicated. They had also been present during the battle at the entrance and naturally recognized that this person and the deer were a team. At this moment, they exchanged a knowing glance. Kid, give up. With that deer, you're not our match, Wu Jiqing said expressionlessly. He didn't believe that this person and deer could surpass them. They were not like Ding Bai, who would give this kid a chance. Once they started fighting, they could easily take him down in 10 moves. Not knocking the kid out was merely because he didn't want Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect to benefit. Otherwise, a 5th-level spiritual cultivator wouldn't have a chance against them, and adding a spirit deer? It was absurd. Lin Yuanbai sneered at Nangong Yu. Lu Changge narrowed his eyes. The people from the Soul Refining sect were indeed as arrogant as rumored. Their mouths are foul too. Enough wasting time here. Let's attack. Lin Yuanbai's irritation flashed in his eyes as he impatiently said. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body erupted with spiritual power, and a fierce aura shot into the sky. The wind and clouds changed color, and behind Lin Yuanbai, several ferocious figures danced wildly, as if countless demons were whispering. Wu Jiqing, holding a gigantic sword, howled to the sky, his eyes shooting out electric light, exuding supreme power. He slashed down, and the space seemed like a flat mirror about to be shattered. The two unleashed an overwhelming might towards Lu Changge and Nangong Yu. As expected of the top talents on the potential dragon rankings, both were at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, but their might was far more terrifying than that of ordinary peak spiritual kings. Nangong Yu's expression turned serious as he quickly moved next to Lu Changge. Xiao Bai. Lu Changge nodded slightly. Without saying a word, a brilliant silver moon rose slowly. The power of moonlight condensed into crystalline fog, lacking a grand aura but carrying a chilling force that sent shivers deep within. Seeing this, Nangong Yu did not hesitate, and a blazing red sun burst forth. The power of the sun erupting like a volcanic explosion, its red light boiling like magma. surging towards the sky with an awe-inspiring aura, blazing fiercely. At this moment, the sun and moon were in the same sky, and the energy between heaven and earth condensed. The sharpness of the silver moon intertwined with the fiery brilliance of the red sun, and the surrounding air rumbled with a deep roar, like mountains and seas roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing the unparalleled might of the demon god's giant hand and the divine strike resembling a god, Changge and Nangong Yu dared not be careless. Combined, the silver moon and the red sun instantly merged into a massive wheel of light. One half shining with the scorching brilliance of the sun, the other half radiating the cold silver glow of the moon. Lin Yuanbai and Wu Jiqing could no longer maintain their previous arrogance. Even before the light wheel made its move, the terrifying aura had already suffocated them, causing their hair to stand on end. We're going to die? This thought suddenly arose in their hearts, impossible to dispel. Just the radiant divine light emitted by the wheel was enough to cause the demonic shadows behind them to collapse. Is this really a combat technique that two spiritual realm cultivators can control? It's simply horrifying. Forget about spiritual kings. Even those just entering the spiritual emperor realm wouldn't dare to confront its might head-on. Retreat. The two decisively used secret techniques and instantly vanished from the scene. What priceless wind spirit stones could compare to their own lives? Haha, I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. I'm truly remarkable. Changge laughed heartily, slightly out of breath. This was a combination technique he had developed with Nangong Yu during his previous After Effects period, inspired by his own rising moon over the sea technique. He hadn't expected to successfully use it on the first try, and the power was so immense. Indeed, Xiaobai is impressive, but the consumption is too great. It would be better if we each took one. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. Clearly, it would be easier to take on one opponent at a time. Currently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the spirit realm, with the Emperor's Law combined with spear intent. Choosing one opponent was absolutely no problem. The earlier scuffle was merely a distraction. It was laughable that Lin Yuanbai actually thought he had this level of strength. Changge chuckled and said, "Did you not see those two kids? They got scared off right away." The consumption of spiritual energy did not affect his mood at all. He continued to optimize his skills, believing that one day he would shock the entire continent. Chapter 76, Opportunity? Nangong Yu looked up toward the depths of the mountain gorge and frowned, saying, "We need to hurry. The people from Lingxiao Palace, Xiantian Pavilion, and Divine Blood Sect have already gone in. If we delay any longer, we might miss out on good treasures." After glancing around, he hesitated and said to Changge, who had just used healing magic on Little King Kong. With Little King Kong's body, he might not be able to go too deep. I previously discovered a hidden wind eye. Why not let Little King Kong cultivate there? Going too deep might not be a good thing for Little King Kong. Little King Kong understood his own situation. This depth was already his limit, and if he went further, he wouldn't achieve optimal refining effects. So he said, "Big brother, I'll cultivate here. After the chaos in the wind gorge ends, we will regroup." Changge nodded. If they could find the wind eye, that would be perfect. Cultivating in the wind eye would not cause much damage to his body, and the refining effect would be better, making it a good place to go. Without further ado, let's head to the wind eye you mentioned. The three of them were not the type to hesitate. Once they made a decision, they immediately took action. Not long after, they arrived at a hidden cave. The entrance was so small that only a child of 5 or 6 could enter. If Little King Kong couldn't shrink, he wouldn't be able to get in. This is it. The gale winds inside the chaotic wind gorge can interfere with spiritual awareness, so it won't be easy for others to notice us. I have a lot of wind spirit flowers here. Take this, Nangong Yu said, handing Little King Kong a spatial ring filled with wind spirit flowers, which he had collected over the past 3 days in the surrounding area. "Thank you, second brother. You and big brother be careful." Little King Kong finished speaking and shrank his body again, slipping inside. Suddenly, a surprised shout came from within, causing Changge and Nangong Yu to tense up. "Big brother, second brother, the spiritual energy here is so dense. I need to cultivate well. You can go now." Hearing this, Changge let out a sigh of relief, glanced at little Nanzi, and said, "Let's go check the depths of the chaotic wind gorge for any good treasures." "Let's go?" Nangong Yu nodded, and the two of them, along with one beast, rushed deeper. In the depths of the surrounding area, close to the inner circle. After searching for so long, it should be here. Meng Linger looked excited, murmuring to herself. She nervously looked around, and seeing no one, she took a deep breath and pressed hard against a seemingly inconspicuous protrusion on the cliff wall. Then she unleashed her spiritual power and tried several times. But the protrusion remained unmoved. Meng Linger's expression turned sour. Could it be that her cultivation was not enough? That couldn't be. In her previous life, the Qingxing fairy had obtained an opportunity here and later smoothly broke through to the Emperor realm, becoming one of the top talents on the continent, right? This opportunity was later revealed, and it was said that one only needed to be at the spirit realm level to open it. Thinking of this, Meng Linger unwillingly tried again several times, but still to no avail. This nearly drove her mad, as she had gone to great lengths to ensure the Qinshin fairy missed this place, only to find herself in such a situation. Without these opportunities, how could she rise quickly within a short time? No, she absolutely could not miss out. Meng Linger's expression changed, and she glared at the protrusion with resentment before rushing deeper. After cultivating in the wind eye for a while, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Just as her figure disappeared, two figures appeared at the spot. It was Lu Changge and Nangong Yu. Little Nancy, didn't you say that woman was only at the spirit master level? From what I just saw, she exploded with power, and she is already at the mid-spirit realm. Lu Changge asked, looking in the direction Meng Linger had gone, puzzled. Nangong Yu was also confused and pondered. Perhaps she gained some incredible opportunity after entering Lingxiao Palace. He was sure that Meng Linger was indeed at the spirit master level when she was in Qian's sect. But how she managed to break through to the mid-spirit realm in such a short time, he had no idea. However, that was not important. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that besides himself, no one else could have any opportunities. Let us go check it out. What has this woman been up to here for so long? Lu Changge didn't mind. Even if they were both at the spirit realm, their cultivation levels were vastly different. The two of them, along with one beast, quickly arrived at the spot where Meng Linger had just struck. After observing for a while, they found nothing unusual. Let us give it a try, Nangong Yu said, summoning his spear and thrusting it forward. The stone wall in front of him flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Sure enough, there was something wrong. He then released his spiritual power, and the spear tip glowed with a hint of red flame, carrying the intent to destroy as he thrust again. The stone wall before them instantly transformed, countless unknown phantoms flashing by, causing a shiver down their spines, and finally morphing into a wide portal. Haha, I don't feel any fatal danger. Little Nancy, let us go in and see. Lu Changge used his spiritual eye to sense the area, and his eyes lit up as he called to Nangong Yu, leading the way inside. Seeing this, Nangong Yu quickly followed. As the two of them and one beast stepped inside, the portal on the stone wall behind them vanished, returning to its previous wind-eroded appearance. Wow, little Nancy, this place is truly extraordinary. It's so big. Lu Changge's antlers glowed, illuminating the surrounding cave. Inside, it was enormously spacious, and upon closer inspection, the cave walls and ceiling were covered with various symbols and ancient murals. The murals were carved from an unknown material, their colors deep and dark, like ink and blood. The moment spiritual awareness touched them, a sense of desolation surged forward, as if the cries of gods and demons echoed, weeping blood. Both Lu Changge and Nangong Yu felt a heavy sensation in their hearts. In an instant, blood spilled from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were covered in cracks, as if they were about to shatter and disintegrate at any moment. In an instant, both of them cast healing spells, enveloping their bodies. Under the gentle green radiance, they slowly began to recover. Just then, the side wall of the cave shook violently, and a white figure suddenly appeared, after which the wall returned to normal. Lu Daoist friend? You're here too, where is this? A gentle and pleasant voice came through, and Lu Changge turned to look, momentarily stunned. Qinshin fairy, what a coincidence. After greeting her, he continued, we also don't know where this is. How did you get in? Chapter 77, The Murals. Xiao Yingyin felt a bit shy and softly said, I was just fighting a powerful wind spirit and accidentally hit the cliff wall, only to get sucked in. The incident of her attack missing and accidentally being sucked into the stone wall made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Hearing that Lu Changge and Nangong Yu had experienced the same thing eased her feelings a bit. She took out a luminous pearl and carefully scanned the surroundings. Don't use your spiritual awareness to look. The murals here are extremely powerful and contain mental attacks. Nangong Yu immediately warned, seeing that she was familiar with Xiaobai. If she got hurt, Xiaobai would likely have to heal her, and in this strange place, it was better to conserve spiritual energy. Thank you for the reminder. Nangong Daoist. Qinshin fairy nodded slightly, but did not take it to heart. Then she formed hand seals, and waves of mesmerizing spiritual power surrounded her, sending her spiritual awareness into the murals. Lu Changge and Nangong Yu immediately focused their attention, noticing that although her spiritual power fluctuated and resonated with sounds like a qin, she was not as severely injured as they had been, making them marvel. The Lingxiao Palace is indeed worthy of its reputation as a top sect specializing in rhythm and soul attacks. Such a strong mental attack could be endured. As Nangong Yu's admiration echoed, they saw that the Qinshin fairy's pupils dilated, her body trembling like chaff, her face filled with terror, as if she had encountered an overwhelming horror, and she was coughing up blood continuously. Lu Changge did not hesitate to cast a healing spell and asked, Fairy Qinshin, are you alright? After a long while, The Qingqing fairy came to her senses, but the fear in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly spoke. Taoist Lu, Taoist Nangong. Our Lingxiao Palace possesses a secret technique that can protect the soul from harm for a short period. Upon hearing this, Lu Changge and Nangong Yu looked at her in surprise. Her state did not seem very convincing. The Qingqing fairy immediately understood what they meant. Her brows slightly furrowing as she explained, I wasn't injured by the stone wall. It was just that the scene within the stone wall was too horrifying. Then, her voice hesitated as if she had made a difficult decision. With a serious expression, she continued, I can teach you the secret method. You will understand as soon as you see it. The content of the mural was indeed terrifying. If it were fake, that would be one thing. But if it were real, then what day would come? The two became curious about what could cause a strong being who had already ascended to the Spirit King realm to be unable to accept it, leading to such fear. Well then, thank you, Fairy Qingqing, Lu Changge immediately agreed. His innate abilities told him that this Xiao Yingyin meant no harm, and even if there was no gain, acquiring a secret technique for free was still worthwhile. Nangong Yu also nodded and cupped his fists in thanks. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. After a long while, once Lu Changge and Nangong Yu had absorbed and digested the information, they nodded at her, their spiritual powers swirling around as they directed their spiritual sense into the mural. Seeing this, the Qingqing fairy took a deep breath, calming her mind, and continued to invest her spiritual sense into it. Here was an expansive continent, with towering peaks and vast valleys, majestic mountains, and giant trees reaching the sky, brimming with life. In an instant, they arrived at a battlefield where figures of powerful human beings were present, their momentum overwhelming the world, each move resembling divine punishment. Glancing down upon the world, swallowing the 8 wastelands with ease, causing the space to shatter at their fingertips, and radiant light to fall. So many powerful beings were actually fighting against that unknown shadow. This unimaginable battle shook the heavens and earth, dimmed the sun and moon, with countless powerful humans shedding blood on the spot, staining the blue sky, as if the entire continent was about to collapse in this great war. Then the scene shifted again, revealing countless ancient ferocious beasts that had disappeared from the river of history, their bodies towering thousands of feet, shaking the heavens and the earth with their movements, fierce birds crossing the sky, blocking out the sun, as if from a barbaric realm. Their opponents were also shadows, fighting until the sky shattered and stars fell. Trees? Spiritual plants? Lu Changge was lost in a dream, only to see the scene change again. As a colossal tree appeared in his view, like a world tree, its thickness unimaginable, its branches and leaves covering the entire continent. As they danced, celestial rivers flowed down. Divine radiance erupted, crashing down upon countless shadows. Countless battle scenes unfolded in their minds, each figure's might comparable to the Flame Emperor. What a brilliant era this was. Heroes soared, ancient ferocious beasts roamed, and dazzling spiritual plants and beasts appeared. Every battle showcased a terrifying might that made their hair stand on end and sent chills throughout their bodies. If these beings were godlike, then what kind of beings were their opponents, those unknown shadows? These incredible existences seemed like mere mortals before the shadows, swept away in tears. The battles in the mural grew increasingly fierce, suddenly coming to an abrupt stop, the scene swallowed by a mysterious white light, causing everything to become blurred as if erased from existence. Immediately afterward, a blood-red character appeared abruptly within the white light, like a sharp sword piercing the vision, dominating the entire view. It emitted a heart-pounding red light, with fresh blood continuously dripping from the character, each drop seemingly surging from an endless abyss, carrying desperate wails and endless resentment. An inexplicable great terror surged up, causing the heart to suddenly stop beating. What kind of despair was this? With all thoughts extinguished, one could only wish to sink into darkness. Lu Changge awakened from the mural, and the three of them exchanged glances, unsure of where to begin. At that moment, the innate ability, Auspicious Halo, activated on its own, a warm power illuminating the entire cave, gradually dispelling the negative emotions in their hearts, replaced by a sense of inner stability and peace. Phew, thank you, Taoist Lu. The Qingqing fairy regained her usual calmness and nodded slightly in gratitude. Fortunately, Little White was there. The content of the mural was truly shocking. Moreover, the last part that Nangong Yu had not finished speaking about. But both Lu Changge and the Qingqing fairy understood. Taking a deep breath, Lu Changge continued, leaving aside the last part. The battles before us are greatly beneficial to our cultivation. Why don't we take this opportunity to comprehend them here? I believe we will gain something. Within the mural were countless powerful human beings, and the battle techniques and secret methods they used during their fights were innumerable. If they could find something that resonated with themselves and gain even a hint of understanding, it would be immensely beneficial for their improvement. The Qingqing fairy had no objections, sensing that this place would yield great rewards for her, and immediately began another round of comprehension. Lu Changge also nodded. There were countless spiritual beasts within this mural, including ones he was particularly interested in. Chapter 78. Mom, I want to learn this. Although his own aptitude was not outstanding, he had a system, and those 350,000 healing points on the panel were his confidence. He had initially planned to save them for upgrading his cultivation, but now it seemed he would have to spend some here. The method of deducing and merging techniques would have to be set aside for now. Healing points could be earned again, but whether this cave would still exist in the future was a question. If missed, it would truly be missed. Most importantly, he had earlier anticipated that upgrading Law of Heaven and Earth to the Earth level would require a lot of healing points. But he didn't expect it to be so much. With 350,000 healing points in front of him, Law of Heaven and Earth still showed no response. Could it really require 500,000 points? Lu Changge pondered to himself, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This was not a random guess, because when upgrading from yellow to profound level, the consumption of Law of Heaven and Earth was 10 times that of other techniques. And for other techniques to reach the Earth level, each one cost 50,000 healing points. Multiplied by 10, that would be a life-threatening amount. If it weren't for the fact that this technique was so powerful, he wouldn't even consider upgrading it. With this thought, Lu Changge stopped overthinking. Little South and the Qingqing fairy had already begun a new round of comprehension, and he couldn't fall behind either. First, he would choose a powerful spiritual beast, and then figure out the rest. With spiritual power surging, Lu Changge's spiritual sense once again entered the mural. Skipping over the scenes of powerful humans battling and directly observing the ancient ferocious beasts and ancient spiritual beasts in combat, he saw thunderstorm rains pouring down, fire seas rolling and sweeping across the 9 heavens, ice waterfalls cascading down 3,000 miles, and waters flooding giant peaks like clouds. Scene after scene of battle flashed before his eyes. It wasn't that these were not impressive, but they seemed to lack something. He had a feeling that as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could achieve these feats as well. They were powerful, but they didn't make him feel particularly inspired. Just then, a figure appeared before him, firmly capturing his attention. It was a slender and incredibly graceful body, radiating a faint glow. Every move showcasing the fundamental principles of the world. It was a spiritual butterfly, compared to those enormous beasts that were hundreds or thousands of feet tall. She was so petite, less than 10 feet long, with a pair of enormous wings covered in vibrant colors. Each spot on her wings resembled a world, shimmering with mysterious light, as if she would swallow everyone whole at a glance. A 10-jong-tall figure emitted colorful rays of light, covering the entire horizon. Amidst this colorful glow, countless beings were constantly being destroyed and reborn. High peaks and deep valleys, towering mountain ranges, endless seas, and even the stars in the sky were all part of this cycle of annihilation and rebirth. With a slight flap of wings, day and night intertwined, and countless stars fell from the heavens, causing the continent to tilt. In the blink of an eye, everything seemed like a dream. The enemies had all lost their vitality, disappearing into nothingness. Lu Changge's eyes didn't blink as he fixed his gaze on this figure, mumbling to himself, "Mom, I want to learn this." Then he paused and quickly changed his words. "System, I want to learn this. Give me a simulation." As soon as he finished speaking, the mural's image froze, and the healing points he had painstakingly saved began to flow away like a flood. In the hazy world, an ordinary grass seed fell into it, sprouting and growing, one after another, followed by the emergence of grasslands, deserts, gradually leading to towering mountains and deep valleys, forests with countless trees, and a blue sky like jade. Everything slowly materializing. It was like the creation of the world, from the sun and moon to the stars in the 9 heavens, then to the scattered beasts. Roaring ferocious beasts and birds of prey, all beings including the intelligent human race were revealed within. Then everything turned into nothingness, and in the next moment, it rose again. One glance led to destruction, one thought led to rebirth. TSK, what a big spender. Lu Changge was completely dumbfounded, unsure whether to feel happy or troubled. After making an effort to build up his resolve, he cautiously glanced at the panel, immediately letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had only used 200,000 healing points. He almost thought this wave would drain him completely. Illusory realm, non-grade. Non-grade? Lu Changge nearly had a brain hemorrhage, almost spitting it out. Is that it? 200,000 healing points could make some noise anywhere, right? Don't be angry. Don't be angry, just feel it out first. After a long time, a blade of grass slowly materialized from nothingness in the void, and gradually, more and more grass appeared, covering the entire cave, directly wrapping around Nangong Yu and Qingqing Xianzi, who remained completely unaware. Lu Changge took a sip, savoring it, and couldn't help but frown in contemplation. The grass conjured by the illusory realm technique wasn't fake, but it wasn't entirely real either. It seemed to be in a state between the two. In other words, it could be real or fake, depending on his strength. His thoughts flowed like water, contemplating the mysteries of the illusory realm technique. Illusory realm technique. That's quite impressive. Lu Changge murmured to himself, his voice carrying a slight tremor that even he found hard to detect. In short, it creates a world of illusions. A realm completely governed by my will. He could imagine that as his cultivation improved, the illusory realm would become more and more real and powerful. By the later stages, perhaps he would be like that spiritual butterfly, gently flapping his wings to create the sun, moon, and stars falling, with a casual strike causing an entire realm to collapse. And within the illusory realm, anything was possible. All imagination could be realized within the illusory realm, whether it was mountains and rivers, all living beings, or the laws of heaven and earth. The flow of time would be at his disposal to create. All of this would be under his control, creation, destruction. And even the flow of time would be within his thoughts. When that time comes, if he were to project this power into reality, or even further, directly cover the entire continent. Thinking of this, Lu Changge's heartbeat quickened, and brilliant light burst from his eyes. Hiss! He drew in a breath, completely unable to imagine what kind of pleasure it would be to reach that point. Where the illusory realm enveloped, he would be a god, a creator, a destroyer. The ultimate ruler. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Nangong Yu nudged Lu Changge's body and waved his hand in front of his eyes. After observing once more, he opened his eyes to see Xiao Bai standing there, grinning foolishly, with an unknown liquid dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth. Almost thinking Xiao Bai had been stunned by the mural. A cough. It's nothing. Have you gained anything? He quickly used spiritual power to wipe his mouth and asked in return. Nangong Yu felt relieved and said, I've gained some insights, but I still need to comprehend it a few more times. The various secret techniques and combat methods of those ancient supreme beings were enough to make his heart race. In such a treasure land, it would be a pity not to comprehend it more. Then hurry up and comprehend it. I need to study more too. After sending little Nangong away, Lu Changge looked at the three words non-grade behind the illusory realm technique, his expression shifting between joy and concern. Chapter 79, Fusion of Body Refinement Techniques. He wanted to upgrade this technique, but after looking at the remaining 15,000 healing points, he was a bit unsure. The technique had not yet fused, his cultivation had not improved, and there was a heavenly law and earth symbol devouring beast in front of him, which made him somewhat conflicted. The power of the illusory realm technique was undoubtedly impressive, and its upper limit seemed to be even higher than that of the heavenly law and earth symbol, but it also had some implications for the later stages. Using healing points so tightly in the early stages to upgrade it would indeed be somewhat unwise. After thinking for a long time, Lu Changge gritted his teeth and decided to maximize benefits, fusing and simulating the Windwalker body refinement technique first, hoping it could alleviate the aftereffects of the heavenly law and earth symbol technique. Let's do it, he declared. System, simulate, and fuse, Windwalker body refinement technique. In the next moment, his consciousness seemed to arrive in a stormy place, where everything was easily torn apart like paper in the face of the storm. What he saw were sharp blades of wind, overwhelming and violently swirling in this world. Suddenly, a silver moon appeared, and countless moonbeams, like silver rivers, gathered from all directions to form a huge silver vortex. The purity of the moonlight, the surge of the tides, and the ferocity of the storm. These three forces collided in this void, each collision releasing dazzling light. Lu Changge's mind trembled, unsure whether it was due to the system or his ancestors smoking too much, but he fell into enlightenment. His consciousness traversed among these three powers, feeling like the favored child of heaven and earth. As time passed, the three forces slowly coalesced into three mysterious diamond-shaped symbols, floating up and down in his mind. Simulation complete. Not bad, not bad. The aftereffects of using heavenly law and earth symbol should be much less now. Lu Changge stepped on the ground and felt the strength of his physical body. The spiritual power had just converted, making him about 30% stronger than before. As for the name of the technique, he no longer wanted to complain about it. Moonlight Wind Tide Technique? What if he fuses a wood attribute technique later? Or a fire attribute one? Hey, he really wondered what the system would name it then. He was looking forward to it. Looking at the healing points, he still had 90,000 left, which meant that fusing the technique had only consumed 60,000. Not bad, although it was the first time fusing two techniques. And they were both earth grade, it only cost a little over 30,000. But even a fool knows that the more techniques there are, the harder they are to fuse. And it's normal for them to get more expensive. Wanting to become stronger, he was more than willing to pay this price. Besides, it's just healing points. He could just go farm some more. At worst, he would have to work a little harder. In this day and age, raising a system is too exhausting, right system? Lu Changge let out a light sigh, opened his eyes, and the stone cave was still the same cave, unsure of how to get out. He wanted to try smashing something, but there were still two bipedal beasts contemplating nearby. He glanced at the spiritual butterfly, thinking it might be worth contemplating too. With that said, he began to operate the new technique to strengthen his cultivation and body while directing his spiritual sense into the mural. At the entrance of the chaotic wind ravine, the morning sunlight bathed the two towering peaks, dyeing them a dazzling gold. The lively atmosphere here was no less than before, with many spiritual masters standing outside the valley, refining their bodies with thin streams of spiritual wind, while nearby, the sounds of trading were continuous, creating a bustling scene. However, the atmosphere in Chaos Wind Town is somewhat strange today. It has been over half a month since the Chaos Wind Canyon opened, and those who should have entered have already done so, leaving only a few remaining cultivators to maintain the liveliness of Chaos Wind Town. Logically, there shouldn't be a large influx of cultivators at this point, but early this morning, several batches of cultivators surged into Chaos Wind Town. There were at least several thousand of them, each with formidable cultivation. After arriving, they didn't stay at any inns, but directly surrounded the entire entrance of the Chaos Wind Canyon. The spirit masters at the entrance, who were using the feeble wind to temper their bodies, felt the oppressive atmosphere and retreated. For a moment, the shouts of the vendors decreased significantly, some of them absent-mindedly glancing at the group of cultivators. "Hey, what do you think those people are doing?" A cultivator whispered. "I don't know, but they're definitely not here to pick someone up. I see this group of cultivators is not one wave, but several batches." A nearby cultivator shook his head. "And if they were here to pick someone up, they wouldn't have such expressions. They all look excited and filled with killing intent." Some cultivators speculated. Could it be that someone offended them and is hiding inside the Chaos Wind Canyon? There's only this one exit. If they guard it, that person can't escape. That's quite possible. I just saw them sending a few cultivators inside. At this moment, many more cultivators arrived in dribs and drabs. They didn't seem to belong to one faction, but without exception, they all guarded the entrance, their eyes flickering with divine light. At this time, there were already 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators surrounding the entrance. Sigh, no matter who they are guarding against, that person will find it hard to escape. Another cultivator chuckled and shook his head. "This has nothing to do with us. They can guard whoever they want." Some timid cultivators immediately packed their things and left Chaos Wind Town, while others came from afar to watch the excitement. The scene was evident to all. Spirit Realm 6th level, nice. It feels different to rely on my own cultivation to advance. Lu Changge stretched out vigorously. In the blink of an eye, he had already stayed in this stone wall cave for more than half a month, and the two beastmen had finally completed their comprehension. As for what they comprehended, he had no idea. Only when he was awake did he see countless flames rising from Xiananzi's body, while Qinshin Fairy's spiritual power fluctuations became increasingly profound and obscure. By the way, how are we supposed to get out? Lu Changge looked at the two of them. He searched carefully and found that there were no protrusions in the cave like when they entered. Nangong Yu pondered for a moment, and the spear appeared in his hand, casually pointing at a blank area without murals. Boom. The entire mural cave trembled violently, and the murals on the walls and ceiling fell off, crashing to the ground. The entire cave began to shrink continuously, finally spinning like a whirlwind. Lu Changge felt darkness before his eyes, as if he had been thrown out. When he opened his eyes again, he and Xiananzi were already in the Chaos Wind Canyon, precisely where they had entered. Suddenly, a startled voice came from beside them. "Nangong Yu?" Lu Changge was taken aback and turned to look with Nangong Yu, only to see a woman with a captivating figure, perfectly shaped, with no excess flesh on her body, her eyes as affectionate as autumn waters. At this moment, when she noticed Nangong Yu looking over, she seemed shy, slightly lowering her head, her cheeks turning red like delectable jelly, her hands overlapping, nervously intertwining her fingers, stealing glances at Nangong Yu, then becoming shy again, her face reddening even more and her fingers twisting more intensely. Lu Changge shivered violently. It was Meng Linger, a natural charm body. The scene became somewhat awkward, and Lu Changge felt a twinge of guilt for stealing someone else's opportunity. Fortunately, the girl's eyes were fixated on Nangong Yu, and she didn't glance at him at all, which made him feel much more at ease, and he couldn't help but look at Xiananzi. At this moment, Nangong Yu felt a bit of toothache. Looking at Meng Linger's expression made his teeth ache even more, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, he had no idea what to say. Fortunately, the girl was quite understanding and shyly said, "I won't blame you for my father's matter. He coveted your inheritance first. I am now cultivating in the inner door of Lingxiao Palace." Meng Linger, we still have to go deeper to cultivate. This place is quite rare, so don't waste it." Nangong Yu immediately interrupted Meng Linger, hurriedly saying a sentence and pulling Lu Changge to run deeper. He had never seen Xiananzi's speed. It was astonishingly fast. Hey! By the time Ming Linger reacted, Nangong Yu had already disappeared without a trace. She stomped her foot in frustration, feeling that she hadn't even said a few proper words to him. However, thinking of what Nangong Yu said at the end, her face flushed again. He just told me to cultivate well. Ming Linger murmured to herself, then suddenly thought of something, her face turning even redder, and she blurted out, "Oh dear. I'm so shy." After a long while, Ming Linger took a deep breath, suppressing her wildly beating heart, revealing a satisfied expression. Then she felt puzzled again. The spirit deer beside him was that spirit roebuck, right? Strange, I didn't hear about it in my previous life. After thinking for a long time without coming up with any clues, she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, her memories of her previous life were quite vague. The most important thing was, Father's death is the obstacle between you and me. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I will definitely listen to you, cultivate well, and become an empress. Xiananzi's peach blossom is not bad. She doesn't care about her father's life or death. Don't you feel moved? Lu Changge teased, glancing at Nangong Yu, who looked as if he was being chased by a wolf. Nangong Yu looked back with a heart-pounding glance, let out a light sigh, and shot a glare at Xiaobai, saying fiercely, "Don't move. Such a woman is dangerous. If she doesn't care about her own father, who else would she care about?" Although her father wasn't killed by him, he would rather face the siege of thousands of cultivators than have a single word with such a woman. Diminishing lifespan. Be careful. Lu Changge pulled Nangong Yu aside, and they saw a massive wind spirit appear where they had just stood. If they had been half a moment slower, it would have been more than just minor injuries. We must be close to the inner area now. This wind spirit is much stronger than the previous area. Nangong Yu glanced at the wind spirit and looked deeper. There. It was no longer just simple wind pressure, but transformed into countless deep green wind blades howling in the air, cutting through all obstacles. Occasionally, they would converge into a huge wind pillar, and these wind blades spun violently within the wind pillar, truly terrifying. With their current physical strength, the wind pressure in the middle area no longer posed any threat to them, so they had to go to the inner area. There is less than half a month left. Xiaobai, we need to hurry. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Lu Changge took the lead and dashed into the inner area. As soon as he entered, his speed slowed down. The powerful wind pressure pressed down on his body, as if trying to crush him into powder. A few wind blades swept past, leaving several cracks on his body. The speed was so fast that blood didn't even have time to flow out. However, the spiritual energy in the inner area was several times denser than in the middle area, and the wounds gradually healed. As he enveloped his entire body with his spiritual sense, he could feel his physical body strengthening at a very slow pace. Xiananzi, hurry in. This is truly a good place. It can enhance our physical bodies and also earn healing points. Where can we find such a good thing? As Nangong Yu rushed into the inner area, before long, his spiritual clothing was torn to shreds, and upon closer inspection, he only had minor wounds all over his body. It was evident that his physical body was being tempered under the will of the spear, making him even stronger than Lu Changge. At that moment, a massive wind column, or rather a tornado, was rapidly forming, with countless blades of wind being swept into it. The sharpness of it made one's hair stand on end. Lu Changge grinned and urged, "Xiaonanzi, let us go into the wind column." Nangong Yu glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He weakly said, "Hey, Xiaobai, aren't we being too hasty? Let's enhance our physical bodies a bit outside first before going in." Although his body had been tempered by gun intent, this thing looked somewhat frightening, and he was afraid his body might not withstand it. With me here, what is there to fear? Besides, we've already wasted half a month. If we don't push ourselves now, wouldn't that be a waste? Lu Changge continued to coax. With my healing powers, as long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, everything will be fine. Nangong Yu ground his teeth, his eyes hardened. All right, I'll go in first to feel the power. If I can hold on, then you can come in. With that, he braced against the wind pressure and trudged towards the wind column. The closer he got, the easier it became to move. But as he approached the outer edge of the wind column, his body began to shake violently. He had to squat slightly and grip the ground tightly to avoid being sucked in. In an instant, he was drawn into the wind column, where the wind pressure was even stronger, grinding against his body and rendering him immobile. Countless wind blades rained down on him like a storm. Nangong Yu quickly gathered his spiritual energy at the surface of his skin, forming a protective membrane, which produced a harsh grinding sound as the wind blades sliced against it. Even so, the cutting from the wind blades was still excruciating. After a moment of adjustment, he slowly released spiritual energy, except for the vital areas, and in an instant, a splash of red appeared in the wind column. Just then, a wave of green light enveloped him. However, the wounds that had just healed were cut open again, repeatedly, until the green light was exhausted. Chapter 81, Wind Column Body Tempering. Ding. You have healed at the 6th level of the Healing Spirit Sect, with 9-star luck, human race. Healing points 1090. Sure enough, it's still Xiao Nanzi, TSK. A satisfied expression appeared on Lu Changge's face. He could replenish his healing points again. He kept his eyes fixed on Xiao Nanzi, allowing the wind pressure and wind blade tempering to take full effect, ready to provide a boost at any moment. As time passed, Lu Changge gradually mastered the timing for supplementing Xiao Nanzi's healing, and he no longer hesitated, stepping in himself. He hadn't forgotten why he had entered the chaotic wind gorge. Besides, he had integrated the wind-based body tempering technique, so he would be even more at ease than Xiao Nanzi. Damn! The moment he entered, the hissing sound was incessant, and the enormous wind column was nearly stained red. The wind was too fierce. Lu Changge immediately cast a healing spell on himself, fully activating his technique, which incorporated the wind-walking body tempering technique, allowing him to feel much more at ease. Right, there's also the wind spirit stone. 3 days later, Xiao Nanzi, shouldn't we continue deeper? Lu Changge stretched his body, the wind blades grazing him only leaving faint white marks, moving freely within the wind column, treating the powerful wind pressure as if it were nothing. Nangong Yu was the same, except he wasn't as comfortable as Xiao Bai since he wasn't wind-based. He smiled and said, "All right, thanks to Xiao Bai, otherwise, how could we progress so quickly?" "Of course, I've got this," Lu Changge said, feeling even happier inside. In the first 2 days, he had gained quite a few healing points. Fortunately, Xiao Nanzi had exceptionally strong luck. He hadn't encountered a situation where healing Xiao Nanzi didn't yield healing points. At this point, the wind column had shrunk significantly, with a light leap. They both escaped. "Let us go. I wonder where that group of spirit kings is now," Lu Changge murmured. "I wonder what good things they've found inside. Especially that dingbai from the divine blood gate. Don't expect him to forget, he is a Capricorn." As they continued deeper, the color of the wind blades became increasingly profound, showing a trend of turning dark green. Even with their current physical bodies, they would still break under the pressure of these wind blades. In this increasingly rich aura, the two advanced, encountering wind spirits to fight and charging towards supersized wind columns. Under Lu Changge's healing powers, their progress was rapid. At the entrance of the chaotic wind gorge, the leader furrowed his brow upon hearing this. First glancing at the other leaders nearby, then looking at the cultivators who had poured in later, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He pondered. Aside from our 5 families, there are also quite a few cultivators who seem to be loose cultivators behind. They might be eyeing that kid. No family, no matter how extravagant, would give them these side cultivators the heavenly level cultivation methods, if they could get it from that kid. The leader's thick eyebrows raised slightly. Who wouldn't want heavenly level techniques? However, not to mention that there were other 4 major families people here. Even those loose cultivators at the back were likely after the techniques. If the Chun family wanted to monopolize it, it would be impossible. Well then, they could only cooperate. The Chun leader immediately communicated with the other 4 leaders. "Please, brothers, may I have a word?" The other 4 leaders glanced at him and nodded slightly. Then the 5 turned into streaks of light and vanished from the spot. In the depths of the chaotic wind gorge, a fierce and violent wind column was now shaking violently, its rapid and forceful rotation suddenly coming to a halt. Then, it exploded with a bang, and countless deep green wind blades shot out in all directions, cutting cracks into the towering rock walls on either side of the gorge. It was precisely Lu Changge and Nangong Yu, believing that after this physical enhancement, when he cast the law of heaven and earth divine ability, it shouldn't be so tragic anymore. Lu Changge admired his strong physique, secretly contemplating if the law of heaven and earth could become his regular combat power. He couldn't even imagine how awesome he would be. By then, it wouldn't be bragging in the northern wilderness. As long as he didn't provoke those old monsters, he could single-handedly defeat the younger generation. "Xiao Bai, the chaotic wind gorge is ending tomorrow. Should we go deeper?" Nangong Yu glanced into the depths and turned to ask. The purpose of entering the chaotic wind gorge was nearly complete, and he had no particular obsession with going deeper. Why not? We've come this far. Lu Changge's eyes sparkled, tilting his head to look at Xiao Nanzi, continuing. "Aren't you curious why the chaotic wind gorge has such functions, or what caused this treasure land to form? There must be a reason for such a treasure land." He hadn't read novels for nothing. If there were no treasures inside, he would eat his hat. Nangong Yu chuckled bitterly and explained. "The chaotic wind gorge has formed over thousands of years. Do you think no one else has thought the same way? The deepest parts are no place for cultivators like us to enter. According to predecessors, one must at least be at the royal realm, or even the venerable realm, to enter." With that, Nangong Yu spread his hands. "As you know, no one above the Spirit King realm can enter the chaotic wind gorge, so." He fell into a deadlock, with no solution. Even with my healing powers, it won't work? Probably not. Xiao Nanzi hasn't seen it with his own eyes. So it seems unlikely. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such rumors. Changge was taken aback. If that were the case, it would indeed be somewhat challenging. However, this only made him more interested. What did this indicate? It indicated that the treasures inside would be even more precious. If he could obtain them. No way. It'd be too regrettable to leave like this. We have to go in and see for ourselves. Besides, we haven't seen those spirit kings. Maybe they're inside. Changge said stubbornly. We've come this far. Not going in to take a look would be unsatisfying. All right, but let us be clear, don't act impulsively. Nangong Yu said helplessly, reminding him repeatedly. In the past thousands of years, no one had entered. Among them were not lacking strong physical bodies or heaven-defying talents. So the level of danger was evident. Chapter 82, Fierce Battle. They had descended deep enough, so it wasn't far from the deepest point, about 50 kilometers. With their current physical strength, they moved quickly. Soon, the man and the deer finally arrived. Here, the space had expanded abnormally, being dozens of times larger than the entrance. Resembling a circular valley, filled with hundreds of cultivators. Among them were the powerful beings from Xuantianj, Lingxiagong, and Shengximen, all present, but for some reason, Dingbai was not here. Xiaobai, be careful, aside from Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining Sect, and Wu Jiqing from the Wuxiang Sect. Everyone else is at the Spirit King realm, Nangong Yu warned, his gaze vigilant. Changge did not look at those people. His eyes were fixed on the scene of a black wall. No, it was a black wind, as if it were isolated by a barrier, unable to sweep out. However, he could still sense an extremely terrifying aura of extinction through that barrier, sending shivers down his spine. If this were to sweep across a person, wouldn't it leave them bruised? Changge averted his gaze. The wind was oddly enticing. The longer he looked, the more he wanted to step inside. I'm fine. What are they looking at? Hundreds of Spirit King realm cultivators were surrounding a flower bud, staring intently. Nangong Yu shook his head. The flower appeared rather strange. Looking like an unopened wind spirit flower, but not quite. However, with so many Spirit Kings drooling over it, this flower bud must be extraordinary. At this moment, the cultivators in the valley noticed two more competitors arriving, and their gazes turned towards the two, revealing some fierce expressions. Taoist Lu, Taoist Nangong, you have also come. Fairy Qinshin greeted with delight, then somewhat reservedly nodded. After spending so many days together in that mural cave, they had become familiar, especially since she greatly admired Changge's deer. How about it, Xiaonan? I think Fairy Qinshin is quite nice. Are you moved? Should I help you flirt a bit? With your handsome face, your success rate should be quite high. Just then, 5 cultivators looked towards Nangong Yu and walked over with smiles. One of them exclaimed from afar. Ha ha ha, this must be Taoist Nangong. We have long heard of your great name, and we didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, so we couldn't help but want to get to know Taoist Nangong, another chimed in. The 5 men all had simple, sturdy appearances, their laughter hearty, which made people feel good about them. What a pleasure. Nangong Yu smiled and cupped his fists, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Long heard of his great name? His fame was due to his cultivation methods. Could these men be after those methods? Changge humorously transmitted, TSK. You can't judge a book by its cover. They look quite honest, but their malice is almost overflowing. Just the right time to test your progress over the past month. Have fun. Saying this, he suddenly retreated hundreds of meters, leaving Xiaonan alone in place, wearing a look of watching a show. Seeing this, Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly, not wasting words, and directly took a stance, his spiritual power bursting forth. A good show is about to start. The many cultivators guarding the flower bud turned to watch, all looking eager. That kid hasn't even broken through to the Spirit King realm yet. Just being here is already a sign of exceptional talent. But to fight against 5 Spirit Kings? That's too reckless, one cultivator commented. His voice didn't diminish. So the crowd began to discuss fervently. No. Look at that kid's calm expression. He must have some impressive trump card. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Another cultivator rebutted. A nearby Spirit King chuckled and advised, stop arguing. Just watch, you'll know soon enough. Look, they're starting to fight. Knowing the 5 had ill intentions, Nangong Yu was not polite and took the initiative to strike first. A great sun rose into the sky, and the winds in the valley seemed to quiet down. The kid noticed, go? The 5 simple faces suddenly turned fierce, a murderous aura soaring to the skies, rushing towards Nangong Yu. At that moment, blinding sunlight filled the entire valley. A strong burning sensation surged from the cultivators, causing a wave of gasps. This was not over. Countless fireballs, the size of grinding stones, shot out from the blazing sun, targeting the 5. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 quickly dodged, most of the fireballs landing in empty spaces, exploding violently like meteorites, shattering rocks and filling the air with red smoke. Chen Shi, restrict him with me, one man shouted. Then, using ice magic, A massive blue beast charged out from behind him, the icy aura surrounding it threatening to freeze the entire valley, slowing Nangong Yu's movements. Another burly man immediately responded, forming seals with his hands, also using fire magic. Instantly, 9 fiery serpents slithered through the air, unleashing waves of terrifying heat as they bound towards him. With the cold aura slowing him down, Nangong Yu was unable to react and was ensnared by the 9 fiery serpents. The other 3 men acted simultaneously. One transformed into a thunder god, raising a hand to summon destructive thunder. Another embodied the shadows wielding a scythe, and the last one, like a diamond-like elephant, gathered radiant power in his right fist. In an instant, the entire valley changed dramatically, mixed spiritual powers shaking the rocks on both sides. Oh, I thought there would be a good show, but it ended like this. How boring. The watching cultivators were somewhat disappointed, initially hoping to see what tricks the kid had. But regrettably, he hadn't even used them before being restrained. It seemed he was still too young and inexperienced in battle. Now, it was indeed not surprising, after all. Spirit kings were still spirit kings. Even if he was powerful, he would still be suppressed. Another cultivator agreed. The man who summoned the ice beast quickly shouted, "Now, it's time." The attacks of the other 3 were already prepared, pouring down towards the bound Nangong Yu. Lu Changge's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the battlefield, muttering, "Xiaonan, this little danger shouldn't be too much for you, right?" Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, an even hotter burning sensation surged forth, as if the ground, battered by a 1,000-year gale, was about to melt. Even their sturdy bodies struggled to resist it. Suddenly, another great sun rose, and at that moment, the winds in the entire valley came to a halt, the 2 great suns shining spectacularly, warping the space with their heat. Roar! The ice beast let out a mournful cry before it shattered, and the 9 fiery serpents had already transformed into fire spirits, being absorbed into Nangong Yu's body. The other 3 unmatched attacks had completely been obliterated under the first wave of impact from the 2 great suns. What's this? How is it possible? He is only at the spirit realm. How can he possess such power? The watching spirit kings were directly stunned into silence. That kid is only at the spirit realm? What are they then? I remember now. It's him, Nangong Yu, the last ranked on the hidden dragon list. One cultivator suddenly exclaimed, then looked at Nangong Yu with burning eyes, as if he were gazing at a treasure. I heard he practices a heavenly grade. Another cultivator was immediately covered by a companion's hand over his mouth. However, among the cultivators present, who wasn't a master, they all heard it clearly. Heavenly grade? It must be a heavenly grade technique. That's the kind of technique that can lead to the sacred realm. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Fairy Qinxin frowned slightly, unsure of how to respond. Lin Yuanbai and Wu Jiqing exchanged glances, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Without exception, all the cultivators in the area stared intently at Nangong Yu. Even the almost ripened flower bud drew several people's attention. The burly men attacking Nangong Yu were utterly shocked, unable to help but exclaim, "No, it's impossible. Wasn't your imperial bone already dug out?" Why then? It seemed as if he had reacted, and immediately fell silent. Nangong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked over, his deep-set eyes involuntarily shooting out 2 flames, gazing fiercely at the speaking man. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell, asking, "Who are you? Or rather, who are you all? Ice attribute. Ice beasts. Ice, the Shangwan family. Are you from the Shangwan family?" The leading man's expression changed drastically. Then he laughed heartily, since it had already been seen through. Hiding it would be of no use. Young Master Nangong has a good memory. It seems my Shangwan family's name is still quite prominent. The Shangwan man chuckled, pointing at the other 4, then continued. Why don't you take a guess as to which family they belong to? As soon as he said this, the other 4 frowned at him, their expressions very displeased. He grinned and said with a menacing tone, "What are you afraid of? Do you think this time he can still escape?" Before the 4 could react, he looked at Nangong Yu as if bestowing a gift, introducing, well, the Ouyang family that uses thunder, the Chun family that uses fire, the Wang family that plays with physical bodies, and as for that ghost-like guy, young Master Nangong might as well take a guess. His words came out rapidly, and before the 4 could stop him, he rattled them off, then looked at Nangong Yu with a half-smile. What a joke, your own family has been exposed, and you still want to hide? Although this kid was bound to die this time, what if? Right. Enjoying blessings together and bearing grudges together. Nangong Yu looked at the ghost-like figure whose body flickered in and out of visibility, his pupils constricting. The Taisher family, closely associated with the imperial royal family. The Empire's blade. Ha ha ha. It seems young Master Nangong has already guessed it. Now, you should be able to close your eyes, right? The Shangwan man had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. Kill. With a loud shout, the ice domain was unleashed, enveloping Nangong Yu within. Countless ice spikes converged into 100 zhong, about 333 meters, giant sword that slashed downwards. The other four were not to be outdone, not using their domains again, but instead took out their best combat techniques, wanting to crush him in one fell swoop and kill him here. Nangong Yu had just obtained information about his family's enemies, and for a moment, his emotions were in turmoil, leaving him stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Changge flashed onto the battlefield, first casting a healing spell, then looking at the 5 men in front of him. Let me play with you, brats. Where did these ignorant beasts come from? A mere spirit realm cultivator dares to boast. Prepare to die. The Wong man stomped his right foot, causing the ground to tremble, and punched forward, his golden Buddhist avatar enveloping his entire body, extremely fierce. Changge smiled disdainfully, his spiritual power surging, controlling the wind blades of the entire valley, which instantly merged to form a terrifying black giant blade, chillingly cold, and struck down towards the incoming avatar. Boom. The moment the avatar's fist collided with the black giant blade, an unparalleled force surged and spread out, causing stones to fly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Crack. The avatar began to crack from the fist, the fissures spreading slowly yet quickly across its body, until it exploded with a bang. The Wong man spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and was instantly sent flying away. Hiss, what kind of spirit deer is this? It's even more ferocious than that boy. The observing spirit kings were shocked. Was it that they couldn't keep up with the times? Is the current spirit realm like this? No, that's not a spirit deer, but a spirit roebuck. It directly dropped to the top of the potential dragon ranking upon its appearance. A cultivator narrowed his eyes, taking a deep breath and calmly said. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. After the last ranking was released, the beings of the 4 domains had studied it countless times and confirmed that the spirit roebuck had never appeared from ancient times to now. Now it seemed that it was a mutation of the spirit deer, and upon its emergence, it shocked the entire continent. Seeing a live spirit roebuck for the first time, the spirit kings couldn't help but observe closely. Its size was a bit small, but its figure flowed smoothly, its snow-white fur smooth as jade, shimmering with a crystal sheen, with 4 prominent antlers that were extraordinarily marvelous. Hiss, according to the ranking, this spirit roebuck is not even a year old. It's even stronger than the offspring of that Western domain monster saint. Everyone was astonished, eagerly watching the battlefield to see what kind of miraculous powers this spirit roebuck had that allowed it to drop to the top of the ranking. Chapter 84. Changge takes action. You are the spirit roebuck? The spirit roebuck at the top of the potential dragon ranking? The other 4 families clearly heard the exclamations of the spirit kings and were shocked. No wonder even the Wong family's powerful body, comparable to an ancient fierce beast, was easily shattered in one strike. Truly terrifying. Spirit roebuck, our 5 families have no grievances with you. Why do you obstruct us? The Chun family's man, with a shocked expression, immediately shouted angrily. Yes, withdraw now, and we will not hold it against you for your youth. But if you insist on protecting this remnant, we will not be polite. The Ouyang family man also spoke at this moment, his voice indifferent, with murderous intent in his eyes. Even at the top of the potential dragon ranking, it was still just a spirit realm cultivator, an immature monster. No matter how incredible its potential, it would still need time to grow. This status was not enough to make the 5 families wary. If they were truly angered, they would strike it down together. Changge glanced at the 5 of them disdainfully, chuckling softly. Just you few clowns? Come on, let me see how you intend to be rude to me. Upon hearing this, the 5 men were enraged, their auras soaring to the sky, causing the weather in the valley to change dramatically, with rolling dark clouds surging. Looking for death? Go. In an instant, lightning fell from the sky, ice rivers spread, and massive firestorms surged forward. Changge raised his front hooves high and suddenly stomped down on the ground, causing the ice rivers to shatter, ice shards flying everywhere, then transforming into a torrential rain. His back erupted with spiritual power. A gigantic tidal wave surged up, directly extinguishing the incoming thunder and firestorm, maintaining its momentum, rushing straight towards the 4 men. In an instant, the waves churned as if a natural disaster had struck, the roar shaking the heavens and the earth, vowing to grind the 4 into dust. Too terrifying. No wonder it is recognized as the top spirit in the spirit realm. The watching spirit kings felt their hair stand on end at such might. This kind of divine power, if it were them, they would likely find it hard to resist. Wait, that's not 5 people, where's the other one? A meticulous cultivator suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, a figure, ghostly and eerie, suddenly charged out from behind Changge, attacking with a lethal move, a huge scythe radiating an extremely cold and chilling aura, aimed at his neck. If it connected, without a doubt, the roebuck's head would fall. Changge's hair stood on end, his instincts kicking in. He quickly mobilized his spiritual power and in the blink of an eye, condensed a gigantic shield. This shield was as fluid as water and wind, shimmering with a silvery green glow, vibrating at high frequency the instant the giant scythe collided with it. Boom. A powerful wave accompanied by blinding lights swept across the entire valley, causing the observing crowd to close their eyes to resist. Changge pivoted and retreated to the side, squinting slightly as he assessed the suddenly appeared figure. He said softly, "Interesting. Otherwise, it would be too boring." Due to the tsunami, the other four narrowly escaped disaster. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would likely end up heavily injured, unable to fight again. The ghostly man's expression was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. And he said calmly, "Spirit Roebuck, you have achieved so much at such a young age. I advise you not to misjudge yourself. If you fall here, it would be a pity." The other four men exchanged glances, a hint of wariness flashing in their eyes. This Spirit Roebuck was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been interrupted by the Teicher family, they would have undoubtedly suffered serious injuries. "Yes, Spirit Roebuck, you still have plenty of time. How can you accompany a young brat to his death? Let me tell you, even if you save him now, when the Chaos Wind Canyon closes tomorrow, he will still die. Not bad. Our 5 great families have set up a net at the entrance. And this kid won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. The 5 leaders are the embodiment of the imperial realm. Do you think you can protect this kid under their hands?" At this moment, the 4 of them also spoke up, not fearing that the remnants of the Nangong family would find out. Even if they did, what could they do? There is only one exit in the chaotic wind gorge. At that time, there would be no restrictions from the formations. Even if he hides inside and doesn't come out, the leaders can enter and kill him here. Hiss. The eastern wilderness is quite ruthless. They can chase us all the way to the northern E. That's too cruel. The Spirit Kings also understood at this moment. These 5 great families not only destroyed their family, but also wanted to eliminate them completely. They actually crossed domains to hunt them down. TSK, do you understand? If it weren't for this boy's astonishing talent, these 5 families wouldn't be so wary, eager to kill him to avoid future troubles. Another cultivator understood this approach quite well. Eradicating the roots? Are they waiting for others to grow up and take revenge? Moreover, didn't you just hear? This boy is the genius who made a name for himself on the continent 6 years ago, born with imperial bones, but then there was no news. It turns out his imperial bones were dug out, and so was his family. Yes, too tragic. The discussions among the crowd caused the faces of the 5 to change slightly, although they were in the northern E, if such news spread. Their 5 great families' reputation would be ruined. The 5 exchanged glances, their gazes towards the Spirit Roe increasingly impatient. The burly man from the Ouyang family, known for his impulsive temper, directly shouted, "That Spirit Roe, we ask you one last time, will you retreat or not?" As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to the Spirit Roe. How would it choose? To preserve itself or to protect until the end? Seeing this, Changge smiled slightly. Are the 5 great imperial realms really that remarkable? He wanted to see the might of the Spirit Emperor realm, to see if his heavenly law and earthly phenomena could withstand it. So he sneered disdainfully and said in a mocking tone, "You think after sneaking an attack on me, you can defeat me? Are the families from the eastern wilderness all this naive? No way, no way." Upon hearing this, the 5 instantly turned red with anger. Beasts are just beasts, unaware of what is good for them. Stubborn and unyielding, kill. Want to unleash your domain? Come in and have fun. The bright moon rises over the sea. Changge directly summoned his strongest battle technique aside from the heavenly law and earthly phenomena. Instantly, all 5 were pulled into his conceptual domain. The 5 felt a darkness before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves on a dimly lit sea surface, where the boundless sea made it impossible to see the boundaries. Not good. The seawater beneath our feet is constantly draining our spiritual power. The burly man from the Chun family changed color immediately. His fire-based cultivation was particularly sensitive here. The burly man from the Teicher family frowned deeply and said, "This is likely the Spirit Rose domain. We should also expand our domains and break through this strange realm to rush out." The Spirit Roe hadn't even broken through to the Spirit King realm. Yet it possessed such a miraculous domain. It truly was hard to believe. Fire domain, activate. Ice domain, activate. Chapter 85. So this is how we play? The 5 expanded their own domains, immediately causing the calm sea surface to surge with waves and roar with fury. The space also emitted a buzzing sound. Everyone, put in more effort. This space is about to break. Seeing this, the man from the Shangwan family looked delighted and immediately shouted. Just then, a massive bright moon slowly rose from the sea, its light illuminating the entire sea surface, firmly capturing the attention of the 5, as if the whole world were immersed in moonlight. When the bright moon reached its peak, the previously turbulent waves grew even more violent, directly raising a 100-jong tsunami, crashing down with unparalleled force. "Break open. Give me a break." Ah, break. In this critical moment, the 5 didn't hesitate to burn their life force, unleashing all their potential. and finally broke free from the moonlight-esque confinement. The 100-Zhang tsunami, carrying an astonishing momentum, slammed down and completely submerged the five. Boom boom. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted beneath the sea surface, and 5 streaks of light shot up into the sky at incredible speed, each surrounded by a faint, shimmering firelight. That was the sign of burning life force. Once ignited, it was irreversible, continuing until it was completely consumed and life ceased. At this moment, the 5 were bloodied, their eyes blazing, their auras overwhelmingly strong, yet they could not hide the hatred in their hearts. If it weren't for this spirit row, how could they have fallen here? Break the domain, kill that spirit row, kill. That bright moon is suspicious. It must be the core of the domain. The man from the Taisher family said coldly, his expression icy. The 5 at this moment unleashed their strongest offensive techniques towards the bright moon, burning their life force, their might doubling in intensity. 5 unmatched attacks shot across the sky, dazzling and blinding. Before they even reached, they caused the space to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lu Changge focused his mind, sensing the tremors of the conceptual domain, then sneered coldly. Humph, so this is how we play? Then I'll let you play to your heart's content. You want my moon, right? Then I'll give it to you. After saying this, the massive silver moon slightly trembled, then descended with unparalleled divine might towards the 5. Let us see if you can withstand it. The divine moon descends, and heaven and earth weep. The 5's pupils instantly dilated, their eyes nearly bursting. Are you kidding me? However, it was all too late. As the silver moon fell, space began to collapse. At the moment of contact, all sounds in the space vanished. Time seemed to freeze until the blinding white light engulfed the entire valley, shooting up into the sky. On my eyes it hurts. Crap, I can't see anything. What happened? The many spirit kings watching felt a sharp pain in their eyes, unable to even open them. Their spiritual senses spread out, only to find a void. It was unclear how long it took before everyone finally regained their senses. They quickly looked towards the battlefield, only to find no trace of the 5. Only the spirit row stood in the air, its fur still as pure white as jade. And as its eyes opened and closed, the silver moon appeared, exuding an astonishing might. The spirit kings who originally wanted to target Nangong Yu's techniques repressed their hidden greed, remaining still. The spirit row's strength was uncertain, and it was protecting Nangong Yu. So they couldn't act hastily. For now, they could only observe the changes. At this moment, Nangong Yu also regained his senses amidst the blinding white light and spoke in a deep voice. Thank you, little white. He then looked around, his eyes filled with killing intent, and continued to ask, did those 5 escape? Humph, with my intervention, how could they possibly escape? It's a pity that the spatial ring also got obliterated. Lu Changge said regretfully. He hadn't expected the power of the silver moon's descent to be so immense. But he wasn't unscathed either. The backlash from the shattered conceptual domain had severely injured him. If he hadn't quickly cast several healing spells, this group of spirit kings would have likely surged forward by now. Saying this, he cast a fierce glance at the observing spirit kings. This spirit row is too fierce. If it steps into the spirit king, or even the spirit emperor realm, who knows what kind of might it would possess? A spirit king sighed softly. Needless to say, it will definitely ascend the list of top talents, competing with the most monstrous talents on the continent. I've heard that those who make it into the top 10 of the talent list all have a chance to become emperors. I wonder if that's true. A nearby cultivator immediately interjected, shaking his head. As soon as these words were spoken, the spirit kings became intrigued. I don't believe it. Count how many top 10 talents have existed in the past years, and what happened to them in the end. Either they died or disappeared, and the highest achievement was probably only the spirit saint. Don't say that. I think this spirit row has the potential to become an emperor. What nonsense. You're right. It has reached such a level of cultivation in less than a year. Its potential is evident. Lu Changge let out a cold snort and shifted his gaze away. A group of mere spirit kings dared to dream of becoming an emperor. They really didn't know the meaning of the words, nor did they understand their own limitations or the danger they were in. Shao Nanzi, is what they said true? Becoming an emperor? Nangong Yu nodded helplessly and explained. There is such a saying on the mainland, but not many people take it seriously now. Moreover, those top 10 prodigies on the genius list do indeed disappear without a trace in the end, just as they said. At this point, Nangong Yu's expression became serious as he solemnly said, Xiaobai, your talent will surely place you in the top 10 of the genius list sooner or later. So you must be extremely careful when that time comes. Such incidents have happened countless times over the past 1,000 years, with the top-tier powerhouses from the 4 regions investigating but finding no clues, only to expend more energy on their own prodigies. However, even so, very few managed to survive. And those who did found their Tao hearts shattered, making it difficult to advance in cultivation again. Lu Changge was startled upon hearing this. Is it really true? This is not a genius list. Isn't it just a death list? Those behind the top 10 prodigies are actually fine. Nangong Yu hesitated. Changge snorted and shook his head vigorously, saying, forget it. Let's talk about it after we climb the mountain. It's still early. We should discuss how to break out after the chaotic wind gorge subsides. If those 5 people weren't lying. The entrance to the chaotic wind gorge must be surrounded tightly by the 5 great families, and trying to sneak away would be out of the question. The main issue is that the 5 leaders are all in the Emperor realm, which complicates matters. Nangong Yu's expression stiffened. After pondering for a moment, he said solemnly, at that time, you take Xiao Jinkong and leave Chaotic Wind Town first. I'll leave last through the contract. After all, 5 of them are in the Spirit Emperor realm. This is not a joke. No matter how powerful Xiao Bai is, he can block 1, but can he block 5? Although Xiao Bai's physical body has improved a lot since entering, no one can say for certain what level of after effects his divine abilities have dropped to. So it's better not to take too many risks. Alright, that works too. Changge reluctantly agreed. In fact, he wanted to confront the Spirit Emperor head-on. But the timing wasn't right this time, and the odds were a bit too great. Perhaps next time. Just then, a sudden angry shout caught everyone's attention. Hey, where's the wind god flower? Who the hell picked it? Step forward. Everyone abruptly looked in the direction where the flower bud had been, only to find it empty. The flower bud had long since disappeared. Damn, who took the wind god flower right under our noses? It was just here. How could it be gone now? That bright white light just now was blinding. Could it be that someone took it during that moment? It must be the spirit deer's accomplice, that kid. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately turned their burning gazes toward Changge and Nangong Yu. Changge's brows knitted tightly as he glared at the last speaker. A killing intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Repeat it so I can listen. That chilling and faint tone made people's hearts leap in fright, extremely terrifying. The ordinary-looking cultivator shrank his neck, then glanced at the many cultivators around him before defiantly saying, who else could it be but you two? Besides you, who could take the flower right under the eyes of so many spirit kings? After speaking, he scanned the crowd, seemingly asking, can you do it? Can you? Daring to do without daring to acknowledge, taking our hard-earned spirit god flower and still not admitting it. We have hundreds of spirit kings here. Do you think we are afraid of you two? The ordinary cultivator raised his head high, his courage growing as he continued with a sneer, not only the wind god flower, but hand over the techniques on that kid as well. Don't force us to come and take it ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the greed in the eyes of the spirit kings flashed and disappeared. We have hundreds of spirit kings. How could we not take down 2 little spirit sect members? Compared to the wind god flower, the heavenly tier techniques are 1,000 times more precious. If we don't seize the opportunity when it's offered, then when? That's right. Hand over the heavenly tier techniques. And we will turn a blind eye to the wind god flower matter. Otherwise, brothers, surround them. Don't let them escape. Hand over the heavenly tier techniques. Sheen Exine Fairy was astonished, never expecting that things would escalate to this point in such a short time. Everyone could see the purpose of the spirit kings. But with so many of them, even if Changge and Nangong Yu were powerful, they would definitely not be a match for hundreds of spirit kings. Then she stood up and spoke. I can testify that the wind god flower was not picked by them. Daoist and Nangong Daoist are the most important guests of my Lingxiao Palace. You should stop. As soon as Sheen Exine Fairy spoke, the valley instantly fell silent. And the expressions of the spirit kings changed, some becoming indecisive. Lingxiao Palace is one of the 8 major sects, an absolute behemoth of the North E. Although this place is not within Lingxiao Palace's territory, it is not far from its borders. If they offend them, they cannot bear the consequences. Just as everyone hesitated, the ordinary-looking spirit king stood up again and coldly said, Sheen Exine Fairy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is not your Lingxiao Palace. You can't control it here. If we take the techniques, we can just stay far away from your Lingxiao Palace's territory. I don't believe that Lingxiao Palace would chase us across the North E for a so-called guest of yours. The ordinary spirit king appeared to be in control of the situation and then smiled faintly, saying, are you protecting them because you want to monopolize it? Or do you Lingxiao Palace have your eyes on it too? If you say another word, we'll deal with you too. His words dispelled the concerns in the hearts of the spirit kings. They could just avoid Lingxiao Palace's territory and live incognito once their cultivation reached a certain level. What could Lingxiao Palace do to them? The spirit kings already had intentions, and the ordinary spirit king's words served as the last straw, causing them to let go of their worries and take action. Well said, Sheen Exine Fairy. You must consider carefully whether it's worth it to accompany this kid to his death. Exactly. This kid isn't your little lover, is he? Protecting him like this, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Who knows? This kid is so handsome. It's normal for Sheen Exine Fairy to have feelings for him. Isn't that right? Lingxiao Palace only knows how to do this. Keek keek. Once this group of spirit kings let go of their fear of the major sects, they revealed their ugly sides like malevolent ghosts shedding their human skins. Changge Fairy and the several spirit kings behind her had extremely ugly expressions, their eyes cold as if they wanted to remember the faces of every disrespectful spirit king. However, they did not take action, for once they did, surrounded by hundreds of spirit kings, they truly would have no way out. Thank you for your words. Changge Fairy. I appreciate it. You should leave first. Changge said nonchalantly, seemingly not taking this group of spirit kings seriously at all. Changge Fairy hesitated for a moment, glanced at the several spirit kings behind her, nodded, and coldly said, "Let's go." The spirit kings obediently made way, not daring to stop them. Otherwise, they would truly offend Lingxiao Palace. Changge Fairy's status in Lingxiao Palace is extraordinary. If she were to die here, they would all have to bury themselves alongside her. Lingxiao Palace's diplomatic power is not to be trifled with. As soon as the people from Lingxiao Palace left, Ling Hongzhua from Xin Yuan Pavilion glanced around with a light laugh and also left. The several spirit kings from the Blood God sect hesitated. The spirit deer was too powerful, and Dingbai was not present, so they gritted their teeth and also left. Following that, several cultivators who did not want to get involved also departed, including Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect. Lin Yuanbai? Changge's expression suddenly tightened as he scanned the surroundings. Where was Wu Jiqing from the Wuxiang sect? Weren't they together? Wuxiang sect, Wuxiang sect. He felt as if he had missed something, and his spiritual awareness directly enveloped all the spiritual kings opposite him. Just as the spiritual kings were about to scold him, they suddenly looked at the ordinary-looking spiritual king. The Wuxiang divine art of the Wuxiang sect has been well cultivated, huh? Wu Jiqing is quite provocative. Everyone present was taken aback. Wuxiang sect? Another upper sect? Who is it? The crowd followed Changge's gaze, and it was indeed that ordinary-looking cultivator. Chapter 87. The Ugly Side of Human Nature. Seeing that Wu Jiqing had been exposed, he no longer concealed himself. With spiritual energy surging, he revealed a handsome face comparable to Nangong Yu's. Though it was unclear if it was his true appearance, he smiled playfully and mocked. A spirit deer is just a spirit deer, but what if you recognize me? After all, as a mere spirit sect cultivator, I can't snatch that kid's technique, can I? His words made the surrounding spiritual king's expressions improve somewhat, and they no longer stared at him intently, but turned their gaze toward Nangong Yu. At this point, their patience had been worn thin. Delay could lead to disaster. Kid, I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand it over or not? The group of spiritual kings shifted their focus from Changge to Nangong Yu. At this moment, the combined pressure of nearly 200 spiritual kings shook the valley, making it roar like a raging sea. Seeing this scene, Changge's expression grew serious as he transmitted a message. Little Nancy, unless I activate my divine abilities, it might be difficult to escape. In fact, with his speed, it was entirely feasible to break through the encirclement with little Nancy. But the problem was that the entrance to the chaotic wind canyon had already been firmly surrounded by the 5 major families. If they were to reach that point, it would be a classic case of being caught between a rock and a hard place, making escape impossible. Unless he wiped out one group entirely, he would have to use the heavenly law and earthly phenomena divine ability. However, the chaotic wind canyon would open tomorrow, and if he couldn't use this divine ability in a short time, it would be extremely dangerous for them. After all, he didn't know if those 5 had communicated with their family leaders before dying. If little Nancy's method didn't work when they emerged from the canyon tomorrow, this heavenly law and earthly phenomena would be their last resort. Nangong Yu naturally understood Xiaobai's thoughts, and his mind was racing at this moment. Then, with determination, he revealed a smile that was out of place. Looking at Changge, he chuckled. Xiaobai, dare to go a bit crazy? Changge glanced at the black gusts of wind wrapped in the barrier deep within the valley and immediately understood, excitement showing on his face. There must be treasures in there. Ever since he arrived at this valley, his damn curiosity had never stopped. So, grinning, he replied, perfectly aligned with my intentions. Kid, have you thought it through? That's right, Grandpa's patience has run out. If you don't give it, you die? Forget it, brothers. Let's take matters into our own hands to avoid making him awkward. Kill. Just as the group of spiritual kings was about to make their move, Nangong Yu stepped forward, standing beside Changge, and spoke loudly. I've made up my mind. Wu Jiqing's expression changed. Was this kid really that spineless? Everything he did was not for that trivial heavenly level technique, but rather because he had offended the 2 before. And it was better to eliminate the threat while it was still in its infancy. This was his life principle. Once offended, he would find a way to eliminate the threat, or he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. The crowd looked surprised and immediately halted. This spirit deer was simply too powerful, and this kid was no pushover either. If they could avoid fighting, it would be best, otherwise, in their last moments, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be the ones to die? If you thought it through, then hand over the technique. Throw the technique to me, kid. Get lost. Throw it to me. Lu Changge clicked his tongue. If he really threw the technique out now, they wouldn't even need to act. This group would turn on each other. Would they throw out a fake technique? These spiritual kings weren't fools. Would they throw out the real one? Nangong Yu couldn't bear to part with it. He lightly exhaled. I've already thought about how to send you all to die. Damn it, this kid has tricked us. Go kill them. The group of spiritual kings was momentarily stunned, but then they reacted and charged forward in a frenzy, their anger boiling over. However, at that moment, a silver moon and a great sun rose behind Lu Changge and Nangong Yu, casting light across the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations gathered in this small valley, forming a massive yin-yang formation above the entire valley. One sun, one moon, one yin, one yang. They slowly rotated in the air, their brilliance so dazzling and their holy light so radiant that it was beyond description. The enormous yin-yang formation enveloped them and the valley barrier, a powerful aura sweeping across the entire valley, tearing apart the very fabric of the world. The spiritual kings felt this aura, their bodies trembling in fear. What do we do now? It must be the formation's fault. We should rush out first. Just then, within the sun and moon, the terrifying energy began to converge at the center of the formation, radiating brilliant light, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. The crowd panicked. They just wanted the technique. After working so hard to reach the realm of spiritual kings, they still had many years ahead of them to enjoy life. How could they perish here? Lord Spirit dear, Lord Nangong, please spare me. I was momentarily blinded. I won't dare again, please spare me. A spiritual king finally broke down under the terrifying pressure and knelt down to plead for mercy. This scene seemed to activate the fear within many spiritual kings, and they began to plead for mercy one after another. In the face of life and death, dignity? What was that? Lord Spirit dear, please overlook my minor offenses and let me off the hook. Lord Nangong, no, Grandpa Nangong, please spare me this time. I won't dare again. Lu Changge looked at this scene with an expressionless face, finding it utterly ridiculous. Where was their earlier arrogance? Where was that insufferable demeanor? Nangong Yu was even more indifferent. Having witnessed countless ugly aspects of human nature since his family was destroyed, he found this pleading under the threat of death to be laughable. If it were him and Xiao Bai in this situation, just wait until you see the expressions on these people's faces. Wujiqing looked at the kneeling spiritual kings, a hint of disdain appearing on his fearful face. A dignified spiritual king realm, yet so pathetic, he truly wondered how these people had managed to cultivate to this point. And his disdainful gaze happened to be caught by the pleading spiritual king, who glared at him menacingly. With a deranged expression and a voice filled with resentment, he growled, "It's all your fault, you bastard. If it weren't for your instigation, how would we dare to act against Lord Spirit Deer and Lord Nangong? Human nature is such. In times like this, people often seek a scapegoat to lessen their guilt and seek self-preservation." Chapter 88. Madness, the Cave Battlefield. Yes, it's all this Wuxiang sect's fault. Kill him. Maybe Lord Spirit Deer will let us go. Kill him. Kill this bastard. Several spiritual kings charged towards Wujiqing. Before Lu Changge and Nangong Yu could even make a move, chaos erupted within the yin-yang formation, with battle techniques flying and radiant light scattering. No matter how gifted Wujiqing was, he could handle one or two spiritual kings in battle, but this was beyond that. Even if most of the spiritual kings didn't attack, there were still dozens. In an instant, his meridians were shattered, blood gushing from his body, and he was on the brink of death. His life principle, which he had summarized over 20 years, ultimately led to his downfall in the chaotic wind canyon, with death as the price. The group of spiritual kings looked over, their lips moving, still wanting to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Lu Changge and Nangong Yu had not even glanced at them. At this moment, the formation was finally complete. If this group of spirit kings had worked together from the very beginning, perhaps they could have broken this formation with just a small cost. The irony is, they did not. Now, they have no chance left. The two exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then, at the center of the yin-yang formation, a beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth shot out, carrying the momentum to destroy everything as it swept past the spirit kings. There was no obstruction whatsoever. Everything that was touched by it instantly vanished, as if it had never existed in this world, completely erased, until the beam reached the barrier. The two were caught in a brief stalemate, and soon, a faint cracking sound, like thunder, echoed in their ears. "Xiao Nanzi, hold on tight to me, don't let go." Lu Changge's voice trembled, filled with both fear and excitement. The thrill of teetering between life and death sent his adrenaline soaring, and the hair on his face couldn't hide the flush of exhilaration. Nangong Yu nodded heavily, a hint of madness in his eyes. Just then, the cracking sounds grew louder and faster, until, boom, the barrier shattered. Great healing technique. The pitch-black wind, carrying a sense of annihilation, swept through the valley, blowing outward. In the darkness, a green light surged against the wind, flickering as if it could extinguish at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. Finally, just as their spiritual power was about to be exhausted, they plunged into a cave. Changge lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and then burst into laughter, finally letting out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, that was so thrilling. That black wind was terrifying. I noticed that in the instant the black wind blew out, the surviving spirit kings were scattered like a handful of yellow sand, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for my healing technique wrapping around us, Xiao and I would likely have met the same fate as those spirit kings. The great healing technique was just a term. It was an alternative method he had developed, similar to a group healing technique, but instead of a single burst of healing, it provided continuous output. He had gambled on reaching a safe position before his spiritual power ran out, and it seemed they had succeeded. It had to be said, it was exhilarating. Then Changge turned to Nangong Yu, exclaiming, I didn't see it before, but Xiao, you're quite wild too. You dared to go crazy with me without knowing anything. Ha. After saying that, he couldn't help but smile. He had always thought of himself as restrained and rational. It was only today that he realized that his and Xiao Bai's madness was ingrained in their bones, and at critical moments, it would emerge, influencing their judgment and choices. This feeling was indeed not bad. Both the man and the beast were too lazy to get up at this moment, lying on the ground to circulate their powers and recover their spiritual energy. After a long while, let's go see what treasures are inside. I hope it gives us a surprise. Changge rolled over and stood up, his spiritual energy vibrating slightly, making his fur shine as if it were new and as brilliant as jade. The cave was incredibly dark, sloping steeply downward. They had not taken a few steps when a sense of authority and dread surged up, making their hair stand on end. Xiao Bai, be careful, Nangong Yu warned in a low voice. As the deer and the man walked for nearly a quarter of an hour, the pressure grew stronger with their approach. Just then, a light suddenly brightened not far ahead. We're finally getting there. Otherwise, I would have backed out. Changge murmured, enveloped in spiritual energy, quickening his pace. Nangong Yu closely followed, not daring to be careless. Soon, they reached the bright area, and suddenly, their surroundings opened up. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Nangong Yu noticed Xiao Bai as if someone had choked him, his eyes wide open in anger, seemingly suffocated. He immediately rushed forward, worried. Then, following Xiao Bai's gaze, he saw something that made his pupils constrict and his scalp go numb, leaving him stunned. The two seemed to be frozen in place. This was a vast cave battlefield, where the corpse of a powerful being sat quietly. Despite being dead, the oppressive aura from his life still enveloped the surroundings. The corpse's face was pale and bloodless, but those tightly shut eyes seemed to still convey an indomitable fighting spirit, as if they could open at any moment and release a terrifying gaze. Facing the suffocating pressure, Nangong Yu slowly approached. He saw that the armor on the corpse was shattered, covered in dents from attacks. Each crack was a trace of battle, exuding an inexplicable charm. Every step he took felt like an intangible pressure weighing down on him, making him feel alarmed. Nangong Yu was secretly shocked. What kind of existence was this corpse in life, to be so powerful? This was too unbelievable. Such an existence could also fall. At this moment, Changge was not focused on the corpse of the human race's strongest, but instead looked at another body lying on the ground. Even in death, its massive frame was evident. The corpse's wings were half spread, covered in dark purple feathers, each one sharp as a blade, seeming ready to tear apart any creature daring to approach, even in stillness. A massive sword wound ran through the entire body, the fatal strike that ended its life. Changge lightly stepped forward, facing the aura that felt like it could slice him. The giant beast's eyes blazed with anger, its eye sockets deep, resembling two black holes that swallowed all light, making one afraid to look directly. This aura felt so familiar, Changge pondered, murmuring to himself. You can feel it too? Chapter 89, Divine Ability and Opportunity. Nangong Yu approached and said softly, the aura of this giant beast's corpse is very similar to the shadow we saw in the mural before, or rather, it is the same aura. His expression was grave. He had originally thought the mural was merely a product of chance and not real. But seeing the corpse of the giant beast here made him feel a sense of dread. As a scion of a prominent family, he had read extensively about the history of the continent, but such things were never recorded in the annals, as if deliberately erased. It was likely that even his grandfather's generation was unaware of them. Now that they had learned such news, it was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse. Would the mysterious shadow depicted in the mural and this terrifying giant beast appear again? How could such an existence be something this continent could resist? Not to mention the spirit saint realm, it would be tough even for a spirit emperor. The powerful beings from the mural, any one of their auras seemed to surpass the aura of the Flame Emperor's phantom when Xiao activated the Flame Emperor's inheritance. And these two corpses? their strength was still far from enough. If they were strong enough, no matter what secrets there were, they could face them head-on. Anyone who obstructs my quest for immortality shall be slain. With this thought, Lu Changge's heart was clear, his eyes like torches, emitting two beams of crystalline silver light, causing the vast cave battlefield to hum and tremble. The residual aura of the strongest being here no longer suppressed him, as if it were nothing. Ha ha, Xiao Nanzi. Quickly search to see if there are any other treasures here. We can't leave empty-handed after coming all this way. After saying this, his eyes shone like searchlights as he scanned the area. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's expression cleared, and he laughed, joining the search team. The place was filled with traces of battle. Sword marks were everywhere, surrounded by an indomitable sword intent, sharp to the extreme. Even they, with their physical bodies, dared not to test its sharpness. This big shot must be at the Emperor realm, or even above it. So, such a powerful being can also fall. What level must one reach to truly be carefree, to achieve true immortality? Nangong Yu suppressed the tremor in his heart, but couldn't help but speak out. Lu Changge bypassed a strand of sword intent, laughed heartily, and said, "Little Nanzi, what are you afraid of? The great Tao is endless, with every step forward. There is joy. As long as you know you're becoming stronger all the time, that's enough." Lu Changge frowned and said, "This isn't right. Apart from the battle scars on the battlefield, there's nothing else? Could it be?" The two exchanged glances and focused their attention on the two supreme corpses. In front of the human corpse, a person and a deer bowed respectfully, muttering, "Senior, I'm sorry. Who made this cave empty? You wouldn't want us to return empty-handed, right? Senior, Nangong has offended you." After murmuring, Nangong Yu slowly stepped forward, the cold sweat on his forehead continuously dripping, clearly extremely nervous. "Little Nanzi, be careful." Just as he approached within 10 zhong, a violent wave surged, and Nangong Yu quickly dodged far away. The human supreme corpse erupted with blinding holy light, illuminating the entire dark cave battlefield as bright as day. The dazzling holy light gradually converged within a 10 zhong radius, forming a crimson mist barrier. Lu Changge focused his gaze and saw that the supreme corpse had transformed into countless golden light points, which then formed a strange golden line pattern, revealing an ancient and divine aura that exuded supreme power. What is this? At this moment, Nangong Yu's face was filled with excitement, and his handsome, fair face had turned slightly red. He exclaimed, "This is a divine ability, an ancient divine ability that all spiritual cultivators can learn." He then looked at Lu Changge and spoke rapidly. "Xiaobai, this divine ability is transformed from the human supreme corpse and won't last long. Don't waste time. Quickly comprehend it. Even if you can't understand it now, you must remember it well." After saying this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Lu Changge was taken aback. This divine ability was not limited to a specific race, and anyone with the opportunity could practice it. This meant that either the divine ability was too weak or it was incredibly strong. Since the corpse belonged to a human supreme being, it shouldn't be the former. Regardless, more skills never hurt. Learning it was the priority. So he immediately focused his attention and began to comprehend. A quarter of an hour later. Damn, how did I fall asleep? Could it be that this divine ability has nothing to do with me? Or is my comprehension just that poor? He then looked at Nangong Yu, who had his eyes tightly closed, his hands continuously forming seals, and numerous golden chains dancing around him. Clearly already having entered the initial stage of practice, Lu Changge couldn't help but twist his face in disbelief, feeling a bit of toothache. He then hardened his expression. "No connection? I think we're quite connected. System, let me comprehend." As the healing points decreased, Lu Changge seemed to enter a vast white space, where only an unparalleled figure stood with a sword in one hand, towering in the air. The brilliance behind him was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Is this the deceased supreme being? Before he could think further, another massive figure appeared, which was the enormous winged beast. At that moment, Lu Changge finally glimpsed its full appearance. The beast's body was like 1,000 zhong long, its face ferocious, with a ghostly green light flickering in its eyes, revealing endless malice and madness. Its enormous wings were feathered in black as night, with dark purple lightning flickering at the edges. Most shocking was that its body was covered in mysterious black runes. Just a glance felt like being eroded, as if one was being dragged into an endless abyss. The human supreme stood before it, appearing so insignificant, under the clash of their auras. The giant beast firmly held the upper hand, its evil aura spreading across the entire sky. Just then, the battle began. The winged beast flapped its wings, instantly releasing countless sharp, dark wind blades, cascading down with a chilling, annihilating aura, tearing the space apart wherever they passed. Dark wind blades? Could it be that the black gale in the deepest part of the Chaos Wind Gorge is because of this winged beast? It's terrifying. It's already been dead for countless years, yet still possesses such power. At this moment, the human supreme moved. Chapter 90. Ancient Divine Ability. He had somehow arrived above the winged beast, his hands forming seals, his figure becoming illusory, instantly splitting into countless clones that quickly spread across the battlefield, completely surrounding the beast. What was most terrifying was that every clone exuded the same powerful aura as his main body, as if each one was the main body, yet also as if none of them were. Single person turns into a group assault? Changge gasped and continued to watch intently. The countless clones launched an assault on the enemy at lightning speed, moving as if teleporting, each attack carrying an indestructible sword intent, creating a storm formed by the clones. The giant beast was instantly covered in wounds, as if it was about to be dismembered. Roar! The winged beast was not a herbivore. It let out a long howl. Its thousand-zhong body shrouded in black smoke. No, that wasn't smoke. It was a black annihilation hurricane. That black storm, far exceeding its thousand-zhong body, instantaneously swept across the entire battlefield. This was not the residual power that had dissipated for countless years within the Chaos Wind Gorge. It was its true, original, overwhelming power. The human supreme's thousands of unparalleled clones were engulfed, and in an instant, they began to transform into black sand particles, blown away completely. This is too awesome. Changge was shocked, whether it was the clones or the black hurricane. Both were unimaginably powerful abilities that would surely shock the entire continent if either appeared in the present world. Although this was in the system's simulation space, seeing the human supreme at a disadvantage made Changge a bit nervous. At this moment, the human supreme seemed ready to unleash his power. The remaining countless figures simultaneously executed the same sword technique, and countless golden sword lights shot into the sky, as if the sky had been punctured with numerous holes. Then they all slashed towards the black hurricane. At this moment, time stood still. Countless golden lights burst forth from the black storm. Even the descent of a celestial god could not describe even a fraction of it, and then came the sound of a slash. It was as if chaos had just begun, and the heavens and earth were split in two, rendering everything invisible. Boom. The sky completely collapsed, revealing a chaotic expanse. After a long time, Changge opened his eyes, the fear still visible in his gaze, his heart pounding like thunder, and his entire body trembling. This kind of battle was far beyond what he could observe, but due to the system, he was able to catch a glimpse of a fraction of it. The shock it brought completely suppressed his proud nature, giving him a harsh lesson. One must always maintain a sense of awe. There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. His path of cultivation had only just begun. Changge took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, and murmured, "Clone technique. Huh? Truly worthy of being an ancient divine ability. I feel it's at the same level as law of heaven and earth." The difference lies in that clone technique overwhelms in quantity, while law of heaven and earth overwhelms in individual combat power. As for how to use it, it depends on the situation. To maximize its effectiveness, I need to ponder and research it carefully. Changge exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling immensely joyful as he looked at the panel. Why is my transformation divine ability gone? He was stunned to see that the originally Earth-level transformation had disappeared from the talent divine ability column, replaced by clone technique, mysterious level. That seems reasonable. After some thought, Changge realized that the two divine abilities had a similar essence. Well, he had overestimated the transformation divine ability. Its various capabilities could also be achieved by the clone technique, and even done more perfectly, it was normal for them to merge. Moreover, each clone created by the clone technique can be considered a true body, allowing for seamless switching between clones and the true self, which is incredibly versatile. However, currently, the Xian-level clone technique cannot match the strength of the original. Although it can produce 100 clones, each clone only possesses 30% of the original's power, which seems somewhat ineffective. Suddenly, Changge thought of something, his eyes shining brightly, as he stomped his hoof excitedly. Why am I so foolish? He suddenly realized that if he first used the heavenly law and earthly phenomena divine ability before employing the clone technique, it would be amazing. At that moment, with a roar, countless towering figures would appear, and he would ask, "Are you afraid?" The enemies would be terrified to death. He couldn't help but imagine how spectacular and shocking that would be. Then, he looked at his healing points balance. Healing points, 181,000. Phew, that's a relief. I almost thought I had exhausted them all, but there's still some left. He had nearly used up his healing points while comprehending the murals and deducing techniques, and later, he had also trained alongside Xiao Nanzi. Plus, he had gained quite a bit after rushing into this battlefield cave. This time, it only cost him 100,000 healing points to deduce the ancient divine ability, the clone technique. He felt like Emperor Qin Shi Huang winning big. Not good. This divine ability is about to dissipate. I wonder if Xiao Nanzi has comprehended it? Lu Changge saw that the golden light pattern within the barrier had already dimmed significantly, flickering in the air, fearing that time was about to run out. At that moment, Nangong Yu seemed to sense something as he opened his eyes, and the golden light pattern in his pupils gradually faded away. The barrier finally dissipated, along with the golden light and the corpse, disappearing from this world. The once supreme powerhouse left nothing behind. The two, a person and a deer, respectfully bowed, as this supreme being had imparted knowledge to them. This bow was filled with utmost sincerity. "Xiaobai, watch my clone technique." Nangong Yu suddenly shouted, forming hand seals, immediately splitting into 10 Xiaonanzis, surrounding Lu Changge, each with a different expression, seemingly possessing independent thoughts. "Childish." Lu Changge rolled his eyes, snorting disdainfully. "How old are you still playing this?" Then, his body flickered, and he split into 10 clones. Thus, 10 silly deer and 10 Xiaonanzis began to chase and frolic in this cave battlefield. "Ha ha ha, Xiaobai's comprehension is quite good. I was worried you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Who do you think I am? The only silly deer in the entire Lingwu continent, ahem. The one and only spirit deer lord. How could I not comprehend this trivial divine ability? You little thief, don't be arrogant. Wait until this spirit deer lord takes you down. Only in front of Xiaobai would Xiaonanzi show the true appearance of a 17-year-old boy, as he should be." Chapter 91, Forced Deduction. He felt his state of mind become clear. Even if faced with countless difficulties ahead, he could remain calm. "Let's go see what treasures are on the corpse of this giant winged beast." Lu Changge took the lead, walking towards the giant beast's corpse, with Nangong Yu closely following. With a great divine ability from a supreme human, this giant winged beast must be no different, right? Don't let your standards drop. The two braved the overwhelming sense of extinction as they approached within 100 feet of the corpse, but they could advance no further. "Xiaobai, the aura is too strong. We can't go any further." Nangong Yu struggled to stabilize his spiritual power shield, speaking with difficulty. This was not comparable to a human supreme. That ancient divine ability seemed intentionally left behind, allowing them to easily approach and comprehend. But this was the enemy. A supreme being could not be disrespected. Even if it was just the corpse of a powerful being that had been dead for countless years, emanating such divine might, it was evident that in ancient times, it was a dominant existence in the heavens. Lu Changge suppressed the boiling emotions within him, unwilling to accept returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain. This was not his style. He glanced at the balance of his healing points. Then, with a determined expression, he thought, "I won't believe it. I have to get something out of this." He turned to Nangong Yu and said softly, "Xiaonanzi, you step back. As a beast, I will comprehend it. If I gain nothing, I will retreat." "Okay." It's already a great fortune to be able to learn the ancient divine ability of the clone technique. Don't push yourself. Nangong Yu noticed Xiaobai's reluctance and looked again at the giant winged beast, earnestly advising him. "Don't worry, I got this." Seeing him say that, Nangong Yu gradually retreated a bit further. "System, have you seen that treasure body? Start the deduction." From 100 feet away. Lu Changge didn't know if the system could deduce it, but he couldn't be satisfied without trying. After waiting for a moment, his body still showed no response. Is it really not possible? Staring intently at the giant beast's corpse, he had a premonition that if he could successfully deduce it, it would deepen his foundation significantly. Could he really just give up this opportunity placed before him? No, that's impossible. Divine ability? The clone technique. Yes, the clone technique. Lu Changge's eyes suddenly brightened, his body flickering as he split off a clone, quickly retracting to Nangong Yu's side. "Xiaonanzi, help me protect this clone. Be careful." Nangong Yu immediately enveloped the clone with his spiritual power, understanding Xiaobai's plan. As for why not directly send the clone deeper? It was because the clone only possessed 30% of the original strength, unable to withstand the pressure of that supreme aura. Lu Changge glanced at Nangong Yu, then continued to approach, only to see his spiritual power shield shaking violently, and his four hooves slightly bending under the pressure, almost kneeling on the ground. It felt as though he was carrying an immense mountain while moving forward, each step immensely heavy. After taking a few more steps, the spiritual power shield finally could not withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered. Ugh! Lu Changge felt a tightness in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of spiritual blood. "Xiaobai!" Nangong Yu exclaimed in shock, his face filled with worry. At that moment, the spiritual deer clone beside him spoke up. "It's fine, don't worry. I can still hold on." Although he had also practiced this divine ability, the scene before him felt a bit strange to Nangong Yu. The interruption eased his worries considerably. As time passed, Lu Changge reached within 80 feet. System deduce. Moments later, his body still showed no response. Gritting his teeth, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He decided to keep moving forward. There had to be a moment of reaction. The closer he got, the more violent the pressure became. With each step, Lu Changge had to spit blood, relying solely on his physical body to withstand it. 70 feet. No response. 60 feet. Still no response. Changge became a bit agitated. System, are you capable or not? Is it broken? Damn it, I won't believe it. I'll risk it. Change's face twisted as he stared intently at the corpse of the giant winged beast. Wrapping his body in the healing divine ability and suddenly unleashing the moonstep divine ability, he directly crossed the 50-foot distance and appeared within 10 feet of the giant beast. Bang! The immense pressure instantly crushed him into the ground, the sound of cracking bones filling the air as his bones broke, only to be healed by the healing technique. Then break again in the next moment, repeating the cycle. Changge's 7 orifices bled, and his spiritual power rapidly depleted, which was why he hadn't used the healing technique before advancing. System deduce. Changge roared fiercely in his mind. Boom. He felt his body suddenly lighten, and finally, the waves of deduction resonated in his mind. At that moment, his consciousness jolted, and he found himself on a desolate, boundless land, with ravines everywhere, devoid of life. Enveloped in a sense of death, like a piece of apocalyptic wasteland. Changge seemed to be standing at the center of this desolate land, surrounded by darkness and silence, with not a sound to be heard. At that moment, whoosh, the sound of the wind. The wind broke the silence, starting weakly and gradually becoming intense, ultimately transforming into a deafening howl. It was a black wind, resembling a gigantic pillar of ink stretching from the horizon to the ground, towering mightily, exuding an overwhelming force. With the power to destroy everything, wherever it passed, all things turned to nothingness, as if even time had come to a standstill. The black pillar of wind approached rapidly, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble, and a moment of clarity emerged in his heart. The wind of annihilation. Changge closed his eyes, feeling and understanding its power. At that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of a being like Shao Nanzi, immediately falling into a state of enlightenment. As time passed, a faint black light swirled around him, his figure becoming indistinct in the wind, as if he were merging with this wind of annihilation. The rune representing the wind, which had condensed when he integrated the wind-walking body refinement technique, instantly turned black, appearing even more mysterious and unfathomable. Just then, a bright moon suddenly rose, casting brilliant silver moonlight that flooded the land, submerging the ravines beneath the turbulent sea. In the end, this world was left with only the brilliance of the moonlight, the surging tides, and the ferocity of the storm. Healing points, 120,000. Chapter 92, Rise in Cultivation Level. System simulation complete. Changge snapped back to reality, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. He had intended to derive a divine ability, but unexpectedly ended up with a cultivation technique. However, with a thought, a black tornado several centimeters in diameter appeared before him, emanating a terrifying sense of annihilation. This is not bad. Changge nodded in satisfaction. The potential of his technique was undoubtedly impressive, its growth potential no less than that of a divine ability, and he was completely confident. The technique had unexpectedly upgraded to the high grade of the Earth tier. Not bad at all. It seems he would have to collect more Demon Clan techniques in the future. There was truly no time to spare. When he looked up, Changge was startled by the scene before him. Where did such a massive beast go? It disappeared as soon as you began your enlightenment, leaving only a pair of large wings behind. At that moment, Nangong Yu also approached with his avatar, explaining. After speaking, he curiously examined the small black tornado before him. A look of admiration on his face. Xiaobai's comprehension is indeed impressive. You truly grasped it. He knew well how powerful this black wind was, and now that Xiaobai had this ability, his strength would surely increase dramatically. But then he thought, the system's comprehension is essentially my own comprehension. So saying that my comprehension is good is not wrong at all. Thus, he nodded in self-satisfaction, thinking that his current strength was entirely due to his extraordinary comprehension, having worked hard step by step to achieve it. Ahem, this giant beast is quite nice. It still has a pair of large wings left. Shao Nanzi, hurry up and refine it into a magic treasure. Changge cleared his throat awkwardly, glancing at the giant beast's wings, raising his chin to indicate. He could fly, so wings were useless to him, and besides, after coming in, these gains were already sufficient. Xiaobai, you refine it yourself. Spirit beasts can also use magic treasures. Nangong Yu shook his head in refusal. Xiaobai had only just approached the giant beast's corpse, which caused it to dissolve, so how could he take it? Moreover, he was well aware of the nature of such a beast. If the wings left by such an existence were refined into a magic treasure, it would be extraordinary indeed. It was likely no less than a heaven-tier item, or even an imperial weapon, right? I can use the wind of annihilation without wings. As for speed, it might not even be able to catch up with me. Just refine it. Don't dawdle, big man. Changge pouted and walked aside to rest his eyes. Given his current cultivation level of the 8th stage of the spirit realm, should he break through to the Spirit King first? Nangong Yu gazed at the closed-eyed Xiao Bai for a long time, a warm current rising from his heart, and he couldn't help but smile silently. There are still 61,000 healing points. What to do? Lu Changge felt somewhat conflicted. Thinking again, there were still 5 royal realm beings blocking the entrance to the chaotic wind gorge, so what was there to hesitate about? Just wait. Once I break through to the Spirit King realm, I will celebrate with you 5 royal realm beings. Add points. 19,000. Cultivation level, 9th stage of the spirit realm. Green light enveloped his entire body, and surging power flowed within him, racing through his meridians without cease. With rays of light blooming within, prompting Nangong Yu to tilt his head. This is another breakthrough. Xiao Bai's talent is too good. Truly deserving of being the continent's one and only spirit roe deer. Xiao Bai's cultivation speed is so fast that I must double my efforts. Otherwise, if I fall too far behind, how can we stand proudly on this continent together? With this thought, Nangong Yu no longer hesitated and began to refine the giant beast's wings. Lu Changge was puzzled. The cultivation bar was still lit up. But no matter how he clicked, there was no response. Strange, what is going on? Since it's still lit, it means the healing points are completely sufficient. After pondering for a while with no results, Lu Changge began to examine the topmost section of the panel, line by line. The system had been his good partner for so long. They had developed feelings, so it couldn't have any issues. He certainly wouldn't be afraid of his future cultivation speed lagging behind Xiao Nanzi too much. At that time, where would he put his big brother's face? In fact, with the current foundation he possessed, even if the system malfunctioned or disappeared, he could still rise up and remain invincible in the same realm. The Avatar technique and heavenly law and earthly phenomena, 2 divine abilities were his confidence. As for cultivation speed, even if it couldn't match the fastest, it wouldn't be too slow. After all, the foundation was there. However, he definitely needed to find out the reason for the system's inexplicable unusability. As he checked line by line, Lu Changge's gaze fixed on the talent divine ability section, specifically the illusion realm unranked divine ability. So that's it. It turned out to be you. Little thing. You hit quite deep. Truly, divine abilities cannot be judged by appearance. Hehehe. No, but that's not right. My highest divine ability level has reached the earth tier. So there's no reason my bloodline would be so poor that I can't even break through to the mere Spirit King realm, right? Lu Changge frowned deeply. Forget it. Regardless of whether it was or not, it would eventually need to be upgraded. Let us aim for the yellow tier first. With a thought, a force of illusion surged from within him, enveloping his entire body. Healing points, 3,000. Illusion realm, yellow tier. System, is that me? Am I seeing things? Or did you make a mistake? Lu Changge stared wide-eyed, stuttering in his mind. This is a promotion to the yellow tier, not the... Do you have to be so ridiculous? Now it's already 3,000. How much would it take for the earth tier, or even heaven tier? I warn you, this extortion amount has reached 3,000 and has already met the filing standard. You rodent tail juice. I don't want this divine ability anymore. Is that okay? Lu Changge looked utterly disheartened. I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. One thought creates, one thought destroys, creation, destruction. Whoosh. After brainwashing himself for a while, Lu Changge finally calmed down. The greater the cost, the more extraordinary this divine ability must be. Creation and destruction, although just his imagination. He could pursue research in that direction. His cultivation level was rising, and Xiao Nanzi's cultivation had also improved. Earning healing points would only become easier, simply requiring a few more group healing spells. It seems he would have to continue the endeavor of the auspicious beasts, vowing to let the foolish roe deer's holy light illuminate every corner of the continent. Lu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of brilliance fleeting in his gaze. Chapter 93, Breakthrough to Spirit King. The illusion realm has already been upgraded to yellow level, but its power is quite average, completely unworthy of the 3,000 healing points spent. Using some minor illusions is not a problem, and even creating the illusion of the Fengyue Mountains and forests is feasible. But in terms of power, it is only adequate for dealing with small fries, and it's not enough against strong opponents of the same realm. At present, compared to the 2 major divine abilities, Heavenly Law manifesting the earth, and Clone Technique, it falls far short. There's no need to mention Heavenly Law manifesting the earth, which can crush opponents of the same realm with its Xian-level power and allows for fighting across realms. Although Illusion Realm is only at the yellow level, its performance is too lacking and does not resemble a divine ability that could surpass these 2. Forget it. Perhaps its grade is too low and has not reached a qualitative change. Thinking of the 5 Royal Realm experts and an unknown number of cultivators surrounding outside the Chaos Wind Gorge, improving strength is urgent. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave. I initially thought that Xiao Nanzi's enemies were just 1 or 2 families, but unexpectedly, 5 families jumped out at once, and there might be more hidden behind the scenes. The 5 great families of the Eastern Wilderness truly have a significant reach. Moreover, from what Xiao Nanzi said, it seems that the royal family of the Eastern Wilderness Empire cannot be excluded either, making revenge extremely difficult. Not to mention being the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. The imperial family alone, any one of the 5 major families, even if they cannot compare to the top sects of the northern barbarians, probably wouldn't be far off. Now, it's not just about revenge. Even self-preservation is difficult. How long has it been since Nangong Yu topped the overall rankings? The people from the 5 great families have already come knocking, sending 5 royal realm experts just to deal with a mere spirit realm kid, showcasing their determination to eliminate potential threats. Not to mention the Eastern Wilderness Empire lurking behind the 5 great families. Although its control over the families is nowhere near what it once was, an empire that can govern billions of miles of territory, even in decline. A starved camel is bigger than a horse. How much worse can it get? With this thought, Changge furrowed his brows, and a sudden idea jumped into his mind. Is the Eastern Wilderness Empire really in decline? Or, he shook his head, abandoning the idea of continuing to think deeply. It's still too early to consider these things. With his and Xiao Nanzi's current meager cultivation, it would be pointless to think too much. In short, Xiao Nanzi's path to revenge is long and arduous. It's hard, not as simple as becoming an emperor. TSK. Sighing for Nangong Yu, Changge looked at the panel. Healing points, 39,000. He muttered to himself, I should break through first. Healing points, 30,000. With a thought, the vast cave battlefield shook violently with spiritual energy. Rushing towards him furiously, so rich it was almost dripping with water. Nangong Yu was startled by the sudden change in spiritual energy within the cave, almost failing to refine the twin wings left by a beast of at least the imperial realm. If something went wrong during the refinement, it would be completely ruined. He hurriedly made a hand seal to pause the refinement and looked at Changge, seeing that the surging spiritual energy had formed a massive vortex above Xiaobai's head. Is Xiaobai about to break through to the Spirit King realm? This. Nangong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too astonishing. Just recently, Xiaobai had broken through to the 9th level of the Spirit realm, and now he was about to break through to the Spirit King realm? The Spirit King realm is not like the previous realms. It represents a complete transcendence of life. Once broken through, one can harness the power of heaven and earth to open a domain and subdue enemies within it, acting like a sovereign. To break through a domain, one must counter with their own domain or possess enough power to break through forcefully. Previously, if he had fought a Spirit King, without the imperial law, he would have had no way out, and even so, if trapped within a domain, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Among the billions of beings on this continent, those who can fight across realms are indeed rare, few and far between. Just look at how many people are listed on the continent's rankings. Countless individuals are trapped at the spirit realm, unable to glimpse the king realm in their lifetime, only to waste their lives away. He stood off to the side, serving as a protector for Xiaobai. This step is particularly crucial and cannot afford any carelessness. Not just Nangong Yu, even Changge was startled by the immense momentum. He had never anticipated that breaking through to the Spirit King would cause such a commotion. Previously, breakthroughs only resulted in a slight glow around the body. Unlike now, his entire body was surrounded by brilliant rays, translucent and sparkling, illuminating the entire cave spectacularly. Not only that, as time passed, signs of abnormal phenomena began to appear. It was as if the cave vanished at that moment, revealing a vast, boundless ocean. Sometimes calm as a mirror, sometimes churning with towering tsunamis, roaring thunderously and surging immensely. It was mesmerizing. After a while, the ocean's surface slowly descended, and a bright moon leaped from the depths of the sea, hanging high in the sky. The silver moonlight poured down, reflecting on the ocean's surface, rippling with dense silver scales, filled with tranquility and harmony. Suddenly, a black winged pillar shot into the sky, breaking the tranquility here. The ink pillar grew larger and larger, until the entire ocean surface was turned upside down, sweeping everything away with the surging sea. But unfortunately, here, apart from the seawater and the bright moon above, there was nothing else. Gradually, everything calmed down. The Spirit King realm. At the moment of breakthrough, he felt an inexplicable aura leave his body. It seems he has already dropped off the rankings. Strange. It feels like something is off, as if something is missing. Changge frowned, pondering silently, but he couldn't pinpoint what was lacking. Well, no matter what, I have finally reached the Spirit King realm. Opening his eyes, the terrifying scene gradually faded away. Nangong Yu quickly walked up, circling around him twice, exclaiming, I can't believe you are not even a year old and have already reached this step. Xiaobai, your talent is truly exceptional. Just average, I guess. Lu Changge felt a bit guilty under the astonished gaze of Nangong Yu. In front of Xiao Nanzi, he wouldn't dare to call himself a genius. If it weren't for his consecutive breakthroughs, Xiao Nanzi would have already caught up with him, and he has no system. However, it must be said, this is the charm of spending money. Then, Lu Changge noticed the huge beast wings that were still not fully refined nearby, and awkwardly said, I thought breaking through to the Spirit King would be like before. I didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. Can these wings still be refined? No worries, I can continue refining it. It won't affect anything. Nangong Yu shook his head nonchalantly. Even if they were destroyed, it wouldn't matter. After all, they are external objects, not as important as Xiaobai's breakthrough. Then he continued, Xiaobai, you just broke through, so solidify your foundation first while I refine these wings. After saying this, he walked towards the wings to continue the unfinished refinement. Lu Changge nodded, looking toward the entrance of the Chaos Wind Gorge, feeling a bit impatient now that he had broken through to the Spirit King. I am ready. 5 Royal Realm experts, are you ready? Chapter 94, Ruthless. Outside the Chaos Wind Gorge, at the entrance, the 5 Royal Realm leaders stood tall in the air, overlooking the cultivators emerging from the gorge one after another. Their eyes sharper than eagles, scanning each of these cultivators, the powerful aura suppressing the group to the point where they dared not speak. These are Royal Realm experts. Where the spiritual domain has fused with their being, a casual strike carries the might of their domain, unmatched in power. If a respected figure does not show up, even they can dominate a region. Sigh, I wonder who they are looking for. What a grand display, to mobilize 5 royal realms at once. A small cultivator murmured quietly, as they too were suffering from an undeserved disaster. No matter who they are looking for, if they die, they deserve it, provoking royal realm lords. I really don't know how many have the guts. Just now, that gaze swept over me, making me feel as if I was being cut by knives. Now my blood is boiling. A spiritual cultivator beside him grumbled with indignation. Provoking a royal realm? He dared not. He could only vent his dissatisfaction on the person being sought. Hi, have you heard? There was a major incident in the chaotic wind gorge. Only a few spirit kings managed to come out, while the rest all perished inside. At this moment, a slightly plump cultivator spoke mysteriously. As soon as he said this, it immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. What happened? Please elaborate. I'm just a humble person who had a small opportunity in the gorge and broke through to the peak of the spirit sovereign realm. Fortunately, I made it to the inner depths in the last few days, right before the chaotic wind gorge was about to end this morning. Guess what? The slightly plump cultivator first smiled proudly, then built suspense, teasing everyone's appetite. The many cultivators around him were itching with curiosity, their desire for gossip and knowledge instantly skyrocketing. And they urged, saying, just tell us, what happened next? Yes, hurry up and tell us. A large group of cultivators urged him, their voices causing quite a stir. Seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, the slightly plump cultivator's vanity was satisfied, and he stopped teasing, continuing. Then I sensed a sacred light soaring into the sky from deep within the gorge. Before he could finish, a mottled iron chain, as thick as an arm, shot out from the void, binding him tightly. The crowd was immediately shocked, scattering like birds and beasts, looking towards the void. There, at the source of the iron chain, stood a rugged man with half his body bare and a face full of thick beard. He was one of the 5 emperors. Lightning arcs flickered along the mottled iron chain, pulling the already stunned, slightly plump cultivator into the void. Hey, tell us, what did you see? The rugged emperor looked at the seemingly stunned, slightly plump cultivator, impatiently glaring at him. Zzz. An arc of electricity instantly surged into the slightly plump cultivator's body, accompanied by a burnt smell. The slightly plump cultivator screamed in agony, smoke billowing from his body, and he instantly lost half his life, later unable to even scream. The onlookers watched this scene in stunned silence, their hearts racing. Is this the power of an emperor? Just a casual glare nearly caused a peak spirit sovereign to fall on the spot. All right, Captain Ouyang, he is going to die soon. At this moment, a middle-aged man surrounded by cold air flicked out a shard of ice, causing the chain to instantly shatter and disappear. A chill lifted the slightly plump cultivator's body, moving it to his side. Then he extended his finger and gently tapped the cultivator's forehead. Let me see what he saw. Moments later, the slightly plump cultivator, with a face of pain and despair, transformed into a giant light blue ice sculpture, falling from the sky with a thud, shattering into small pieces like porcelain, scattering into a beautiful light blue flower shape. All the cultivators in the valley felt a chill rise in their hearts witnessing this, yet they dared not speak. The fairy Qin Xian frowned slightly, looking towards the Xiandan Pavilion and the Divine Blood Sect. She saw Ling Hongzhui shake his head slightly at her, indicating not to get involved in this matter, just a loose cultivator. Ding Bai from the Divine Blood Sect sneered at this, turning to watch with great interest. Sensing a big show was about to unfold, Nangong Yu, Oh Nangong Yu, I really don't know if I should say you have good fortune or a tough life. 6 years ago, you became famous across the 4 domains as a genius. I wonder how you will get through this calamity, huh? At this moment, he also learned from his fellow spirit kings about Nangong Yu's identity, sneering coldly. Even if that spirit deer was by his side, they had to see what kind of enemy they were facing. Speaking of which, the 5 great families are quite bold. I like this style of action, huh? In the air, I say, Captain Changwan, what did you see during the soul search? That kid and that spirit deer haven't already died in there, have they? Captain Ouyang impatiently asked, clearly annoyed by the delay. The 5 spirit kings they sent had already had their life plates shattered, and before dying, they sent back news that the inconspicuous spirit deer next to that kid was actually the spirit deer that had recently gained fame across the continent, which surprised them greatly. Being the top of the hidden dragon list, capable of killing 5 spirit kings, they found it unsurprising for ordinary cultivators. Crossing realms to fight is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for top geniuses, this is normal operation. Captain Changwan understood his temperament, so he didn't mind his tone and directly said, those spirit kings who haven't come out by now are likely never to return. From this cultivator's mind, I saw that the inner area of the chaotic wind gorge has already been occupied by darkness. It's a kind of black wind, exuding a sense of annihilation. Quite horrifying. Even I felt a sense of dread. Those remnants and the spirit deer might really be dead in there, that kind of wind. Even we might not be able to withstand if we entered, let alone them. Unfortunately, this wind has been blocked by the barrier in the inner area. This statement caused the other 4 leaders to exclaim in surprise. If they could enter, they would definitely want to experience it themselves. Captain Chun frowned and suddenly spoke. Are we still waiting? If that kid dies in there, wouldn't it be a waste of our time? They had already been delayed here for over 20 days for this remnant, and now they felt a sense of futility. Having come in grand style only to find that the remnant was already dead. Humph. Perhaps that remnant knows you are lying in wait at the entrance and is hiding in the inner or outer area, too scared to come out? The leader of the Wong family said with a rough voice, clenching his fist the size of a cooking pot. Leader Taisher frowned slightly, contemplating. How about this? Let us send a few more spirit kings in to search the inner and outer areas. We've waited so long. Let us wait patiently for another 3 days. After 3 days, it will also be time for the continent rankings to be announced. Whether he is dead or alive will be clear. We just need to wait for news. Deep within the chaotic wind gorge's cave battlefield, Nangong Yu slowly got up. Xiaobai, let us go. It's time for us to leave. Chapter 95, Little Gold King. Then let us go. I want to see how strong the Emperor realm really is. Lu Changge's eyes sparkled with excitement, unconsciously licking his lips, his heart racing, and spiritual energy rising as if it were about to ignite. 1 person and 1 deer flickered and soon arrived outside the cave. Looking at the pitch-black wind before them, they exchanged a smile and plunged in. Lu Changge walked through it as if strolling in a garden. The previously terrifying annihilation wind could no longer harm him at all. Nangong Yu was the same. A pair of dark purple giant wings behind him flapped slightly, parting the pitch-black annihilation wind to create a wide path. Moments later, after a brief sensation of collision, they had exited the inner area of the chaotic wind gorge. Phew. Fortunately, the barrier blocked the annihilation wind. Otherwise, we would have caused countless killings. I fear no spirit king will come here again. After all, the effect of the gale in the inner area is useless against spirit kings, and the inner area can no longer be entered. Nangong Yu nodded in agreement, softly saying, it's fortunate that this barrier only restricts entry but not exit. Otherwise, we would have to expend some effort. If we broke this barrier, I wouldn't dare say whether this annihilation wind would blow into Chaos Wind Town, where there are millions of cultivators. If a massive casualty occurred because of us, not to mention how I could live with myself, the 8 major sects of the northern wilderness would probably not spare us, whether it was for reputation or sincere concern. Xiao Nanzi, let us go. It's already the 2nd day since the chaotic wind gorge's gale ended. Little Gold King is probably still waiting for us. Let us go. At this moment, the chaotic wind gorge was no longer filled with the noise of entry. The gale had vanished without a trace, leaving only the occasional gentle breeze that made a faint sound. Little Gold King, huh? Why isn't he here? Lu Changge's spiritual sense entered the small cave where Little Gold King had previously hidden, but it was now empty. Nangong Yu was the same. 1 person and 1 deer exchanged glances and immediately turned into 2 beams of light, rushing toward the entrance. At the entrance of the chaotic wind gorge, although the windstorm body refinement had already ended yesterday, there were still quite a few cultivators present, all of whom were at the spirit realm or above. In addition to the disciples of the 3 major sects and cultivators from the 5 great families, there were also thousands of loose cultivators and those from 2nd and 3rd tier sects watching from a distance. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky, where a giant ape, over 10 meters tall, was bound by fiery chains. TSK, this is the ancient fierce beast, the diamond ape. I heard it's the contracted beast of that Nangong Yu. This kid is really damn lucky. A watching loose cultivator said with jealousy. Hell, lucky? Would you be willing to swap places with him? Another cultivator snorted, looking at him mockingly. Let's not go that far. My family was wiped out. My imperial bone was dug out, and now I'm trapped by the 5 great royal realms. Even if he has a heavenly level technique, I'd be a fool to switch with him. No matter how good it is, you need a life to enjoy it. The earlier speaker shook his head vigorously. He then sighed. What a pity for this ancient fierce beast. It just came out of the windstorm gorge and was caught by the royal realm. Such a shame. In the distance, on top of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's building, a tall figure stood, looking towards the entrance of the windstorm gorge, muttering to himself. Can you withstand this wave? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Xiajiao, young master. A figure cloaked in black appeared, kneeling on one knee. If that one and the deer ultimately cannot withstand it, ensure their lives. Yes, young master. The young man was Xiaolon, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After giving the order, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Your reminders helped me avoid a calamity. It would be too unfortunate to fall in this little windstorm town. He then thought of his good elder brother, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Why hasn't this kid come out yet? Captain Ouyang's patience was wearing thin, now like a powder keg about to ignite, filled with thunderous energy. Above the entire valley, dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled. Just then, the fiery chains binding the diamond ape suddenly ignited with divine fire. Roar! The little diamond ape suddenly awakened, letting out a painful howl as it struggled in the air. The flames seemed to burn its very soul, causing it unbearable pain and scattering its spirit, making it unable to even communicate through the contract channel. That's the little diamond ape's voice. As it was about to reach the entrance of the windstorm gorge, a sudden painful roar came from outside, and Lu Changge immediately recognized it as the little diamond ape's voice. His spiritual energy surged violently. These sons of bitches are asking for death. Nangong Yu's face turned ashen, his brows tightly knitted, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he tried to suppress his anger. Before Xiao Nanzi could finish speaking, the two immediately reacted. Without a word, Lu Changge swiftly communicated through the contract channel. Roar! Yell louder, more miserably, huh? Captain Chun was amused by the little diamond ape's painful struggles, laughing heartily as the flames grew fiercer. The other 4 captains also wore smiles, watching with keen interest and occasionally commenting. Captain Ouyang, who had been impatient earlier, also became interested, happily saying, let me add some fuel to the fire. With that, he flicked his fingers, sending an electric arc the thickness of a hair into the little diamond ape's body. Roar! The little diamond ape's eyes widened, trembling violently, and let out an even more painful wail, bringing smiles to the faces of the 5. Just then, an oval red vortex suddenly appeared beside the little diamond ape. Oh! Chapter 96, Lu Changge appears. A passage? The 5 were startled and took a step back, ready to act. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black wind pillars, each a meter in diameter, shot out from the vortex and instantly transformed into a 100-meter-wide vortex heading towards the 5. It's that black wind, don't touch it, Captain Shengwan shouted, raising his hand to form a 100-meter-wide light blue giant palm, accompanied by a chilling wind, striking towards the wind pillar. Captain Wang shouted loudly, wrapping himself in a massive, his entire body glowing gold as if he were a god, his surging blood energy soaring into the clouds, launching a golden fist 100 meters wide. Bang! The sound of their collision echoed throughout Windstorm Town, instantly dispersing the clouds above. Big brother, second brother. The little diamond ape barely opened its eyes, weakly calling out, a hint of grievance in its gaze. Lu Changge looked at its body covered in electric burns, his eyes filled with killing intent, softly saying, it's all right. Watch your big brother take revenge for you. A rich healing power enveloped the little diamond ape, and then he used his spiritual energy to bind the shrunk little diamond ape to his back. There was no safe place here for it to recover for now. He then looked at the 5, his gaze calm and profound, his expression emotionless. You all deserve to die. Nangong Yu was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the 5, old grudges and new resentments surging up. Had it not been for his remaining rationality, he would have charged at them long ago. The little diamond ape suffered this unwarranted disaster all because of him, which only fueled his anger. The dark purple-winged runes behind him flickering. The 5 standing in the void across showed no reaction as the little diamond ape was rescued. They were not targeting this little fierce beast in the first place. TSK, a spirit lynx, as the number 1 in the continent's potential dragon ranking. You actually willingly contracted with such a kid. A beast is still a beast. No matter how outstanding the talent, it cannot change the heart that wants to be enslaved. Captain Chen coldly mocked, feeling that having the diamond ape escape from his hands was a great humiliation. Oh, really? You might as well go tell this to the Misty Mountains and the Misty Dragon Saint, or perhaps to the Western region. If this word gets out, TSK. With your intelligence, it won't be easy for you to cultivate to the Spirit Emperor. As soon as Lu Changge spoke, the five changed their expressions drastically. With so many spectators present, including the disciples of the three major sects, if this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause trouble for their families. Captain Taisher glared at Captain Chun and then coldly said, "The Spirit Lynx is indeed sharp-tongued. Are you really willing to oppose my five great families for a remnant?" Before Lu Changge could reply, another gloomy voice came through, finally willing to come out. "Look, our young master Nangong has such a hard life. It seems he has gained quite a fortune." Captain Shangwan chuckled, but his gaze towards Nangong Yu was filled with murderous intent. Then he feigned distress, saying, "Oh dear, look at my memory. Our young master Nangong has been extraordinary since childhood, having caused the death of his entire clan. And now he is going to bring disaster to his friends. Why don't you just commit suicide here to prevent harming the lives of the Spirit Lynx and that little fierce beast?" "Ha!" Nangong Yu's breathing became heavy as he looked at him, his gaze as cold as the depths of the abyss, his fists clenched tightly, struggling to suppress himself. Lu Changge coldly stated, "I want to see what capability you five have to dare to speak such nonsense here." With that, he glanced at the five, then looked towards Windstorm Town not far away, hoping that if a battle erupted, it wouldn't harm the innocent townsfolk inside. His sweeping gaze made the five think he was looking for an escape route, and they couldn't help but feel even more pleased. The robust Captain Ouyang tossed a thunderball in his hands, mocking, "You talk so big, yet are secretly looking for a way to escape. Truly disappointing. Don't worry. There's no need to waste your efforts anymore. This area has been surrounded by the formations of my five families. Even if you sprout wings, you won't escape today." With that, the five exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Formation, activate." Hundreds of brilliant light pillars shot up into the sky at the entrance of the Windstorm Gorge, and five black battle flags stood tall in the sky, forming a complex formation that seemed to expand the originally thousands of meters wide area by dozens of times, as if they had fallen into another space. Alas, these three are unfortunate. The five great families are truly ruthless. The observing cultivators sighed, realizing that this was the clash between the top and bottom of the Qianlong leaderboard, unexpectedly leading to their mutual downfall. What a pity. Strong warriors cannot be insulted. Facing death, they still provoke the emperors. If they don't die, who will? A cultivator nearby scoffed, wearing a face of glee. Upon hearing this, many cultivators around cast unfriendly glances, causing the cultivator's face to flush as he defiantly continued. "What? Is it not true? Sigh. Some people have knelt for too long and will never be able to stand up again. How sad. How lamentable." An old cultivator remarked with emotion and then ignored him. Such people, even if they become cultivators, are destined to go nowhere. Without the heart of a strong warrior, why step onto this path? Lu Changge narrowed his eyes. Since there was such a formation, he didn't have to worry about harming the innocent and could fight freely. He didn't underestimate the five opponents. The Spirit Emperor realm was not just talk. The aura of any one of them could cause his heart to race, leaving no room for carelessness. "Xiao Nanzi, when the fight starts, be careful and keep your distance." Nangong Yu nodded. Although he felt grief and anger, his current strength did not allow him to clash head-on with the Emperor realm. He was not a fool. Thus, he fixed his gaze on the dozens of spirit kings and thousands of spirit disciples below, fearing that these were the forces left by the five major families in Bei. Today, they would be the first to suffer. At this moment, the small golden giant on his back had already recovered under the healing spell and was filled with fierce energy, unable to forget how he had just been tormented. "Big brother, put me down. I want to fight with you." The small golden giant's voice was filled with anger, his eyes red like fire. Having broken through to the spirit disciple realm, he wanted to join Nangong Yu in killing the enemies below. "Don't be ridiculous. You're still small. When we fight the Emperor realm, I might not have time to look after you. There are too many spirit kings below. It's too dangerous for you to go down." Lu Changge immediately refused. The small golden giant had just broken through to the spirit disciple realm. This battlefield was too perilous for him. "Yes, wait until you grow up. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to take revenge," Nangong Yu also advised. Just then, the opposing leader Wang burst into laughter and shouted, "Are you done saying your goodbyes? Regardless, you're all going to die. So why not go down and have a good chat?" After speaking, the Golden Law avatar slowly rose behind him, hands pressed together, neither happy nor sad, radiating a dazzling golden light, towering about 30 feet high, majestic and imposing. He extended his right hand forward, and the surrounding wind surged, carrying unmatched divine might as he slapped down. Nangong Yu instantly retreated, and Lu Changge roared in anger, raising his head to roar. The dark clouds above the battlefield thickened, producing a tremendous rumble that shook the surroundings. The entire deer's body surged to 200 feet, resembling a towering mountain, surrounded by black annihilation winds. Like a world-shaking demon god, its powerful aura directly forming a fierce domain, causing the golden giant palm to dissipate under the domain's pressure. Chapter 97. Let me see. Why are you so arrogant? The 30-foot golden avatar appeared juvenile in front of him. The nearly 10,000 spectators outside the formation were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Is this the spirit Ro? Such a majestic figure, such an overwhelming aura, truly astonishing. A cultivator said foolishly, This is comparable to ancient divine techniques. Is this the reason the spirit Ro ranks first? It truly deserves it, another cultivator murmured, trembling with excitement. The Qingqing fairy from Lingxiao Palace had bright eyes. She had long heard the elders in the palace speak of it, but seeing it with her own eyes today still left her deeply shaken. This must be Lu's true strength. Thinking back to the earlier battle in the village with that blood shadow spirit king, she had secretly rejoiced in saving Lu, only to realize that he didn't need saving at all. Oh, come on, let me see why you are so arrogant. Lu Changge's eyes shone like two bright moons, suddenly shooting out two silver beams of light, carrying endless silver divine brilliance toward the five. This silver divine light appeared slow but was actually faster than lightning. The five, as expected of the Emperor realm, flickered and dodged, but wherever the silver light passed, the ground cracked, and rocks flew, terrifying to behold. Boastful, just a bigger target for us. Captain Shangwan coldly snorted, hiding the astonishment deep in his eyes. This spirit Ro is not simple. Everyone, attack together. Captain Taisher shouted, his figure resembling a ghost as he rushed forward in a few flashes. Captain Wang, specializing in physical strength, naturally led the charge, enveloped in a 30-foot golden avatar as he charged toward Lu Changge's face. Suddenly, countless blue runes surrounded Lu Changge, each rune emanating an astonishing aura, and the entire gray sky turned light blue. Die! Captain Shangwan shouted angrily, and from each rune emerged an ice sword, carrying the chilling aura that freezes everything, like 10,000 swords returning to their source, rapidly descending from the sky. During the fall, thunderclouds quickly condensed into a massive thunderball, which suddenly exploded, and amidst the roaring, countless arcs of electricity attached themselves to the ice swords, increasing their momentum. Clearly, in this wave, the five were attacking with all their strength, aiming to quickly eliminate him. Lu Changge's expression turned serious. The spirit emperors were indeed extraordinary. It seemed wise to advance to the Spirit King realm in the chaotic Wind Gorge. Otherwise, any of their attacks could severely injure him on the spot. However, what if he had already broken through? Just because he was big doesn't mean I'm slow, Lu Changge muttered. Looking at the sea of flames rising beneath his feet, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As the attacks from the crowd were about to land, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Boom. Continuous earth-shattering sounds seemed ready to shatter eardrums. The earth shook violently, and the entire battlefield trembled as if the end of the world had arrived, the void distorted by the intense energy impact. Where did the spirit Ro go? From a distance, Captain Chun, standing the farthest and with the clearest view, clearly saw that at the moment the radiant attack was about to arrive, the spirit Ro vanished. Old Chun, be careful, the other four suddenly cried out in alarm. Just then, he felt the sky darken. Looking up, his soul seemed to flee in his eyes. It was as if the stars were falling, or like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Two gigantic deer hooves carrying unmatched might stomped down toward him. He was plunged into an invisible domain, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape. It was Lu Changge, who had suddenly reappeared. He hadn't forgotten who had left the wounds on Xiao Jinan. Don't you like to play? Then let me play with you properly. As well as that lightning-wielding guy. Damn it, I'll fight you. Captain Chun roared angrily, his expression fierce, quickly forming hand seals. With a rumble, a volcano erupted from the ground, magma erupting wildly, sulfurous fumes wafting, resembling a true volcano descending, with magma and flames spewing out, carrying a devastating aura as it surged forward. Lu Changge was utterly astonished. This was a combination of battle tactics and domain power, allowing such a realistic volcano to be formed. The Emperor realm was indeed not simple, but this was not enough. The hooves pressed down with even faster and fiercer momentum, causing explosive sounds to erupt in the air. Crack! The erupting magma and flames were extinguished upon contact with the hooves, the iron hooves ruthlessly descending, rumbling, and the surging volcano was instantly reduced to powder. At this moment, the support of the four had arrived. Facing the four overwhelming attacks, Lu Changge did not dodge anymore. His body trembled, and four pillars of dead winds surged forward. Looking at Captain Chun, who was bleeding profusely, hunched over and constantly coughing up blood, Lu Changge felt a pang of regret in his heart. He had unleashed his entire spiritual power in one strike, but still failed to kill him. The vitality of the Spirit Emperor realm was indeed formidable. Are you really at the Spirit Emperor level? Why are you so weak? Don't tell me you got high from taking drugs? Changge mocked loudly. His voice boomed like thunder throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the winds and clouds above to churn violently. The intensity of his sarcasm was astonishing. Uft! Another mouthful of old blood was spat out. As Commander Chen glared at him with hatred, his face filled with resentment. I will definitely kill you. This spirit deer was truly detestable. Even if he had taken drugs to level up, so what? He was still at the Spirit Emperor level, still able to slay countless so-called geniuses. He hated geniuses the most, like an ant shaking a tree, ridiculous and unaware of his own limitations. Come on, just you few insipid Spirit Emperors. I can suppress you with a single hand. Changge showed no mercy in his words, his taunts growing even more intense. Our ancestors taught us to strategically underestimate our enemies. He has truly grasped its essence. Arrogant. How dare you insult us? Attack. Kill this beast. Apart from Commander Chen, who was temporarily unable to act, the other four immediately surrounded him, various dazzling lights erupting on the battlefield, dazzling and terrifying. Changge fought fiercely against the four with his physical body and the extinguishing winds, the strongest fluctuations boiling and surging. How can this spirit deer possess such might? This is the combined strength of 5 spirit emperors. Ding Bai from the Divine Blood sect stared intently at the battlefield, his face extremely gloomy. He could sense the terrifying attacks. Any one of them could force him to reveal all his trump cards or even kill him outright. Ling Hongzhu's eyes widened in shock at the spirit deer's combat power. Just as he was about to exclaim, he suddenly caught sight of Ding Bai not far away. Noticing his obscure expression, instantly feeling pleased. Someone previously offended the spirit deer and Nangong Yu. What will they do now? Hearing this, Ding Bai shot him a fierce glare, snorting coldly. Don't be too happy too soon. That spirit deer is ultimately only at the Spirit King level. I don't believe such great powers have no time limit. Once time is up, they will be like cattle and sheep, left to be slaughtered. Chapter 98, Not Worth Dying. Ding Bai's expression was indifferent. Although he was shocked inside, the spirit deer at the Spirit King level could unleash such unmatched powers. It surely wouldn't last long. In the end, it would still die. What a pity for such a rare being. And that kid, he didn't expect to grow so much in just a month. On the battlefield below, Nangong Yu, at the 8th level of the Spirit Realm, was charging through many Spirit Kings and Spirit Realm cultivators, his momentum unrivaled at the moment. The pair of wings behind him, forged from some fierce beast's wings, was incredibly powerful. Nangong Yu, give up struggling, surrender your wings and techniques, and then commit suicide to avoid the pain of skinning and flesh carving. A young cultivator looked down at him with a proud face, clearly at the Spirit King level. Nangong Yu's dark purple wings fluttered slightly as he approached the young cultivator, looking at him as if he were a corpse, his killing intent cold. Ouyang Wu. I was planning to find you in Burning Dance City, but I didn't expect to deliver myself right to your door. This young cultivator was indeed Ouyang Wu, the second young master of the Ouyang family, whom he had seen while soul-searching outside Feiyun City. This was better, saving him the trouble of running. Ouyang Wu sneered, disdainfully saying, You're too full of yourself. I'll send you down to reunite with your short-lived family. With that, he raised his right hand, gathering spiritual power in the air. Dark clouds rolling and swirling, countless electric snakes slithering, a deafening roar resounding, as he brought his right hand down, striking with blinding lightning from the sky. Nangong Yu slightly opened his palm, and a sharp spear appeared, an astonishing spear intent erupting instantly, making the nearby spirit realm cultivators feel as if their bodies were being pierced by sharp weapons, excruciatingly painful. Surrounded by spear intent, he did not even glance at the descending lightning, instead thrusting his spear directly at Ouyang Wu's body. Before getting close, Ouyang Wu felt a powerful wind pressure accompanied by a chilling glow rushing towards him, as if it would tear his head apart. Arrogant, Ouyang Wu roared. Facing his own destructive lightning, he did not dodge at all, showing utter disregard for him. Thunder Shield. Facing the incoming cold glow, he dared not be careless. His arms forming a circle of spiritual energy, a blazing thunder shield appearing in front of him, radiating ice blue and fiery white light, making one involuntarily close their eyes. The descending lightning was completely blocked by the dark purple wings. The electric currents surged, yet did not harm Nangong Yu in the slightest. His speed increased again. The spear carrying an aura that could pierce through everything finally collided with the dazzling thunder shield. Z. The harsh sound caused a surge of blood energy among the onlookers. And with a cracking sound, a crack appeared at the point of contact between the thunder shield and the spear tip. Like a trigger, the crack spread across the entire shield's surface in an instant. Ouyang Wu's face changed drastically, and he immediately crossed his hands in front of his chest. With a loud bang, He was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. Ouyang Wu's face was dark, gritting his teeth. This kid's dual-winged treasure is too powerful. Everyone, attack together. Haha, Nangong Yu mocked, not intending to expose him. He's just a dead man. Why bother wasting words with him? Looking at the thousands of people rushing towards him, his heart was completely unperturbed. Had he not obtained these wings, he would have surely been unable to resist, but now, assisting tyranny, he felt it was not worth dying. With an expressionless face, Nangong Yu coldly watched the incoming attacks. Mysterious runes flickering with dark light on his wings, rapidly flapping, causing dozens of pitch-black tornado columns to sweep outwards from him in all directions. In an instant, the battlefield echoed with cries of despair, the intent of annihilation shrouding the area. The 5 great family cultivators who had besieged him were destined to pay the price for their ignorance. In the face of the extinguishing winds, the Spirit King Realm's domains were like paper, easily crushed. With a single strike, over 1,000 cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Those who narrowly escaped looked on in terror at Nangong Yu, who resembled a demon god in the world with wings on his back. Kid, seeking death. Commander Ouyang looked at his severely injured subordinates, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, and slashed a lightning blade towards Nangong Yu. Lu Changge's eyes opened and closed, the moon blade flying out to block it. He chuckled. What's the rush? Your opponent is me. Domain. To prevent them from seizing the opportunity to attack little Nangong, Lu Changge instantly pulled the 5 spirit emperors into his domain. After advancing to the Spirit King level, his combat technique, Rising Moon over the Sea, merged with his domain. And after deploying the law of heaven and earth divine ability, its power was astonishing. The 5 of them would find it impossible to break through for a while. Lu Changge and the 5 spirit emperors vanished from the battlefield, leaving the distant spectators in shock. Have they been pulled into the spirit deer's domain? Is this useful? A spectator at the Spirit King level looked around in confusion, glancing at others. The Spirit Emperor realm's domain has merged with themselves. Every move carries the might of a domain, easily breaking through others' domains. Therefore, battles at the Spirit Emperor level don't directly engage in domain battles, as it's not worth the cost. However, they waited for a long time without seeing the 5 Spirit Emperors break out, glancing at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps, just maybe, the Spirit Deer's domain is somewhat special? Everyone speculated fruitlessly and had no choice but to look at the other main character. Not looking was one thing, but upon seeing, they were immediately filled with horror. How come there are only so few cultivators left? Ouyang Wu's expression was dazed, incredulous as he watched the black wind columns ravaging the battlefield slowly dissipate. Looking around, only about 30 Spirit Kings and dozens of fortunate Spirit Realm cultivators remained. Despicable. Relying on the power of treasures, if you have the guts, fight us head on. Ouyang Wu spoke angrily, glaring fiercely as he looked over. Noticing the slightly flapping wings behind him, his pupils tightened, revealing a hint of greed. Only a coward would sneak attack us with treasures. If you have the guts, let us fight face to face and see if Grandpa can chop you down. The surviving cultivators looked terrified, their voices harsh as they berated him. Nangong Yu cast a cold glance, shook his head, and said with disappointment, "This little trick may work on children, but using it here is simply laughable." With that, the long spear floated in front of him, and he quickly formed seals with both hands, creating a massive red magic array that covered the void. Countless fiery lotus flowers emerged, painting the sky red, turning the void into a pool filled with crimson fire lotuses. Go! With a point from Nangong Yu, countless fire lotuses, shining brilliantly, smashed down from the void like shooting stars, trailing blazing flames as they crashed down. Chapter 99, The Ruthlessness of the Aristocratic Families. Watching such a formidable attack, the Spirit Kings trembled with fear, their hearts racing. In such a concentrated attack, there was no chance of survival. We must resist together, Ouyang Wu shouted. And 4 jade swords wrapped in lightning flew out from his body, immediately dispersing to form a defensive magic array. The others, seeing this, dared not hold back and filled the array with their own spiritual power. The array instantly lit up, and a visible blue energy shield enveloped them all. Boom! Each fire lotus exploded upon hitting the shield, sending sparks flying and dust billowing. Ouyang Wu retracted the magic array, his expression brightening as he said, "That kid is using such a power-consuming battle technique. He must be running low on spiritual energy. It's our turn to strike." Indeed, Nangong Yu scoffed inwardly. While he had expended some energy, the recovery speed of the imperial technique was beyond their imagination. Their consumption in defending was not small, and the silence of the wind had already been exposed. He needed to wait for the right moment to strike. Looking at the dozens of Spirit Realm cultivators behind him, his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's clear out the small fry first. With this in mind, he flapped his wings fiercely and transformed into a purple streak of light. darting across the battlefield, staining his spear with blood as it splattered everywhere. No, don't kill me, huh? The Spirit Kings looked grim. Nangong Yu was not fighting them head-on, but instead targeting the Spirit Realm cultivators, and at their speed, they could only follow behind, eating dust. What kind of background do those wings have? Speed, attack, defense, it has everything. Do I really have to resort to that move? Ouyang Wu's expression kept changing. Then he suddenly clenched his fist. If he could obtain those wings, it wouldn't be a loss. In the past, when he was in the Eastern Wilderness, he was suppressed by Nangong Yu. After the Nangong family was exterminated, how could he just watch Nangong Yu rise again? All the treasures and opportunities you possess are mine. With these things, I will definitely not be worse than my brother. Ouyang Wu's face showed a mad gleam before he concealed it again. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He extended his hand, and a deep blue crystal appeared. This crystal was irregularly shaped, emitting a dazzling blue light, and one could faintly hear the sound of dragon roars that shook the mind. This crystal was the dragon soul of a lightning dragon that the family's ancestor had slain long ago, refined into a one-time magical artifact. Using it required a huge price. If he hadn't insisted on coming to Bai for training, the ancestor wouldn't have given him this dragon soul crystal for protection. Ouyang Wu glanced at the group of anxious spirit kings beside him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, as long as I can kill this remnant, my family will surely not blame me. To bring glory to the family is also a worthy death. With this in mind, Ouyang Wu spoke, everyone, I have a magical artifact bestowed by the ancestor, which can surely kill him. But my spiritual energy is insufficient to activate it. I ask you all to assist me. The Spirit Kings felt the immense energy contained within the Dragon Soul Crystal and had no doubts. Ouyang Wu, as the direct line of the Ouyang family, was not surprising to have many treasures. If it weren't for his lightning sword array just now, they might have been seriously injured or dead. All right, young Master Ouyang. Just say the word, and we will ensure this brat is slain here. Exactly. What do we need to do? The Spirit Kings echoed. Ouyang Wu smiled slightly and said, Please inject your spiritual power into the Dragon Soul Crystal in my hand. I will control it. The Spirit Kings nodded. It was indeed simple. They saw over 30 Spirit Kings directly act, and a torrent of spiritual power surged into the Dragon Soul Crystal. In an instant, divine radiance burst forth, and the aura was astonishing. Ouyang Wu's mouth curved. It worked. Then, with one hand forming seals, the crystal suddenly rose into the air, and a massive suction force came forth. The faces of the Spirit Kings changed drastically as they looked on in shock. Young Master Ouyang, how much energy does this Dragon Soul Crystal need? Our spiritual power is about to be drained. Yes, young Master Ouyang, if you don't stop, we might die? Immediately. A Spirit King tried to cut off the supply of spiritual power, but found it impossible to do so. Their resistance only provoked the Dragon Soul within the crystal to roar violently, stunning all the Spirit Kings momentarily. Ouyang Wu, what are you doing? You dare to harm us. The 4 great families will not let you go. One Spirit King reacted, shouting angrily. Is the Ouyang family going to tear the face with us 4 families? Ouyang Wu, stop. Ouyang Wu's eyes shone with madness as he stared fixedly at the Dragon Soul Crystal. Weren't you all here to kill the remnants of the Nangong family? As long as I kill him, what is a little sacrifice? Perhaps the 4 families will even thank me. Young master, I am from the Ouyang family. We are of the same clan. Oh, I almost forgot about you, but for the family, for myself, you can join them too. Don't worry. Your family will take good care of your loved ones. Ouyang Wu's eyes turned crimson, as if he could faintly see a dragon shadow swirling in his gaze. At this moment, Nangong Yu had already killed all the Spirit Realm cultivators and appeared here, looking at the scene in confusion. Seeing the Spirit Kings with unwilling expressions, all glaring at Ouyang Wu with resentment, their auras growing weaker, he instantly understood. A madman, still as inhumane as ever. Nangong Yu sighed inwardly. But there was no trace of pity on his face. These people deserved to die. However, paying such a huge price, the crystal must hide an earth-shattering killing move. Stop him. He was determined. The imperial technique quietly operated, and the long spear turned crimson like fire, with dragon patterns on the spear body. As if it came to life, exuding the aura of tearing everything apart, ripping through space and shooting forward. Clang. A metallic sound rang out as a semi-transparent blue light curtain emanated from the crystal, effortlessly blocking the attack. What? Nangong Yu was greatly shocked. Although this attack was not full strength, the might of the imperial technique could not even shake it. Ha ha ha. Once the dragon soul is activated, it cannot be interrupted by you, Nangong Yu. Just wait to die? Ouyang Wu laughed maniacally, his hand seals becoming faster and faster. With an even greater suction force. Over 30 Spirit Kings were instantly transformed into blood energy, consumed entirely by the Dragon Soul Crystal, turning the entire blue crystal blood red. Roar. accompanied by a sound that echoed across the land, like the roar of mountains and seas. A blue dragon shadow, 50 to 60 meters long, burst forth from the crystal. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged violently, lightning danced, and the sound of thunder rumbled. Hiss! This young man doesn't know which of the 5 families he belongs to, but he is too ruthless. Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly as he sighed. Is this how ruthless the families in the eastern wilderness are? At this moment, the fairy of the Qin heart had an expressionless face. But when she looked at Ouyang Wu, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she said lightly, "Only knowing how to be ruthless will not get you far." Dingbai laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally good. No matter how many opportunities there were, if one couldn't keep them, it was all for naught. Nangong Yu's expression changed. This aura was terrifying, more so than any of the 5 leaders. He had intended to confront Ouyang Wu directly, but saw the lightning dragon shadow spiral. And Ouyang Wu directly merged with it, the previously illusory dragon shadow, solidifying a bit. Nangong Yu, kneel and beg for mercy, huh? Ouyang Wu's voice emerged from the mouth of the thunder dragon, rumbling like thunder, waves of sound surging forth. Nangong Yu's spiritual power surged as he braced his spear horizontally, being forced back several dozen meters. Chapter 100, 4 Suns in the Sky. Roar. The thunder dragon, or rather Ouyang Wu, roared towards the heavens, instantly filling the sky with thunderclouds, transforming it into a thunder pool that poured down. Like a star river falling, the power of thunder and lightning was thick as paste, intertwining electric light arriving before Nangong Yu in an instant. Block. A great sun rose behind him, the flame dragon bursting forth with blazing light, colliding with the thunder paste. Bang! The thunder paste and the crimson flames erupted violently, sending Nangong Yu's body flying, blood gushing from him, unable to even rise, coughing up blood continuously. The vast battlefield trembled, the ground instantly covered in magma, choking smoke enveloping his body. At that moment, a massive fireball surged forth from the smoke, exuding a terrifying might. Crashing forward like a star. Overestimating yourself. Ouyang Wu faced this astonishing attack with indifference, snorting coldly, his enormous body twisting slightly as he swung his tail. Are you out of tricks? Such a level of attack should not be brought out to embarrass yourself, simply a desperate struggle, easily shattering the large fireball. It turned into a sky full of fireworks, making him even prouder. Suddenly, a voice came from above him. You've said too much. The one who was just sent flying was merely a clone of his clone technique, yet he was still reveling in this joy, truly laughable. Ouyang Wu's hair stood on end, his 50-meter-long dragon body stiffening for a moment, wanting to leave, but it was already too late. Behind Nangong Yu, 4 majestic suns arranged in the sky, each sun containing destructive heat, seemingly wanting to turn everything to ashes. Nangong Yu's eyes were cold as he pressed down with one hand, and the 4 suns instantly connected with flames, shooting out a terrifying beam of scorching light directly toward the thunder dragon's head. Roar! Ouyang Wu's painful roar echoed across the battlefield, his massive body struggling and twisting in the air, yet no blood flowed out, only scales flying off and dissipating into spiritual power. With a sizzling sound, the fierce dragon neck was pierced by the terrifying beam, revealing a massive hollow. The battlefield was swept by the beam's aftermath, instantly scattering the earth and rocks into powder, leaving a deep pit of several dozen meters. Nangong Yu's face was pale, but he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ouyang Wu, despite his powerful dragon body and unmatched energy, wouldn't use it, being arrogant and self-satisfied. Otherwise, it would have been far from easy for him. The scene of 4 suns in the sky caused those watching from the outside to erupt in excitement. What kind of technique is this? So terrifying that even through the formation, I feel like I'm about to be burned to ashes? A cultivator exclaimed in horror, unconsciously rubbing his arm. Rumor has it that Nangong Yu possesses a complete heavenly-level technique. This must be it. We didn't come here for nothing. Another cultivator's eyes flickered with envy before quickly hiding it. 4 suns in the sky, 4 suns roaring. A cultivator suddenly realized, tightly covering his mouth, fearing that he might accidentally shout out. Seeing no one paying attention, he trembled violently, staring at Nangong Yu in the battlefield with burning eyes. Dingbai was startled, as if he had thought of something, and then inexplicably became excited. If it weren't for the formation blocking him, he would have rushed in immediately. The Qin fairy stared blankly at the battlefield, unsure of what she was thinking. Just then, roar! A dragon's roar. The previously dying thunder dragon suddenly burst forth from the thunderclouds, its body surrounded by thunder paste, electric light dazzling, and the thunderclouds above rolled violently. The thunderclouds covering the entire battlefield shrank smaller and smaller until they disappeared, seemingly all swallowed by the thunder dragon, and the battlefield immediately brightened. Nangong Yu, do you think such an attack can kill me? Now that your spiritual power is exhausted, prepare to die. The thunder dragon reappeared, its momentum undiminished, but its body, once over 50 meters, had shrunk to less than 40 meters, having reduced in size significantly. Nangong Yu's expression was grave. He had already used his full strength just now, not expecting this thunder dragon's secret technique to be so troublesome, and now with a large consumption of spiritual power, he couldn't move again for a while. If I can make you shrink once, I can make you shrink twice. Nangong Yu expressionlessly gazed up at Ouyang Wu, his wings behind him flapping as he faced him from a distance. He secretly thought, now I can only stall for time, recover some spiritual power, and then strike to kill him. This secret technique must have a time limit. I can drag it out to death. Ouyang Wu had already seen through his plan, coldly smiling. The thunder dragon dominated with speed. Hide? Naive. The thunder dragon swung its tail. Blue and white electric light flashed, and in an instant appeared above Nangong Yu. The long, fierce dragon tail carrying immense power, crashing down with a thunderous sound that reverberated across the battlefield. Before the tail arrived, the powerful wind pressure felt like a mountain collapsing, an extremely impressive momentum. At the critical moment, Nangong Yu's wings flapped violently, using the wind pressure to narrowly evade the tail strike. You fell for it. Ouyang Wu sneered. It turned out that the dragon tail just now was merely a feint, and the real killing move was just arriving, a lightning pillar crashing down directly aimed at where he dodged. There's no way to dodge it. Nangong Yu instantly understood the situation. In the blink of an eye, the huge rune-covered wings flickered, crossing in front of him to block. Boom. Nangong Yu was blasted into the ground, creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep, electric light coursing through him. He flapped his wings and reappeared in the air. Impossible. To take my frontal attack and only suffer minor injuries. Ouyang Wu was somewhat taken aback. It was not easy to let this remnant fool him once, yet unexpectedly failed to achieve results. Looking at the pair of dark purple wings behind Nangong Yu, he felt both love and hate. Only able to say that it was indeed something he had set his sights on, but now it had become the greatest obstacle to killing his opponent. Roar! Ouyang Wu roared angrily, charging up again. The thunder dragon was armed with the sharpest weapons, and Nangong Yu dared not clash head-on. Only able to keep dodging while secretly recovering his spiritual power. Unable to avoid it, he used his wings to protect himself, trying to conserve every ounce of spiritual power. Above, two beams of blue and purple light rushed through the air at high speed, occasionally colliding, the dragon's roar echoing continuously. Such behavior thoroughly enraged Ouyang Wu, who shouted resentfully, Nangong Yu, run. When the 5 leaders come out, you will die too. This place was quiet and peaceful, with mountains, seas, and moonlight. If there were a poet here, he would surely compose a poem. Unfortunately, here, there were no poets, only 5 great emperors. Chapter 101, Surprise Attack. The spiritual deer actually dared to pull the 5 of us into its domain. I really don't know whether to say you have guts or are ignorant. Commander Wang's body seemed to be forged from gold, and at this moment, he laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. Why waste words with him? Let's get out quickly. First kill the remnant of the Nangong family, and then deal with this little beast thoroughly, Commander Ouyang said gruffly, thinking of the family's direct descendant still outside. His heart couldn't help but tremble with anxiety. Why did I agree to bring him out when I had a moment of madness? If anything happens here, how will I explain it to the family? The more he thought about it, the more urgent he became, and he directly acted forcefully. Then, his right fist gathered azure lightning, transforming into a blazing white light, carrying the might of a domain, and he punched out. Rumbling. This heavy punch directly smashed several mountain peaks in front of him, but no stones rolled down, the entire space rippling, then falling silent. Impossible. Commander Ouyang was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, and then he threw punch after punch, but unsurprisingly, the space remained as solid as before. This domain is strange. A domain of the Spirit King realm cannot be this solid. Commander Taisher narrowed his eyes, his pupils flashing with runes as he looked around, including the sky and the ground beneath him. After a long while, in this realm, everything on land is an illusion. Beware of the moon in the sky and the sea. The runes in the eyes of Commander Taisher dissipated, his expression extremely grave. Is this a domain? He had seen countless domains, but he had never encountered one so bizarre. Although it differed greatly from the real world, it far exceeded his imagination. As is well known, the domains formed when breaking through the Spirit King realm are related to the powers one masters, such as the domain of swords, the domain of magma, the domain of ice and snow, etc. Within one's own domain, strength can increase several times, even dozens of times. By refining the domain and integrating it into the body and dantian, one can break through to the Spirit Emperor realm without externalizing the domain, thus avoiding the risk of backlash from domain shattering. Before he could think further, Lu Changge's figure appeared, the silver moon seemingly hanging on his antlers, his whole body shimmering like a divine deer. Beast die? Upon seeing him, Commander Ouyang immediately punched forward. A blue fist dozens of meters wide directly penetrating the body of the spirit roe deer, causing nothing to happen except for a disturbance in the air. Lu Changge grinned. Then his expression turned serious as he solemnly said, "Welcome to my world. I hope you enjoy yourselves." After saying this, his phantom slowly dissipated, along with the land and mountains. That little illusion added in could only make the domain look better. Other than that, it had no effect. So arrogant. Coughing. Commander Chen covered his chest, clearly heavily injured by Lu Changge's previous hoof strike. "We should work together to break this domain first. After all, it's just a domain of a spirit king." Commander Shangwan glanced at the others and spoke. Naturally, everyone had no objections. The five exchanged glances and silently looked down at the sea surface, preparing to act. Just then, the entire sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, and the calm sea surged into tumultuous waves, suddenly raising towering waves of 100 feet that surrounded the five, crashing downwards without pause. The five seemed to fall into an abyss, with the sky sealed off by the giant waves. The surging sea resembled the wrath of a sea god unleashing heavenly punishment, overwhelming them with unmatched divine might. "Break through to the side. Go!" Commander Taisher shouted, his spiritual power boiling. Dark light rising from his body as he raised a phantom sword dozens of meters long and slashed horizontally. However, the five who had just rushed out had not yet reacted when the aura of annihilation enveloped them, and they were immediately swept into a pitch-black wind column. Boom. Boom bang. As the wind column dissipated, the five, tattered and covered in blood, barely revealed themselves. The sky was densely packed with countless moonlight blades, pouring down like falling stars, surging towards them with a chilling cold light. Puff, puff. The five struggled to defend themselves, but Commander Chun, who was the most heavily injured, was powerless to block any further, instantly bleeding like a fountain, creating a mist of blood around him. The other four realized it was too late to help. "Spirit row!" The four shouted in anger, their fury ignited. The consecutive attacks had left them unprepared, especially the pitch-black wind column with its annihilation power, which had severely injured the five who were caught off guard. TSK, don't be like this, making me look like a villain. Didn't you all shout to take us down? What's wrong? Can't handle it now." Lu Changge's figure appeared, grinning mockingly. "Now you know the pain when the blade falls upon you? Don't hold back. Break the domain and kill your way out." Commander Shangwan said coldly, having never experienced such humiliation. "Yes, break this domain. Spirit row, you're dead." Lu Changge sneered contemptuously. "Just based on you?" The four were filled with boiling energy, divine light swirling, clearly preparing for an upcoming attack that would be earth-shattering. Commander Shangwan's right leg was entwined with spiritual power, and he stomped down hard. The cold air that seemed to freeze everything instantly spread from beneath his feet, but the speed was not fast. Lu Changge was stunned, dumbfounded on the spot. Is this it? Just then, a violent cold enveloped him, freezing him in place, turning him into a 200-foot ice block. "Now's the time. Unleash everything and kill him," Commander Taisher whispered, unleashing all his spiritual power, condensing a pitch-black long sword in the air, covered with runes, and thrusting it directly towards Lu Changge's forehead. Commander Ouyang unleashed dozens of meters of thunder dragons from the void, wrapping around Lu Changge's neck, the thunder roaring as if to snap his neck. Commander Wang seemed to don divine armor, transformed into a law avatar, leaping into the void with immense force, tearing through the air like a meteor crashing down. This first strike was earth-shattering. All attacks arrived in an instant, and the four antlers of the spirit row were directly smashed off, its neck twisted into a bizarre arc. The pitch-black rune sword penetrating into the deer's head, leaving only the hilt exposed. Unexpected attack, despicable. Lu Changge's expression twisted in pain. No. Commander Taisher suddenly froze. Just when Commander Ouyang mentioned training, the spirit row had a moment of illusion, causing unease to rise in his heart. His eyes flickered with runes as he looked over. Not good. Just then, a pitch-black wind column suddenly swept Commander Ouyang into it, while silver light faintly emerged from within the wind column, revealing it to be the wind of annihilation, combined with moonlight blades and water blades, the three forces merging into one, unmatched in power. Save me.